Chapter 1. In the world of Naruto, I became Sasuke, July 23rd, 51st year of Konoha. The sunlight streamed through the window of the delivery room, casting a warm glow on the three individuals gazing at the newborn infant, each adorned with smiles. The baby lay quietly in Mikoto Uchiha's arms, its tiny body gently rising and falling with each breath, delicate cheeks flushed with a soft shade of pink. 5-year-old Itachi Uchiha looked at the baby cradled in his mother's embrace. The embodiment of new life, the infant's adorable features compelled Itachi to step closer, extending his hand to gently poke the baby's face twice. Zuo Zhuo felt as though he had stayed up too late the previous night. His eyelids were heavy, almost too burdensome to lift nonetheless. The thought of attending an early class at 8 spurred him to make an effort to open his eyes. But shouldn't he have been in bed? Why did he feel as though he was being held aloft by someone, then passed from one person to another? Have you decided on a name? Mikoto asked gently. Zuo Zhuo's eyes finally fluttered open, and the first thing he beheld was a man who appeared to be in his middle years, still groggy. Zuo Zhuo was not fully aware of his own diminutive size, now small enough to be cradled in a single hand. Yet, he couldn't shake the peculiar impression that the man before him bore a striking resemblance to Fugaku Uchiha from the anime Naruto, despite the inherent differences between two-dimensional and three-dimensional representations. He felt an uncanny similarity. Yes, Sasuke, let him be named Uchiha Sasuke, Fugaku said, looking down at his newborn son, a rare smile gracing his features. Upon hearing this, even in his dazed state, Zuo Zhuo sensed something amiss, struggling to widen his eyes. He sought to discern the scene before him more clearly. What is happening here? As a devoted fan of Naruto, Zuo Zhuo was all too familiar with the phrase Sasuke, even if he could not fully comprehend the rest of Fugaku's words spoken in Japanese. After all, since the onset of Shippuden, despite Sasuke's infrequent presence alongside the protagonist Naruto, Zuo Zhuo had hardly a day without yearning for him. Throughout the series, Naruto's utterances of Sasuke totaled nearly 600 times, if not more, with such relentless repetition. How could Zuo Zhuo not be intimately acquainted with that name? Yet, what perplexed Zuo Zhuo now was that Sasuke seemed to be a name directed at him. Moreover, it dawned on him that a fully developed college student should not be in a state where he could be so effortlessly held by the person before him. Was this individual a giant? He had countless questions bubbling to the surface, ready to be voiced, but instead, they manifested as a resounding wail. The sudden outburst from Sasuke momentarily startled his father Fugaku, who, after a futile attempt to soothe the infant, returned the child to his mother Mikoto. Upon realizing his inability to articulate properly, Zuo Zhuo became increasingly anxious. This mounting distress led to an even more pronounced bout of crying. However, his exhaustion soon took its toll, and the energy required to remain awake swiftly dwindled. Thus, lulled by his mother's gentle reassurances, he gradually ceased his wailing and succumbed to slumber in the year 55 of the Hidden Leaf Village. Zuo Zhuo, now more appropriately referred to as Sasuke, stood beneath the monumental Hokage rock, gazing up at the visages of the 4 Hokages above, and let out a soft sigh. Sasuke had inhabited this world for over 3 years. Initially bewildered, he had now fully acclimated to life in Konoha, mastering the local language. Yet, due to his youthful physique, he was constrained from engaging in complex thoughts or actions, and with longer sleep requirements, it was challenging for him to undertake any advanced endeavors. Even the pivotal event known as the Night of the Nine Tails had passed him by in a haze of confusion to those around him. He appeared merely as a well-mannered child, far more compliant than the average villager, especially when compared to his older brother, the prodigious shinobi Itachi Uchiha, who had seen battle at the tender age of 4 in his previous life. Sasuke had perused numerous web novels, becoming quite familiar with themes of transmigration and rebirth. However, he had never anticipated such a fantastical occurrence would one day befall him. He had indeed transmigrated, or more accurately, reincarnated into the Naruto universe. Becoming none other than Uchiha Sasuke was this peculiar twist of fate linked to the phonetic similarity between his original name, Zuo Zhuo, and Sasuke in Mandarin. Reflecting on this, Sasuke felt a sense of bemusement. Prior to his transmigration, there had been no extraordinary events, no car accidents or plane crashes. He had simply stayed up late in his dormitory, engrossed in the climactic battle at the Valley of the End. Despite having watched that segment 6 times, he found it impossible to drift off to sleep at such a critical moment, leading to an untimely demise in the prime of his 20s. Were there truly a title for new age fragile college students, he would undoubtedly be its poster child. Little Sasuke, are you out here alone? The voice nearby interrupted Sasuke's wandering thoughts. Turning, he recognized the kindly old lady who lived nearby. Yes, Sasuke nodded, his bright, expressive eyes meeting hers. Good morning, Grandma. I'm out to buy something. His innocent gesture seemed to possess considerable charm. prompting the old lady to break into a warm smile. Are you buying dango? Also, I noticed you were gazing at the Hokage's faces for quite some time. Do you aspire to become Hokage when you grow up? Indeed, I'm purchasing dango, Sasuke remarked, maintaining his persona while revealing a hint of shyness. My aspiration is to become a ninja, like my brother. As for the Hokage, that depends on him. Before he could finish his sentence, a wave of embarrassment washed over him, prompting him to dash away in haste. Oh, come now, it was merely a jest. Why the shyness? Your brother Itachi is the pride of our clan, and I believe that in the future, little Sasuke, you will be too. After acquiring the three-colored dango, Sasuke ambled homeward, his countenance tinged with melancholy. It had been some time since his brother graduated from the Ninja Academy, and their father Fugaku had likely assigned Itachi to the Umbu as a spy. This indicated that the dreadful night of the Uchiha massacre was drawing near. What should I do? Although Sasuke was aware that his own life was not in peril, the bond he had forged over the past 3 years with his parents and clan was genuine. He could not simply stand by and watch the Uchiha clan perish. Lost in thought, Sasuke inadvertently noticed some weeds by the roadside plants he had previously overlooked. Adhering to his principle of thorough collection, he approached, crouched down, and gently touched one sampling. Chapter 2. The Cloning Laboratory Sampling. With this thought, a mysterious space within Sasuke's mind materialized, revealing the cellular sample of the weed. Upon successful sampling, he retracted his hand. Sasuke scrutinized the weed he had sampled, nodding in affirmation as expected. The sampled entity exhibited no visible changes, for the process only harvested a minuscule quantity of living cells. Merely touching the plant likely transferred more cells to his hand than the sampling itself. Label: Konoha 550321, unknown herbaceous plant. With a mere thought, the label materialized above the cellular sample in the space. Classification: plant. The cellular sample and its label swiftly drifted into 3 primary categories. The middle one comprising various plant cell samples akin to the one he had just collected. Indeed, Sasuke possessed a unique ability, and over the years he had grown increasingly familiar with its functions and applications. As a member of the transmigrating cohort, he had endeavored to ascertain whether he bore any cheat abilities since infancy. Merely by virtue of being Uchiha Sasuke, he was already fortunate, blessed with a prestigious lineage and the reincarnation of Indra Chakra. His path to strength was far easier. Compared to an ordinary villager, he boasted a high lower limit and a sufficiently lofty upper limit, epitomizing a heavenly advantage from the outset. Yet, who would begrudge an excess of advantages? Would it not be even better if he, as a transmigrator, possessed a system or some such golden finger by his side? Sasuke was fortunate. He indeed discovered a golden finger, albeit not a conventional system, but a space he referred to as the cloning laboratory. This ethereal space lacks a physical entrance. It can only be accessed through Sasuke's mind, which operates directly in accordance with the user's thoughts. Likewise, the various specimens already present within the laboratory can be organized, classified, and synthesized through the user's intentions. Upon Sasuke's initial discovery of this laboratory, it appeared utterly vacant, yet he received a succinct message from this realm: sample, clone based on the specimens. With such guidance, Sasuke gradually unraveled the intricacies of this space's functionality. Mirroring the brevity of the message, the first step involves sampling. To utilize this feature, he must directly engage with the subject from which he wishes to take a sample, subsequently issuing the command, sample. Thus, the sampling operation is accomplished. However, to successfully obtain a sample, certain criteria must be met. Firstly, the subject must be a living organism. Animals or plants are acceptable, but inanimate objects such as sand or stones are not permissible. Secondly, the sampled organism must possess a certain degree of vitality. For instance, a mosquito recently deceased can be sampled successfully, whereas sampling from cooked food results in failure. As for the third condition, Sasuke has yet to fully comprehend it. When it comes to microorganisms invisible to the naked eye, merely satisfying the criteria of direct contact and vitality does not seem sufficient for successful sampling. This is rather straightforward, for humans exist in a world teeming with microorganisms, which presumably possess some level of activity. Nevertheless, Sasuke has never managed to collect those imperceptible bacteria or viruses during his sampling endeavors. He had previously pondered whether the laboratory was incapable of sampling microorganisms. However, larger fungi, such as mushrooms or visibly moldy food, have been successfully sampled. Consequently, Sasuke established a distinct category within the laboratory, separate from animals and plants. Specifically for this type of specimen, this indicates that the laboratory can indeed sample microorganisms, albeit possibly requiring a certain scale. Over the years, Sasuke has observed that specimens within this space maintain a constant state, devoid of issues related to expiration. In other words, once a living organism has been successfully sampled, It can be utilized indefinitely with specimens in hand. Cloning becomes feasible. The cloning process is also remarkably straightforward by mentally selecting the specimen to be cloned and issuing the cloning command while setting a time limit. The laboratory commences the cloning procedure. For instance, if he selects a tree's cellular sample for cloning and sets the time limit to 10 years, the laboratory will utilize the tree's cellular sample to generate the original cells required for cloning, subsequently initiating the cloning process until the age of the clone tree reaches 10 years, at which point it will cease when selecting cloned animals. An additional step must be considered. The choice between creating sentient beings or those devoid of consciousness. Sentient beings are genuine, living animals, while their unconscious counterparts lack self-awareness and autonomy, merely existing as aggregates of living cells. The biologics cloned in the laboratory can be mentally summoned by Sasuke, who can also retract them, provided he maintains contact. However, the laboratory is limited to accommodating only the beings he has cloned, unable to house any other objects, lest it be misconstrued as an infinite storage space. The cloning process in the laboratory necessitates the consumption of energy, which is directly extracted from Sasuke himself. He possesses the autonomy to halt the energy supply at any moment, though any ongoing cloning tasks will likewise pause with the cessation of energy. Sasuke has observed that the energy required for cloning is considerable as of now. The entirety of chakra he can extract in a day suffices only to clone a single, barely mature bird. Fortunately, the laboratory does not impose stringent requirements regarding the type of energy utilized. It may be chakra, thermal energy from his body, or chemical energy, among others. The commonality lies in the fact that all these energies are inherently Sasuke's, or under his control. Energy not belonging to Sasuke, such as the natural energy of the ninja world, cannot be extracted by the laboratory. It is only logical were any energy to be extractable at will. It would be exceedingly formidable, allowing Sasuke to utilize Demon Path, even without opening his eyes. If attacked with ninjutsu, he could effortlessly absorb it through the laboratory. How splendid that would be! In sweltering summer heat, Sasuke can also draw upon his own thermal energy through the laboratory to maintain a cool disposition, a fortuitous little utility. With the inclusion of a new sample, Sasuke felt a measure of relaxation. Clutching the newly acquired tricolor dumplings, he strolled towards the outskirts of the village, contemplating his next course of action. In the year of Konoha's 58th, with less than 4 years remaining until the night of the massacre, he reflected, although he has diligently trained since he began his journey, aided by the wisdom from his past life, his progress has surpassed that of ordinary individuals. However, by that time, he would still be merely 7 years old, and in terms of strength, he would undoubtedly remain inadequate. Chapter 3. The method: sampling the entire clan. Danzo has long harbored ill intentions towards the Uchiha clan, and Uchiha Obito continues to conspire in the shadows since the night of the Nine Tails, when the entire clan relocated to the village's periphery. The discord between the clan and the village has become irreconcilable. The inevitable eruption of conflict seems merely a matter of time. Perhaps by opening his heart to Itachi and divulging the entirety of the circumstances, Sasuke could potentially avert the extreme choices Itachi might make in the future. However, Sasuke dares not take such a risk, for it is evident that such matters are beyond the comprehension of a mere 3 or 4-year-old child. Itachi's intellect is remarkably precocious. Despite recently graduating from a ninja academy, he has already fully developed a mindset befitting an adult. In fact, one might argue that he has transcended the conventional thought processes of an ordinary ninja, allowing him to approach problems from the perspective of a Hokage. In the original narrative, Itachi's actions might have been critiqued by an observer like Zuo Zhuo prior to his journey through time. However, now that he is truly the brother of Itachi, the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan massacre, Sasuke Uchiha, it would be inappropriate for him to pass judgment on his brother's choices at this moment. Sasuke can only reflect upon his own feelings. He acknowledges that Itachi indeed loves him wholeheartedly. Yet for Sasuke, who is aware of the unfolding events, this love feels excessively burdensome, even somewhat terrifying. A somewhat obsessive brother complex. Should Itachi discover that his beloved sibling is privy to information far beyond what a child should know, including knowledge of future events, might compel him, given his desire for control, to employ Genjutsu to invade Sasuke's mind and forcibly access his memory. Sasuke does not believe he possesses the ability to resist Itachi's illusions. Were Sasuke still the original version of himself, it might be a different story. However, he is a reincarnated soul from another world. While Itachi's awareness of future events may not pose significant issues, what if Itachi were to conclude that an otherworldly entity has supplanted his beloved younger brother? There is no assurance that he would not resort to drastic measures against the current Sasuke. Such a peril is one Sasuke is unwilling to take. If we cannot alter Itachi's convictions, the fateful night of the massacre is destined to transpire. Indeed, even if we were to succeed in changing Itachi's mind, it might not truly avert this calamity, for it has already become an inexorable trend. Should we truly allow events to unfold in such a manner? Sasuke felt a deep sense of unwillingness within. Yet, what can I possibly do in my current state? Sasuke patted his face, contemplating. I must not give up. There must be another way. After all, I am a traveler, and a traveler who possesses knowledge of the storyline along with an extraordinary advantage. With a little over 3 years remaining, and recognizing that a significant leap in strength was unattainable for him at this moment, he pondered how to utilize his unique ability. The cloning feature, how might it assist me? This laboratory is evidently not a source of invincibility or a direct enhancement of the user's power to maximize its potential. I must seek further training from Orochimaru. Yet, how could I possibly access Orochimaru at this stage? Once again, I find myself circling back to the issue of time. I am far too young, and the time allotted to me is exceedingly brief, even with my understanding of the plot. I find it challenging to take any truly effective action at this juncture. If only I were a bit older, though not necessarily the 17 years of age I would be during the battle against Kaguya. Even the 13 years when I had just awakened my Sharingan would make a significant difference. Suddenly, Sasuke's eyes widened. This seemingly futile fantasy sparked a glimmer of inspiration in his mind. If I am powerless now, let my future self conquer the obstacles. Similarly, if the Uchiha clan is destined for annihilation, let them return in the future. Edo Tensei and Rinne Tensei in this world, death does not equate to finality. There are myriad ways to summon the deceased back to the realm of the living, even resurrect them. My unique ability precisely fulfills the fundamental requirements for executing these two techniques. As long as I possess samples from all clan members, I can obtain the necessary bodily tissues for Edo Tensei. Furthermore, by utilizing the laboratory to clone unconscious replicas of the entire clan, these clones would serve as the ideal vessels for their resurrection. All I need to do is find a way to perform the Rinne Tensei technique. If I can accomplish these prerequisites, I could resurrect the entire Uchiha clan at any time and in any place. Even if they do not remain in Konoha, they could be revived elsewhere. Moreover, by the time Naruto ascends to the position of Hokage, would there be any concern that the village would not welcome the Uchiha clan? This is the revival of the Uchiha clan, a feat unique to me, the one endowed with the gift of cloning. With this realization, Sasuke felt a weight lift from his heart. This approach not only spares the Uchiha clan from the tragic fate of utter extinction, but also allows the current Sasuke to avoid making unreasonable moves that could expose his identity as a traveler, thereby preserving the original storyline and maintaining his prophetic advantage. Truly perfect. With a solution in mind, Sasuke found his steps considerably lighter. When he looked up, he was surprised to discover that he had unconsciously arrived at his doorstep. From this moment onwards, he resolved to engage with every member of the Uchiha clan whenever he ventured outside, ensuring that no one was overlooked for sampling. For those who were difficult to approach, he would create opportunities for contact. With over 3 years to accomplish the task of sampling the entire clan, he was confident that it could be completed. As Sasuke stepped through the threshold of his home and ambled into the interior, a sense of relief washed over him. Thankfully, he had cultivated an amiable persona, always greeting the neighbors with warmth, making it quite effortless to engage with them. "Sasuke, you're back," exclaimed Mikoto, who had emerged from the kitchen, where she was preparing lunch. "I bought some dango for Itachi, but he'll have to wait until he returns to enjoy it. Your brother is quite busy today, much like your father, and he may not be able to practice shuriken with you. However, if you wish to train, I would be happy to assist you." "Well, all right then," Sasuke replied, seemingly pondering for a moment before ultimately acquiescing. Mikoto was somewhat taken aback. Her younger son had always been rather attached to his brother, often refusing her company for shuriken practice. Yet, Sasuke was typically obedient and understanding. His desire to practice shuriken with his brother was a rare act of rebellion, and she decided to let it be. To her astonishment, he was now so compliant. Chapter 4. The Ordinary Day. Reflecting on this, Mikoto felt a pang of compassion for Sasuke. Though Itachi had never caused her concern in his youth, his mature demeanor evoked a less intense emotional response. In contrast, Sasuke, being a mere child, always exhibited such obedience, often opting to purchase snacks solely for his brother, neglecting his own desires. It was truly endearing to the point of eliciting sympathy. Before long, lunch was prepared. Despite only 2 people being home for the midday meal, Mikoto had outdone herself with a bountiful spread, a hearty vegetable soup, miso braised pork, crispy tofu, and steamed eggs with shrimp. Watching little Sasuke relish the meal she had lovingly prepared, a satisfied smile graced Makoto's face. Although the world of shinobi could still be fraught with conflict, the present was peaceful. She cherished her village, her husband, and her 2 children. Feeling immensely grateful for such happiness, she hoped that life would continue in this blissful manner. Konoha, you're 58. Sasuke gazed at the chakra ghost face on his desk, his lips twitching imperceptibly. Without a moment's thought, he knew it must be the handiwork of that rascal Naruto. Now 7 years old, Sasuke had officially entered the Ninja Academy last year. Unsurprisingly, most of his classmates were familiar faces. The idea of cataloging samples from his entire clan had sparked a revelation in Sasuke. Individuals possessed differences, and a single representative sample was insufficient for each species. Since the cloning laboratory had no capacity limits, as long as he could classify them properly, any individual he encountered could serve as a sampling target. Indeed, over the past 3 years, he had successfully collected cloning samples from every member of the Uchiha clan, his classmates at the Ninja Academy, villagers, and even certain plants and animals exhibiting anomalous traits. Now, the laboratory was no longer divided into the previous 3 categories but had expanded to 5. The original classifications of animals, plants, and microorganisms remained unchanged, yet Sasuke had deliberately established a category for the extraordinary. Samples of bloodline ninjas, previously categorized as animals, were reclassified into this new category, where only ordinary organisms would reside, while individuals with extraordinary abilities, primarily those capable of utilizing chakra, would be housed here. The final category was specially allocated, independent of all others, designated for the cloning samples of the entire Uchiha clan. The hope for the revival of the Uchiha clan rested upon this collection. Each day, his routine consisted of cheerfully greeting his clan members on his way to school, who sincerely regarded the young son of the clan leader as a well-behaved child and held high hopes that he would become a ninja like his brother, Itachi Uchiha. In the academy, he diligently attended lessons, practicing the fundamental skills of a ninja. However, he had already mastered most of what the teachers taught. During class, when movement was not permitted, Sasuke would engage in subtle exercises requiring minimal overt motion. For instance, he would slide his hand beneath the desk, pressing it against the underside, then channel chakra while completely relaxing his arms. At that moment, if no external force acted upon him, his hand would dangle down, unable to maintain contact with the desk's bottom. The alluring force generated by chakra can anchor the hand in place as if it were a magnet. Naturally, this represents merely the most fundamental application. The complexity of this action can be incrementally heightened. For instance, one might focus the attractive power solely in the thumb, or perhaps channel it exclusively through the ring finger, or even concentrate it at the very tips of the fingers or along the edges of the nails. Alternatively, one could predetermine a circular, triangular, or any arbitrary geometric area, allowing the chakra suction to manifest solely within this defined space. Subsequently, this area could be made to traverse the hand, moving from the palm to the back, then to the wrist and arm. In this manner, the point of adhesion between Sasuke's hand and the underside of the desk would continuously shift in accordance with the movement of the designated area. Should his hand falter and droop at any point, the attempt would be deemed a failure. There exist further variations. One might cause the knee to adhere to the desk's underside, or ensure the thigh clings tightly to it. Externally, there might appear to be no significant alterations. However, in reality, the individual would be lifted from their seat, their feet suspended above the ground, entirely reliant on the suction of their legs and the desk to maintain their posture. In the course of his relentless practice, Sasuke continuously hones his delicate mastery over chakra. Among the trio of Team 7, it was originally Sakura who excelled in chakra control. However, Sasuke now harbors the confidence to surpass her. After returning home from school and enjoying dinner, he first reviews the day's lessons to ensure complete comprehension. Subsequently, he practices taijutsu, kunai, shoiken, and fundamental ninjutsu, such as the body flicker technique. His training concludes at 9:30 in the evening, after which he bathes, attends to his personal hygiene, and retires for the night, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the following day. Without a doubt, Sasuke is the top student at the Ninja Academy, and due to his mature soul, he understands the necessity of maintaining social relationships. Consequently, even though he harbors little interest in playing with his classmates, he occasionally mingles with them during breaks. Thus, his rapport with his peers is relatively good, with one notable exception, Naruto Uzumaki. Since the beginning of their enrollment, Naruto has regarded Sasuke with disdain. constantly devising various schemes to torment him. Whether it be placing insects in his classroom drawer, doodling on his desk, or throwing small stones at him when he is distracted outside the classroom, Naruto's antics are relentless. While the harm inflicted is minimal at this stage, Naruto lacks the capacity to cause any real damage. The incessant nature of these actions has indeed begun to wear on Sasuke. Sasuke is acutely aware of Naruto's inherently kind nature, and having watched Naruto multiple times, he possesses a certain bias towards the protagonist. He comprehends the underlying logic behind Naruto's actions, yet he recognizes that Naruto's current demeanor is hardly endearing. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, there exists a subtle feeling of guilt nestled deep within him, partly due to the knowledge that Obito, the cause of his parents' demise, belongs to the Uchiha clan, and partly because he has inadvertently usurped the place of his former dear friend. As a result, he seldom retaliates against Naruto's antics, unless provoked beyond measure. This time is no different. Sasuke casually wipes the grotesque face drawn on his desk with a piece of tissue before taking a seat, awaiting the commencement of class. Today promises to be challenging, he muses, recalling how Naruto had stealthily attempted to ambush him with a kunai on their way to school, an attack he had effortlessly evaded. He had initially thought that would be the extent of Naruto's mischief for the day, but it appears there are still numerous tricks in store for him. Chapter 5. The night of the clan massacre. The sun shines brilliantly outside, while inside the classroom, Urashiki-sensei stands at the podium narrating the historical knowledge of the ninja world. Many students below seem to be attentive, yet their thoughts have drifted elsewhere. However, Sasuke is entirely focused, despite being aware of the storyline. He recognizes that his understanding of the history of the ninja world pales in comparison to that of his teacher. Naruto, observing Sasuke's earnestness, furrows his brows in irritation. This annoying guy truly knows how to put on an act. Urashiki-sensei appears serious when addressing the class, but when he is not watching, students like Naruto often slouch off. Despite this, Naruto consistently ranks first in every exam, receiving accolades without ever facing criticism. Why must the handsome ones be so insufferable? Engrossed in his studies, Sasuke remains oblivious to Naruto's grievances. Should he become aware, he might reflect that had Naruto redirected his attention towards his studies, he would likely no longer be languishing at the bottom of the class. Time swiftly passes, and before long, the lessons for the day conclude, leading to outdoor learning and training. In the open field, Iruka observes that all the students have gathered and calls out, "Today, we will first review the fundamental taijutsu we have previously covered. Everyone practiced at home, right?" Uchiha Sasuke. Upon hearing his name, Sasuke approaches the teacher's side. "Now, we need one more person to spar with Sasuke using basic taijutsu. Who would like to volunteer?" Iruka continues. I. Teacher, I'll do it," Naruto exclaims, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Sighing softly, Shikamaru Nara in the crowd notes that, as expected, most of the classmates remain unresponsive, merely watching the scene unfold with a sense of familiarity. Iruka pinches the bridge of his nose and concedes. "All right, you two stand in the circle to spar." Naruto swiftly dashes into the circle, raising his fists, ready to charge at Sasuke. "Hey Naruto, before the formal commencement, what is required? Did you forget?" Upon hearing the teacher's words, Naruto set down his fists, pouted his lips high, and awkwardly raised his hand to form the opposing seal, while Sasuke simultaneously performed the same gesture. Thus began the practice duel between Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. "Get ready. Bring it on, you Thailander," Naruto shouted. "Begin." Whoosh. As Iruka finished announcing the start, Naruto dashed towards Sasuke with fervor. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto clumsily fell to the ground, while Sasuke remained unscathed, a predictable outcome as usual. Sakura and Ino were already cheering. "Naruto, you haven't practiced diligently, have you? Your strikes during the spar lacked any form or strategy, which is why you were swiftly taken down by Sasuke." Iruka-sensei chastised gently, yet he still assisted Naruto to his feet. The practice session concluded, with the victor being Uchiha Sasuke. Now both parties shall perform the reconciliation seal. Sasuke swiftly assumed the stance for hand seals. Yet Naruto found himself unable to extend his own hand, fixated on Sasuke's poised fingers. "No." Naruto gazed at Sasuke's impassive face, his dissatisfaction reaching a boiling point. "I have not lost. You wretched fool. It is merely because you have parents and a supportive older brother who can guide you and practice alongside you that you excel so remarkably. If I had that, I would undoubtedly surpass you. No, that is not accurate. I would be even stronger." As the sun set and the moon rose, Sasuke, with his small bag slung over his shoulder, strolled along the path home. This night seemed particularly tranquil. Sasuke found himself reflecting on Naruto's previous words. Perhaps he was indeed not mistaken. It was true that he had benefited from the support of family and kin, as well as possessing the soul of an adult, which rendered him far more advanced than his peers. Had Minato and Kushina still been alive, under their guidance, Naruto would undoubtedly have become exceptionally accomplished by now. Sasuke never doubted the potential of the protagonist, Naruto. In fact, even though he considered himself extraordinary, he could not confidently assert that his 7-year-old self would triumph over Itachi at the same age. It could only be said that there existed a rare breed of genius in this world, individuals born to stand apart, whose talents might surpass even those of others who seemed equally gifted. Of course, according to his memories, Itachi awakened his Sharingan at the age of 8. If Sasuke were to achieve the same feat this year, it could be argued that he would be the stronger of the two at 7. However, this thought was accompanied by an involuntary wave of anxiety. Yes, he had yet to awaken his eyes. Over the past 3 years, Sasuke had consistently sought ways to hasten this awakening, yet all his efforts had been in vain. Having lived 2 lives, his emotions had perhaps stabilized. While this trait could be seen as a virtue among ordinary ninjas, it posed a dilemma for a member of the Uchiha clan. As the activation and evolution of the Sharingan demanded intense emotions, the night of the massacre was imminent, and in the original narrative, Sasuke awakened his eyes on that fateful evening. However, the current Sasuke was acutely aware of what was to transpire and had prepared himself accordingly. When that day finally arrived, he could not be certain if he would awaken his eyes as he did in the original story, which was indeed a cause for concern. Could he truly evolve his eyes like other Uchihas, through the extremes of love and hate? Tick-tock, tick-tock. The empty road echoed solely with the sound of Sasuke's footsteps. The unnaturally quiet atmosphere jolted him from his previous thoughts. Raising his gaze, he noticed the street was devoid of light, as if the inhabitants of these homes had succumbed to deep slumber. What was happening? Hadn't school only just let out? Surely they weren't all asleep at this hour? Damn it. Sasuke suddenly sensed trouble and hastily sprinted forward. How could he have assumed he could accurately predict which day was the night of the massacre? The Umbu would not provide any notice before their operations. Would the day at school be any different from usual? Now, he had ceased pestering Itachi to practice with him. And now it seemed he had missed even the premonition of "Forgive me, Sasuke, this will be the last time." Sasuke pressed onward, turning and advancing, then veering again. The ground he traversed began to bear mottled stains of blood, while shurikens and kunai were haphazardly embedded in the walls, multiplying in number. Sasuke's heart, once suspended in uncertainty, gradually sank with the weight of the journey he had undertaken. Every moment along this path served as a harbinger, revealing that the fateful night had surged forth in the midst of an ordinary day, catching him unawares. At last, he beheld the lifeless forms of his kin, uncle, aunt, grandfather, and grandmother. As he gazed upon the bodies strewn across the ground, a profound silence enveloped him. He recognized each one of them. The night of the massacre fell upon this very day. Chapter 6. The Awakening of the Sharingan. A thin veil of clouds slowly obscured the bright moon, while the horrific scene of his clan filled Sasuke's eyes with despair. This day had indeed arrived. Sasuke finally found himself standing before his family home. Although he had long anticipated this day, the reality of the moment, arriving without warning, left him feeling a tinge of bewilderment and uncertainty. He took a deep breath, reassuring himself that he was ready. Before crossing the threshold, he knew he must compose himself, ensuring his demeanor reflected that of a 7-year-old child who had witnessed the harrowing tragedy of his clan's annihilation. Sasuke's expression fluctuated through various emotions, ultimately settling on fear and panic. With a hesitant yet determined demeanor, he pushed open the door, only to be met with the horrifying sight of his parents' lifeless bodies. "Father, mother." Sasuke's voice trembled as his eyes widened in disbelief at the grim reality unfolding before him. Itachi emerged from the shadows at the end of the room, his demeanor chillingly indifferent. Yet upon seeing his brother, Sasuke felt as though he had grasped the last lifeline. "What has happened? Brother, do you know what is going on? Who is responsible for all of this?" Itachi remained silent, merely gazing at the frantic Sasuke with his Sharingan eyes. In an instant, Sasuke was caught off guard. He could barely perceive Itachi's movements before a shuriken sliced through his left shoulder, embedding itself into the wooden door behind him. Simultaneously, the tomo within Itachi's eyes began to whirl rapidly, transforming into a pattern reminiscent of a 3-bladed shuriken. Tsukuyami. A blood moon hung ominously in the sky, casting a crimson hue over this illusory realm, and once more, Sasuke found himself on the path home from school. I was wrong, gravely mistaken. Sasuke had always believed he had discovered a perfect solution. Yet it was only when Itachi used the Jinjutsu to repeatedly unveil the horrific massacre of their clan that Sasuke realized the irrevocable errors he had committed, all while remaining blissfully ignorant. The disbelief of the elderly, the uncle's resentment, the aunt's despair, innocent children were mercilessly slain by Itachi's hand, and now, his parents lay lifeless at his feet, their bodies forming a mountain as the stench of blood filled the air, accompanied by the echoes of anguish. What have I done up to this point? No, it should be said that the true horror lay in the fact that he had done nothing at all. How arrogant he was to fantasize about the powers of the Rinnegan before even opening his eyes. Was it a misguided confidence born of being a reincarnator? Or the belief that his identity as Sasuke and his unique abilities would ensure his success? What if he could not achieve it? He had deluded himself into thinking that this singular method would allow him to resurrect everyone and restore the Uchiha clan without exception. But what if a newborn happened to be born today? Would that unaccounted life be lost forever on this very day? Even if he did awaken the Rinnegan and employed the Rinne rebirth technique, it would come at the cost of his own life force. If he could not discover another means to pay the price, resurrecting his clan would inevitably demand his own life. Would he still be willing to invoke such a technique then? At this moment, how is he any different from Itachi, who believed he could bear all the hatred and darkness? He has arrogantly orchestrated the fates of his kin, determining when they shall perish and when they shall be resurrected, as if human life were merely a numerical figure to him. Yet, when the moment arrives, he finds himself incapable of bearing the weight of a single life. Just as no one can truly endure such a burden, even if one day all his kin were to return. The nightmare of that fateful night would remain an indelible scar, forever unerasable. His cowardice is palpable. Having secured his safety net, he begins to languish. As if the mere act of cataloging the clan's cloning samples in the laboratory would absolve him of responsibility, leaving him to observe with detached indifference, ceasing to interfere in the unfolding events. Hey, Sasuke, have you not longed for this day to arrive? The souls of his fallen clan seem to coalesce before him, transforming into a demon that does not demand his life but poses the most brutal of inquiries to his very heart. Do not hastily deny it. Contemplate carefully. Without the night of annihilation, how would you have formally entered the narrative you comprehend? How would you seek Orochimaru? How would you ascend, step by step, to the pinnacle of the ninja world, relying on your foresight? In truth, you have always understood this logic, yet you are loath to acknowledge it. Otherwise, how could you allow Shursui to take his own life by the Naka River? How could you permit Itachi to make the extreme choice of righteous filicide? How could you let your parents, your entire clan, perish on that night? Your plan is indeed flawless, so perfect that it led the Uchiha clan to their destined conclusion that fateful night. The demon whispers. Sasuke's eyes widened. Yet he found himself at a loss for words to refute. However, the demon showed no signs of relenting. You have long been aware of this. Yet you have chosen to remain silent. Each day, as you greet your neighbors on your way to school and share smiles with your kin upon your return, you are fully cognizant that they may meet their demise in the near future, perhaps even the very next day. Yet, you remain mute, dutifully playing the role of the obedient and beloved individual, quietly awaiting the night when they will all perish. Oh, and when you were concocting your schemes, did you not proclaim that your bond with your kin was genuine, that you could not bear to witness their deaths? The veins in Sasuke's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze bulging, his body convulsing as he struggled to suppress his retching. How ironic that he found himself repulsed by his own hypocrisy and pretense. Reflect upon this. If Naruto were in such a predicament, what would he do? Indeed, were it Naruto, he would not act as I do. He embodies warmth and light. A man of his word, even knowing that those he cares for could be resurrected after death, or that resistance may be in vain. He would never allow tragedy to unfold right before his eyes. How lamentable it is that after 2 lifetimes, my heart proves weaker than that of a child. For at least, he does not espouse one thing while acting in contradiction. This morning, I had the audacity to critique him, claiming he is unlikable. How profoundly ironic that is. Sasuke never considered himself particularly benevolent. He simply had not anticipated the extent of his own malevolence. He was aware that he was destined to endure trials of blood and fire in this world, yet he did not foresee that, without having engaged in a single earnest battle, he was already embodying the merciless path of a ninja in such a manner, with Naruto serving as a counterpoint. Sasuke's intense physical reactions gradually subsided. He refrained from vocal denial. Even as the demon vanished after articulating its words, the answer to that lingering question became self-evident. Yes. Even if given the chance to start anew, I would likely make the same choice again. This aligns more closely with my interests. For I am acutely aware of my invincibility. I know with certainty that, amidst this tragedy, I alone shall not perish. Tick-tock. Tick-tock, Sasuke's tears fell drop by drop upon the ground. Oh, ha 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 ha. Hundreds of lives extinguished. The night of the clan's annihilation, he feigned such terror before Itachi that not a single tear could be shed. Yet now, having come to terms with his true self, he finds himself weeping uncontrollably? How intriguing, truly fascinating. Uchiha Itachi observed the collapse of his younger brother, Sasuke, with keen eyes. Recognizing that he had successfully instigated the hatred he sought, he ceased the illusion. Foolish brother. I have long played the role of the ideal sibling in your eyes merely to test your fortitude, for you possess the potential to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. Yet now, you lack even the worth to be slain by my hand. If you wish to kill me, then embrace your hatred, harbor your resentment, and continue to survive in your wretchedness. With that, he vanished from sight, slipping through the window. Once a warm family of four, now only Sasuke remained. Standing beside the lifeless bodies of his parents, his eyes burned a deep crimson, each adorned with two pitch-black tomo, swirling around his pupils. Emerging from the illusion, Sasuke gazed ahead. Even in the darkness, he could discern the serene faces of his parents, their eyes hollow where they had once been, and the blood on the ground. Vivid as though freshly gushing from an artery, seemingly infused with the life force of the deceased. Had he awakened? Sasuke dazedly lifted his hand, gently caressing his tear-stained eyes as if they were precious treasures. How surprising it was to discover that even someone like him could awaken the Sharingan. Even he was worthy of such power. He erupted into a cacophony of laughter, a mix of glee and madness. Closing his eyes and tilting his head back, tears continued to flow, yet his grin widened. All the talk of clan revival, of being the sole bearer of Uchiha's legacy, was merely a self-indulgent pretense to assuage his own guilt as he awaited the annihilation of his clan. It dawned upon him that he had already ensnared himself in an illusion long before awakening his eyes. Indeed, I possess extraordinary talent, truly a reincarnation of Indra. I am Uchiha Sasuke. Suddenly, Sasuke's laughter ceased, yet he showed no intention of opening his eyes. What is this? Afraid to look? This hell may not have been crafted by my own hands, but it is undeniably a consequence of my machinations. Having anticipated this day, do I now lack the courage to face it? Sasuke clenched his teeth, trembling as he forced his eyelids open, and then fixed his gaze intently upon the lifeless body before him, as if he sought to etch their likenesses into his very marrow, branding them upon his soul. Throughout that night, Sasuke, dragging his weary form, traversed the Uchiha compound. After meticulously committing to memory the tragic fates of all his clan members with his newly awakened double Tomo Sharingan, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 7. Apologies and Plans. Sasuke opened his eyes, and the pristine white ceiling of the Konoha hospital greeted him. He gradually sat up and gazed out of the window. Realizing that it was nearly noon, Sasuke rose from his bed, stretching his limbs and discovering that he was not gravely injured. It seemed that his overwhelming emotions from the previous night, compounded by the prolonged use of his Sharingan upon awakening, had drained him both physically and mentally, culminating in his fainting spell. The only external injury was a cut on his left shoulder inflicted by Itachi's shuriken, which had already been treated by the physician and would not significantly hinder him. With no pressing matters at hand, he decided to discharge himself from the hospital. As he stepped out of the ward, Sasuke noticed a subtle shift in the gazes of those around him. He understood that this change stemmed from the events of the previous night. There was little left to say. Having chosen this path, he must accept all its repercussions. Naruto. I am now, in some ways, akin to you. After lunch, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, appeared before Sasuke. Observing the despondent expression on Sasuke's face, he gently tousled the boy's hair and crouched down to his level. Sasuke, I know you are in deep sorrow. The tragedy that befell the Uchiha clan saddens me, as it does the entire village. Konoha has placed the rogue ninja Itachi Uchiha, responsible for the massacre, on the wanted list. From this day forth, Konoha's shinobi will pursue him without regard for their own lives. You must gather your strength, Sasuke. You carry the last hope of the Uchiha clan. Your classmates and I will stand by you. As Hiruzen reached out to him, Sasuke quickly collected samples from the third Hokage's presence in the laboratory, silently observing the elder as he earnestly fulfilled his promise to Itachi. In that moment, he was uncertain whether to commend the man's integrity or to question the veracity of his words. Yet, it mattered little. Theoretically, he had not many years left to live. Sasuke held no interest in determining whether Hiruzen was a genuinely good man or a puppet master as suggested by conspiracy theories from his past life. As long as his path to strength remained unobstructed, that was all that mattered. Third Grandpa, may I visit the family compound once more? Upon hearing that the village had arranged a new residence for him, Sasuke made his request. Of course, you can return anytime. That place rightfully belongs to your clan. Just refrain from disturbing its arrangements, all right? As thunder rumbled ominously, the clear skies transformed into a thick shroud of clouds, unleashing a torrential downpour. After leaving the hospital, Sasuke arrived at the family compound. Aside from the caution tape barring entry at the front gate and the peculiar markings within the house, it was as if nothing had ever transpired here. The actions of these EMBU ninjas are indeed both swift and skilled. With these thoughts in mind, Sasuke made his way towards the main hall of the Nana Shrine. The following day, at the Ninja Academy, he had surprisingly returned to school so swiftly. Have you heard? The Uchiha clan seems to have been annihilated. Indeed, I heard from my father that only Sasuke survived. Upon his return to school, Sasuke remained oblivious to the whispers of his classmates. His hands were engaged in various specific movements within the desk drawer, practicing hand seals before class commenced. Typically, Naruto, who harbored a strong aversion towards Sasuke, today refrained from joining the discussion about him, instead staring blankly at Sasuke as a solitary figure in silence. As the sun set and the moon began to rise, Irika-sensei called out to Sasuke after school. Rather than offering direct consolation, he told Sasuke that if he felt too sorrowful, he could cry freely, assuring him that he would stay by his side throughout the day. Irika-sensei, I need to talk to Sasuke. Just as Sasuke was about to politely decline the teacher's offer, Naruto unexpectedly sprang forth from an unknown direction. Before Irika could inquire further, Naruto had already seized Sasuke and dashed away. A look of confusion crossed Sasuke's face. Surely this fool could not be so oblivious as to play pranks in such a moment? Sasuke, I am sorry. I shouldn't have said those things to you the other day. Sasuke was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Naruto, with whom he had the most contentious relationship, would proactively extend an apology. Raising an eyebrow, he caught a glimpse of a dark-haired little girl discreetly peering in their direction. Sasuke, with a smile that was neither here nor there, addressed Naruto. Now your situation mirrors mine. This is the perfect opportunity for you to surpass me. Naruto was taken aback, for Sasuke's reaction was entirely unlike what he had envisioned. By the time he gathered his thoughts, he realized that Sasuke had already turned and walked away. As he gazed at Sasuke's receding silhouette, an unfamiliar emotion swelled within him, an emotion he had never experienced before, a sense of tranquility. Initially intending to decline his teacher's invitation, Sasuke found himself swayed by Naruto's interruption and ultimately agreed to share a meal with Irika-sensei, who graciously offered to treat. After dinner, Sasuke returned to his empty new home, where he sat cross-legged on the floor, contemplating his future plans. Having successfully awakened his eyes, his primary objective was to swiftly master the ability to open and close his Sharingan. Given that he was only 7 years old, he decided to temporarily ease off on practicing the Sharingan, allowing himself 2 or 3 years to grow stronger before committing to prolonged use of the technique. As he had been reborn with a bloodline limit related to ocular techniques, he was less concerned about his mental fortitude and more focused on his physical strength. Henceforth, his nutrition would need to be adequate. Although most of the Uchiha clan's inheritance had been confiscated, the remaining assets at his disposal were sufficient. He could not afford to neglect the practice of chakra control and hand seals, gradually incorporating one-handed seals into his regimen. While these techniques might become less crucial in the later stages, it was essential to establish a solid foundation in the early days. For jutsu that had been clearly delineated in the narrative, such as the Rasengan, he could begin to explore and learn on his own. He must also not overlook taijutsu, genjutsu, and sealing techniques. Furthermore, he should find ways to engage with medical knowledge and ninjutsu. With the increase in chakra after awakening his eyes, he could potentially leverage the capabilities of shadow clones. However, he needed to be cautious against overexertion, as he lacked a unique constitution, and exceeding his recovery limits would be unwise. Chapter 8. Determination. The preceding thoughts encapsulated the fundamental qualities expected of a ninja. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke had to pay particular attention to the application and evolution of his Sharingan. Once his physical condition allowed for the normal use of the Sharingan, he must practice diligently to ensure its proficient and flexible use in both combat and daily life. He also needed to begin contemplating the upgrades and evolutions of his eyes. For years, he had attempted to awaken his eyes prematurely, yet the final outcome mirrored the original narrative. He awakened them only on the night of the massacre. Was the inertia of the storyline truly so formidable? Given this, one might hypothesize that the moments in the original series when Sasuke's eyes underwent upgrades and evolution due to emotional fluctuations also represent pivotal junctures for the transformation of his Sharingan. The battles against Zabuza and Haku, the first valley of the end, and his fateful confrontation with Itachi serve as critical events for him to harness in order to enhance his ocular prowess. During his initial battle against Haku, Sasuke possessed one eye with a single tomo and the other with two. However, by the time of the Chunin exams, both his eyes had evolved to two tomo. During this interval, he seemingly did not experience any profound emotional upheaval that could have facilitated such an upgrade, suggesting a notion reminiscent of the rich aiding the poor. Now that both of his eyes are two tomo, he aspires to elevate them to three tomo, perhaps by first achieving the three tomo in one eye, allowing it to catalyze the transformation in the other. Over time, it is likely that the second eye would naturally ascend to three tomo as well. However, the quest to achieve the Meijiki Sharingan through a similar methodology is fraught with complexity. In Sasuke's view, unlocking the Meijiki Sharingan necessitates an intensely powerful emotional experience, one that could even reshape a person's fundamental worldview and irrevocably alter their essence. Currently, Sasuke finds himself at a loss, pondering what extraordinary event could incite such extreme emotions. He cannot rely on the notion of a tragedy akin to the night of the massacre. The pursuit of the Meijiki remains elusive, and the eternal Meijiki presents an even greater conundrum. Undoubtedly, Sasuke could wait for his beloved elder brother to bestow upon him his eyes, yet he is acutely aware that accepting Itachi's eyes would bind him to follow Itachi's narrative, a path he is reluctant to tread. Why should he engage in such duplicity with himself? It is fundamentally his unwillingness to let the latter half of his life be dictated by Itachi's designs that compels him to reject even the prospect of acquiring Itachi's eyes. As for the second pair of Meijiki Sharingan intended for integration with his original, Sasuke has conceived a plan. He does not seek the potential Meijiki belonging to Uchiha Sasuke, for he too is disinclined to utilize his father's eyes. The principle of self-sufficiency prevails, rather than resorting to another's eyes. He prefers to possess two pairs of Meijiki Sharingan of his own, with the advantage of a cloning laboratory at his disposal. He is entirely capable of devising a method to clone a pair of eyes suited to his needs. Sasuke muses that, of course, it is not merely a matter of cloning Itachi and calling it a day. The Sharingan's activation and evolution hinge upon emotional stimuli. A clone of Uchiha Itachi, as an unconscious entity, would not inherently possess the Meijiki Sharingan. Indeed, it would not even manifest the Sharingan itself. As for why he opts to clone Uchiha Itachi rather than others, it is simply because, in the original series, Sasuke achieved the eternal Meijiki Sharingan through Itachi's eyes. The reference is already laid bare, so no further embellishment is necessary. However, the genetic material of this cloned individual is undoubtedly identical to that of the genuine Uchiha Itachi. The clone's eyes will mirror Itachi's unactivated eyes perfectly, possessing the potential to evolve into the Meijiki Sharingan. Thus, my task becomes quite straightforward. Once my current eyes officially transform into the Meijiki Sharingan, I will remove them and replace them with the eyes of the Itachi clone, striving to independently elevate these new eyes to the Meijiki level. However, timing is crucial. It would be optimal to switch to the cloned Itachi's eyes immediately after my original eyes have just attained the Meijiki form, while my emotions are still heightened, thereby facilitating the leveling up of these new eyes. This approach would alleviate some of the effort required later on. Since I am unwilling to accept a gift from others, I must endure the experience of awakening the Meijiki once more. It merely entails enduring a few additional moments of excruciating pain, a trivial matter indeed, easily manageable. Thus, it is settled. With this thought, Sasuke revealed a slightly deranged smile, fully aware that, without the ability to clone, he would likely succumb to reality and accept Itachi's eyes. But who could deny the advantage of possessing such a remarkable ability? It is time to act. In the 63rd year of Konoha, by the banks of the Nanha River, two figures engaged in an intense and intricate battle. Sasuke positioned one leg upon the outstretched arms of the shadow clone before him, subsequently utilizing the force of reaction to execute a backward somersault, creating distance between himself and the clone. His Sharingan, seemingly fixated on the shadow clone ahead, was in fact vigilant, observing the surrounding circumstances. He had summoned 2 shadow clones in total, and shortly after the battle commenced, one clone stealthily detached from the center of combat, now lying in wait for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Sasuke mused internally about the increasing cunning of his shadow clones, noting that they had adopted a rather underhanded style of fighting. Over the past few years, lacking suitable opponents, he had been engaged in practical combat training with his own shadow clones. Initially, he had summoned only 1 clone, but due to the inherent characteristics of the shadow clone technique, the challenge of one-on-one combat was swiftly overcome by Sasuke. In subsequent training sessions, he began to summon 2 clones, pitting himself against them in a 1 versus 2 scenario. The adage 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands rang true, especially considering that the chakra of the shadow clones was equally divided. Thus, summoning 2 clones meant that their combined chakra equaled his own doubled amount, placing him at a disadvantage overall. While this 1 against 2 setup initially posed some difficulties, Sasuke soon discerned the clones' most significant vulnerability. Their resilience to damage was markedly inferior to that of the original. A blow that would merely inflict light injury upon him could obliterate a clone entirely. Employing a strategy of exchanging injuries, Sasuke became increasingly adept in combat, feeling confident that he might soon be ready to challenge a 1 versus 3 scenario. However, reality swiftly delivered a sobering reminder. As the shadow clones recognized that confronting the original directly was no longer advantageous, they quickly adapted their tactics, transitioning from a straightforward assault to a more cunning approach. The 2 clones delineated their roles. One engaged the original Sasuke to distract him, while the other sought to create an opportunity for a surprise attack. The clone responsible for the engagement understood that trading blows with the original would not yield favorable results, thus prioritizing self-preservation in its combat strategy. Due to the shadow clone's ability to wield the Sharingan, once they focus on defense, it becomes exceedingly challenging for Sasuke to strike them within a brief interval, causing them to dissipate. In close combat, whenever Sasuke attempts to form hand seals, the clones swiftly rush in to interrupt him, denying him the opportunity to unleash his ninjutsu. If he creates distance, the clones will directly employ identical ninjutsu to engage in a confrontation, and since both the body and the clones possess an equal amount of chakra, determining a victor becomes almost impossible. This predicament not only restrains him, but also provides an opportunity for another concealed shadow clone to launch a surprise attack. A gentle breeze caressed his hair as Sasuke regulated his breathing. He understood that releasing ninjutsu at this moment would not suffice to vanquish his shadow clones, necessitating alternative strategies. In a startling turn, the typically aggressive Sasuke suddenly dashed towards the adjacent woods. The shadow clones followed suit, albeit at a slower pace, for there was no compelling reason for them to delve deep into the forest to play hide and seek with the original. Their objective was not to defeat the original, but rather, the original's mission was to overcome them. Just as the original was about to enter the woods, he abruptly pivoted to the left, raising his left hand as if to throw something. The shadow clone narrowed its Sharingan eyes, fixating on the original's left hand. The left hand opened, revealing nothing. No. It was obscured by the body during the turn. The right hand remained hidden. A flicker of realization crossed the original's gaze. Genjutsu. The clone momentarily faltered, but having kept the Sharingan activated, it quickly regained focus. At that moment, the original had turned to face the clone, launching a shuriken from his right hand. The clone leaned to the right, narrowly evading the projectile. However, with a subtle shake of his right hand, the original yanked back, and under the influence of an almost imperceptible thread, the shuriken, which had initially passed the clone, inexplicably returned towards him. Sasuke's shadow clone remained unfazed. Instead, it swiftly grasped the delicate thread in midair with its chakra-infused left hand. Although the original's control over the shuriken was severed, the clone did not relinquish its grip. With a powerful tug on the thread, it simultaneously raised its right hand, charging towards the original, Rasengan. Sasuke's physical form was suddenly yanked towards his shadow clone. Observing that the thin thread had been cleverly utilized by the clone, he relinquished his grip, allowing it to be seized, and, taking advantage of the forward momentum, he raised his empty right hand and dashed toward the clone, spiraling sphere. Boom. The clone was sent flying, a stark contrast to their previous evenly matched exchanges, resulting in a decisive blow. However, it appeared that the clone had not sustained any significant damage. Otherwise, it would have already dissipated. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke unleashed a shuriken from his left hand. Under his command, the shuriken disintegrated mid-air into 5 smaller shuriken, Shuriken Jutsu. Even if the clone could discern their trajectories, it had no means to evade them. Clang, 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 clang. The 5 small shuriken, which should have secured a victory, were unexpectedly deflected, scattering and embedding themselves into the surrounding earth. The clone landed and rose unscathed. In a moment of peril, it had cleverly used the thread in its possession to retrieve a kunai that had fallen to the ground, employing it as a shield against the shuriken hurled by Sasuke. At that moment, the clone's peripheral vision caught sight of a small monkey stealthily climbing behind the tree directly behind Sasuke, poised to flank him. The moment had arrived. The clone fixed its gaze upon Sasuke, sprinting toward him, as the tomo in its eyes began to spin, expending the majority of its remaining chakra in one swift motion. Illusionary chains technique. Simultaneously, the small monkey emerged from the tree behind Sasuke, leaping with all its might toward him, transforming back into Sasuke's form, with its right leg extended to deliver a kick to Sasuke's back. Sasuke had concealed a shadow clone, which now emerged in conjunction with another clone, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the original body. Just as the original freed itself from the illusion, it found itself confronted by a clone charging with a kunai in its right hand, the distance between them less than a yard, despite being on guard against the ambush of the other clone. The recent distraction caused by the illusion had left him unable to fully evade the kick from the clone behind him. With a wolf before him and a tiger behind, the original Sasuke found himself cornered. The outcome was imminent, as both shadow clones declared in unison. In this pivotal moment, time seemed to slow. Just as the original was about to be struck by the clone behind, he crouched to the lower left, but it was too late, and the kick landed solidly on his right shoulder. The impact sent his right side lurching forward, and the clone in front seized the opportunity to swing the kunai at him. Yet, the original exhibited no sign of panic, the corners of his mouth subtly curling upward. Instead of resisting, he utilized the force of the kick, pushing off with his right leg while pulling on the line connected to the shuriken embedded in the ground to his left, initiating a 180-degree turn. The clone wielding the kunai, witnessing this, was momentarily struck by a sense of mockery, a futile struggle. However, the clone that had successfully executed the sneak attack harbored different thoughts. After kicking the original, it should have been propelled away due to the reaction force. Yet its foot remained unexpectedly anchored to the original's right shoulder. As the original completed his turn, the clone would unwittingly serve as a shield between the other clone and the original. This was a grave mistake. The clone, poised to strike the original, foresaw the impending turn of events, but found itself powerless to avert them. My apologies. After a brief deliberation, the clone maintained its course of action, the kunai piercing the body of the other clone, continuing unimpeded towards the original. With a soft thud, the struck shadow clone dissipated, revealing the original's crimson left eye gazing back at it. An illusion. The clone regained its senses only to find its right hand, clutching the kunai, ensnared by the original's left hand. In that instant, the original turned once more to face it. The original's right hand was mere inches away, Rasengan. With the sound of a second thud, this practical exercise finally came to a close. Sasuke exhaled slowly, acknowledging the undeniable truth of his victory. Chapter 10, Reflection and Convergence. Having emerged triumphant, Sasuke finally felt a sense of relief. No wonder people often say that the most formidable adversary one must conquer is oneself. It was merely a struggle to surpass 2 of his own shadow clones in battle, yet it proved to be such a daunting challenge. What would happen when he faced 3, 4, or even more clones simultaneously? It could very well cost him his life. He feared that, at that point, despite exhausting all his efforts, achieving significant results would remain an elusive prospect. Sasuke swiftly tidied the battlefield, meticulously retrieving and storing the used kunai and shuriken before promptly returning to his residence. Sasuke sat cross-legged on the ground, with a shadow clone behind him, its hand resting gently on the lightly injured right shoulder of the original, channeling a small amount of lightning chakra. This was the fruit of Sasuke's years of experimentation with ninjutsu and his studies in medical knowledge. Amongst the renowned ninjutsu of the original work, he had successfully taught himself Naruto's signature Rasengan, yet he had failed to replicate his own frequently utilized Chidori. It seemed he would need to seek guidance from Kakashi. Despite the setback with Chidori, Sasuke had not emerged empty-handed. After acquiring considerable medical knowledge, he took inspiration from the second Raikage lightning chakra mode, as recalled from his memory, and endeavored to create a technique of his own. To call this technique a mere imitation would be an overstatement. Its current efficacy is, at best, entirely unrelated to the original lightning chakra mode. This technique merely releases a small amount of lightning chakra into the body, aiming to activate cells and stimulate their division and regeneration. Furthermore, it cannot replace genuine medical ninjutsu, serving only as an auxiliary measure. As Sasuke received treatment from his shadow clone, he reflected upon the day's training, replaying the events in his mind based on the memories relayed by the clone. From the initial stalemate to the critical moment of crisis, culminating in his ultimate triumph. The pivotal point was his decision to use himself as bait and dash into the forest. It was evident that his strategy had been astute. The clone, which had been seeking an opportunity to launch a surprise attack, seized this moment without hesitation. While he was engaged with another clone, the assailant cleverly concealed itself within the trees, utilizing the trunks as cover. Coupled with the distractions created by his teammates, even with his constant vigilance, there remained a significant chance he could be caught off guard. Indeed, this proved true. After falling victim to the clone's genjutsu, he found himself unable to evade the ambush from the other shadow clone. However, neither of the clones anticipated that he could turn the very attack against him to his advantage, ensnaring the striking foot with chakra and swiftly spinning to use the assailant as a shield. Thankfully, his years of diligent practice and chakra control had not waned. Otherwise, executing such a complex maneuver would have been improbable. Yet, today's plan was not without its flaws. While some details could certainly be refined, a crucial aspect posed a significant risk. Had the shadow clone opted to initiate an assault with a Rasengan rather than a kick, he would have undoubtedly sustained considerable injury, rendering him unable to utilize it as a shield thereafter. Of course, at that moment, the shadow clone had just dispelled its transformation, making it impossible to employ ninjutsu in such a brief span of time. Hence, it resorted to the simplest taijutsu. Nevertheless, as he continued to grow stronger, the day would come when he could execute such feats effortlessly. By then, the methods of today would no longer suffice, and he would need to strive for even greater mastery. Having completed his analysis of the day as practical exercises, Sasuke found that the minor injury on his right shoulder had been nearly healed by the shadow clone's efforts. Sasuke stretched his shoulders before approaching a table. At that moment, his shadow clone also arrived, holding a pen and a blank sheet of paper, and took a seat across from him. The shadow clone swiftly inscribed a few characters on the paper and then passed it to Sasuke. Sasuke gazed at the content on the blank paper, his brow slightly furrowing. However, he refrained from commenting on the few words, instead addressing his shadow clone. "I have memorized it. We may commence." Upon hearing this, the shadow clone nodded, retrieved the paper, and folded it meticulously, concealing the written content securely within. After completing this task, the shadow clone activated his Sharingan, the crimson orbs swirling with 2 dark tomo each, as his gaze fixated upon the original's eyes. In response to the shadow clone's actions, Sasuke did not activate his own Sharingan in resistance. Rather, he relaxed further, allowing his spirit to be guided by the shadow clone. After a considerable time, the shadow clone, appearing somewhat fatigued, closed his eyes. When he reopened them, they had returned to their normal state. At that moment, Sasuke resembled someone who had just emerged from a trance, gazing with a hint of confusion at the shadow clone across from him. "I just inscribed something on this paper. Do you know what I wrote?" In saying this, the shadow clone raised the white paper, gesturing towards the original. "You never showed it to me. How could I possibly know what you wrote? Am I to rely on mere guesswork?" At that moment, Sasuke recalled that the shadow clone had been using one hand to shield the writing from his view, folding the paper immediately after completing it. Without the Byakugan, how could he discern what the clone had inscribed? As Sasuke continued to jest, he was suddenly reminded of certain memories from long ago, and an epiphany struck him. "Well, you have succeeded. I truly no longer recall what was inscribed on that piece of paper. Now, let us see how long the effects of this alteration in memory will endure. Please, put that paper away for now." Sasuke observed as his shadow clone placed the neatly folded white paper into a cabinet, and his thoughts inevitably drifted away. Tomorrow marks the day of team assignments, and it seems that Naruto has finally passed the graduation examination, obtaining the Konoha headband and becoming a true genin. By now, he must have also mastered the shadow clone technique. As Sasuke reminisced about his past life, recalling the scene where Naruto utilized the shadow clone technique amidst a throng of countless figures, he could not help but feel a twinge of longing and envy. The following morning, after fastening his forehead protector, he cast a glance at the nearly motionless shadow clone, striving to conserve energy before stepping out into the world. Sasuke entered the classroom, and the scene before him evoked a sense of surprise. Naruto had arrived even earlier than he. It seemed that the renowned ninja truly valued this matter and was particularly concerned about the identity of the genin. However, it made sense. After all, this genin status seemed to be one that Naruto would retain until he achieved the title of Hokage. His fervor and youth were largely expended during this phase. How could he not care? Sasuke approached a seat, situated right next to Naruto, with a smile. "Hey, Sasuke, are you laughing at me? You truly are a jerk," Naruto exclaimed. "You're overthinking it." In Chapter 11, Team 7, Naruto couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation at Sasuke's infuriating demeanor. However, considering it was the day he officially became a genin and his first opportunity to showcase himself before everyone, he momentarily restrained his urge to engage Sasuke in a brawl. Before long, Naruto's attention was diverted by Shikamaru, who was astonished that he had successfully graduated. Sakura and Ino entered the classroom, colliding with each other as neither was willing to yield. Upon seeing Sakura, Naruto's cheeks flushed with delight, but before he could greet her properly, she swiftly pushed him aside. "Good morning, Sasuke-kun. May I sit beside you?" Unlike her usual boisterous self, Sakura's tone was unexpectedly gentle. Sasuke cast a fleeting glance at her and remarked, "This is not your place. Wait, it should be me who sits beside Sasuke." Upon witnessing this scene, Ino hurriedly approached and countered Sakura's claim. Soon, Sakura and Ino found themselves embroiled in a dispute over who deserved to sit next to Sasuke. As the onlookers began to gather in increasing numbers, Sasuke surveyed the crowd, remaining silent as he contemplated. It seems that moment is approaching. Naruto, who had finally managed to rise from the ground, leaped onto the desk and squatted in front of Sasuke, fixated on his bothersome face with his squinted eyes. Why does everyone incessantly call out Sasuke's name? He was completely oblivious to the fact that he was not so different from them. What was it about this guy that was so remarkable? Filled with irritation, Naruto leaned closer to Sasuke. Then, he noticed that Sasuke was not merely gazing at him. Rather, he seemed to be attentive to the situation behind him. That oblivious jerk. Just as Naruto's fury reached its zenith, he suddenly felt a forceful shove against his back, causing him to topple uncontrollably towards Sasuke. "My apologies," a classmate who had pushed Naruto remarked. Ignoring him, Naruto quickly jumped down from the desk, exhaling in relief. Thankfully, his first kiss remained intact. The worst had been averted. Sasuke, who had inadvertently rescued Naruto, lowered his left hand, which had shielded his mouth. Now that he understood how things would unfold, he certainly would not fall victim again. It was best to avoid misunderstandings, though one might consider this a classic scenario. The commotion that could have ensued was quelled by Sasuke's actions, and gradually, everyone returned to their seats. Teacher Irika approached the podium and began the familiar address that every graduating class from the Ninja Academy would hear from this day forward. "You are all independent ninjas. However, do not assume that graduating from school means you are free from challenges. The true test awaits you. You will work in teams of 3 under the guidance of a J-nin instructor." Irika paused, allowing the students some time to absorb and reflect on his words before continuing. To ensure a balance of strength within each team, the teachers will assign the groups. At the mention of balancing strength, Sasuke smiled faintly but remained silent. "Now, I will announce the first group." As the teacher called out the groups, each student learned their team composition. Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke. As expected, in contrast to Sasuke's indifference towards the outcome, Naruto and Sakura experienced a whirlwind of emotions. Soon, all group assignments were completed. "We will introduce your J-nin instructor this afternoon. For now, you may disperse," Irika signaled, allowing everyone to leave. As Sasuke ambled outside the classroom, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Why did Naruto not seem to express any dissatisfaction about being grouped with him? Had he forgotten? Never mind. It was of little consequence. He reminded himself to eat well at noon, for he would need to share his lunch with a certain fool in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura languidly occupied the classroom, while their peers had long since departed with their respective instructors. Sasuke-kun, Sakura murmured softly, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness, as if she were particularly bashful in his presence. Sasuke observed Sakura's unusual demeanor and suddenly recalled something, casting an irritated glance at Naruto, who was bounding around the classroom. Is Naruto attempting to flirt with Sakura while impersonating me? He dares to act so brazenly without even restraining me? How audacious. Does he not fear that I might appear at a critical moment and humiliate him? Haruno Sakura, Sasuke finally spoke, regardless of what transpired between us at noon. I hope you do not take it to heart. Wouldn't you agree, Uzumaki Naruto? Sakura was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of sadness. Yet her predominant emotion was confusion. What does this have to do with Naruto? At that moment, Naruto dared not move, and in just a few fleeting seconds, his cold sweat thoroughly soaked his garments. No, it can't be. Has Sasuke been secretly observing my every action? I must interrupt him before it's too late. If Sakura discovers that it was I who masqueraded as Sasuke to speak with her, she will surely despise me even more. Naruto's mind raced. And suddenly he exclaimed, why is it that our Team 7's teacher has yet to arrive? The other teams have long since left with their instructors. I refuse to acknowledge such an unpunctual teacher. Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura's attention was successfully diverted by his antics. Naruto proceeded to wedge an eraser at the top of the classroom entrance with the door, ensuring that anyone entering would be struck on the head. Before long, a hand reached through the crack of the door, and Kakashi Hatake finally arrived. Surprisingly, he seemed completely oblivious to the rudimentary trap Naruto had set. As he stepped inside, the eraser smacked him on the head, leaving his silvery hair dusted with white chalk, though it was not overly noticeable. Kakashi picked up the fallen eraser and assessed the trio before him. How shall I put it? My first impression of the three of you is rather unfavorable. Sasuke, along with his companions, followed Kakashi outside. Let us introduce ourselves, Kakashi casually remarked as he leaned against the railing behind him. The ensuing events unfolded almost exactly as Sasuke had recalled. At Naruto's insistence, Kakashi first offered a perfunctory introduction of himself, followed by Naruto and Sakura providing self-introductions that mirrored those from the original narrative. Finally, it was Sasuke's turn. Sasuke, imitating the character from the anime, pretentiously declared, what I cherish is becoming stronger. There is nothing I particularly despise. My ambition and dream are to eliminate that man and restore the Uchiha clan. Chapter 12. Drills and Inquiries. After listening to the self-introductions of the trio, Kakashi Hatake informed them that they would partake in a highly competitive drill the following morning and subsequently dismissed them. Naruto and Sakura felt a surge of anxiety, while Sasuke, already aware of the drill's contents, remained unfazed. However, when Kakashi mentioned that they would convene the next morning, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had miscalculated, realizing it was not that evening, but rather the dawn of the next day. Unexpectedly, despite having watched Naruto 6 times, he still managed to misremember such details. TCH. All that effort at lunch was for naught. Soon, Sasuke returned to his apartment. He briefly recounted the events of the day to the shadow clone that had been residing in the room and informed it that he still had not recalled the contents of the paper from the previous day. Upon hearing this, the shadow clone remarked, since the drill is scheduled for tomorrow, you should rest well tonight. The effect of the memory alteration has persisted for an entire day, indicating considerable success. It is sufficient, let it rest here. Tomorrow morning, you should approach Kakashi-sensei's drill in peak condition. With that, the shadow clone began forming hand signs and, with a puff, dispelled itself. After the clone's dissolution, Sasuke reclaimed the chakra, memories, experiences, and weariness it had accumulated. Naturally, the experiences of the shadow clone from the previous day flowed into Sasuke's consciousness. Upon receiving the vivid memories relayed by the shadow clone, Sasuke immediately recalled the content that the clone had inscribed on the paper the day before. Oh, so this is what it said. Amused, Sasuke opened the cabinet and retrieved the neatly folded paper, unfolding it to reveal several black characters neatly arranged upon the white surface. Naruto is a big fool. The following day, as dawn barely broke, the 3 individuals who had missed breakfast arrived at the designated meeting place assigned by their teacher, Kakashi. Unlike Naruto and Sakura, who were anxiously scanning the surroundings for their instructor, Sasuke, fully aware of Kakashi's habitual tardiness, simply seated himself cross-legged and closed his eyes in meditation. He had contemplated arriving later, yet recognizing Kakashi's profound appreciation for the notion of camaraderie, he opted against appearing eccentric. Moreover, while the teacher's lateness could be easily justified, the implications of his own tardiness as a newcomer would be markedly different. He could scarcely withstand the weight of an unfavorable reputation. As the light gradually intensified, it soon became midday. Kakashi, arriving fashionably late, was met with the trio's grievances and promptly invoked his classic excuse, claiming that a black cat had crossed his path. Without regard for whether Sasuke and the others believed this peculiar rationale, Kakashi proceeded to elucidate the various aspects of the survival exercise planned for the day. With the alarm set for noon, he declared, "Ready, set, go." And thus, the survival exercise officially commenced. Sasuke and Sakura swiftly concealed themselves, while Naruto boldly approached, resolute in his intention to seize the bell from their teacher. Despite employing the shadow clone technique he had recently mastered, Naruto found himself thoroughly outmatched by Kakashi, who adeptly subdued him. Ultimately, he fell victim to his teacher's cunning trap, left dangling from a tree and unable to descend. As Sasuke observed the situation, he proceeded to execute his plan according to the established protocol. After considerable effort, he successfully ensnared Kakashi in his earth-style, heart decapitation technique, leaving only Kakashi's head above ground. Seizing the opportunity to engage with his mentor, he collected a sample of Kakashi's cells. During their skirmish, Sasuke realized he had several opportunities to utilize the Sharingan for casting illusions. Moreover, as Kakashi was not entirely earnest at that moment and had intentionally obscured his Sharingan, Sasuke surmised that a mere moment of distraction could allow him to snatch the bell. However, such an achievement would be solely attributed to Sasuke's own prowess and unexpected tactics, and could not genuinely be considered a product of teamwork. Should Kakashi deem their performance inadequate, or if only 2 bells were available for 2 individuals, Sasuke would find himself in a precarious position. Thus, he opted to adhere to the script. This sensation of possessing strength, yet being unable to fully express it, evoked memories of Itachi during the Battle of the Sea in the anime. "Brother, are you well now?" The alarm rang, and all 3 of them failed in their attempts to seize the bells. Kakashi reprimanded their individualistic behavior and then offered them a second chance, allowing them to have lunch before attempting to collaborate again in the afternoon. Naruto found himself bound to a stump, his stomach growling with hunger as he watched his companions enjoying their bento boxes, feeling quite despondent. "Had I known, I wouldn't have attempted to steal a bite earlier. Now, I am punished by the teacher and forbidden from eating. I feel as though I might starve. Here, eat." Sasuke offered his bento to Naruto, explaining the situation. Soon after, Sakura presented her bento before Naruto. The sudden generosity filled Naruto with joy. He wiggled his fingers in a gesture of gratitude, indicating his inability to eat alone, and then eagerly opened his mouth, gazing expectantly at Sakura. With a furrowed brow, Sasuke shoved his meal into Naruto's mouth, exclaiming, "I haven't yet settled the score with this fool for impersonating me, and now he dares to expect such fortune? How naive." Just then, a gust of wind swept through, and Kakashi Hatake materialized before the trio, catching them in the act of their transgression. However, upon observing their united front, he declared that all 3 had passed the examination. Those who disregard the rules of the shinobi world are worthless, but those who fail to cherish their comrades are even less than that. Sasuke remained non-committal to this statement, yet he couldn't help but smile alongside Naruto and Sakura. As the exercise concluded, everyone prepared to depart. Sasuke untied Naruto's bindings and swiftly pursued Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, please wait a moment." "What is it?" "I wish to inquire about the application of the Sharingan. Additionally, I have heard of a powerful jutsu you have devised, and I would like to learn it." As he spoke, Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Kakashi, gazing into the dual tomo of Sasuke's eyes, felt a flicker of surprise in his own exposed right eye. "Since you have activated the Sharingan, why did you not use it just now?" Sasuke had long contemplated his words. "Sensei, I am aware that you possess a Sharingan as well. However, during the recent bell retrieval exercise, you chose not to utilize it. Should I employ my Sharingan? It would render the situation inequitable." His youth belied a considerable audacity. "Nevertheless, I must admit that I underestimated your potential this time. Should you exert your utmost effort, you might very well succeed in claiming the bell." Chapter 13. A unique training. You have indeed awakened your Sharingan, allowing you to learn the jutsu I created, Chidori. However, mastering it at this moment will not be an easy feat. Let some time pass. Once you have all completed your chakra control training, I shall impart the knowledge to you. Kakashi did not acquiesce to Sasuke's request immediately. Sasuke refrained from revealing that he had mastered the control of chakra. In the world of Hokage, it is not customary to resort to underhanded tactics. It was one thing for him to have not utilized his Sharingan earlier, but should others become aware of the depth of his concealed strength, it could raise suspicions. Thus, he posed another inquiry regarding the utilization of the Sharingan. "Unlike you all, I am unable to control the activation of my Sharingan at will. Therefore, I typically shield my left eye with a forehead protector to minimize chakra expenditure, only removing it during earnest combat. In battle, the Sharingan bestows upon its wielder an extraordinary ability to perceive the movements and chakra flow of opponents, a phenomenon I believe you have also experienced. Additionally, its enhanced vision serves as an invaluable asset when employing taijutsu and ninjutsu. Lastly, it enables the casting of Genjutsu through eye contact, aiding in securing victory. In our future training sessions, I shall gradually impart these skills to you. Kakashi continued. I understand that Sasuke, you are eager to grow stronger, but becoming a true powerhouse is not an endeavor that can be achieved overnight. Take a moment to relax. You have companions and a teacher, and together, we shall support you on this journey. Upon hearing this, Sasuke nodded and promptly posed his final inquiry to his teacher, which was the question he yearned to understand the most. Kakashi-sensei, could you enlighten me on the sensation of possessing one Sharingan while the other remains an ordinary eye? Upon returning home, Sasuke began to adjust his eyes according to Kakashi-sensei's description. Activate. Both of Sasuke's eyes transformed into Sharingan, yet this was not the outcome he desired. Thus, he deactivated the Sharingan once more. Sasuke pressed his hand tightly against one of his eyes and exclaimed, "Open." The same outcome ensued, despite one eye being forcibly shut. He was acutely aware that both of his Sharingan were simultaneously activated. This was untenable, unless one of his eyes was injured. Relying solely on willpower would likely prove insufficient to replicate Kakashi-sensei's sensation. This was a fundamental discrepancy, akin to a normal person attempting to see with one eye functioning properly while the other appeared blind, all without resorting to closing or covering one eye. Yet, Sasuke was determined to acquire the ability to utilize only one Sharingan while keeping the other eye unaffected, driven by his own aspirations. If he could not achieve this through his own efforts, he would have to explore alternative methods. With this thought in mind, Sasuke began to weave hand signs, summoning a shadow clone. The clone fully comprehended the intentions of its original, its Sharingan's tomo slowly spinning, as if brewing something profound. Sasuke's true form restored the normalcy of his eyes, patiently awaiting the shadow clone to complete its preparatory tasks. Suddenly, the clone's gaze flickered, and it unleashed a specially crafted illusion upon the original. As the original succumbed to the illusion, its Sharingan activated simultaneously. However, he shook his head slightly, dispelling the clone, and then proceeded to form hand seals once more, creating another shadow clone. After repeating this process multiple times, Sasuke finally glimpsed a hint of victory. It was the 11th attempt. Having endured the illusion from the shadow clone, his Sharingan activated. Yet, on this occasion, he distinctly sensed that his left eye opened just a fraction slower than his right. Though it was merely a fleeting moment, the two Sharingan had undeniably not activated in unison. Sasuke felt an immense joy within his heart. Splendid. This indicates that my method is indeed viable. Since I, with both eyes possessing the Sharingan, cannot directly emulate the state of Kakashi-sensei, I shall rely on Genjutsu to forcibly implant sensations that I could not otherwise experience. In that fleeting moment, I shall strive to achieve my objective by drawing parallels between my feelings and those of Kakashi-sensei. Is this not merely a variant of controlling others through illusion? However, rather than directing another's actions, I will allow my shadow clone to govern the activation of only one Sharingan. With newfound clarity in my direction, Sasuke dedicated himself even more fervently to his training, practicing relentlessly until bedtime, save for his evening meal, and he made considerable progress. In the subsequent days, Sasuke joined Team 7 during the day to accomplish various D-rank tasks, such as locating lost cats. Upon returning home in the afternoon, he continued to hone his skills by activating only one Sharingan. Before long, Sasuke mastered the technique of utilizing a single Sharingan at a time. Furthermore, during this period, perhaps due to his newfound ability to manipulate the duality of his eyes, he discovered that he could, to a certain extent, transfer the ocular power from one eye to the other, thereby concentrating the total ocular strength into a singular eye. Although this approach did not yield a significant enhancement in techniques such as Genjutsu, as the total ocular power remained unchanged, it merely shifted the focus from using both Sharingan simultaneously to employing Genjutsu with a single eye that had concentrated the power of both. Sasuke remained in high spirits, for this endeavor held profound significance for him. Upon receiving the ocular power from one eye to the other, he experienced a stirring sensation, as though a transformation were imminent in that eye. However, it was merely a sensation. In reality, Sasuke's Sharingan had not undergone any evolution, remaining a dual tomo. Yet, this ignited a new perspective within Sasuke. Perhaps I am not far from achieving the 3 tomo. On that day, after Team 7, led by Kakashi, completed their mission, the third Hokage continued to assign them a task of child care. No, we do not desire such a task. I yearn for more formidable assignments. Please, give me something else. Naruto, who had been enduring D-rank missions for several days, could no longer contain his frustration and spoke out loudly. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, then at the Hokage and Iruka-sensei not far ahead, a thought stirring within him. The first C-rank mission of Team 7 in the Land of Waves is about to commence. Upon hearing this, Iruka-sensei, filled with irritation, immediately began to admonish Naruto for his impatience. Unfazed, Naruto remained resolute in his beliefs. At that moment, the third Hokage interjected. Sarutobi Hiruzen earnestly explained to Naruto the nature of missions, the 4 tiers of difficulty, and the various ranks of the village's ninjas, ultimately stating that Naruto, having just attained the rank of Genin, was only qualified to undertake D-rank missions. Chapter 14. The mission in the Land of Waves begins. Ignoring the loquacious third Hokage, Naruto promptly delivered a playful tap to the back of his head and turned to discuss what new flavor of ramen they should try today. This scene caused Sarutobi Hiruzen to lose his composure. Kakashi, witnessing his student's antics, felt compelled to apologize to the Hokage. "Grandpa Hokage, you always lecture me. But I'm no longer that mischievous little brat. I've grown up." Naruto pouted defiantly. However, upon seeing Naruto's demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly and said, "Very well. If you are so insistent, I shall assign you to a C-rank mission, to protect someone." "Really?" Naruto exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as he eagerly inquired about the identity of the individual they were to protect. Sarutobi Hiruzen urged Naruto to calm down and then introduced the mission's client, the bridge-building expert, Tazuna, to Team 7. After both parties familiarized themselves with one another, they set off towards the Land of Waves. Along the way, Kakashi-sensei shared some geographical knowledge with Sasuke and the others, discussing the 5 great nations and the 5 hidden villages. Noting that the Land of Waves was situated on a small island, and reassured them that C-rank missions would not involve any confrontations with other ninjas. Sasuke, burdened with a backpack, strolled forward, silently mocking the situation. This is merely for show. As fate would have it, the group was soon ambushed by 2 masked ninjas, their bodies shrouded in layers of cloth. Fortunately, through the adept collaboration of Sasuke and Kakashi, the assailants were swiftly subdued. Kakashi, amidst the skirmish, discerned that the true target of these ninjas was none other than Uncle Dazna. "You failed to inform us that you were being targeted by ninjas. This contradicts the nature of your commission. Given the current circumstances, we are now dealing with a B-rank mission." Due to Sasuke's prowess, Naruto emerged unscathed from the attack. However, as he observed Sasuke remaining composed and effectively safeguarding him and Sakura during the confrontation, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of humiliation and resentment. Reflecting on his own ineffectiveness in the face of those 2 ninjas, he felt foolish for having done nothing and for relying on his comrades for rescue. In that moment, a vow was forged in Naruto's heart. "I shall no longer depend on my friends for salvation. I will no longer flee. I refuse to be outdone by Sasuke again." Upon their arrival at the Grand Bridge, Sasuke and his companions were met with the earnest confession of Uncle Dazna regarding the true reason behind the impending ninja attacks. The wealthy merchant Kato from a shipping company had set his sights on the Land of Waves, intending to exert control over all transportation and logistics on the islands through both violence and financial might, ultimately seeking to claim the entire land as his own. The under-construction sea bridge stood as the sole obstacle to his complete dominion over the Land of Waves, prompting Kato to hire ninjas to eliminate the pivotal figure in the bridge's construction, Dazna. In the end, Dazna adeptly appealed to the empathy of Team 7, excluding Sasuke, persuading them to persist in their protective mission. The small vessel glided through the bridge's archways, bringing them to a uniquely wave country edifice surrounded by the sea. There, they disembarked, continuing their escort of Uncle Dazna back to his home. Along the way, Team 7 encountered the formidable Zabuza Momochi, brandishing his executioner's blade for the first time. After a series of tumultuous events, Zabuza was momentarily thwarted by the arrival of Haku, a member of the Mist Village Ninja Pursuit Team. Witnessing Zabuza, who had caused them such hardship, fall so easily to his adversaries left Naruto with a sense of profound dissatisfaction. During the battle, Sasuke seized the opportunity to utilize his Sharingan to replicate Zabuza's hidden mist technique, water clone, and water release ninjutsu. Although he could not yet employ them due to elemental constraints, possessing this knowledge proved to be advantageous. Notably, during this confrontation, Sasuke made a remarkable discovery. An individual's chakra could also serve as a cloning sample for laboratory collection. As he engaged Zabuza's water clone, he initially approached the idea with a sense of curiosity, opting to select a sample through sheer will, and to his astonishment, he succeeded. Sasuke observed the laboratory within his mind, where a clone, derived from the chakra of Zabuza, had developed into a small embryo by absorbing his own chakra. This unexpected delight led him to ponder that chakra, being a fusion of mental and physical energy, is unique to each individual. If chakra could indeed serve as a cloning sample, it might similarly carry the distinct information inherent to each person, akin to genetic material. At that moment, the group was preparing to escort the elderly Dasna back home when Kakashi-sensei suddenly collapsed due to the excessive use of his Sharingan. Upon regaining consciousness at Dasna's residence, Kakashi shared his hypothesis with the others, suggesting that Zabuza might still be alive, and proposed that Sasuke and his companions undergo training. It was during this time that they met Dasna's grandson, Inari, in a serene forest, leaning on a cane. Kakashi assigned the trio a training task to master chakra control through tree climbing, demonstrating the technique himself. Soon, their practice commenced. Having practiced this countless times during his days at the Ninja Academy, Sasuke found it quite simple. With a few adjustments, he steadily made his way to the top of the tree. Sakura also succeeded, but Naruto, struggling, fell after barely taking 2 steps. Frustrated by his lack of progress compared to his peers, Naruto resolved to train diligently to catch up with Sasuke. As dusk fell, a dirt-streaked Naruto watched Sasuke, who had effortlessly completed the training and was now meditating on the ground. In a fit of anger, he hurled the kunai he had been using to mark his height on the tree towards Sasuke. Sasuke did not evade. The kunai flew directly past his left side. Naruto did not genuinely wish for the kunai to strike him. He merely sought to capture Sasuke's attention. Sasuke, could you possibly share with me your secret to chakra control? Naruto, gazing at the newly awakened Sasuke, mustered all his strength to articulate this question. However, the response he received was 4 shurikens. Sasuke had suddenly launched an attack, pinning Naruto to the tree behind him with the shurikens piercing through his clothing. Damn it! Sasuke, what are you doing? You were the one who threw a hidden weapon at me first, Naruto. I merely retaliated, Sasuke replied with a mischievous grin. But didn't you already consult Sakura about chakra control? Why come to me now? Nevertheless, since you have so humbly requested my guidance, I shall reluctantly share my methods with you. Thus, Sasuke imparted the insights he had gleaned from years of chakra control training to Naruto. Chapter 15. A heartwarming interlude, an experiment. Naruto listened with rapt attention, finding Sasuke's explanations far more extensive than Sakura's. After a while, Sasuke finally concluded his discourse. Naruto felt a sense of obligation to express his gratitude to Sasuke. However, upon witnessing Sasuke's smug demeanor and recalling that he was still pinned to the tree, he found himself unable to utter a word of thanks. Damn it! Sasuke, you bastard, just wait. I will surpass you, not today, but by tomorrow. The following day, the revelations about Inari's stepfather, Kaiza, that Naruto had gleaned from Dasna the previous night did not dampen the group's enthusiasm for training. Perhaps it was the desire to prove to Inari that heroes still existed, or perhaps the ambition to surpass Sasuke swiftly. But Naruto threw himself into training with even greater fervor, practicing tree climbing throughout the night, and did not return until breakfast time. Sasuke swiftly finished his breakfast and then stepped outside, declaring his intention to search for Naruto. As fate would have it, he brushed past a strikingly beautiful individual, adorned with long flowing hair and carrying a basket filled with herbs. It must be Haku, he mused. Indeed, appearances can be deceptive, and it seemed he would excel in feminine attire. To avoid raising Haku's suspicion, Sasuke refrained from reaching out to make contact. He decided to forego this opportunity, knowing that there would be future encounters. At that time, he would collect a sample from this ninja possessing the ice-release bloodline limit. Sasuke approached Naruto, who appeared to be still in a state of shock. He lightly tapped Naruto on the head and said, "It's time to return for breakfast, you foolish straggler." Naruto nodded, a broad smile illuminating his face. After finishing breakfast, Naruto dashed back into the woods, eagerly showcasing the fruits of his training from the previous night to Kakashi-sensei and Sakura. Observing that Naruto could not only ascend to the treetops but also stand on the trunk in a handstand, both Kakashi and Sakura expressed their astonishment and admiration for Naruto's remarkable progress. Hey, do you think I've surpassed Sasuke now? Naruto asked, a hint of pride swelling within him. At that moment, Sasuke, who had been stealthily clinging to the tree with just 2 fingers in a corner of their vision, overheard Naruto's question. He discreetly adjusted his position, using both feet to adhere to the tree, presenting a more ordinary appearance. To think that a day of diligent practice would lead him to believe he could surpass me. This fool is so naive. Yet, considering his significant progress, perhaps I should refrain from undermining his confidence. Sasuke stepped out from behind the tree, neither denying nor affirming Naruto's claim. Noticing Sasuke's silence, Naruto felt a pang of being overlooked. Sasuke, take this. He leaped onto a nearby tree closer to Sasuke and hurled a shuriken at him. Of course, a mere shuriken could not possibly hit Sasuke. He leaped aside, narrowly avoiding it and landing on the ground. Naruto, you truly have a short memory. Have you forgotten how you were pinned to a tree yesterday afternoon? Sasuke reached for his shuriken, preparing to strike Naruto once more. What? How could this happen? Sasuke's hand grasped nothing but air. Observing the unpredictable expression on Sasuke's face, Naruto revealed a mischievous grin, thrusting his hands forward as several shurikens flew forth. So that was how he managed it. When did he seize the opportunity? Was it during breakfast when I returned? Sasuke dodged and weaved, evading the projectiles Naruto hurled. Yet his thoughts had shifted away from their playful skirmish. Every technique has its vulnerabilities, and every individual harbors weaknesses, as the saying goes. Even the most meticulous can overlook a detail. In a moment of distraction, Naruto had stealthily pilfered his ninja tools. According to my plan, before visiting Orochimaru, it would be prudent to awaken my first pair of Uchiha Sharingan, which are my current eyes. Thus, I must contemplate how to safeguard my eyes in advance. Initially, I considered placing my discarded eyes within a sealing scroll for secure keeping. However, today's incident served as a reminder. Although many netizens in my previous life humorously claimed that Orochimaru was raising Sasuke like a father, this method ultimately proves too precarious. Should I resort to hiding the scroll within my own body, like Orochimaru? At this thought, Sasuke let out a sigh. If only the cloning laboratory could serve as a haven for other possessions, it would be the ultimate sanctuary. Sasuke reminisced about the moments when he released the cloned animals from the confines of space, only to withdraw them again. Regrettably, the laboratory only accommodates the life forms he has cloned, disregarding all others. Is there truly no loophole to exploit? Naruto had finally exhausted his supply of projectiles. And absorbed in contemplation, Sasuke momentarily overlooked him. He ascended a nearby tree, pondering the questions that weighed upon his mind. It seemed illogical. The laboratory's inability to accommodate external items should not be an absolute principle. Previously, when I released the cloned animals into the outside world, they remained there for a considerable time, unlike the state of near-temporal stasis within the confines of space. The animals in the external realm were free to move. Sasuke refrained from cloning sentient beings, yet he held no such reservations regarding other creatures. Given their mobility, it follows that they must breathe, and with the act of breathing comes an exchange of matter with the outside world. If we assume that the laboratory strictly enforces the prohibition against housing borrowed items, then the situation would have to be as follows. Either I was unable to retrieve that animal, which contradicts the reality, or, upon its return to the laboratory, all non-original substances within the creature would be instantaneously isolated, remaining in the external environment. However, this scenario is implausible, for such an occurrence would likely result in the animal's immediate demise. Thus, I shall conduct an experiment tonight to validate my hypothesis. Later that evening, after dinner, Sasuke returned to his room and secured the door. Once he confirmed that no one was observing, he summoned a small mouse into his hand. The mouse attempted to leap away in a bid for freedom, but Sasuke grasped it firmly and pried its mouth open. He then retrieved a tiny fruit from his pocket, one he had foraged that morning during training in the forest, which should, by all accounts, be classified as an external item that cannot be assimilated into the laboratory. Sasuke tossed the wild fruit into the mouth of the mouse, then silently chanted, "Recycle." In an instant, the mouse vanished. Yet the fruit he had just offered did not reappear. Sasuke once again released the mouse, positioning it head down. With a gentle exertion, a fruit tumbled from its mouth. Chapter 16. The Return of Zabuza. Wonderful, I have succeeded. Sasuke beamed at the outcome before him, a knowing smile gracing his lips. It seemed that the preservation of his eyesight was finally within reach. The success of this experiment uplifted his spirits, prompting him to retrieve the mouse back into the laboratory before stepping out and descending the stairs. Why are you all striving so hard? No matter how much you train, you cannot defeat Kato's subordinates. Regardless of how eloquently it is stated, in the presence of true strength, the weak are destined only to be beaten. In Sasuke's ears, he heard Inari's voice, tinged with tears, calling out, It seemed that something had occurred downstairs during his experiment that had reminded Inari of his stepfather. You were so verbose. I am not like you, Naruto replied, somewhat impatiently. Shut your mouth. You infuriate me. You have no understanding of the situation, yet seek to show off. I am not like you, who has never endured suffering and always laughs frivolously. Should one then assume the role of a tragic protagonist, weeping incessantly? If so, you may continue to cry forever, you crybaby. Naruto stood up abruptly, preparing to return to his room. I believe Inari's remarks regarding the strong and the weak were not entirely erroneous. Sasuke interjected as he stepped forward, unable to resist employing a minor display of his abilities. However, Inari, you have misunderstood one crucial element. Before the formidable, those beneath Kado are indeed the weak. Formidable? What does that mean? Naruto, surprised by Sasuke's unexpected verbosity, hurriedly inquired about the unfamiliar term. Formidable signifies that you are exceptionally capable. I am capable. Really? Sasuke, you think I am remarkable? Initially wounded by Inari's words, Naruto cast aside his displeasure upon hearing Sasuke's affirmation. Observing Naruto's excitement, Sasuke recognized Naruto's deep yearning for acknowledgement from others, and Inari's earlier comments likely reminded him of his solitary childhood. Therefore, Sasuke responded in kind. Indeed, Naruto, you are incredibly impressive. Upon hearing this, Naruto, unusually silent, closed his eyes and displayed a broad smile, akin to a blooming sunflower, before retreating to his room. Kakashi and Sakura were both astonished. They had not anticipated that Sasuke would praise Naruto in such a manner. Sasuke said nothing further, merely offering a faint smile as he found a seat and settled down. Even though he had not activated his Sharingan, he could still perceive the glistening tears welling in Naruto's eyes, thus granting him a moment of solitude. A restful night ensued. In the morning, Kakashi-sensei, accompanied by Sasuke and Sakura, set off to escort Tazuna for the bridge construction, which was nearing completion. Due to his exhaustion from the past few days, Naruto remained at Tazuna's home, lost in deep slumber. Upon arriving at the under-construction bridge, Sasuke and his companions were met with a harrowing sight. All the workers involved in the bridge's construction lay sprawled across the structure, the scene a chaotic disarray. Before anyone could advance to assess the workers' conditions, a thick fog enveloped them, shrouding the area in an eerie obscurity. Sasuke and his companions swiftly positioned themselves around Uncle Dazna, adopting defensive stances. The mist technique, Sasuke pondered. It seems today is the day. From within the fog, the mocking words of Momochi Zabuza echoed, as several water clones suddenly surrounded them. However, mere water clones proved ineffective against the trio. In no time, these illusions were dispelled. Realizing the water clones bore no fruit, Zabuza emerged from the thick mist, accompanied by the masked figure who had previously slain him. White, that is your formidable adversary, Zabuza declared, pointing at Sasuke. Understood, replied the masked youth, charging towards Sasuke. Sasuke held a shuriken in each hand while allowing the laboratory to extract a substantial amount of his chakra for cloning purposes, ultimately leaving him with merely about 10% of his original chakra. I am prepared to transcend my limits in this battle. White, do not let me down. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, fully ready to confront the challenge ahead. A sharp sound rang out as the shuriken in Sasuke's left hand clashed with the long needle in White's right hand. Though they should have been locked in a stalemate, White suddenly lunged toward Sasuke, as Sasuke's left hand unexpectedly released the shuriken pressing against the needle. The force preventing White's advance vanished abruptly, propelling him forward, and Sasuke seized the opportunity to firmly grasp White's right wrist, shifting slightly to the right to evade White's direct assault while thrusting his shuriken toward White's left side. Sample collected. With a thought, Sasuke's cloning laboratory successfully extracted a cellular sample from White's wrist, where their hands had made contact. White extended his left hand with the long needle to counter Sasuke's shuriken attack. After several exchanges, Sasuke found an opening and kicked back at White. At this rate, you will never defeat that little brat. With Zabuza and Kakashi yet to engage, he hinted to White that it was time to show his true prowess. Indeed, as he spoke, an icy blue chakra began to emanate from White, a chilling wave sweeping towards Sasuke. Finally ready to get serious? Sasuke awaited White's release of his bloodline limit, ice release. As White formed a unique hand seal, icy mirrors rose around Sasuke. Secret technique, magic mirror ice crystal. Kakashi and Sakura had never witnessed White's extraordinary ninjutsu. White leaped toward one of the ice mirrors, and an astonishing event unfolded. The masked boy sank into the mirror, transforming from a living being into an image captured within the glass. Once White fully entered the ice mirror, every surface surrounding Sasuke reflected an image of White. Sensing the dire situation, Kakashi prepared to rescue Sasuke, but Zabuza swiftly blocked his path. "What are you doing, Sharingan Kakashi? Your opponent is me." Within the mirrored space, White's voice echoed from all directions, emanating from every reflection. "Now, allow me to showcase my true strength." As his words faded, countless flying needles shot forth from the mirrors towards Sasuke, from the front, above, to the left, behind, and the right. Under the influence of this secret technique, White's speed had become so swift that the human eye could scarcely perceive it. Any ordinary ninja in this scenario would be rendered into a sieve in an instant. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming circumstances, Sasuke exhibited neither panic nor fear. Instead, a cryptic smile graced his lips, and his dark pupils had, unbeknownst to him, transformed into a blood-red hue. True strength? Huh? Heh, I possess that as well. Chapter 17, 3 Tomo. A multitude of shuriken cascaded to the ground. The space enclosed by the icy mirror reverberating with the sounds of kunai and shuriken clashing. It became evident that even such a display could not inflict harm upon Sasuke. Recognizing this, Itachi was the first to cease his assault. The Sharingan. "So this is your true strength. You too possess a bloodline limit." In return, Sasuke, maintaining his vigilance, kept his crimson gaze fixed upon the reflection in the mirror, responding with an indifferent remark. Suddenly, Sasuke sheathed his kunai and began to form hand seals. Siwei. Upon witnessing this, Kakashi, reflected in the mirror, would not allow Sasuke to complete the seals and unleash his ninjutsu unimpeded. He launched another assault against Sasuke. Sasuke's hand seals were interrupted, yet he merely produced a kunai to fend off White's assault, while his other hand resumed forming seals. What? He can perform one-handed seals as well. White's onslaught intensified, but with remarkable agility, Sasuke managed to defend himself against the elusive White, who could vanish and reappear like a specter. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke completed his one-handed seal, puffed out his cheeks, and unleashed a fireball towards White. Instantly, White dove into the icy realm to evade, and the flame Sasuke expelled did not strike him. Instead, they collided with a mirror behind. Under the scorching heat, signs of melting began to appear on the ice, but at that moment, Sasuke's ninjutsu reached its conclusion. Such a level of firepower cannot melt my mirrors. Realizing that Sasuke's technique was not as formidable as anticipated, White, concealed behind his mask, let out a slight sigh of relief. Sasuke, having just employed his hand to form seals, now brandished a kunai. "Is that so? Then let us maintain the status quo. My flames cannot melt your icy realm, and your assaults cannot penetrate my defenses to inflict harm upon me. We might as well endure this stalemate." However, sustaining a technique of such magnitude must surely require a considerable amount of chakra. The longer this deadlock persists, the more disadvantageous it becomes for you. If you do not take action soon, the victor will ultimately be me. White fell silent, as Sasuke's words struck a sensitive chord within him. Just as he pondered how to confront Sasuke, a resounding crash on the bridge captured everyone's attention. As the smoke dissipated, a boy with short yellow hair, clad in orange attire and wearing a Konoha headband, emerged into their view. Naruto Uzumaki had arrived. With his distinctive flair, Naruto announced his entrance to all present. "Since I've made it here, everything will be just fine." This is how the protagonist makes his grand entrance, swiftly dispatching the foes in a flash. Oblivious to the peculiar gazes of the onlookers, Naruto rambled on with his melodramatic lines. "Naruto, come help me," Sasuke called out from his predicament. Upon hearing Sasuke's plea, Naruto immediately dashed through the gaps in the ice mirrors, entering the space encased by the ice release technique. "Hey, Sasuke, are you alright? I'm here to assist." At that moment, Naruto was more exhilarated than when facing an adversary, for it was the first time Sasuke had required his help. However, Naruto's action left all present, save for Sasuke, utterly astonished. White, trapped within the mirrors, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had been contemplating a strategy for dealing with this unexpected interloper, realizing that should Naruto continue to disrupt from the outside, while Sasuke unleashed ninjutsu from within, his ice release could very well be shattered. He had not anticipated that Naruto would willingly enter his icy prison, thus ensnaring himself. White mused that it was improbable for Naruto to possess the Sharingan. He thought, "Let us see if you can withstand my onslaught as that individual beside you does." As he spoke, The needles in White's grasp were already hurtling toward Naruto. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Sasuke immediately intervened to shield Naruto from several of White's relentless assaults. However, Naruto still bore the brunt of the attack. What just transpired? How did this happen? Feeling a sharp pain coursing through his body, Naruto glanced down to discover multiple needles embedded within him. Despite the overwhelming onslaught, he realized he had to act swiftly. Naruto, run. Even if you cannot see clearly, you must move. I cannot ensure your safety alone. Sasuke's words ignited a sense of frustration within Naruto. He had come to assist Sasuke, yet now it seemed he was merely a burden, compelling Sasuke to divert his attention to protect him. Watch as I shatter all these mirrors with my shadow clones, Naruto declared, forming hand seals and unleashing the multiple shadow clone technique. Instantly, a multitude of Narutos filled the confined space, each one charging towards a mirror with clenched fists. However, before the clones could reach their targets, White, darting through the mirrors, effortlessly eradicated them all. The adage that speed is the essence of martial prowess rang true. In the face of White's unparalleled velocity, Naruto found himself merely on the receiving end of blows, no matter how many clones he summoned. This relentless barrage was draining his stamina, and he resolved to strike a decisive blow during the next opportunity to resummon his clones. The reflections in the mirrors quietly shifted their focus towards Naruto's original form. As yet another wave of shadow clones was dispatched, Naruto remained undeterred, preparing to form hand seals anew. Suddenly, Sasuke appeared behind him, nudging him forward. The sound of clashing ninja tools echoed urgently behind Naruto as White's attempt to ambush his original form faltered after a brief skirmish with Sasuke. He seized the chance to retreat into the mirrors. What a nuisance. This Sharingan-wielding ninja is truly troublesome, he mused. After employing his ice release technique, it was the first time he had struggled for so long without achieving victory. Noticing that Naruto had temporarily ceased his intention to create more shadow clones, White redirected his attention back to Sasuke. White understood that the crux of the battle hinged on his ability to defeat the boy with the Sharingan. Once Sasuke was subdued, the other boy, who could not match his speed, would be at his mercy. Observing closely, White noticed Sasuke's legs trembling slightly. Was he about to launch another assault on Naruto? Sasuke once again defended against White's assault, yet this time, he sustained an injury. A needle had pierced his right shoulder. So, it was true. I was almost deceived by you. With his thoughts validated, White exposed Sasuke, his words brimming with an air of confidence, as if victory were already assured. You just stated that the longer this drags on, the more unfavorable it becomes for me. That was merely a ploy to lure me into depleting my chakra further and revealing my vulnerabilities. In truth, you too are in a similar predicament, maintaining the activation of your ocular technique while incessantly exhausting your own chakra. If it were only your own well-being at stake, it might be manageable, but now you must not only care for yourself, but also safeguard others. It seems you can no longer defend perfectly. Your stamina is nearing its limit. Sasuke breathed heavily, and indeed, White was not mistaken. This time he was not feigning. Prior to the battle, he had drained his chakra to a mere 10%. After enduring an extended period of intense combat, he was now on the verge of complete exhaustion. Sasuke, are you alright? Naruto inquired with concern. You should worry about yourself, he retorted. In that instant, the figure in the mirror flickered and surged towards Naruto once more. Sasuke's capacity to respond to White's attacks had significantly diminished due to fatigue. Even as he exerted all his effort, the injuries on both himself and Naruto continued to multiply, culminating in Naruto being forcefully kicked away by White. Then let us eliminate one first, White declared, using the ice mirror to reposition himself closer to Naruto, wielding a long needle as he swiftly advanced, aiming for a fatal strike. Sasuke also rushed towards Naruto, yet he was still some distance away. Given his current speed, he feared he would not arrive in time. With only a dwindling amount of chakra pulsating through his legs, Sasuke found himself running with his eyes unexpectedly shut. I can catch up. Naruto will be unharmed. This is the moment to transcend my own limits. Sasuke's eyes once again fluttered open, yet this time, he revealed only his right pupil, unwilling to expose Naruto to the peril of his ambitions. After much contemplation and plotting, he sought to reap the fruits of his tension in this very moment. Even if it meant igniting his own vitality, he was determined to transcend his limits. These emotions, once ephemeral and insubstantial, seemed to take form in that instant, surging into Sasuke's right eye with concentrated ocular power, honing to a singular point. reaching the pinnacle of his potential. The turmoil in Sasuke's right eye transcended its limits, and amidst the rapid rotation of two Tomo, a new Tomo suddenly emerged. Chapter 18. The conclusion of the mission in the Land of Waves. Sasuke arrived at Naruto's side a step ahead of White. Despite having begun to struggle against White's relentless onslaught, Sasuke now adeptly deflected every attack with remarkable precision. Observing Sasuke with only one eye open and the transformation of his Sharingan, White swiftly melded back into the mirror, subsequently unleashing a barrage of the majority of his shuriken in one decisive motion. In an instant, countless shuriken rained down like a torrential storm. Such an all-encompassing and flawless assault, even though Sasuke could clearly perceive the trajectories of the shuriken with his newly upgraded 3-Tomo Sharingan, made complete defense an impossibility. Not to mention the need to protect Naruto as well. Sasuke, with his right arm, lifted Naruto and leaped with great effort to the edge of the space, where the flying needles were less abundant compared to the center. In his left hand, he wielded the encouragement, tirelessly shielding both himself and Naruto from the onslaught of the needles. Sasuke had already made a conscious decision to accept the inevitability of certain unpreventable strikes. Even if a few slipped through, they would not strike a vital point. Finally, the flying needles possessed by Bai were completely exhausted, allowing Sasuke to set Naruto down. Naruto. He must have depleted all his shurikens. Now is our opportune moment to counterattack. Just as Sasuke prepared to retaliate, darkness suddenly engulfed him, and he fell backward, rigid. Naruto swiftly caught the collapsing Sasuke, exclaiming, "Sasuke." Sasuke now fully comprehends why his teacher Kakashi fainted after his battle with Zabuza. It turns out that excessive use of the Sharingan brings about such sensations. Presently, Sasuke appears battered and bruised, having previously pushed himself to his limits while fatigued. He now finds himself scarcely able to move. Sasuke felt a heavy fog enveloping his mind, and before him, Naruto appeared to be wavering in and out of focus. Naruto gazed down at him, noticing that Sasuke's eyes had reverted to their original black, yet his expression was distinctly dazed, as if he could not concentrate. Why? Why do you go to such lengths to protect me? Why go to such extremes for someone as inept as I? Naruto clenched his teeth, uncertain whether he was resenting Sasuke's meddling or loathing his own misguided belief in his strength, which belied his underlying weakness. There is no reason. I simply wish to. After uttering these words, Sasuke seemed to finally falter, his eyes fluttering shut, and even his breath became faint, nearly extinguished. Drip, drip. Naruto's tears fell one by one upon Sasuke's face. He wished to say more, but the scene before him constricted his throat, leaving him only able to emit soft whimpers. He, in his effort to safeguard that which he held dear, was willing to exhaust his last ounce of strength, even to the point of sacrificing his own life, a truly worthy adversary. At that moment, a voice echoed softly, "Is this your first encounter with the death of a comrade? Yet, this is the path of a ninja." Silence. Naruto gently laid Sasuke down upon the ground, and at that instant, a thread of reason within him snapped. Fiery chakra erupted from Naruto, his hair standing on end, his eyes transforming into crimson slits, while his wounds rapidly healed, the needles that had pierced him expelled with force. "I will kill you." Just then, Sasuke, who should have been on the brink of death, managed to crack his eyes open slightly. Naruto had unleashed the power of the Nine Tails. I had previously pondered a question. Could entities like tailed beasts, which are essentially corporeal manifestations of chakra, be sampled and cloned in a laboratory? If the chakra of Zabuza could serve as a cloning specimen, Sasuke made a determined effort to extend his hand, albeit slightly, towards Naruto. Sampling. Success. The sampling proved fruitful, yielding promising results. Overwhelmed by fatigue, Sasuke could no longer sustain himself and finally succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke once more, the mission in the Land of Waves was nearing its conclusion. It was said that shortly after Sasuke had fainted, a snowfall blanketed the land, and the lives of the two opposing ninjas dissipated along with the pure white snow. The people of this country gathered their courage, uniting to drive away Kato's henchmen. Had I truly awoken later than in the original narrative? It seemed improbable, as my injuries should have been significantly lighter. Was it the exhaustion of both stamina and chakra? Upon regaining consciousness, Sasuke felt a tinge of confusion mixed with a hint of regret. Although he had witnessed this segment of the story numerous times in his previous life, he had not anticipated that upon arriving in this world, he would be deprived of the opportunity to witness the fates of the two ninjas firsthand. As for Zabuza and Haku's conclusion, Sasuke gestured to his concerned companions. Relieved to see him awake, The others exhaled in relief. Their lack of exuberance stemmed from the fact that Sasuke was never in mortal danger. It was merely exhaustion that had overcome him. In truth, for someone like me, who aims to resurrect the entire Uchiha clan, the loss of a few individuals did not weigh heavily. Nevertheless, circumstances would dictate the course of action. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, Team 7 discovered a suitable location to erect a modest grave for Zabuza and Haku. The two were interred together, with the notorious decapitation sword standing vigil beside them. This poignant scene prompted reflections among the group regarding whether the essence of a ninja truly lay in being an emotionless tool devoid of personal feelings. In reality, each of them harbored their own opinions, yet they felt constrained by the dogma instilled in them since childhood. Only Naruto, with his unvarnished honesty, openly expressed his dissent. Sasuke said little, for he perceived that this inquiry was hardly a matter of concern. A pivotal theme throughout the entirety of Naruto revolves around the bonds between individuals. Such demands are not only contrary to human nature but also stand in stark opposition to the very essence of the world that was created. Moreover, what he sought was merely strength, not an obligation to become a ninja. The Grand Bridge was flawlessly completed, and Team 7 bid farewell to the people of the Land of Waves, embarking on their journey back to the village. It was quite amusing. Upon their arrival, he and Inari had exchanged mutual disdain, yet now, as they departed, he found himself on the verge of tears, reluctant to leave. But then again, that is quintessentially Naruto. Sasuke observed as Naruto, with tears still glistening on his cheeks, enthusiastically shared his dreams of what they would do upon returning to the village. He could only shake his head in resigned amusement. Sasuke was aware that the newly constructed bridge beneath his feet would be named the Naruto Bridge. Perhaps, in a few years, he would return to this place once more. The C-rank mission in the Land of Waves has come to a conclusion. Upon returning to the village, Team 7 reported the details of their mission to the third Hokage before disbanding, allowing everyone to return home for some well-deserved rest. The Chunin exam is on the horizon, isn't it? At this thought, a smile crept upon Sasuke's lips, gradually ascending to an exaggerated arc. At long last, you are coming, Orochimaru. I have been awaiting your arrival since the moment I drew my first breath. Chapter 19, Before the Chunin exam. In the days that followed, Team 7 engaged in a series of relatively simple D-rank missions. Sasuke remained unperturbed, for after so many years of waiting, a few additional days were of little consequence. With the recent days being relatively tranquil, he seized the opportunity to adapt to his newly upgraded 3-tomo Sharingan during his spare moments. Through diligent practice, Sasuke not only swiftly mastered its application, but his left eye also seamlessly transformed into a 3-tomo Sharingan. Among the various samples collected during the mission in the Land of Waves, what intrigued Sasuke the most was the specimen of the Nine Tails. In recent days, Sasuke has expended a considerable amount of chakra, yet he has been unable to successfully clone a fully formed Nine Tails. It appears that the energy required to replicate a tailed beast is exceedingly vast, rendering such an extraordinary feat unlikely to be accomplished in the near future. One cannot ascertain whether the Nine Tails cloned from this sample would be a complete version or merely an identical replica of the one currently sealed within Naruto, the Nine Tails. Naruto, of late, has exhibited signs of restlessness, likely stemming from his fervent desire to progress, which has led to moments of impatience, even during the execution of these straightforward tasks. He occasionally finds himself in unfortunate predicaments. Meanwhile, Kakashi-sensei remains leisurely, immersed in a book, presumably Ika Paradise, patiently awaiting the completion of the garbage collection and weed removal by Sasuke and his companions. However, once the task is accomplished, Sasuke seeks out Kakashi-sensei for private lessons in Chidori. Noticing this, Naruto expresses his eagerness to learn as well, but Kakashi declines, citing that this particular ninjutsu is not suited for him. To avoid accusations of favoritism, Kakashi assures Naruto that he will assist him in finding a teacher more appropriate for his abilities. Thus, the days pass until one fateful day. Sasuke encounters ninjas from other hidden villages, leading to a minor conflict with Naruto and Konohamaru. Sasuke rescued Konohamaru, who was caught by the neck, and then awaited Gaara as he took Temari and Kankuro away. At last, the Nin exams were about to commence. The following day passed without incident. On the third day, at the designated gathering place for Team 7, the tardy Kakashi finally arrived amidst the complaints of Naruto and Sakura, presenting the Nin selection examination application forms to Sasuke and the others. Here are your application forms. However, participation in the exam is not compulsory. If any of you wish to partake, please sign the form. Those who sign must arrive at classroom 301 by 3 o'clock in the afternoon 5 days from now. The three of them walked home, each holding their application forms. Naruto was lost in a daydream of triumph, envisioning himself defeating Kankuro with a punch and Sasuke with a kick, ultimately securing first place, leading the third Hokage to appoint him as the next Hokage. Meanwhile, Sakura reflected on her performance since becoming a genin. Although she had fared reasonably well in D-rank missions, she recognized her numerous shortcomings in C-rank tasks, leading her to worry whether she would truly be able to pass the upcoming examination. Sasuke, lost in the delight of finally meeting Uncle Snake, though, upon reflection, it seemed this time it would be Aunt Snake, did not dwell on anything else. Over the course of 5 days, he first affixed his signature to his application, followed by rigorous training in taijutsu, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and practical combat. Oh, and in the midst of it all, he casually dealt with a ninja who dared to test him. This must have been what they referred to as the preliminary examination. The day of assembly arrived, and Sasuke, along with his companions, made their way towards the Ninja Academy classroom. Within the school, they encountered numerous other genin who had also come to submit their applications, including Niji, Lee, and Tenten, a year their senior. 2 Chunin examiners, employing a simple genjutsu, disguised room 201 as room 301, yet such trickery was no match for Sasuke and Sakura, who swiftly dispelled the illusion and proceeded towards the true room 301. However, Rock Lee halted the group, expressing his desire to engage in combat with the top newcomer, Sasuke, while also conveying his affections to Sakura. Despite having watched the Naruto series numerous times, Sasuke remained perplexed as to why Lee harbored such strong feelings for Sakura. Their different graduating classes meant they had likely crossed paths only infrequently, which could only be attributed to love at first sight. In his current state, Sasuke was certainly not one to be bested by Rock Lee's taijutsu. After exchanging several blows, their skirmish was abruptly interrupted by a turtle, the summoned creature of Might Guy. During their engagement, Sasuke utilized his Sharingan to replicate Lee's taijutsu and obtained a sample of his cells. Indeed, Lee's taijutsu was formidable without the Sharingan. Sasuke might have only been able to hold his ground, or perhaps risk being overpowered. However, at this stage, with both of his eyes bearing the 3 tomo and possessing no weaknesses in ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu, it was nearly impossible for Sasuke to be defeated in a one-on-one duel. During the confrontation, Sasuke refrained from employing genjutsu, for he understood that against an individual like Lee, who had a pronounced specialization, the mere activation of his Sharingan could spell doom for Lee, rendering him defenseless without the support of his comrades. A mere glance could bring the battle to an abrupt conclusion. With the obstacle removed, the group swiftly arrived at room 301 within the allotted time. As the door swung open, candidates from various hidden villages filled the space before him, the sheer number of participants nearly overwhelming the confines of the modest classroom. Sasuke deftly evaded Ino's sudden lunge, then greeted the members of Team 8 and Team 10, who were also participants in the CH9 exams. Hinata shyly offered a greeting to Naruto. Approaching them was Kabuto, adorned with a Konoha forehead protector, who took the liberty of becoming the narrator, explaining the particulars of the CH9 selection exams to the 9 newcomers. Before long, the 9 individuals had gleaned a wealth of information from Kabuto, and an involuntary sense of anxiety began to envelop them, for all present were the cream of the crop among the genin from various hidden villages, making this examination a veritable gathering of the strongest. Sasuke, feigning interest in the information card crafted by Kabuto, gently made contact with Kabuto's hand, thereby obtaining a sample of his cells. A few sound ninjas remarked that the hidden sound village was a recently established minor ninja village, which inadvertently triggered Kabuto's ire. Although Kabuto deftly evaded their attack, his glasses shattered, and he suddenly collapsed to the ground, beginning to retch. Naruto and Sakura hastily rushed to his side to support him, while Sasuke remained motionless, silently observing the unfolding scene. Shortly thereafter, a thick mist materialized and swiftly dissipated, revealing a group of ninjas adorned with the Leaf Village forehead protectors before the gathered candidates. Leading them was a figure clad in a black coat, his stern visage marred by several menacing scars, exuding an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with. After a prolonged wait, he introduced himself as Marino Ibiki, the proctor for the first examination of the CH9 selection. Chapter 20. The second examination. The Forest of Death Proctor Marino Ibiki publicly announced several regulations to be adhered to during the examination period. then instructed the candidates to sequentially submit their application forms and draw numbers, after which they would take their seats according to their assigned numbers. Once the examination papers were distributed and all supervising ninjas were in position, the first written examination officially commenced. Sasuke gazed at the examination paper before him, slightly raising an eyebrow. What is this? These questions are far less challenging than I had anticipated. It seems that even without resorting to cheating with my Sharingan, I can still achieve a commendable score. He pondered whether that foolish Naruto would opt to copy the answers from Hinata, who conveniently sat beside him. As the 45 minutes elapsed, the examiner, Marino Ibiki, prepared to announce the final question. However, before revealing it, he articulated a perplexing rule. You must first decide whether you will answer the 10th question. If you choose not to respond, you will receive a score of 0, and your teammates will be eliminated alongside you, forced to wait until next year for another opportunity. Conversely, if you choose to answer and respond incorrectly, you will forfeit your chance to participate in the Chunin selection exams forever. Those who opt not to answer the 10th question, please raise your hands, Ibiki said, his gaze devoid of emotion. As the first hand was raised, others followed suit, eager to avoid the peril of remaining a mere genin for eternity. They departed the examination room with their teammates. In contrast to the inner turmoil experienced by Naruto and Sakura, Sasuke remained unfazed. The dilemma stemmed from the exploitation of the genin's aspirations to ascend to Chunin, compelling them to choose between their immediate opportunity and the possibility of future success. A lack of self-confidence in the face of such immense risk often led to retreat. What set Sasuke apart was his indifference towards becoming a Chunin. Regardless of how little time he had left in Konoha, he was content with the title of genin, knowing that the designation did not define his strength. Moreover, he understood that this choice was, in essence, the 10th question. As long as he chose to remain, he would pass this examination. Ultimately, 78 individuals, including Sasuke and his companions, chose to stay and successfully passed the first assessment. The second exam's proctor, Mitarashi Anko, made her entrance, instructing everyone to prepare for the next day before dismissing them. The following day, the candidates who had successfully navigated the written examination gathered at the designated location. They signed the consent forms issued by Proctor Anko, absolving the examiners of all responsibility for the events that transpired during the examination. Anko then proceeded to detail the content of the second examination, which would take place in the Forest of Death, presenting an extreme survival challenge in the wild. As Sasuke listened to the examiner articulate the rules regarding the collection of the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth, he found himself instinctively concealing his uncontrollable expression with his hands. The woman, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat and possessing long, straight black hair, was none other than the one he had longed for, Orochimaru. Soon after, each group sequentially entered a closed room to exchange the scrolls they possessed. Armed with the signed consent forms, Sasuke and his companions have acquired the Heavenly Scroll, which is held by Naruto. As the exam has yet to commence, it would be prudent for Naruto to ensure he is fully prepared, attending to matters such as hydration and restroom needs. Encountering physiological issues shortly after the examination begins could prove to be quite troublesome. Sasuke reminded Naruto. Naruto rolled his eyes, but complied nonetheless. As the time arrived, all the participants set off from their respective entrances. The second phase of the Chunin selection exam commenced officially. A ninja, cloaked in stealth, quietly trailed behind Sasuke and his companions. He awaited the perfect moment to launch a surprise attack. However, the trio from Team 7 moved as one, leaving no openings for him to exploit. Suddenly, as he planned to observe Sasuke and the others from behind a tree, he noticed that the boy in blue had vanished. Had he strayed from the group? Excellent. This presented a splendid opportunity. Just as this ninja was about to utilize a transformation technique to assume the guise of the boy in blue, a voice floated towards him from behind. Are you looking for me? The ninja, adorned with a Rain Village forehead protector, spun around and leapt away, striving to create distance between himself and the figure behind him. I had concealed my presence. How could I be discovered? His internal questions would remain unanswered, for upon turning, he was met with a pair of blood-red eyes. Sasuke gazed upon the unconscious ninja sprawled on the ground, bending down to collect samples. Subsequently, he performed a few subtle maneuvers, ensuring that the unfortunate soul would be incapable of re-engaging in the examination. My sincerest apologies, but before the true spectacle unfolds, I have no intention of exhausting my energy and chakra on trivial matters. Do rest for a while. I wish you the best of luck. As Sakura and Naruto awaited his return, Sasuke, clad in blue, finally appeared. Sasuke-kun, you must have dealt with the one trailing us. Sakura exclaimed with delight. Indeed. I have eliminated that individual, Sasuke replied nonchalantly, approaching them step by step. Just as he was about to reach the pair, Naruto's fist suddenly swung towards Sasuke's face. With a swift motion, Sasuke seized Naruto's fist with his right hand. Hey Naruto, what are you doing? Sasuke inquired calmly, though a hint of provocation danced across his features. In response, Naruto delivered a swift kick, prompting Sasuke to retreat nimbly. Naruto. Why? Sakura cried out in distress. Where's Sasuke? Naruto did not answer Sakura directly. His eyes glinted with a faint crimson hue as he fixated on the blue-clad youth before him. I never imagined you would have a day where you could see through another's disguise, Uzumaki Naruto. Realizing he had been unmasked, the figure in blue discarded his transformation, revealing a dark-haired woman before Naruto and Sakura. Her elongated tongue flicked around her mouth, and a malevolent grin spread across her face. Sasuke. He belongs to me. Before Naruto and Sakura could fully comprehend her words, they were suddenly struck by a violent force, and before they could react, a gaping maw engulfed them whole. Chapter 21. Orochimaru and the Cursed Seal. 2 shurikens flew towards the long-haired woman, but with a twist of her body. She evaded them effortlessly. Sasuke returned to the place where he had left Naruto and Sakura waiting, only to find the ground marked by the movements of a colossal serpent. Prior to the exam, I had instructed Naruto to prepare thoroughly, to prevent him from being ambushed while attending to his personal needs. Little did I expect that now it was I, who ventured alone to confront the pursuer, that allowed Orochimaru to seize the opportunity. Truly, the notorious S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha, one of the legendary trio, Orochimaru. With this thought in mind, Sasuke turned to gaze at the distorted figure of the long-haired woman. Perhaps it was the excitement of encountering Orochimaru or some other reason, but even without activating his Sharingan, the crimson orbs of his eyes already displayed 3 spinning tomo. The Sharingan, and at such a young age, he has already reached this level? Remarkable. Uchiha Sasuke, you indeed possess a power more formidable than that of your brother. Countless thoughts flashed through the long-haired woman's mind, her gaze fixated intently on Sasuke. Even the human skin mask she wore could not conceal the insatiable hunger gleaming in Orochimaru's eyes at that moment. Perfect. This is the body that I, Orochimaru, rightfully deserve. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A burst of explosive flames descended from above the woman, engulfing her in an instant. The shadow clone that had landed showed no signs of hesitation. It drew forth the kunai that Sasuke's true self had provided and lunged directly at the blazing figure. The woman evaded the strike, as a summoning of a giant serpent suddenly materialized beneath her feet. The abrupt appearance of this colossal entity generated a fierce gust of wind, and the immense force sent Sasuke's shadow clone hurtling backward, dissipating midair, leaving only a kunai spinning in the air before vanishing into the woods. Before Orochimaru could adjust the burnt remnants of his disguise, Sasuke descended heavily from above. Orochimaru dodged backward, narrowly avoiding Sasuke's foot. Yet the giant serpent beneath him could not escape the blow. The tremendous impact caused the serpent's entire body to tremble, and its once erect head plummeted downward. Sasuke and Orochimaru, who had lost his foothold, continued to engage in a fierce aerial combat utilizing taijutsu. Orochimaru's prowess in martial arts was formidable, augmented by his serpentine, flexible physique resulting from human modification. Even when confronted by Sasuke, who had activated his Sharingan with 3 tomo, the battle remained evenly matched for a time. In a moment of inspiration, Sasuke attempted to replicate the Lion's Barrage, a technique he had yet to master like Lee. Drawing upon his own experiences and the techniques etched in his memory, he executed a series of swift strikes, sending Orochimaru hurtling towards the ground. As Sasuke was poised to press his advantage, the colossal serpent rose once more, its gaping maw wide open, lunging towards him with lethal intent. Its timing was executed with remarkable precision. Given Sasuke's current descent, he would not be swallowed whole, but rather directly struck by its fangs. Sasuke discerned this as well. He flicked his right hand upwards, sending a shuriken attached to a fine thread soaring towards the tree trunk above. Humph! Orochimaru, having landed, let out a soft grunt, and a shuriken erupted from his hand. Yet his target was not Sasuke, but rather the delicate thread connecting Sasuke to the shuriken now fixed to the trunk. As the imminent severing of the thread approached, Sasuke faced the grim prospect of being bitten by the colossal serpent below. Sasuke's right hand suddenly loosened for a brief moment. allowing the taut thread to gain an increased length of freedom. With a flick of that right hand, the once straight line formed a wave-like curve. Orochimaru's shuriken, which should have struck true, was deftly evaded by the bending line. After the fine thread successfully sidestepped its fated severance, Sasuke yanked it forcefully once more, using the resultant force to momentarily suspend himself in the air. The colossal serpent, at that instant, closed its jaws, failing to seize Sasuke. Just as it prepared to lunge again, a sound akin to a chorus of 1,000 birds captured everyone's attention. Chidori. The crackling current emanated a dazzling blue light from Sasuke's left hand, while his right hand completely relinquished the fine line tethered to the shuriken. Blood gushed forth as Sasuke, empowered by his Chidori, pierced through the entire head of the gigantic serpent. Upon landing, the lightning-based ninjutsu in his left hand did not dissipate. Orochimaru, gazing at the youth in blue, surrounded by arcs of electricity and drenched in blood, found himself momentarily entranced by the crimson gaze, where the dark tomo slowly rotated. By the time Orochimaru regained his senses, Sasuke was already before him. With a swift motion, Sasuke's left hand penetrated Orochimaru's chest without obstruction. The scene shifts to Naruto and Sakura. Having been swallowed by the serpent, Naruto, in a moment of desperation, unleashed the shadow clone technique. The unfortunate serpent was forcefully burst apart by Naruto's clones, leading to Sakura's salvation. With no other foes in sight, Naruto and Sakura, concerned for Sasuke's well-being, quickly leapt to the treetops, heading in the direction they had come from. Naruto, how did you instantly recognize that the Sasuke we encountered was an imposter? Sakura inquired during their hurried journey. Naruto scratched his head, contemplating. Well, it's a bit hard to explain, but I just felt something was off about him. He used his right hand to block my punch, while Sasuke is more accustomed to using his left. More importantly, he casually claimed he had killed the person following us, as if it were no more significant than stepping on an ant. Sasuke would certainly not act in such a manner, although he has always maintained a cold exterior. I am aware of the kindness that resides within his heart. He would never resort to taking lives indiscriminately. Upon hearing Naruto's response, Sakura felt a twinge of surprise, accompanied by a hint of shame. I often saw you two at odds and assumed that your relationship was strained. I did not realize that your understanding of Sasuke equals, if not surpasses, my own. The scene shifts back to Sasuke. Sasuke gazed upon the lifeless body of Orochimaru, pierced by Chidori, affirming his triumph as he deactivated his Sharingan. Just as he intended to withdraw his left hand, the corpse's mouth suddenly widened, and a head, large and gaping, emerged from within. The elongated neck allowed this head to maneuver freely within a considerable range. Seizing the moment while Sasuke appeared momentarily stunned by the bizarre spectacle, Orochimaru lunged and sank his teeth into the nape of Sasuke's neck. Instantly, Sasuke clasped the wound with his hand, collapsing to the ground in agony. Orochimaru's remaining body gradually slithered out from the original corpse's mouth, and he regarded Sasuke, who had unwittingly received his cursed seal, with a satisfied grin. Chapter 22. Arrival at the Central Tower. Your strength is commendable, Sasuke-kun. Yet in my eyes, you still pale in comparison to your brother. Having achieved his objective, Orochimaru spoke enticingly to the prostrate Sasuke. There will come a day when you will need me, Orochimaru, for I can bestow upon you unparalleled power. Make good use of the gift I have presented to you. Perhaps you might spar with my subordinates, the Sound Ninjas. Witnessing your prowess brings me great joy, and I eagerly anticipate your future endeavors. Until we meet again. With those parting words, the ground beneath Orochimaru transformed as if it were water, and he submerged into it, vanishing from sight. Sasuke lay on the ground, one hand pressed against the spot recently bitten by Orochimaru, where a black three-tomo mark had already formed. Although he could have evaded the attack, enduring the experience was undeniably unpleasant. After all, this curse mark could very well be considered a ticket to Orochimaru's domain. Fortunately, during the bite, he successfully collected a sample of the man's cells. Indeed, there were few parts of that body that were entirely his own. Sasuke silently lamented as an excruciating pain radiated from the nape of his neck throughout his entire body. His temperature gradually escalated, and his consciousness began to blur. Naruto, Sakura. Sasuke. Naruto and Sakura called out in unison, having finally returned to this place, only to find the lifeless carcass of a colossal serpent and the unconscious Sasuke. They carefully placed Sasuke in a concealed location, yet a full day passed without any sign of awakening from him. Even with the dawn of the following day, his temperature remained unyieldingly high. Damn it, Damn it, damn it. Naruto repeatedly pounded the ground with his fists. Naruto, you Haven T slept all night. Perhaps you should rest for a while. I can keep watch over both of you. Just as Sakura spoke to Naruto, a squirrel scurried towards them, perilously close to triggering the rudimentary trap they had set. Naruto leapt beside the squirrel, seizing it in one swift motion. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a detonating tag affixed to its body. He quickly tore it off and threw it away, but as soon as it left his hand, the tag exploded, enveloping Naruto's figure in a cloud of smoke. Naruto! Sakura cried out anxiously, preparing to rush forward to ascertain the situation when several unfamiliar voices pierced the air. Haha, we've taken down one already. You little brats are far too weak. Can you truly engage us in a fair fight? Forget it. Wake that one called Sasuke. We have yet to face him in battle. 3 ninjas adorned with the Sound Village headbands emerged from the nearby thicket, their words dripping with disdain and mockery towards the members of Team 7. Sakura brandished a kunai, readying herself for combat, when a chilling surge of chakra suddenly dispersed the smoke from the explosion. Naruto's silhouette reappeared before them, appearing somewhat disheveled yet unscathed. He gently set down the squirrel, which he had been protecting in his arms, and with crimson-slit pupils, he glared at the 3 Sound Ninjas. You are the ones who injured Sasuke? One of the Sound Ninjas scoffed. So what if we did? Before he could finish his sentence, his 2 companions witnessed a flash of orange, and the speaker was sent crashing backward, colliding with a tree before finally collapsing to the ground, 3 savage claw marks marring his body, as though he had been attacked by a ferocious beast. Naruto crouched low to the ground at the spot where the man had stood, his hairs standing on end, his hands transformed into claws, and an ethereal tail sprouting from behind him. Then let you all perish. Naruto's expression twisted into a fierce grimace, his teeth transforming into those of a wild beast. When Sasuke awoke from his stupor, the black curse mark had nearly enveloped his entire body, exuding a formidable chakra that surged forth. He signaled to the concerned Naruto and Sakura, indicating that he was unharmed, and then seated himself cross-legged, meticulously attuning to his current state. Orochimaru, through his research on the curse mark he had created, successfully implanted a technique that would awaken the user's sage transformation. This indicated that the curse mark not only absorbed the natural energy from the surroundings, but also harmonized it with the user's own chakra, resulting in a sage chakra that could be utilized by the user. Sage chakra possesses a more potent essence compared to ordinary chakra, thus, the wielder of the curse mark naturally experiences a significant enhancement, akin to a minor external aid. As Sasuke delved deeper into the nature of the chakra coursing through him, he was filled with an overwhelming sense of power that continuously surged forth. He even harnessed this chakra to unleash Chidori upon the ground, the potency undeniably amplified. After a while, under Sasuke's control, the curse marks that had covered his body gradually began to recede. Sasuke gently touched the nape of his neck, discovering a bomb had been applied there, while the wound inflicted by Orochimaru had healed. Thank you, Naruto, Sakura. I am perfectly fine now. Your ointment works remarkably well. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto sheepishly scratched his head, saying, Actually, this ointment was given to me by Hinata earlier. I wasn't the one who prepared it. Upon hearing these words, Sasuke was momentarily at a loss as to what expression to wear, so he opted to maintain his usual aloof demeanor. By the way, these 3 individuals claim to have been sent by someone named Orochimaru to eliminate you. Sasuke, what do you intend to do? Sakura inquired, gesturing towards the 3 Sound shinobi bound not far away. Sasuke had long since realized that they were ensnared. Otherwise, he would not have calmly composed himself upon awakening. It appears that Orochimaru has indeed miscalculated, for it was not my turn to intervene with these individuals. My 2 companions had already taken care of them. Sasuke gazed at the individuals before him, contemplating something profound. He turned to his companions and inquired, Shall we leave these individuals here for now? By the way, have we secured the scrolls from them? Are they the heavenly scrolls or the earthly scrolls? Naruto, with a cheerful grin, produced 2 scrolls, replying, What they possess are the earthly scrolls. Our team has now gathered both the heavenly and earthly scrolls. We must hasten to the central tower. That will signify our success. Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart. With the 2 scrolls carefully stowed away, Sasuke and his companions set forth towards the central tower of the Forest of Death. Their journey was fraught with challenges, yet ultimately, through their combined prowess, they reached the tower on the 4th day of the examination. It is noteworthy that during their travels, Team 7 rescued a solitary red-haired girl from the grass village. While Naruto and Sakura were unfamiliar with her, Sasuke recognized her as Karen. Seizing this opportunity, he obtained a sample of her cellular material, which would prove invaluable to his schemes. Chapter 23. The preliminary round concludes upon their arrival at the central tower. Sasuke and his companions discovered that the group led by their senior, Kabuto, had also arrived simultaneously. They had not found an opportunity to travel alongside us. Yet they managed to follow us all the way here. How fortuitous. My efforts to showcase my abilities along this journey, particularly with the newly acquired curse mark, were not in vain. Kabuto would soon deliver the information he had gathered about me to Orochimaru, wouldn't he? Sasuke's eyes subtly shifted, as if he had conjured an amusing thought. How considerate is that? Upon entering this world of Hokage, he need not draft Arazume himself. And even the submission is managed by another. Were he to offer a review, he would undoubtedly bestow a 5-star rating upon this impeccable service. The content on the wall seemed incomplete. Perhaps it is time to unveil the 2 scrolls? Sakura's words jolted Sasuke back to reality. The 7th team unrolled the scrolls, summoning the designated jutsu that would facilitate their connection with the Chunin proctors, thus enabling Sasuke and his companions to successfully navigate the second phase of the Chunin selection exam. On the 5th day of the second round, a total of 7 teams, comprising 21 individuals, emerged victorious. The 3 sound ninjas defeated by Naruto were, however, granted special passage by Orochimaru. As they prepared for the subsequent assessment, the participants gathered in an open arena. The 3rd Hokage, alongside the proctor for the second phase, Mitarashi Anko, as well as a cadre of Jonin and numerous Chunin, stood in formation, observing the aspiring Chunin. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, personally approached the assembly, delivering a lengthy discourse of formalities. Soon after, the true protagonist of the Shippuden arc, Kakashi Hatake, made his entrance as the referee for the final examination, elucidating the details of the 3rd phase of the Chunin exam. The preliminary matches commenced swiftly, and, as in the narrative, Sasuke was the first to take the stage, facing off against the armored opponent, the Red Armor. Since the onset of his training, Sasuke had never allowed a day of laxity. Physical prowess was an aspect he valued greatly. Even during the match, in order to contain the potential outburst of cursed seal powers, he refrained from utilizing chakra or his Sharingan lightly. This Red Armor presented little threat to Sasuke, as he was well aware of the opponent's unique ability to absorb chakra through contact. In other respects, the Red Armor did not exhibit any remarkable qualities. Consequently, Sasuke engaged in a tactical dance, evading contact, and upon the adversary revealing an opening, he unleashed a ferocious offensive utilizing taijutsu, decisively defeating him while surreptitiously collecting a sample of his cellular material during the encounter. Subsequently, Sasuke feigned exhaustion, allowing the referee, Kakashi, to assist him, which provided an opportune moment for him to successfully obtain the sample. The victor of the first round was none other than Uchiha Sasuke, advancing through the preliminaries. The referee, Moonlight Gale, announced the outcome of the first battle. Despite their unwavering confidence in their comrades' abilities, Naruto and Sakura erupted into genuine cheers upon the announcement, with Naruto's voice ringing especially loud. The technique that allows one to absorb another's chakra through touch is inherently powerful, in a sense. It could be likened to a youthful version of the Hell Realm. However, as the narrative unfolds, this armored figure seems to lack a significant presence, suggesting he may not play a crucial role. Moonlight Gale may soon meet his demise, but fortunately they have successfully acquired his cellular samples. If he indeed possesses the ability of intangibility, research into his abilities might yield fascinating results, akin to how Boruto Uzumaki developed an invisible Rasengan, though that likely operates on a different principle. Should they truly master the mechanics of intangibility, it may not only render themselves invisible, but also cloak their ninjutsu, and perhaps even conceal Susanoo, which could have practical applications in various aspects of life. Sasuke's train of thought was abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of his teacher, Kakashi. Behind him, Sasuke, follow me. I must first seal your cursed mark. Sasuke pondered momentarily before responding, all right. A series of shurikens were strategically embedded in the ground, accompanied by blood-scripted incantations that formed a complex array. Sasuke sat cross-legged at the center of this formation, the cursed seal on the nape of his neck positioned at the heart of the entire array. As Kakashi completed the final inscription, he brought his hands together to form the seals for the tiger, rabbit, and snake. Kakashi-sensei, once the sealing is complete, may I learn this sealing technique? Certainly, Kakashi replied, finishing the last seal of the rat. He placed one hand on Sasuke's cursed seal and declared, "Sealing technique, evil suppression," with Kakashi's soft utterance. The blood-written incantations within the array seemed to awaken, one after another crawling towards the nape of Sasuke's neck in an orderly fashion. A wave of intense pain compelled Sasuke to clench his fists, gritting his teeth in silence. At last, all the incantations converged into a distinctive circle outside the cursed seal, completing the sealing process. Should this cursed seal react again, the power of the evil suppression technique should be capable of subduing it. However, this sealing technique is predicated upon the strength of your will. If your heart wavers, the cursed seal may erupt once more. Kakashi informed Sasuke of the precautions regarding the seal. Sasuke nodded, then closed his eyes and collapsed onto the ground. It was time for slumber, lest he disturb old friends reminiscing. "You've grown considerably, Kakashi. Now you can utilize sealing techniques?" Orochimaru slowly emerged from behind a pillar. When Sasuke awoke, he found himself lying in a hospital bed in Konoha. The preparation period for the official tournament should now be a month long. Naruto may have already encountered Jiraiya. Thus I too must commence my new training regimen. At the edge of a cliff, Sasuke sat cross-legged, and after a considerable time, a silver-haired ninja, wearing his forehead protector as an eye mask, finally climbed up from the base of the cliff with one hand. "Kakashi-sensei, may I train with you for this month?" Sasuke rose to his feet and addressed Kakashi. In the month leading up to the official competition, Sasuke trained diligently with his teacher, Kakashi, engaging in a regimen that mirrored Kakashi's own. Their daily exercises included one-handed rock climbing, physical techniques, and ninjutsu. After completing the foundational training, Sasuke would engage in sparring sessions with Kakashi, and these encounters with AJ significantly enhanced his abilities. During this period, he not only became more adept at utilizing the Chidori, but also mastered an advanced version of Raikiri. Chapter 24. The official competition and the initiation of Orochimaru's plan. Through his training bouts with Kakashi, Sasuke gradually began to employ Jinjutsu. Kakashi, in turn, gleaned insights from the training sessions with his student, learning to directly employ the Sharingan to cast illusions or induce hypnosis. Furthermore, Sasuke's approach to Jinjutsu provided Kakashi with considerable inspiration. He realized that Jinjutsu need not be reserved as a trump card. Rather, it could be seamlessly integrated into the flow of battle. It does not always require overwhelming force. As long as it can disrupt the opponent, it constitutes a successful application. The ability to unleash Jinjutsu through the Sharingan without additional preparation, once mastered in combat, renders it exceedingly difficult to counter. Kakashi hoped that his recent advancements in Jinjutsu would enable him to shorten the duration of his incapacitation when facing Itachi Uchiha in the future. Sasuke pondered within himself. At long last, the day of the official competition had arrived. On this momentous occasion, all participants gathered within the venue. While the audience comprised dignitaries and nobles from various regions, eager to witness the event, the final round of the Chunin selection exam, in a certain sense, reflected the military prowess of the various hidden villages and nations through the competition among their youthful representatives. Exceptional performers would ensure that their respective villages received a greater number of commissions following the assessment, signifying an influx of wealth and resources, and conversely, the opposite would hold true. The third Hokage and the disguised fourth Kazekage, Orochimaru, occupied the highest seats. Soon, under the announcement of the examiner, Hinata Hyuga, the first match between Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga commenced. As Sasuke encouraged Naruto with a simple word of motivation, he joined the other combatants in returning to the resting area. Following the sequence, it would be my turn to compete after Naruto's match. Unlike the original narrative, I arrived punctually, ensuring that my battle would proceed without delay. I was determined to engage in a worthy contest. While many may harbor doubts regarding Naruto's capabilities, for Sasuke, the outcome of the first match held little suspense. Presently, Naruto's strength surpassed that of his counterpart in the original storyline, as he had not fallen victim to Orochimaru's second sealing. Naruto had mastered the utilization of the Nine Tails, achieving the ability to unleash its first tail. Indeed, despite Neji Hyuga's attempts to restrict Naruto's chakra through precise strikes during their confrontation, such tactics could not hinder the formidable power of the Nine Tails. And Naruto triumphed as a result. The second match unfolded, Uchiha Sasuke versus Gaara. Sasuke gazed upon Gaara's somber, yet slightly eager visage. While Sasuke typically displayed a more reserved demeanor that did not deter others from approaching him, Gaara, as a troubled youth, presented an expression that could be quite intimidating. The audience watched with bated breath, their anticipation palpable, for among the combatants stood the scion of the Uchiha clan. With the examiner's command, the battle commenced. In an instant, Sasuke propelled himself forward, his eyes transformed into a crimson hue, and his left hand crackled with azure lightning. As he approached Gaara with swift intent, Gaara remained steadfast, motionless, exuding an aura of unwavering confidence in his defenses. When Sasuke's Chidori lunged toward Gaara's chest, a torrent of sand materialized before him, forming a protective barrier. Yet this time, the formidable defense that had previously rendered Gaara impervious faltered under Sasuke's fierce onslaught. Sasuke's left hand successfully pierced through the sand shield, wounding Gaara. Blood trickled from the injury, a testament to his prowess. A surge of determination coursed through Sasuke as he raised his left foot and forcefully kicked off the sand shield, withdrawing his hand and leaping backward, creating distance between himself and Gaara. Thus, he would surely transition into the second phase of the battle. Sasuke contemplated that he did not wish to engage in a futile struggle with Gaara, rather than squander time on a trivial endeavor of shattering his defenses. It would be far more prudent to incite his rage, allowing him to unleash the chakra of the One Tail. Therefore, Sasuke initiated his grand technique, demonstrating a semblance of respect. He first employed his Sharingan to cast an illusion, ensuring that Gaara would remain unresponsive before the imminent attack. Subsequently, he unleashed the Chidori, a piercing ninjutsu, to penetrate Gaara's self-imposed defenses. By breaching Gaara's shell and inflicting a wound, Sasuke successfully obtained a sample of Gaara's cells, awaiting the moment of his transformation into a tailed beast to harvest the chakra of the One Tail. The pain from the injury jolted Gaara from the illusion. What is this warmth? Mother, what has happened? Gaara froze, his head mechanically lowering, until at last he beheld the crimson liquid seeping from his wound. Blood, my blood. In that instant of realization, Gaara let out a harrowing scream. An unusual chakra manifested within the awareness of the onlookers. One Tail, Shikaku, emerge and take a breath. I welcome you. This unfolding scenario did not instill fear in Sasuke. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips. At that moment, a flurry of feathers descended from the audience as Orochimaru's subordinates unleashed their illusion. The fourth Kazekage suddenly seized the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and they leapt onto a rooftop, where four sound ninja appeared at the corners, activating the four purple flames barrier, ensnaring the two Kage and severing Konoha's support for the Hokage. This commotion naturally drew Sasuke's attention. Had they initiated the plan prematurely? Was there no precise moment for activation? Did Orochimaru deliberately choose to execute a scheme midway through my match? I will kill you. Gaara's visage contorted, his eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Sasuke. A robust tentacle, predominantly the color of sand and adorned with blue markings, lunged violently towards Sasuke. Sasuke swiftly darted to the right, narrowly evading the attack. His left hand, however, appeared to have brushed against Gaara's tendrils due to a slight delay in his evasion. Sample acquired. The cloning laboratory successfully extracted a portion of the One Tail's chakra. With remarkable agility, Sasuke performed several backflips, increasing the distance between himself and the tendrils. Just as Gaara contemplated pressing on, Temari and Kankuro materialized at his sides. Gaara, continuing to engage that individual is futile. Do not forget our true objective. Their words, however, held no sway over the already agitated Gaara, and ultimately, it was their sensei who intervened to halt him. The referee, Nara Shikaku, joined the standoff, and Sasuke seized this opportune moment to discreetly touch him, obtaining a sample of his cells. Chapter 25. Healing Gaara and the Soul Festival. Temari and Kankuro pulled Gaara away, and upon receiving orders to pursue further, Sasuke set off in their direction. Along the way, he encountered several traps they had laid. However, these posed no challenge for him. Before long, Sasuke caught up with Gaara and his companions in the dense forest. Stop. Do not flee any longer. Sasuke stood upon a fallen tree trunk, addressing the trio across from him. I will handle this foe, Kankuro. Take Gaara and flee. Temari leaped forward, having already unfurled the fan on her back. With a vigorous sweep, a tempestuous wind surged towards Sasuke. Seizing the opportunity while Temari diverted Sasuke's attention, Kankuro hastily led the injured Gaara away. Just as Temari prepared to unleash a wide-ranging wind release technique to further suppress Sasuke, he emerged from behind the massive tree he had previously evaded. His crimson gaze fixated upon her, rendering her second attempt at attack futile. You may remain here for now, he remarked as he bypassed her, continuing in pursuit of Gaara and Kankuro's retreating figures. Kankuro, realizing he had not yet distanced himself sufficiently, found Sasuke closing the gap once more. Damn it. Has Temari already succumbed? I must buy time against this Uchiha, hoping Gaara can recover in the meantime. Kankuro's unwavering gaze was locked onto Sasuke as he set down the puppet he had been carrying. At that moment, he noticed Sasuke activating his Sharingan. No one is here to protect you now, Gaara. Shall we resume our unfinished contest? Gaara glared intensely at Sasuke, an unsettling aura emanating from within him. I will kill you, the embodiment of annihilation. Gaara's face contorted in agony, resembling shattered porcelain, with fragments beginning to fall away. The Jinchuriki of the One-Tail struggled to contain the beast dwelling within him, his body partially transforming. I must slay you, the one who can inflict pain upon me. Only by eliminating you can I affirm my existence. You are my prey. Saliva dripped from Gaara's mouth in his fervent rage. If you're unwell, seek treatment. I am no healer. If you come to me, do not blame me for being harsh. Under normal circumstances, one would be horrified by Gaara's monstrous visage. Yet Sasuke's tone remained calm, his crimson eyes as tranquil as a still pond. When Naruto and Sakura arrived, following Kakashi-sensei's contract ninja dog, Pakin, they were met with a scene of chaos. Trees lay askew, the ground pockmarked, and Sasuke stood alone atop a toppled tree. Despite the black curse marks that had once again spread across his body, he appeared unscathed. Sasuke, are you alright? I am. By the way, where is your enemy? Gaara has been taken by his two companions. Sasuke retracted the power of the curse marks, his eyes returning to normal, and then he cast a half-smirk at Naruto. No need to thank me. What do you mean no need to thank me? Naruto paused. Then his expression shifted to one of indignation. You bastard, what are you talking about? We came here with the noble intention of offering you assistance, yet it seems as though we ought to express our gratitude to you instead. Sasuke tilted his neck slightly and casually explained, why should you thank me? If I hadn't faltered, you would soon have a good friend from the Sand Village. So why this gratitude? It is only out of consideration for you, Naruto, that I reluctantly played the role of Gaara's psychologist, and I didn't even charge a fee. You foolish boy. You ought to express your heartfelt gratitude. Naruto, upon witnessing Sasuke's insufferable expression, felt a surge of anger rise within him. Damn you, Sasuke. What nonsensical drivel are you spouting? I am hardly acquainted with Gaara. How could we possibly become friends? You think you're so clever, always uttering these incomprehensible remarks. His fists were clenched in frustration. But he soon relaxed his grip, rubbed the tip of his nose with his index finger, and deliberately averted his gaze towards the sky. However, considering the length of time you've fought, I shall assume you've become a bit daft from battle, and I will forgive you this time. Sakura had intended to interject, but found herself bewildered by the topic between the two, unable to contribute to the conversation. Yet, she felt reassured that everything was all right. At that moment, Gaara, who had been taken away, slowly began to regain consciousness from his stupor. The malevolence and violence that had once characterized his gaze had vanished, replaced by a sense of relief and clarity. He silently turned back, memories of the battle flooding his mind. Uchiha Sasuke had struggled valiantly against his tailed beast form for a time, but soon after black markings enveloped his body. He collapsed to the ground, seemingly unable to move. Just as the rampaging Gaara sought to finish off Sasuke, his comrades, Naruto Uzumaki and a pink-haired girl, appeared. Naruto took Sasuke's place, continuing the fight despite being battered and bruised, unwavering in his resolve to protect his friend whom he had rescued from solitude. The yellow-haired boy who shared a similar past. Even in the face of life-threatening danger, Naruto pressed on, continually surpassing his limits. His actions reminded Gaara of the warmth he had felt from Yashimaru during his childhood. Just as Yashimaru had said, the desire to dedicate oneself to a beloved person had granted Naruto strength drawn from his emotions, ultimately empowering him to defeat the Gaara who was once consumed by loneliness, indifference, and cruelty. Turning to the hands that supported him, Gaara addressed Kankuro and Temari, apologizing. Unbeknownst to him, the heartfelt exchange he had shared with Naruto during their battle had merely been an illusion conjured by Sasuke. Yet, remarkably, this deceptive illusion had genuinely healed his heart. Perhaps it is due to Sasuke's remarkable skills, or perhaps an enigmatic force at play in the universe, that he is granted healing in this very moment. The wind whispers through the treetops, carrying away the fallen leaves. The rain gently falls, nourishing the village's soil. The people of Konoha, clad in somber black attire, stand in orderly rows, paying tribute to the third Hokage and all the other souls lost in this fierce battle. One by one, the ninjas laid down white chrysanthemums, their expressions heavy with sorrow. Chapter 26. Itachi's return, Naruto felt the urge to weep. However, upon seeing Konohamaru beside him, overwhelmed with grief, and noticing that no ninja, regardless of rank or visible sorrow, shed a tear, he fought to suppress his own tears. Why must Grandpa Hokage have to die? In the world of ninjas, expressing emotions is a luxury that cannot be afforded. The completion of one's mission is paramount, and tears are forbidden, no matter the circumstances. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Naruto clenched his jaw. Sasuke, from the corner of his eye, observed Naruto, realizing that the third Hokage held significant importance in his heart. If the day ever comes when you learn that I had foreseen Orochimaru's assault on Konoha, that I knew he would take your grandfather's life and cause the demise of so many without making an effort to intervene, would you still find it in your heart to forgive me? Sasuke abruptly closed his eyes, and when he opened them once more, his focus shifted entirely to the funeral before him. What significance does such contemplation hold now? The events have transpired. Moreover, I shall not alter my course of action based on Naruto's perspective, will I? Why then should I indulge in such sentimentality? A ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, signaling a clear sky. While the loss is undeniably heart-wrenching, those who remain must continue their journey. The memorial service came to a close, and as they faced the sun, the expressions of the people seemed to restore to their former selves. Where the leaves dance, the fire persists unceasingly. Though the third Hokage has departed, the will of fire he instilled shall be passed down through generations, never to be extinguished. Naruto, too, returned to his usual optimistic demeanor, bidding farewell with a smile to Iruka-sensei and Konohamaru beside him. As Hinata observed the smile returning to Naruto's face, she felt a sense of relaxation wash over her. Sasuke appeared to be still struggling to regain his composure, his head slightly bowed as he walked through the dispersing crowd, showing no reaction even when he occasionally brushed against others. Sasuke, Naruto called out as he approached him, grabbing his arm and pulling him towards Kakashi-sensei and Sakura. Honestly, if you're still feeling down, it doesn't compare to my position at the back of the pack. Upon hearing those words, the shadow that loomed over Sasuke's face finally dissipated, revealing a faintly resigned smile, an expression born not only from Naruto's presence, but also from his own newfound insights. Such a grand gathering of the entire village was a rarity, even drawing out those who typically remained sequestered within their family compounds. For Sasuke, this memorial ceremony presented an unparalleled opportunity to gather various cellular samples. Just moments prior, during the dispersal of the assembly, he had unwittingly brushed against individuals he had seldom encountered before, collecting their cloning samples. Among the most significant acquisitions this time were the cellular samples of Hinata Hanabi and Kurama Yakumo. Upon returning to his dwelling, Sasuke sat cross-legged, lost in contemplation. It was not long before Itachi would arrive. He needed to ponder carefully how to present himself and behave in light of this long-awaited reunion. That very morning, when Sasuke met with Kakashi-sensei, he noticed Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi were also present. A glance at the nearby shop revealed an unattended table adorned with a tricolor dumpling. Just as Sasuke was musing over this, Asuma and Kurenai swiftly departed. Kakashi exchanged a few words with Sasuke before finding an excuse to leave as well. Observing the three jonin hastily intercepting Itachi, Sasuke couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, your intimidating presence is quite remarkable, brother. With that in mind, Naruto should soon be setting off with Jiraiya to seek Tsunade, thus compelling me to prepare for my own endeavors. At Konoha Hospital, equipped with his ninja tools, Sasuke found Kakashi's hospital room and pushed the door open. Kakashi-sensei, he called softly. The silver-haired Kakashi lay unconscious on the bed, while Kurenai stood at his bedside, her expression laced with concern. Asuma sat nearby, smoking, and Might Guy, facing away from Sasuke's entrance, seemed to signal for silence regarding any discussion of Itachi. Sasuke took a few steps forward, arriving beside Guy, and surveyed the room with a look of bewilderment. Why was Kakashi-sensei lying in bed? What had transpired? No, nothing has occurred, Guy interjected promptly. Unfortunately, reality is often rife with surprises. Before Guy could officially concoct an excuse, he had already faltered. Suddenly, Hibi rushed in, exclaiming, I heard that Itachi has returned and is searching for Naruto. Is that true? The three jonin in the hospital room exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Fool, someone muttered. Upon hearing Ebisu mention Itachi, Sasuke's expression momentarily froze, and then he appeared to lose all sense of reason. With a swift gesture, he brushed past Ebisu and dashed outside. In a state of uncontrolled agitation, his hand inadvertently grazed Kakashi's watermelon head. Sasuke leapt between the rooftops, making his way directly towards the Ichiraka ramen shop. There was a tinge of regret, having only secured the cellular samples from Ebisu and Might Guy. However, seeking out Asuma and Kurenai would have seemed rather forced. Upon arriving at Ichiraku, Sasuke lifted the curtain and anxiously inquired, "Uncle Ichiraku, do you know where Naruto has gone?" "Ah, Naruto," Uncle Ichiraku recalled, responding, "earlier today. Jiraiya-sensei came by. He shared a bowl of ramen with Naruto, and then it seems they mentioned heading to the village's outskirts." "Thank you." Before Uncle Ichiraku could finish his sentence, Sasuke had dashed out, leaving only the echo of his gratitude in the air. Sasuke was well aware of the location of it, and upon learning of Naruto's whereabouts, he hastened towards that place. Meanwhile, Kisame Hoshigaki raised his wrapped sword, Samahata, preparing to strike at Naruto's legs, aiming to incapacitate the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. At that very moment, several shurikens interrupted his movement. Kisame took a small step to the left, evading the lone shuriken that was aimed at him, and turned to glance at Itachi, realizing that his brother was receiving far more attention than he was. However, a mere 5 shurikens could not pose a threat to Itachi, even if they were an ambush. The assailant understood this as well. Thus the shurikens served merely to divert the attention of the two. The sound of Chidori resonated, hurtling towards Itachi at breakneck speed. Chapter 27. Reunion of Brothers. I have followed your words, harboring animosity and hatred towards you. I have clung to life until now, solely to eliminate you. Die, Itachi. As Itachi dodged the shurikens, Sasuke seized the opportunity to close the distance between them, his Chidori now poised before Itachi. Oh, has it already evolved to the 3 Tomo? Faced with the powerful ninjutsu just inches away, Uchiha Itachi displayed no sign of panic. Instead, he calmly met his brother's hateful 3 Tomo Sharingan gaze. Just as Itachi prepared to swiftly grasp his brother's wrist, an explosion erupted from his left rear. It was the reverse side of the shuriken that had been launched at Kisame, now affixed with an explosive tag, resulting in a detonation. Boom! With another resounding blast. The walls of the building crumbled, creating a gaping hole, while Itachi's hand tightly gripped Sasuke's wrist, directing that Chidori towards the wall. The explosive tag was easily handled by Kisame, failing to affect Itachi. With a firm twist of his hand, Itachi aimed to break his brother's wrist. However, Sasuke emitted no scream of agony. Instead, he dissipated, an illusionary clone. At the moment Sasuke's shadow clone vanished, a figure leaped from the floor below, bursting through the debris caused by the explosion, emerging from the smoke that had been generated by the blast, the sound of Chidori once again filling the air. Kisame attempted to assist, but was met with a kick from Naruto. When he turned to face Naruto, he discovered that Naruto was already preparing to form hand seals. With a swing of Samahata, he absorbed the chakra that overflowed from Naruto. It seems not only must I sever your legs, but it would be best to also cut off the hands you use for sealing. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi found himself in true peril. The adversary he had just dealt with was merely Sasuke's shadow clone, and at that moment, Sasuke's real Chidori was poised to strike from behind him. Success was imminent. With a flash of lightning, Sasuke's left hand successfully pierced Itachi's back. However, he immediately displayed a look of astonishment, for he felt no sensation of penetrating flesh. Before his eyes, the Itachi he had struck transformed into a multitude of crows, scattering in all directions. Countless crows surged toward him, leaving Sasuke dizzy and disoriented. It was only when he was forcefully slammed against the wall behind him that he snapped back to reality. At that moment, Jiraiya had arrived, and Naruto was anxiously gazing in his direction. Sasuke found himself grievously wounded, his breath stifled as Itachi grasped his throat with a single hand, pinning him against the wall. Leaning closer, Itachi whispered into Sasuke's ear, "You still remember to use shadow clones as bait, while your true self attacks from below. After all these years, you've made some progress. However, it remains insufficient, far from enough. In my eyes, you still appear as feeble as you did on that day. Why? Because your hatred for me is still lacking." At this juncture, Itachi tightened his grip, forcibly lifting his brother's chin to meet his gaze. The 3 Tomo in his eyes swirled around the center, expanding into a pattern resembling a shuriken with 3 blades, as he invoked the eye technique of his Manjiki Sharingan. Tsukuyami. A blood-red moon hung ominously in the air, and Sasuke was transported back to the night of the massacre. For the next 24 hours, "You shall linger in this day," came Itachi's cold voice in Sasuke's ears. The illusion cast by Itachi came to an end. Yet the day within the Genjutsu was but a fleeting moment in reality. My foolish brother, you still lack the worth to be killed by me in reality. If you wish to slay me, then let your hatred fester, despise me, and continue to live in your wretchedness. Itachi reiterated this infamous line to his brother. At this moment, Sasuke's Sharingan had closed, his gaze vacant, seemingly devoid of the will to resist. Stop, Naruto shouted, almost in a roar, charging towards Itachi. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes had transformed into crimson beast-like orbs, and a tail flickered behind him. This ends now, you two. Ninja art, toad mouth bind. Jiraiya summoned the giant toad from Mount Myaboku, ready to intervene. The wall behind Sasuke morphed into a grotesque flesh barrier, which indented inward, enveloping him entirely. Itachi, in turn, relinquished his grip around Sasuke's neck. Kisame, come here. The formidable Kisame Hashigaki extracted his Samahata, now ensnared within the grotesque flesh, and feigned an attack on Naruto. Seizing the opportunity while Jiraiya rushed to defend Naruto, he swiftly made his way to Itachi's side, retreating toward the direction of the house's window. As Sasuke was expelled from the flesh barrier, the two members of the Akatsuki had already circumvented the obstruction through Itachi's Amaterasu and made their escape from the scene. Sasuke strained to keep himself from succumbing to unconsciousness, for if he were to succumb to slumber, it would likely be for an extended duration. The deviation from the expected was astonishing. In the original narrative, Itachi was merely employing Jinjutsu to incessantly replay the harrowing images of the night of the massacre for Sasuke, who remained a mere observer. Yet, here I found myself immersed in an experiential nightmare. No longer just a bystander, but rather cast as a member of the clan on that fateful night, reliving the sensation of being slain by Itachi time and again. Each experience distinct, with varied roles and methods of demise. Brother, how cruel you truly are. My current predicament mirrors that of Kakashi, I fear. Sasuke endeavored to prolong his consciousness through sheer contemplation. However, having recently endured immense psychological trauma, his awareness inexorably began to dissipate. Not yet. I cannot succumb to slumber. This moment presents the optimal opportunity to connect with Jiraiya. Should I let it slip away, such an occasion may never present itself again. Naruto supported Sasuke. Yet Sasuke exerted himself to raise his hand, straining to reach towards Jiraiya. Although Naruto was oblivious to Sasuke's intentions, he nonetheless embraced him and moved in Jiraiya's direction. At long last, Sasuke succeeded in making contact with Jiraiya's barefoot, for he was clad in wooden sandals. Before Sasuke could ascertain the success of his sampling, he swayed and ultimately lost consciousness entirely. Sasuke's slumber was extraordinarily prolonged, extending to a duration that birthed a nightmare he had never encountered since his inception. Sasuke dreamt that he had finally realized his aspirations, aided by Orochimaru in his own remarkable abilities. He awakened the Rinnegan and simultaneously possessed the sage body and sage eyes, allowing him to clone the Ten Tails. After absorbing it, he became the new Ten Tails Jinchuriki, immortal and indestructible. Just as he was about to use the Rinnegan's innate technique to resurrect all the Uchiha clan members, a figure suddenly appeared before him. And he had not even sensed how this person had come. It was a youth, with black hair and black eyes, adorned with a Konoha headband and dressed in a blue top and white shorts, none other than Sasuke in his younger years. Chapter 28. Nightmare. Why am I here in this form for my youth? Is it the dragon vein? Or perhaps the plow? Stop overthinking. I am not you. The boy in blue, piercing through Sasuke's inner thoughts, responded directly. Then who are you? Who am I? You ought to know very well. You are intimately familiar with me. I am Uchiha Sasuke, the true Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. Then why have you come here? To reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me. What a joke. I am a legitimate reincarnation, not some mere possession takeover. Every moment from birth until now has been experienced and participated in by me. What gives you the right to audaciously claim that all this should belong to you? Sasuke scoffed derisively. Oh. So you were born with the knowledge that you would seek out Orochimaru? Born with the understanding that you are the reincarnation of Indra? Born knowing that you must merge with Hashirama's cells to awaken the Rinnegan? Indeed, I was born with such knowledge. So what? My inquiry is not whether Sasuke possessed this awareness, but rather when you, in your past life as Zuo Zhuo, emerged into the modern world, did you truly comprehend the intricacies of this ninja realm? What is your point in raising such arguments? Raising arguments? I merely state the truth. Were it not for your consumption of anime, your profound understanding of my life, how could you possess such prescience and attain your current accomplishments? You have pilfered my existence, solely focused on your own ascendance, your own invincibility. Yet you have not altered a single tragedy of my life. You are acutely aware of all that is to transpire. The Uchiha clan still faced annihilation. My parents remain lost, and my brother met his demise before your very eyes." At this juncture, the young man in blue, overwhelmed by his emotions, felt his eyes transform into a vivid crimson, each swirling with 3 ebony tomo. "Who said that? I now possess the Rinnegan and intend to resurrect them all." Resurrection? Ha! Spare me your feigned sincerity. You had the opportunity to avert such calamities, yet you did not even attempt to intervene, choosing instead to coldly observe as events unfolded. And now you wish to resurrect them? Let me assure you, it is too late. If you had never altered their fates, how are you any different from me in their eyes? It would be better for me to resurrect them, for at least I, Sasuke Uchiha, genuinely regard myself as a member of the Uchiha clan, truly seeing them as my kin. The young man in blue tightened his grip around Sasuke's neck. The suffocating sensation reminiscent of the time Itachi had pinned him against the wall many years prior. Sasuke yearned to resist. Yet from the moment he found himself unable to evade, it became evident that before this boy clad in azure, his unparalleled prowess within the ninja realm seemed to dissipate. He was utterly incapable of opposing the individual before him. The chakra of Sasuke is incessantly siphoned away by the blue-clad youth from the point of their contact. The Uchiha clan shall never forgive you, nor will your brother. Can you fathom why he did not merely allow you to witness from the confines of Tsukuyami during your initial reunion, as you anticipated? Instead, he compelled you to endure the harrowing sensation of being slain repeatedly, for he has discerned your aberration. This is his retribution for your initial inaction when you chose not to save him. The boy, who is relentlessly draining Sasuke's chakra, shows no signs of mercy as he continues to utter words that pierce the heart. TCH. Who cares? It is not I who has taken their lives. My act of reviving them is, in fact, a gesture of mercy. Let them think as they wish. Let them ponder my character. I am indifferent to their perceptions. However, should they dare to attack me, I shall not show any mercy. As for Itachi, let him first settle matters with those clan members he has slain before addressing anything else. Sasuke almost forced himself to utter these words, his voice contorting under the strain. Oh, you claim to disregard the opinions of your clan and your brother, do you not? But what of Naruto? He regards you as his one and only, the most treasured bond he possesses. And how do you reciprocate? Perhaps due to your childhood interactions and the nostalgic lens of youth, you have never belittled or mocked him. You have shown him respect and care, yet this is where it ends. In your heart, strength reigns supreme. No matter how much you may care for Naruto, it cannot surpass this fundamental truth. The pursuit of power remains your foremost priority. Thus, in your quest to encounter Orochimaru, who could better assist you, you allowed the latter to attack Konoha during the Chunin exams, ultimately resulting in the death of the third Hokage. But to Naruto, the Hokage is a figure of immense significance. Tell me, do you believe such a person as yourself is worthy of being Naruto's bond? I would be a better substitute. At least in the true heart of Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto has always remained one of the most important individuals. Sasuke remained silent, uncertain whether it was due to the grip that rendered him speechless or because the words spoken were undeniably true, leaving him without a counterargument. As Sasuke's chakra continuously flowed towards his adversary, his Rinnegan faded, while the other SIs transformed into the Rinnegan, sprouting 2 horns atop his head. Ultimately, the 10 tails within Sasuke was extracted, and the boy in blue drained Sasuke's chakra, beginning to siphon away his life force. At this juncture, Sasuke found himself in a state of disorientation, aware that his end was near. Yet, a profound tranquility enveloped him, perhaps stemming from the realization that any resistance would be futile, prompting him to resign himself to fate. Soon, the boy in blue consumed the entirety of Sasuke's life force, leaving him a mere husk, lifeless. Surprisingly, the blue-clad youth did not relent. His hands remained tightly gripping the neck of the lifeless body. Sasuke's spirit had yet to transcend to the afterlife, and he gazed quizzically at the boy before him, perplexed by his actions. In an instant, a tremor coursed through Sasuke's entire being, an indescribable sensation that awakened a primal fear from the depths of his soul. He felt as if the world was receding from him, the memories of his life as Sasuke beginning to fade, severing his ties to those he once cherished, his parents, brother, clan, villagers, Iruka-sensei, classmates, Sakura, Kakashi-sensei, Orochimaru, and Naruto. Just as the boy in blue had proclaimed, he sought to reclaim all that was his, including Sasuke's destiny. True to his word, the youth refrained from encroaching upon the essence of Sasuke's identity. However, inexplicably, the resigned Sasuke, in his ethereal state, lifted his spectral hands and fiercely grasped the boy's neck. Sasuke expended every ounce of his life force. Yet the harsh realities of existence remain impervious to the will of any individual. A pure soul cannot influence the material world. Even as Sasuke's hands became grotesquely distorted, his essence beginning to dissipate, the blue-clad youth remained untouched, while Sasuke's fate steadfastly gravitated towards him. Ultimately, Sasuke was irrevocably transformed back into Zuo Zhuo. Yet within the depths of Zuo Zhuo's heart surged an inexplicable rage, a profound, unrelenting hatred that seemed to exist without a target, as if it were a disdain for the entirety of the world itself. As the sun and moon revolved and the seasons shifted, the realm of the Hokage no longer held a place for Zuo Zhuo. His soul wandered in a dimension unseen by any, eternally isolated. Neither in the murky world nor the Pure Land, accompanied solely by the resentment and discontent festering within, until the end of time. If this fate truly belonged to that Uchiha Sasuke, what then was the source of his hatred, and why this profound sense of discontent? Chapter 29, The Sound 4. Konoha Hospital. Sasuke abruptly sat up in his hospital bed, his expression contorted with intensity, involuntarily activating his Sharingan. He noticed Naruto gazing at him with concern. While Sakura appeared startled by his state, yet she restrained herself, concealing any overt signs of distress. Tsunade stood nearby. Had he experienced a nightmare? Sasuke closed his eyes, his expression gradually restoring to its usual demeanor. "I'm sorry." "No, it's all right," Sakura hastily replied. Naruto, unusually silent, gazed at Sasuke with a hint of concern. It was not that he did not wish to respond, but rather that he was uncertain of the appropriate words to convey. The sight of Sasuke in such a state was entirely unfamiliar to him. In Naruto's eyes, Sasuke had always been the epitome of coolness and composure. His academic prowess was remarkable, and his strength formidable. Yet, despite his exceptional abilities, he never looked down upon anyone, nor did he distance himself from those who struggled. If one were to inquire who he considered the most perfect among his peers, Naruto might not verbally acknowledge it, but in his heart, he would undoubtedly regard Sasuke as that ideal. This embodiment of aspiration for Naruto was none other than Sasuke himself. However, the current disposition of Sasuke left Naruto perplexed. The earlier expression and the ominous declarations made during their battle, such as "I have lived until now solely to kill you," were unsettling. He had once believed that he and Sasuke shared an unbreakable bond of friendship, yet he now realized that he might not truly understand Sasuke as well as he thought. Upon inspecting the cloning laboratory within the recesses of his mind, Sasuke exhaled with a sense of relief upon discovering the presence of Jiraiya cellular samples. Fortunately, the endeavor had proven successful. The next step would involve assuming the identity of a patient to approach Tsunade. Regrettably, during his unconscious state, he was unable to procure any samples, which would have undoubtedly expedited his progress. Days later, Sasuke was discharged from the hospital, having successfully obtained Tsunade's cellular samples during his brief stay. Lacking any urgent desire to prove his superiority over Naruto, the anticipated rooftop battle was naturally absent from his thoughts. Those familiar with Sasuke's daily routine would observe that his behavior post-discharge had become rather peculiar. Most of his waking hours were spent lingering in secluded spots seldom frequented by others: corners, rooftops, and treetops. Moreover, had one been privy to his activities, they would discern that he was quietly honing his control over chakra as he passed the time. To an untrained eye, he appeared merely lost in contemplation or introspection, occasionally betraying a visage of anxiety and ire. Ultimately, the fruits of his deliberate efforts bore fruit one fateful night, as the opportunities he had meticulously crafted finally came to fruition. Sasuke rose from the trunk, gazing in astonishment at the four ninjas adorned with the forehead protectors of the Sound Village who had suddenly encircled him. Though the surprise in his eyes did not reach the depths of his soul, before even waiting for Kakashi-sensei, these individuals had already made their appearance, which fortuitously allowed him to conserve some effort. Without dwelling on the fleeting thought that crossed his mind, he addressed them directly. "Sound ninjas? What brings you to the Hidden Leaf Village?" "The purpose?" One of them replied. "The purpose is to make you acutely aware of just how weak you truly are." No sooner had their words left their lips than they charged towards Sasuke at the center. Thud, 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 thud. The figures of the four sound ninjas were sent hurtling away from Sasuke, transforming midair into four wooden substitutes. Sasuke turned his head slightly, his crimson eyes glancing back over his shoulder. The dark curse mark had spread across his entire body, and he emanated a furious chakra. "Oh? So the one who just boasted about making me aware of my own insignificance is of this caliber. My mood is rather foul at the moment. Since you have come to Konoha, you shall not leave. It seems we have been underestimated. The curse mark is not solely your domain." With these words, Zuo activated the curse mark alongside his companions. Sasuke found himself devoid of any means to retaliate, yet Zoken remained unyielding, poised to land a punch upon Sasuke's face. Just as the blow was about to connect, Mayu intervened, exclaiming, "Enough. Do not forget our mission. We did not come to Konoha merely to incapacitate this boy." Zoken, feeling his fist ensnared, glared at Mayu, his hand still straining against her grip, seemingly oblivious to her words. Jiraiya hastened to assist Jintomaru in restraining Zoken. He has begun to lose his composure. Upon hearing Mayu's command, Jiraiya maneuvered behind the still confronting Jintomaru, forming hand signs, illusion technique, release. Just as Jintomaru's awareness returned to the realm of reality, he was yanked away by Jiraiya. The trio struggled to regain control over the increasingly erratic Zoken, only to discover that Sasuke had vanished. Mayu lifted her gaze to the rooftop and declared, "If you wish to grow stronger, strong enough that even the combined might of the four of us cannot best you, then come with us. Lord Orochimaru shall grant you greater power. Do not forget your elder brother. Do not lose sight of your purpose. In this sheltered village, playing house with your companions, you will never achieve your goals." Sasuke paused atop the roof, then, in a flash, disappeared. Upon returning to his dwelling, Sasuke surveyed the surroundings, perhaps aware that this might be his final visit to this abode. The cellular samples from those four had been successfully acquired during their skirmish. However, more significantly, 2 of my new techniques had triumphed in the previous confrontation, bolstering my confidence to achieve my objectives at the Valley of the End. Originally, during the recent confrontation with the 4 members of the Sound Ninja, Sasuke regarded them as mere practice dummies to test his 2 novel methods of releasing genjutsu. One method involved the simultaneous activation of his 2 Sharingan, allowing him to cast illusions on different individuals at once, thereby affecting 2 targets in a single instance. His prior training, which focused on controlling only 1 Sharingan at a time, combined with his masterful manipulation of chakra, provided a solid foundation for this innovative approach to genjutsu. On this occasion, Sasuke successfully ensnared both Jotaro and Zoken in his illusions. Jotaro succumbed to his conventional genjutsu, only to be liberated later with Jirobo's assistance. In contrast, Zoken experienced a novel interpretation of genjutsu, which could scarcely be classified as such, as he perceived no visual hallucinations. This represented a form of subconscious hypnosis, emphasizing the hypnotic capabilities inherent in the Sharingan. Unlike previous methods that directly employ this ability to ensnare opponents in illusions, this technique served as a conduit to influence the target's mental energy, thereby interfering with their psyche and consciousness, subtly guiding them towards the desired behavior envisioned by the caster. In Chapter 30, The Night of Betrayal, during their earlier skirmish, Sasuke had already exerted such influence over Zoken, instilling a sense of disdain for their mission target, compelling him to teach him a harsh lesson. Sasuke, through the art of psychological suggestion, diminished the rationality of his opponent, Zuo Zhuo, during their confrontation, allowing the desire to unleash a violent assault upon him to prevail. Consequently, even when Sasuke later found himself bereft of the strength to resist, Zuo Zhuo remained unwilling to relent. However, this hypnotic illusion is not without its flaws. Primarily, it can only amplify or diminish pre-existing thoughts and desires within the opponent. It cannot fabricate or implant notions that do not already exist within their psyche. Furthermore, while this illusion represents a novel approach, it remains susceptible to countermeasures such as the dispelling of illusions through hand seals. Yet, it is inherently more subtle and difficult to detect than conventional illusions, and typically, individuals or their allies, unaware that someone has fallen prey to such a ruse, would not casually perform the necessary seals. Even if the illusion is successfully dispelled, the individual may not be entirely exempt from subsequent effects, as certain emotions may have been triggered, lingering beyond the dissolution of the illusion. In such instances, the ability of the individual to maintain control over their mind and spirit becomes paramount. With Orochimaru's invitation now formally in hand, Sasuke, having tidied up his belongings in the restroom, splashed water on his face and dried it with a towel. Fully prepared, he approached the mirror mounted on the wall, lifted a hand, and gently touched its surface. His Sharingan having awakened at some point unbeknownst to him, Sasuke gazed at his reflection in the mirror, his crimson eyes adorned with 3 pitch-black tomo, swirling slowly within them, evoking a sense of reluctance, yet ultimately resolute. At Naruto's residence, he lay curled on his bed, casting his gaze toward the luminous moon outside the window. For some inexplicable reason, his appetite was diminished this evening. Even his beloved Ichiraka ramen seemed unpalatable. Sasuke had been acting rather strangely these past few days, and Naruto was uncertain of the cause, feeling hesitant to inquire directly. With these thoughts in mind, Naruto closed his eyes and clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it. Tomorrow, I shall speak to Kakashi-sensei about this matter. Sasuke traversed the silent streets of the hidden leaf village under the night sky, where the stillness spoke of an uncharted solitude. A path chosen by the youth that few could comprehend. Sasuke has departed, yet the photograph of Team 7 remains perched upon his desk. Indeed, unlike the Sasuke of the original narrative, he did not lay this picture down. He feels no need for such a ritual to solidify his resolve. In his heart, the warm harbor of companionship has never held greater significance than his quest for strength. He is destined to seek out Orochimaru, a decision made from the very beginning. Perhaps, at his core, he is simply this cold-blooded and malevolent little Uchiha. Sasuke walked steadily, nearing the entrance, and to his surprise, Sakura did not appear along his path. It seemed that some changes had indeed taken place. Nevertheless, it was for the better, as it spared him some effort. As Sasuke arrived at the entrance, the guards, Kamizuki Izumi and Kozo Tetsu, called out to him, inquiring about his intended departure. In response, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, ensnaring each guard in an illusion with a gaze directed at them individually. They collapsed to the ground simultaneously. My apologies, but it seems you may be unable to assist the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, with her documents tomorrow morning. After all, should a confrontation arise, you both possess formidable skills, and the commotion would undoubtedly be considerable. Thus, I resorted to the illusion quick passage. Sasuke crouched down and touched each of them lightly with his hand before rising and departing without a backward glance. May you have sweet dreams this night. We have awaited your arrival for quite some time, Lord Sasuke. Outside the village of Konoha, the 4 sound ninjas beheld Sasuke as he emerged from the village, arranging themselves in a line and kneeling on one knee. From the moment you stepped out of Konoha, you have become our leader. We humbly ask for your forgiveness for our previous indiscretions. Sasuke cast a fleeting glance at the expression of his companion, noting a hint of defiance within him. Nevertheless, he managed to restrain himself and acted in accordance with Orochimaru's directives. Do as you wish, let us proceed, he remarked. The 4 sound shinobi, along with the defector Sasuke, vanished into the enveloping darkness of the night. As dawn broke, 2 gatekeepers awoke from their slumber, realizing that daylight had arrived. A sense of foreboding washed over them, prompting an immediate report to the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. Upon grasping the situation, Tsunade pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to summon the level-headed Nara Shikamaru, appointing him as the acting leader of the Nin team. Due to Sasuke's punctuality during the official matches, his battle with Temari had not been expedited. Consequently, the confrontation was left unresolved due to Orochimaru's attack, and Shikamaru, having not completed all the Nin selection exam tasks, was not elevated to the rank of Nin. He gathered a team tasked with retrieving Uchiha Sasuke. What? Shikamaru, what did you say? Sasuke, Naruto, still clad in his pajamas, exclaimed in excitement as he grasped Shikamaru's clothing upon hearing the news. With dark circles under his eyes, it was evident that he had not rested well the previous night. Observing Shikamaru's silence as he quietly wiped away the saliva sprayed upon him, Naruto's hands drooped by his sides, deflated. How could this be? Naruto clenched his teeth, then raised his head to Shikamaru, declaring, wait a moment. I'll change my clothes right away. Before long, Shikamaru successfully gathered Naruto, Choji, Kiba, and Neji, forming a 5-member team. After arranging their formation and delegating responsibilities, the mission to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke formally commenced. Sasuke, wait for me, I will bring you back. In a dense forest, the quartet of sound shinobi suddenly halted, turning in unison to face Sasuke, who stood at their center. Lord Sasuke, we have now left the confines of the hidden leaf village. It should suffice. Upon hearing this, Sasuke lightly raised an eyebrow and inquired, pray tell, what are your intentions? It must pertain to Orochimaru, am I correct? Indeed. Lord Orochimaru has entrusted us with a matter of utmost importance, which is to request that you die once, came the reply. After a night had passed, Zuijin's emotions had returned to a state of normalcy. Upon uttering these words, he produced a glass vial containing numerous small brown pills. Please consume this awakening pill. Lord Sasuke, he urged. Chapter 31. Pursued. Allow me to elaborate. Your current curse mark level is in State 1, and this awakening pill can forcibly elevate you to State 2. However, once you transition to State 2, the rate of curse mark erosion will significantly accelerate, leading to your imminent demise. To master the power of State 2, one must invest considerable time for the body to acclimate. Consequently, while you may gain powers equivalent to ours, you will perish from erosion within mere minutes after the forced awakening. A gust of wind swept through, causing the hair of the 5 individuals to sway. Observing Sasuke's unyielding gaze, Zuo decided to forego further suspense and continued, "Rest assured, we will employ barrier ninjutsu to mitigate these side effects. Before your actual demise, we will induce a state of apparent death, allowing your body to fully adapt to the powers of Curse Mark State 2. Very well, I entrust this to you," Sasuke replied, accepting the vial. He uncorked it, retrieved a pill, and without a moment's hesitation, swallowed it whole. The straightforwardness of this action evoked a flicker of astonishment among the 4 sound ninja. From beginning to end, Sasuke exhibited neither excitement nor hesitation, nor did he harbor any doubts about the 4 sound ninjas and their ability to ensure his survival. He unreservedly entrusted his life to them. It seemed they began to grasp why Lord Orochimaru held Sasuke in such high regard, not solely due to his prowess in the lineage of the Uchiha clan, but also because such an exceptional ninja was indeed underappreciated in Konoha. After consuming the awakening pill, Sasuke swiftly responded, although the curse seal did not cover his entire body. He felt as though it had come to life, accompanied by excruciating pain and a gradual deprivation of his sensory perceptions. Sasuke lost consciousness. Zuo promptly retrieved a wooden barrel inscribed with incantations from the sealing scroll, while Jirby supported the collapsing Sasuke and placed him inside the barrel. The 4 sound ninjas positioned themselves around the barrel and initiated the 4 black mist formation sealing technique, causing a torrent of black mist to surge into the barrel, ultimately forming a black lid. Zuo quickly inscribed several talismans with his own blood and cast them above the barrel, then clasped his hands together to release the sealing technique, thoroughly enclosing Sasuke within the barrel. With the essential tasks nearly complete, the next step was to successfully transport him back to Lord Orochimaru. Jirby hoisted the barrel containing Sasuke, and the 4 resumed their journey. Ever since Kiba's Akamaru detected the scent of blood, Shikamaru's pursuit team began to encounter an increasing number of traps. "Naruto, there's a tripwire beneath your feet." "I know." "No, wait. Don't move." Just as Naruto was about to step onto another hidden trap, Shikamaru hurriedly activated his shadow imitation jutsu to urgently restrain him. Surprisingly, Naruto, who was often perceived as careless, did not trigger the trap this time. Shikamaru sighed in relief and refrained from employing his jutsu further. "Hey, don't underestimate me. In this trap, one of the metal wires reflects light conspicuously, and if there is another wire, it is typically altered to become concealed and difficult to detect. Touching either wire would activate the trap," Naruto boasted, but as he continued, his tone diminished and the spark in his eyes faded. "This trap-setting strategy was taught to me by Sasuke." "Yes, precisely, so I must bring him back." Naruto's face reflected unwavering determination. "Wait." Neji activated his Byakugan. "I see them." As Sasuke burst forth from the confines, he found Kagaya Kimimaro standing directly before him. The gaze Kimimaro cast upon him held a hint of curiosity, perhaps pondering what manner of individual could possess the attention of Orochimaru. "Naruto, have they not yet caught up?" Sasuke sensed the overwhelming power of the second curse mark coursing through him. However, this was not the moment for combat. He adeptly reigned in the curse mark's energy, allowing his form to revert to its original state. It appeared that I had adapted slightly more swiftly than in the original narrative. Nevertheless, Naruto and the others would likely arrive soon, presenting an opportunity to engage Kimimaro in conversation. "Greetings, I am aware of you, Kagaya Kimimaro. I have heard tales of your prowess from your companions. It is said that your strength is formidable and that you possess a unique bloodline limit, making you the most esteemed and favored reincarnation vessel of Orochimaru." At this juncture, Sasuke's tone shifted abruptly, a hint of provocation gracing his visage. "Oh, my apologies, I misspoke. Now that I am here, you are merely Orochimaru's once most favored vessel." Before Sasuke's words could fully dissipate into the air, a sharp bone spike suddenly pierced the atmosphere, halting just before his throat. Kimimaro displayed no semblance of anger, yet his words emerged with a chilling finality. "Were it not for Lord Orochimaru's need for you, you would already be a corpse." Sasuke smiled faintly, raising his hand to gently push aside the bone spike resting against his neck. "It seems your temper is rather foul. However, let us part ways here. Perhaps fate will bring us together again." As he spoke, Sasuke's gaze shifted to his left, following his line of sight. Kimimaro beheld a youth clad in vibrant orange, with a head of golden hair, and piercing red slitted eyes, leaping forth from the forest. Sasuke. Unfortunately, Naruto received no response from Sasuke, who remained steadfastly turned away, his figure flickering before vanishing into the dense woods ahead. Sasuke, stop! Just as Naruto was about to pursue, a figure abruptly blocked his path. It was none other than Kimimaro, who had previously snatched the vessel containing Sasuke from him and Shikamaru. Stepping forward, Kimimaro readied himself for battle. A curious individual, that one chosen by the adults. It seemed he merely provoked me, yet he departed without further action. I remain uncertain of his intentions. However, it matters not. Even if this person possesses a unique character, he will soon be ensnared by Lord Orochimaru. Now, I shall fight to ensure that Lord Orochimaru successfully acquires his treasure. Kimimaro's green eyes observed Naruto with a calm intensity, his other hand extending a sharp-boned spike. Even if it means I may perish here. Chapter 32, Prelude. Step aside. Naruto's hair bristled, a tail faintly visible behind him. Without uttering a word, Kimimaro launched himself at Naruto. Witnessing this, Naruto's nails elongated and sharpened into claws, his canine teeth protruded, and he seemed to embody the ferocity of a demon fox. Then I shall utterly annihilate you before I continue my pursuit of Sasuke. Sasuke leaped among the trees and stones. The colossal statue of the Valley of the End coming into view. He traversed a long, dark tunnel composed of rock, drawing ever closer to his destination. The cell samples of Kagaya's last descendant, Kinshiki Tsutsuki, who possessed the rare bloodline limit known as Shikatsumi Haku, had been successfully acquired. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Had he waited until the extinction of this clan, obtaining their cloning samples would have proved significantly more arduous. Reflecting on this, a wry smile crept onto Sasuke's face. Indeed, his situation bore a striking resemblance to that of Kinshiki. To outsiders, Itachi Uchiha was a traitor who slaughtered his clan, while Obito Uchiha remained hidden, leaving no one aware of his survival. Thus, Sasuke Uchiha found himself as the last scion of the Uchiha clan. The persistent calls of Naruto echoed in Sasuke's ears, as if the incessant shouting would compel him to reconsider. Were they closing in? It seemed that Rock Lee and Gaara of the Sand had arrived to lend their support. The next stage was about to unfold. Before entering the dark tunnel, Sasuke cast one last glance at the statues of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha within the valley. Beneath the azure sky, with torrents of water cascading down the majestic waterfall, these two historical figures stood facing each other, bound by a pact of opposition, eternally narrating the ancient grudges, contemporary conflicts, and the fated future. The vicissitudes of life often catch one off guard. Families steeped in enmity could extend a hand in reconciliation to build a village together, yet one day, without warning, they might set ablaze the precious peace they had forged. Just as the skies remained clear and bright, no one could foresee that a torrential downpour would soon follow. Naruto sprinted through the dark tunnel, his voice reverberating within its confines. The lengthy pursuit and several skirmishes had left him drenched in sweat, whether it was fatigue or the oppressive darkness of the tunnel. It felt as if he was retracing the steps of his early life. Viewed as the embodiment of the Nine Tails since childhood, the villagers had treated him with disdain. In his quest for attention, he often resorted to mischief and pranks, despising solitude. Yet his misguided actions only served to deepen the villagers' aversion towards him. Despite the occasional care and comfort bestowed upon him by the esteemed Hokage, he yearned for the acknowledgement of more individuals, even that of everyone. This desire persisted until he encountered a peer, an individual clad perpetually in blue shorts. He often observed this counterpart practicing ninja skills by the riverbank, yet unlike him, this youth enjoyed the blessings of a happy and harmonious family, with loving parents and a considerate elder brother, and his rapport with clansmen and villagers appeared exceedingly cordial. The very things he desperately sought were to his counterpart mere commonplace possessions, as if the latter was destined to possess them from birth. Thus, he found himself harboring a profound disdain for this individual. Yet, paradoxically, his attention was invariably captivated by the brilliance of this peer, and he aspired to emulate him, transforming him into a target for his ambitions. Later, upon entering the Ninja Academy, he encountered Iruka-sensei and discovered that he and this peer had been placed in the same class, learning for the first time the name of his rival, Uchiha Sasuke. Within the confines of the school, Sasuke excelled in every subject, receiving continuous praise from instructors. Despite his prodigious talents, he exhibited no arrogance, forging amicable relationships with his classmates. His striking appearance enchanted the entire female populace, save for one peculiar girl with dark hair, Hinata. Indeed, Sasuke embodied every trait he despised. Consequently, He began to deliberately torment Sasuke, hurling objects at him when he was distracted, doodling on his desk, and even tossing insects into his workspace. Yet time and again, Sasuke effortlessly neutralized his antics, often leaving him to face embarrassment instead. In stark contrast to his own behavior, Sasuke never sought to instigate trouble, and at times, even extended a helping hand, which he invariably rejected. Nevertheless, it was the first instance he felt the existence of someone who bore him no malice or prejudice, remaining unaffected by his incessant teasing. Eventually, tragedy struck when Sasuke's clan was annihilated, leaving him as the sole survivor. Overnight, the boy he had so envied became a mirror image of himself, alone. However, Sasuke did not succumb to despair. His performance at school remained unwaveringly stellar. Even after the calamity, he sensed a subtle shift in how others regarded Sasuke, a change he believed Sasuke must have noticed as well. Yet, remarkably, Sasuke continued to excel, maintaining harmonious relations with his classmates, sometimes even using his own circumstances to inspire him. Beneath Sasuke's flawless exterior lay a heart of unwavering strength. His excellence, a harmonious blend of inner and outer prowess, so perfect that it incited his resentment. Yet, witnessing his counterpart's diligent efforts, he found solace and drew strength from it. As he matured under the guidance of his teachers, he gradually recognized the flaws in his behavior, prompting him to temper his actions, albeit with occasional mischief. Due to the evaluations focusing on his least proficient technique, the Shadow Clone Jutsu, he consistently struggled to graduate as his peers advanced one by one. Were it not for Irika-sensei, he might have remained forever unfulfilled in his aspiration to become a ninja, as Irika was the first to genuinely acknowledge him. Upon graduation, he, along with Sasuke and Sakura, was assigned to Team 7 under Kakashi-sensei, officially becoming genin through their training exercises. From that moment onward, they trained, progressed, executed missions, and shared both sorrow and joy together as a cohesive unit. He began to believe that life would continue flowing in this manner until he realized his dream of becoming Hokage, earning the recognition of all. Yet, he was naively oblivious to the nuances of vengeance, failing to notice the peculiarities in Sasuke's discourse about his own dreams. Sasuke, why? Oh, why did you choose to depart? And now, why do you leave without uttering a word, without a glance back? Your comrades are risking their lives in an effort to bring you back. The footsteps in the tunnel are growing slower, fainter, and Naruto feels as though his strength is waning. Sasuke is enveloped in darkness. If you halt now, Naruto, you shall not catch up to him. In a daze, Naruto seems to hear the encouraging voices of his companions. Indeed, if I were to pause now, Sasuke would fall into the clutches of that perilous Orochimaru. I cannot allow such a fate to transpire. Wait for me, everyone. I shall accomplish this mission. Hold on, Sasuke. I will bring you back. Naruto's body suddenly feels invigorated once more. He has glimpsed the light of the exit, and victory lies just ahead. Beneath the azure sky, birds soar freely, flapping their wings. At last, Naruto stands atop the statue of Hashirama Senju, and across the waterfall, upon the statue of Uchiha Madara, stands a figure, facing away from him. He cannot discern whether this person is deliberately waiting for him or merely pausing for a moment. All he knows is that he cannot let this individual slip from his sight. He cries out to the figure before him with all his might. Sasuke. Chapter 33, The Valley of the End, Part 1, Sasuke. In response to Naruto, there is only a haunting silence, the rustling of the wind, the chirping of birds. Yet none of the voices he longs to hear. The figure before him appears to be nothing but an illusion under the vast sky. It seems he is the only one standing alone atop the statue. Just as Naruto prepares to call out again, Sasuke turns around. With his black hair, black eyes, and blue attire, Sasuke looks as he always has. Yet in this moment, Naruto suddenly feels an unfamiliarity in him. Nothing has changed, yet everything feels different. The vessel that bears the name Sasuke seems to have undergone a transformation, no longer the person he once knew. Ah, Naruto, you've come, Sasuke says. But let me make myself clear. If you are here to bring me back to the Hidden Leaf Village, you may as well turn back now. Unlike Naruto's fervor, Sasuke's gaze is as still as a tranquil pond, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. No. Sasuke, what has happened to you? How have you become this way? I will bring you back. Everyone is risking their lives to retrieve you. Naruto responds, bewildered, hoping that once Sasuke understands the sacrifices of his companions, he might reconsider. However, before Naruto can finish his plea, Sasuke turns to leave. Observing that Sasuke has only uttered a single sentence and shows no intention of listening further, Naruto clenches his fists tightly and strides forward, preparing to leap across to block Sasuke's path. A kunai struck the ground beside him, halting his movements. Naruto looked up to see Sasuke slowly lowering his outstretched hand, his eyes now adorned with the Sharingan, the wind lifting the tips of his hair into a chilling arc. Enough, Naruto. You need not strain yourself any further. In this world, some outcomes cannot be achieved through mere effort alone. I have resolved to seek greater power from Orochimaru. Might I ask you to cease your interference? But Orochimaru is the one who killed the third Hokage, your grandfather, and seeks to destroy the village. Do you truly believe such a dangerous individual would grant you power without ulterior motives? He merely wishes to use your body as a vessel. You will be killed. How could I stand idly by and watch you march to your doom, Sasuke? Perhaps, but even so, I must go. In that moment, Naruto realized that mere words could not sway Sasuke's heart. He ceased his run and leaped directly from his position, soaring towards the opposite side. Another kunai flew forth, this time aimed directly at him. In midair, Naruto formed hand seals and unleashed the shadow clone jutsu. One clone appeared before him to intercept the kunai, while another seized Naruto's original form and flung him forcefully towards Sasuke, allowing Naruto to successfully reach the other side. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke unleashed his fiery technique at the airborne Naruto. Just as Naruto seemed poised to be struck, a clone appeared beneath him. A group of clones had mimicked the original's actions, propelling one clone beneath Naruto as a stepping platform. With this newfound leverage, Naruto adeptly evaded Sasuke's jutsu. He landed heavily upon his clone, gaining an upward thrust of immense power that caused the clone to dissipate with a soft pop. Yet he successfully dodged Sasuke's fireball. Sasuke. Naruto clenched his right fist and, as he descended, swung with all his might towards Sasuke's face. Smack. The impact of their fists echoed with a crisp sound. Sasuke firmly grasped Naruto's right fist with his left hand, rendering Naruto's attempts to break free utterly futile. In light of this, Naruto decided to swiftly retract his right fist. Since Sasuke did not release his grip, Naruto utilized the resulting force to draw closer to Sasuke, simultaneously swinging his left fist toward him. However, before Naruto's left fist could reach Sasuke's face, Sasuke pivoted his ankle, shifting his lower body to the side, and turned away from Naruto. Consequently, Naruto found himself spun around due to Sasuke's hold on his right fist, and under the influence of centrifugal force, he abruptly lost control of his body. By the time Naruto regained his balance, Sasuke had released his grip, causing him to be flung off the statue of Uchiha Madara and plunge into the water below. Sasuke landed upon the opposing mark of Madara, gazing down from his elevated position at Naruto, who had just emerged from the water, his entire form drenched. He declared, "Yield. For any attempts you make will prove futile. You were never my equal, and now I possess newfound strength." The rippling waves mirrored Naruto's determination as he gritted his teeth, lifting his chin defiantly to glare at Sasuke, his eyes conveying his resolute stance. Observing Naruto's expression, Sasuke exhaled deeply. "Very well. Let me pose a question. If someone were to urge you to abandon your dream of becoming Hokage, would you acquiesce?" "Absolutely not. Becoming Hokage is my aspiration." At this juncture, Naruto wiped his face, drying the water from his features, and fixed Sasuke with a steadfast gaze, proclaiming, "To speak and act with conviction is my ninja way. I have promised my comrades that I will bring you back, and today, even if it means breaking your limbs, I will ensure your return." Above the water's surface, Naruto sprinted towards the statue of Madara, a surge of crimson chakra beginning to emanate from his being. "Futile," Sasuke mused. Sasuke leaped down from Madara's fingertip, and in midair, he waved both hands, unleashing a flurry of shuriken connected by thin threads. Some ensnared Madara's fingers, while others veered towards Naruto, not to strike him directly, but to circle around and position themselves behind him. With all his might, Naruto propelled himself upwards, aiming a punch at Sasuke, who was descending from above. Yet, at the moment of their impending clash, Sasuke made no attempt to attack or defend. Instead, he swiftly bound Naruto's outstretched arm with the threads before the punch could land. With a resounding thud, the Sasuke struck by Naruto dissolved into nothingness, merely a shadow clone. Meanwhile, a shuriken that had maneuvered behind Naruto transformed back into Sasuke with a soft pop. It turned out that one of the shuriken thrown by the shadow clone had been transformed by the real Sasuke using a transformation technique. Grasping the threads firmly, the true Sasuke yanked with all his strength, causing the line wrapped around Naruto's arm to exert a powerful pull, propelling Naruto directly into Madara's middle finger. The tightening threads around him morphed into binding ropes. In the air, Sasuke completed his hand seals, using the threads connecting him to Naruto as a conduit to unleash his jutsu, fire style, dragon fire technique. Flames surged along the threads, engulfing Naruto entirely. Damn it, The intense heat inflicted excruciating pain upon Naruto. Sasuke was utterly serious. But when had he switched to a shadow clone? I had been watching Sasuke closely, logically. He should have had no opportunities. Had the Sasuke I first saw been a shadow clone all along? No, that's not right. There was a moment I overlooked. When he had been flung from the statue and fell into the water, my focus had broken. Let me go? Naruto strained with all his might to break free from the bindings, knowing he would be incinerated otherwise. One by one, the threads ensnaring Naruto snapped, and a massive fireball descended from the sky, crashing onto the water's surface and sending up a tremendous splash. The crimson chakra burst through the flames, and Naruto's eyes transformed into those of a beast, a tail sprouting behind him. His scorched skin healed rapidly, and with a fierce roar, he charged once more at Sasuke, venting his anguished accusations against him. Sasuke deftly maneuvered, evading his opponent's strikes while simultaneously activating the first state of his curse seal. As the ebony markings enveloped his entire form, he seized the opportune moment to deliver a sweeping kick, sending Naruto's feet skimming above the water's surface, disrupting his balance. Immediately following, a forceful palm thrust propelled Naruto away. Since you profess that you will never abandon your aspiration to become Hokage, what gives you the right to impede my path to Orochimaru? Are the dreams of others not worthy of pursuit? Naruto tumbled across the water, regaining his equilibrium and standing tall once more. Sasuke, do not allow yourself to be ensnared by Orochimaru's manipulation. When Team 7 was first formed and we introduced ourselves, you articulated your dreams. Sasuke, your dream is to avenge your family by killing the brother who slaughtered your clan, which is why you constantly speak of the need to become stronger and acquire power. At this moment, Naruto's crimson vertical pupils, no longer filled with rage, reveal a profound understanding of Sasuke. However, it is not solely by seeking out that villain Orochimaru that you can gain strength. One can also grow alongside mentors and comrades. As for vengeance, the village and everyone will support you, including myself. I can be your strength. Shall we seek vengeance together? Together in revenge? Naruto, do you understand what hatred truly is? Having been alone from the very beginning, do you comprehend the anguish of losing the most cherished bonds? You cannot possibly fathom such a feeling. You cannot empathize with me, and yet you dare to speak so boldly? Gazing into Naruto's eyes, filled with hope, Sasuke momentarily felt a pang of sympathy. However, they must part ways here, so Sasuke resorted to mimicking lines from the original script, pretending to be enraged, and launched an attack on Naruto, attempting to interrupt his words. This time, Naruto chose not to retaliate. He maintained a defensive stance, absorbing Sasuke's punches and kicks. Sasuke, I may not truly understand what revenge entails, nor the pain of losing bonds. Yet, even in my ignorance, I wish to assist you. Sasuke, please return. Under the relentless barrage from Sasuke, Naruto bore more and more injuries, refraining from using the Nine-Tails chakra for swift healing, as if through the pain of his body. He sought to grasp the anguish dwelling within Sasuke's heart. Sasuke was about to strike with his fist, which suddenly halted just before Naruto's nose. The unyielding force of the punch tousling Naruto's hair. Yet, Naruto's resolute gaze remained unwavering. Sasuke slowly lowered his fist, retracting the dark curse mark that enveloped him. Ha 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 ha. One of Sasuke's hands covered his face, and when it was lowered, his Sharingan was sealed. The laughter abruptly ceased. I apologize, Naruto. Sasuke's expression returned to its former self, yet his words increasingly bewildered Naruto. You are so sincere. At this point, I no longer wish to deceive you. Killing my brother and reviving the Uchiha clan was never my dream. I apologize, Naruto. I have lied to you, Kakashi, and Sakura. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. And just as he was about to speak, Sasuke interrupted with his next words. I have but one true dream, to become stronger, incessantly stronger, to the extent that even the strongest you know would not stand a chance against me. The village of Konoha could not offer me what I desired, which is why I chose Orochimaru. It was not because he lured me, but because I actively sought him out. What do you mean? You wish to grow stronger. Yet your purpose is not revenge. Wait, I see now. It is to confront some formidable foe from beyond, is it not? Sasuke was suddenly taken aback, staring intently at Naruto. Believing he had hit the mark, Naruto continued. The perverted sage once mentioned to me about a certain mountain, where a prophetic toad sage resides. This toad sage foretold that, In the distant future, a mysterious enemy would arrive from the heavens, immensely powerful, yet heroes from the ninja world would rise to protect the world from these formidable foes. Thus, Sasuke, you yearn to grow stronger, do you not? How could I oppose you becoming a guardian hero of the ninja world? However, you need not seek out Orochimaru. The perverted sage is quite formidable as well. I will speak to him and have him mentor you. You see, this jutsu was taught to me by him, and it is incredibly powerful. As he spoke, Naruto created 2 shadow clones, and with their assistance, he gathered chakra into a Rasengan in his hand, exclaiming with excitement, Sasuke, allow me to demonstrate the might of this jutsu. Not necessary. A similar Rasengan collided directly with the one in Naruto's hand, resulting in a violent explosion of energy. Caught off guard, Naruto was flung away by the force of the powerful vortex, and his 2 shadow clones dissipated amidst the impact. Sasuke stood firm, unmoved by the surging waves beneath his feet. Naruto, you need not exert yourself to find excuses for me any longer. My desire to grow stronger is not fueled by vengeance, nor is it to become a hero of the ninja world to save it. I simply wish to become stronger, adhering to the primal desires of my heart. Must we always possess a noble justification to pursue formidable power? Chapter 35, The Valley of the End, Part 3, Thus. In order to satiate this so-called primal desire of yours, you can disregard those comrades who strive desperately to bring you back, and abandon the village that nurtured you? Answer me, Sasuke. A leaf drifted down and landed on the water's surface as Sasuke stepped forward, crushing it beneath his foot. The submerged leaf mirrored Naruto's heart, sinking deeper and deeper. Yes, Naruto was momentarily stunned. That single word shattered all his innocent illusions, along with the once perfect image of Sasuke in his heart. His nails elongated, sharp and menacing, while his fierce canine teeth pierced his lower lip, crimson droplets of blood falling into the water, dissipating without a trace. Behind him, a tail swayed, suddenly accompanied by a second tail that emerged behind Naruto. The violent chakra radiated from him, creating ripples that spread outward, centered around his being. Sasuke, you bastard. What do you regard your village and comrades as? As Naruto's words reached Sasuke's ears, he had already closed the distance. And in a hurried attempt to activate his Sharingan once more, Sasuke merely managed to block Naruto's punch before being sent flying by the tail behind him. Boom. Fragments of stone plummeted into the water, generating splashes of varying sizes. Before Sasuke could extricate himself from the shattered rock wall, a fist enveloped in vibrant red chakra was upon him once more. Crack. What splintered as a substitute wooden dummy was obliterated by Naruto's wrathful fist. Just as Naruto turned, he was met with a powerful kick from Sasuke that sent him sprawling far away. Naruto, do not waste your efforts. You cannot stop me. I admit your current ferocity is indeed formidable, but I possess an abundance of substitute wood. I shall not grant you another opportunity to harm me. Sasuke reactivated his Sharingan, fixating his gaze unwaveringly on Naruto, who was emanating the chakra of the 9 tails. Ever poised to summon a wooden substitute from the recesses of his mind to execute the body replacement technique. Unperturbed, Naruto surged forward alongside the extendable hand formed from the chakra of the 9 tails, charging directly at Sasuke. Sasuke gazed at Naruto, who floated upon the water's surface. Despite having been defeated by him, Naruto stubbornly stared at Sasuke with unwavering resolve in his eyes. Sasuke said nothing, merely closing his eyes and turning away, preparing to depart. Sasuke, you must not leave, he heard Naruto's voice, as the latter tightly grasped his ankle. Sasuke stood with his back, turned to Naruto, a mixture of anger and helplessness evident in his demeanor. Have I not made myself sufficiently clear, Naruto? I must leave today, given your current state. How much longer do you intend to concern yourself with me? Naruto's voice trembled as he replied, Sasuke, what has brought you to this point? Once, you were so kind-hearted, remembering the birthdays of every classmate with meticulous care. Each student received a gift from you on their special day, even those with whom you had scarcely exchanged a word. Though I often pretended to refuse your gifts, they served as a poignant reminder on my birthdays, assuring me that I was not truly alone. That brought me immense joy and comfort. In the Ninja Academy, I tirelessly pursued you as a role model, and even after graduation, in Team 7, you remained my inspiration. From the intricacies of ninjutsu to the mastery of chakra control, you generously imparted your knowledge without ever belittling me for being the slowest learner. Despite my occasional teasing, we chased each other, engaged in playful banter, fought together, and progressed side by side. Though I have no siblings, I believe that having a brother must feel something like this. Sasuke, You are a precious bond that I have painstakingly forged. Thus I must endeavor to prevent you from becoming this way. Exhausted, Naruto rises once more, trembling, drawing strength from an unknown source. Even if it costs me my life. I cannot bear to see you in this state, Sasuke. Now standing upright, Naruto no longer clutches at Sasuke's feet, yet Sasuke remains still, aware that Naruto is right behind him. He can envision Naruto's expression without even looking. Sasuke, he begins, but is immediately choked by an overwhelming emotion that renders him speechless. After a prolonged silence, Sasuke slowly turns to face Naruto, and in that moment, having resolved to confront the sincerity of Naruto's gaze, he meets it head-on. Articulating each word with deliberation, Naruto, I have always played the role of the brother, the friend, the companion you envisioned. Isn't it peculiar how those words sound so familiar? It is not that I have transformed into this being. Rather, I have always been this way. What you once perceived was merely a facade. The person you see before you now is my true self. I am one who will go to any lengths to attain power, even at the expense of my village and comrades. The clouds obscure the sun, heralding an impending storm. It is time to return, Naruto. This Uchiha Sasuke is not worthy of your unwavering devotion. I understand that your ninja way is to speak and act with conviction. But not every person or circumstance in this world merits your utmost efforts. You are too eager for others' approval, rushing ahead so swiftly that you overlook the beauty along the journey. If only you would glance back. You would find those who genuinely care for you awaiting not far off. You claim to have always regarded me as your target. In truth, I have always envied you. Naruto, you are the protagonist, forever radiant and optimistic. Even in the face of adversity, you swiftly recover, continually breaking through barriers and evolving into a better version of yourself. You follow through on your words. Your story embodies the youth and fervor of countless souls, with each tear and smile resonating deeply within the hearts of many. For you are the eternal Naruto Uzumaki, the dream of countless ordinary children. Yet, I cannot remain forever as Uchiha Sasuke. The path I must tread may overlap with his, but ultimately, we are distinct. Do not concern yourself with me any longer, Naruto. Turn your gaze towards those who truly care for you. Let us part ways here. I refuse to accept this. Sasuke, I cannot believe it. I find it hard to believe that all these years, you have merely been pretending, in the land of waves. On that day when you called me a novice and praised my prowess, you had no idea how elated and fulfilled I felt. It was astonishing to realize how deeply you recognized me. When Kakashi-sensei forbade us from having lunch, you were the first to share your bento with me. During the battle on the bridge against Haku, you risked your very life to protect me, claiming that your body acted on its own accord. As Naruto launched a punch, Sasuke narrowly evaded, creating a distance between them, gracefully landing upon the water's surface. This punch, devoid of chakra, possessed an unexpectedly formidable force, causing ripples to dance across the water. What do you mean by being the protagonist? If you have been feigning all along, then what does that make me? If this entire scenario is but a facade, then my unrequited affection, viewing you as a friend, a brother, and my most cherished bond, would render me utterly foolish. Chapter 36, The Valley of the End, Finale, First Double Mangekyou. Naruto gazed up at Sasuke, only to find him wearing a solemn expression, his eyes reflecting confusion and a subtle hint of despair. Naruto, you just mentioned that during the battle with Haku, what exactly happened to me? I replied that you had risked your life to protect me. When I inquired about your reasoning, you stated that your body acted on its own. Are you certain those were my exact words? Sasuke, what is truly troubling you? Ha 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 ha. The previously calm Sasuke suddenly erupted into wild laughter. In the end, Naruto's musings echoed the lines of the original Sasuke, leaving me to ponder the significance of my earlier foolish confession. Hee, ha 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 ha. I find myself quite amusing, imitating Sasuke, pretending to be him, yet fearing I might genuinely become that very Sasuke. Yet, when the mask is lifted, I dread that I may not receive the response I so desperately desire, while I revel in the fortune that this identity brings. I worry that my fate may indeed mirror that of the original Uchiha Sasuke. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Naruto, what you have risked everything to reclaim, is it me or Uchiha Sasuke? Sasuke's Sharingan widened in disbelief, his demeanor bordering on madness. What are you even saying? Aren't you Sasuke? I am increasingly perplexed by you, Sasuke. How many of your words are sincere, and how many are not? Sasuke lowered his head, exhaling deeply, that breath seemingly echoing the entirety of his past. When he lifted his gaze once more, all confusion and hesitation had vanished, leaving only a cold resolve to confront his adversary. Naruto, Do you comprehend? The legendary sage of 6 paths, who birthed the ninja clans, bestowed chakra upon humanity, enabling people to harness this formidable energy. Chakra serves as a conduit for the spiritual energies that connect individuals, allowing them to understand one another's innermost feelings without uttering a single word. As if a chorus of 1,000 birds suddenly took flight, a dazzling electric light radiated from Sasuke's left hand. Thus, elite ninjas, after a mere exchange, can perceive the hearts of one another. Unleash your most adept jutsu, Naruto. Should you doubt my words, we must resort to this method of understanding. As Sasuke gradually raised his left hand, Naruto summoned the last remnants of his chakra from within, channeling it towards his right hand. This time, he relied solely on himself, without the assistance of shadow clones, to unleash the Rasengan. Pitter-patter, the heavens opened, pouring rain that splashed against the water's surface, creating myriad tiny droplets. Chidori, Rasengan. The two techniques clashed with fervor, and after a brief standoff, an immense surge of energy erupted at the point of their collision, sending both combatants flying. Exhausted, Naruto floated on the water's surface, raindrops cascading onto his face. He turned to see Sasuke, still brimming with energy, landing steadily amidst the tumultuous waves, stirring a tempest within his heart. So, Naruto, have you deciphered my heart? I am now unequivocally certain that you genuinely desire to leave, truly wish to seek out Orochimaru. Yet, if you had indeed resolved to depart from the very beginning, if everything prior was but a charade, then why, oh why, do you appear so tormented, so sorrowful? Why do I hear your heart weeping? Sasuke, from the outset, you have uttered words that elude comprehension. I, in my naivete, fancied myself to understand you well. Yet before you, I remain that same foolish underachiever from years past, incapable of grasping your complexities. Nevertheless, Naruto fought against the instinct to succumb to unconsciousness, struggling to rise once more. As he regained his footing, the crimson chakra of the Nine Tails enveloped him anew. Yet, even one as slow-witted as I can discern that if I were to let you go today, I would regret it for all eternity. From his back, 2 tails emerged once more, while simultaneously, 2 massive hands, formed from the condensed chakra of the 9 tails, pierced through the curtain of rain, reaching out to seize Sasuke. The prior confrontation had drained a considerable amount of Sasuke's chakra, and now, faced with Naruto, who had once again unleashed the might of the 2 tails, he was swiftly captured by the beastly hand and brought before Naruto. The crimson vertical pupils of Naruto quivered slightly, as he relied solely on a single breath of determination to control the overwhelming power of the tailed beast, suppressing the fury of the 9 tails with sheer will. Act, Naruto. Did you not vow to bring me back, even if it meant breaking my limbs? Are you truly reluctant to harm this deceiver? Sasuke sensed the hand of the tailed beast gripping him, tightening and then relaxing, only to tighten once more. Ah, ha, still unable to strike, are you? You remain ever so naive. Allow me to stoke the flames further. Sasuke strained to lean his head toward Naruto, whispering, in truth, I had been aware from the very beginning that Orochimaru would launch an assault on the village, and I knew he would take the life of the 3rd Hokage. Yet, I chose not to disclose this information to anyone, for only in this manner could I seamlessly receive his invitation. My silence has precipitated this tragedy. One could say that your esteemed Hokage grandfather fell victim to my actions. Ha 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 ha. Sasuke gazed at Naruto, who remained unmoved. Yet his expression twisted into something increasingly terrifying. Though he had not activated his Sharingan, it emerged on its own, the tomo within spinning ever faster, as if intent on annihilating not only the world but himself as well. He spoke again. Very well, it seems you do not believe me. So let me share something else. I know who your parents are. Naruto's reaction finally shifted. Witnessing this, a smile crept across Sasuke's face. Your father is the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and your mother is the previous Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, Kushina Izumaki. They are no longer here because on the day you were born, a mysterious figure took advantage of your mother's weakened state during childbirth. This individual unleashed the 9 tails and controlled it, wreaking havoc upon the village. To protect it, your parents sacrificed themselves and sealed half of the 9 tails within you. That very person who caused your parents' demise possessed the Sharingan. He hails from the Uchiha clan. The torrential rain seemed to render everything surreal. Sasuke's hair was thoroughly disheveled by the downpour, water cascading down his forehead, eyes, and cheeks, ultimately converging into a relentless stream that fell from his chin. How do you feel now, Naruto? Can you still forgive me for the lies and concealments? Can you absolve me, the one who killed the 3rd Hokage? Can you forgive me, Who shares blood with the individual who robbed you of your parents since childhood? A heart-wrenching howl reverberated through the storm, the waves crashing violently against the cliffs of the Valley of the End, and another tale emerged at that moment. Naruto felt neither anger nor tears, yet his expression conveyed a sorrow deeper than any weeping. Why, Sasuke? You may have deceived me, but I bear no resentment. Yet why reveal this now? Do you wish for me to kill you? Naruto struggled to suppress the violent rage and murderous intent rising within him. Yet his chakra-infused hand tightened inexorably. Sasuke, I can scarcely control my own power. You must cease your struggle, or I may truly harm you. In response, Sasuke's laughter echoed mockingly. You are mistaken, Naruto. This only strengthens my resolve to seek Orochimaru. The fruits of my relentless training over the years pale in comparison to this extraordinary power, deemed merely trash. Yet now, I feel no bitterness, only boundless exhilaration. For I pursue a power capable of rendering a lifetime of ordinary efforts into nothing but a farce. Ah ha ha ha. Sasuke's bones began to crack ominously. Just as Naruto was on the verge of losing control, a pair of fleshly wings suddenly burst forth, shattering the chakra hand. Ascending into the second state of his cursed seal, Sasuke soared into the air. See, in the end, it all comes down to the confrontation between our enhancements. Since you are no longer holding back, I too shall reveal my full strength. Naruto, I concede that the power of the Nine Tails is formidable. Yet the cursed mark bestowed upon me by Orochimaru is equally potent. A new form of sage chakra began to coalesce in his left hand, and after forming a Rasengan, it did not cease. Black lightning flickered, suffusing the Rasengan with an identical hue. The sound of chirping lightning echoed once more. But this time it resonated with a mournful wail, evoking sorrow in all who heard it. Naruto, this prolonged farce must come to an end. Our next move will determine the victor. Truth be told, you have always yearned for a genuine confrontation with me, and now is the perfect moment. Come, Naruto. If you wish to stop me, unleash your full power. The chakra of the Nine Tails transformed Naruto's right hand into a crimson Rasengan, struggling to maintain his composure. He was on the brink of losing his sanity, holding on solely by sheer will. A call, unexpressed, reverberated within his heart. I truly wish to battle you. Yet what I desire is a fair contest on the battlefield, where regardless of the outcome, we remain the best of friends, laughing together. Not like this, where no matter the result, we can only meet a sorrowful fate. This is not the battle I envisioned. The fierce chakra emanating from both of them even momentarily dispelled the curtain of rain between them. They gazed at one another, drawing closer, until at this moment, they could clearly perceive each other's countenance. In Naruto's eyes, filled with the ferocity of a beast, glimmered the faint light of unshed tears. The tomo within Sasuke's Sharingan spun with incredible velocity, almost forming two circles. Naruto, perhaps the true Sasuke in my dreams was right. A hypocritical person like me, who has been acting since birth, truly does not deserve to be your bond. After this strike, I shall no longer deceive you. Thank you for revealing to me what the most precious connections between people should resemble, and thank you for granting me the courage to continue onward, to become Uchiha Sasuke. Farewell. As the moment of collision between the lightning release, Chidori, and the crimson Rasengan occurred, it felt as though the entire world dimmed for an instant, followed by an expanse of endless white. As the radiance dissipated, rain finally descended once more upon the Valley of the End. Sasuke gently placed the unconscious Naruto in a sheltered spot along the shore, offering him refuge from the rain. Sasuke closed his eyes, yearning to smile. Yet he found that only a hoarse roar could escape his throat. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had attained the outcome he desired. Ultimately, I have become what I sought, the Manjiki Sharingan. When Sasuke opened his eyes once more, within the crimson depths of his gaze resided a pair of pitch-black triangular stars. Sasuke spread his arms wide, tilting his head to embrace the wind and rain, reveling in the sweetness of his own triumph. The reason for unlocking the kaleidoscope lay shrouded in uncertainty. Was it the self-suggestion he had whispered to his reflection before departing? Or was it the profound reluctance to part from his comrades that stirred within him? Even Sasuke found it difficult to discern. He recalled, however, that in the act of self-affirmation, he had intensified his subconscious yearning for his companions to an extreme degree, for no one understood him better than himself. As the dream version of Sasuke articulated, strength was eternally his foremost priority. Thus, despite his myriad hesitations and deep-seated attachments, when confronted with Naruto at the Valley of the End, he would ultimately relinquish. He would indeed let go, alongside the fierce emotions stemming from the loss of cherished bonds. He might just awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Such is the nature of this endeavor. It could easily lead to one's own undoing. Yet, who could blame him for embracing such a legacy, bearing the name Uchiha? Is it not expected to grow stronger in this manner? Ah ha 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 ha. A faint sound of footsteps reached Sasuke's ears, prompting him to halt abruptly, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Chapter 37. The encounter with Orochimaru. As the rain cleared and the sky brightened, Sasuke found himself on a deserted path. After confirming that no greenery surrounded him, he paused. That was close. He nearly allowed his hubris to be his downfall at the hands of Kakashi-sensei. Given how far events had progressed, it would indeed be comical to be captured and returned at this juncture. However, before officially arriving at the esteemed Orochimaru's side, he resolved to seize this moment of heightened emotions to accomplish a particular task. With a flicker of thought, a human form materialized before him, his brother Itachi's unconscious clone, which he had replicated at the age of 18. Sasuke swiftly cleansed his hands with the tools he carried, and then, drawing upon the medical knowledge etched in his memory, he extended his hands towards his eyes. He had come to understand the nature of his kaleidoscopic eye technique, yet regrettably, it seemed he would not have the opportunity to unleash it for a considerable time. As for Susanoo, having just activated the kaleidoscope, it appeared beyond his current reach. However, time was not on his side, and he could only defer this matter for the future. The technique of his left eye was Izanagi, while the right eye wielded Izanami, both of which bore a striking resemblance to the forbidden arts of his clan. Izanagi allowed the user to transform occurrences within a certain time frame into mere dreams, with the contents subject to personal choice, including the concept of death. Meanwhile, Izanami enabled the practitioner to touch the target, guiding their consciousness into an infinite cycle crafted by the caster. The recipient could only escape this illusion by acquiescing to the fate predetermined by the caster. However, as exclusive techniques of the kaleidoscope, these powers did not necessitate hand seals for their activation, nor did their single use lead to the blindness of the Sharingan. Instead, akin to Uchiha Sasuke's Kodo Amatsukami, which directly alters another's will, both techniques were bound by a decade-long cooldown. Should one wish to invoke these techniques within that cooling period, they would be compelled to use hand seals, albeit this manner of execution would classify it as forbidden art, resulting in the irrevocable blindness of one eye with each use. It was somewhat surprising to Sasuke that his kaleidoscope techniques comprised two illusions he had previously known. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. He indeed harbored a conflicting desire to both embrace fate, the favorable aspects, and alter destiny, the unfavorable. Contemplating this, a self-deprecating smile crept across his face. How ironic it was. This mirror of the soul. While this notion was undeniably captivating, at times it struck him as profoundly ironic. Obito, having witnessed Rin's demise, could not accept such a reality and sought to escape it, awakening Kamui. In the original narrative, Sasuke, upon uncovering Itachi's truth, yearned for immense power and sought to wield it, thus acquiring Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi. Generally speaking, it might be perceived that evasion is a more cowardly desire among the two. However, when considering the tangible effects of the techniques they obtained, Kamui was evidently far superior. Unlike Amaterasu, which, despite its grand design, yielded minimal results, Kamui could be deemed a divine skill even within the Boruto saga. It was quite ironic that this very mindset, one I myself disdainfully regard as double-minded, led to the awakening of such a formidable ocular technique. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable, indeed. With great anguish, Sasuke removed his left eye, subsequently extracting the left eye from the clone of Itachi Uchiha. He then placed Itachi's left eye into the socket of his own. At that moment, yet another unconscious clone materialized in his embrace, and Sasuke bit down fiercely upon it. Thanks to the Uchiha clan's unique ocular ability, which allowed for seamless interchangeability, the newly affixed eye immediately regained its sight and functionality. Thus, the preparation commenced. Sasuke's right eye activated its Manjiki form, akin to the training he had undergone to consolidate the power of both eyes into one. He directed the formidable ocular strength from his right eye's Manjiki towards his left. However, his left eye was not yet a Sharingan and seemed incapable of harnessing such power. Awaken! Sasuke's visage contorted in agony, his eyes wide with strain. Despite not employing the Manjiki technique, blood streamed from his right eye. At last, as if he had shattered some invisible restraint, his left eye transformed into a vivid crimson hue, a pitch-black tomo swirling within. After having bitten down on the clone in his arms several times, he again removed his newly acquired left eye, reattaching the left Manjiki, and then extended his hand towards his right eye. Sasuke removed his right Mangekyou Sharingan and replaced it with Itachi's right eye. Subsequently, he channeled the ocular power from his left Mangekyou into the newly acquired right eye. As he completed this arduous process, an overwhelming sensation of faintness washed over him, threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness. To stave off this impending darkness, he hastily bit down several times on the clone he held in his embrace, striving to retain his consciousness. Ultimately, Sasuke reverted his left Mangekyou Sharingan back to Itachi's left eye, thus both of his eye sockets now house the eyes of Uchiha Itachi. His original pair of Mangekyou Sharingan was then placed within the eye sockets of the Itachi clone before being retracted into the recesses of his mind. Within the confines of the cloning laboratory, Sasuke gazed at the reflection of his current three-tomo Sharingan in the kunai, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Despite the cost being the impending blindness of his recently awakened Mangekyou Sharingan, which had yet to be utilized, he understood that this was the path he had chosen, one that did not rely on the eyes of others, was it not? Soon, at Orochimaru's lair, Sasuke would employ these new eyes. In the land of rice, within the Sound Ninja village. Upon his arrival within the borders, Sasuke was promptly met by his guides who led him onward. As he traversed the path to meet Orochimaru, despite appearing unscathed, he was engulfed in excruciating phantom pains. The aftermath of his fierce battle with Naruto, the lingering effects of the cursed seal, and the arduous eye-switching surgery following the activation of his Mangekyou Sharingan had taken a severe toll. Had it not been for Karen's unconscious clone sustaining him, Sasuke might have inadvertently met his demise while attempting to manipulate his eyes. While others could utilize their Mangekyou for years, he had nearly depleted his irreplaceable ocular strength in mere hours, forcibly crafting a pair of three-tomo Sharingan, an act that could scarcely be described as anything short of wasteful. At that moment, he felt as if every bone in his body had shattered, his organs had ruptured, and his muscles had torn. Although he later recovered completely with the assistance of a healer, that agony had etched itself into his subconscious, leading him to instinctively believe he was still in pain, even in the absence of injury. At last, Sasuke stood before Kabuto, accompanied by a figure with short white hair, enshrouded in bandages that revealed only one right eye. Observing that Orochimaru had donned new skin, Sasuke silently exhaled in relief. Sasuke-kun, you're the chosen one. At that moment, Sasuke's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, his pair of Sharingan glaring intently at his opponent. His voice was as frigid as ice. Boring, grant me power, Orochimaru. The first volume concludes here. The subsequent section is a special chapter, followed by the second volume. Note, the special chapter is integral to the main storyline. Chapter 38 Special Chapter, Part 1. It is part of the main narrative. Konoha Village. A flash of white light illuminated the sky above a forest, and two figures, one large and one small, materialized. The smaller figure swiftly regained balance mid-air and landed firmly on the ground. This youth, appearing to be in his early teens, donned a Konoha forehead protector and possessed a head of golden hair and striking blue eyes. He looked up at the larger figure beside him. Before him stood a tall adult with black hair and eyes, clad entirely in black, descending in a manner that defied the laws of free fall. Landing effortlessly beside the boy. Master, it seems there is no trace of Urashiki here, the youth remarked as he surveyed his surroundings. Let us set that aside for now. Boruto, although you have already acquired that ability, I believe it is still necessary for you to learn the earth style, light and heavy stone technique. Master. You know that technique? But isn't it a jutsu from the Iwagakure? Can I really learn it? Learning it isn't too difficult. As for your concerns, once you master it, just refrain from using it in front of the Iwa. But honestly, even if they find out, what of it? Don't worry. It's hardly a grave matter, Sasuke replied nonchalantly. Boruto shook the small turtle in his hand, observing its lack of response, then tapped it. Hey, where are we right now? Sasuke replied directly, if I'm not mistaken, we are in Konoha Village. We can simply step outside and see for ourselves. On top of the water tower, Sasuke and Boruto stood together, taking in the splendid view of the village. Where's Dada's face? Boruto gazed at the Hokage rock, which displayed only 4 faces, a look of confusion crossing his features. Boruto, I'm not mistaken. This is the Konoha of the past. With that, Sasuke glanced at the turtle in Boruto's hand. Warning. Temporal displacement has significantly deviated from the target coordinates. This location does not align with the temporal displacement target set by Otsutsuki Urashiki. The current point in time is during the era when the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, governed the village. The turtle's voice left Boruto in considerable shock, while Sasuke remained unfazed, continuing to inquire, "We have deviated from our intended target. Where is Urashiki? To which era has he traveled?" The turtle responded, "The esteemed Otsutsuki purist set the time travel coordinates to the childhood of Naruto Uzumaki. However, due to a miscalculation during the spatial transition, we arrived at a point slightly later than our intended destination. The purist who separated from us will arrive here in a few days. How insidious of him to target our father during his youth. Thankfully, we reached this place first. Otherwise, our father would have been in grave danger." At that moment, Boruto fully grasped the situation. The turtle continued, "As beings from the future, I implore you to heed the crucial guidelines for actions taken in the past. Pray tell, what manner of being are you? Are you an accomplice of Purus? I am the time-traveling artifact known as the Plow. I do not possess the concept of an accomplice. Hence, I hold no vested interest with Lord Purus. My sole purpose is to execute time travel missions and convey pertinent information post-transition. What specific guidelines must we follow? It is imperative that you do not disclose your origins from the future to the inhabitants of the past, especially regarding those with whom you share a close bond. Should your identities be revealed or should you interfere, the ramifications could be catastrophic for the future. To exaggerate, each action you take here could alter the course of time, so I urge you to proceed with utmost caution. Please act with the understanding that the future beings or objects may cease to exist. All right. But I can't believe I have the opportunity to visit Konoha before my own birth. This is becoming increasingly exhilarating." At this juncture, Sasuke, clad in black, interrupted Boruto's daydreaming. "Boruto, you have comprehended these guidelines, correct? You have yet to be born in this era, so conceal your forehead protector. It is not appropriate for you to wear it now. Additionally, you should find your father on your own while Purus has yet to arrive. I have matters to attend to." With that, Sasuke extended his left hand, and a small wooden figure sprouted from his palm, leaping onto Boruto's shoulder before vanishing from sight. "This is for you. Consider it as small insurance." Boruto shrugged. "Rest assured, Master, I am quite capable. Purus will not stand a chance. However, you should heed the warning from that Plow. We must not alter the future, so do not act recklessly. Ah, you are indeed quite similar to your father. Tend to your own affairs before concerning yourself with me, your master." A spatial portal materialized directly above the dark-clad Sasuke, and without a moment's hesitation, he soared into the portal, vanishing from sight. In the land of Rice, within the Sound Village, Orochimaru, recently reincarnated into a new form, was engaged in a discussion with Kabuto regarding Sasuke. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open. Both Orochimaru and Kabuto were taken aback, yet they discerned nothing, as if the door had opened of its own volition. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had been seated cross-legged in the adjacent room, abruptly opened his eyes. "What is happening? It feels as though something is amiss." He hastily rose and stepped outside. Upon entering the room, Sasuke discovered Orochimaru conversing with Kabuto. "Ah, Sasuke-kun, you arrive at a fortuitous moment. Have you contemplated how to acquire my power? My dear Sasuke-kun, I fully comprehend your fervent desire to grow stronger. However, upon examination, we have determined that your body is currently experiencing significant strain. Therefore, you must first take time to recuperate. Rest assured, during this period, both Kabuto and I will provide you with the finest medical care and support, ensuring no lasting repercussions." Indeed, I did not anticipate that the Nine-Tails brat was quite so formidable, capable of pushing you to such lengths, Kabuto concurred. Sasuke did not engage with Du's remarks, but instead addressed Orochimaru, saying, "Very well, I shall trouble you then." Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering across his features at Sasuke's unexpected acquiescence. "Although I yearn to eliminate Itachi at this very moment, I am acutely aware that acquiring power is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. Since the act of killing him is a matter for the future, I must not overlook the issues plaguing my body at present." "Excellent. We shall certainly fulfill our duties," Orochimaru replied, despite being bound in bandages. His insatiable desire to consume the young man before him remained unmistakably evident. Chapter 39, Special Edition, 2. In the Land of Rain, within the hidden rain village. The rain fell incessantly from dawn until midnight, as if it had never ceased. Pain suddenly sensed a fleeting dissonance. It felt as though something had brushed against his hair. Nevertheless, his formidable gaze discerned no anomalies, and the rain tiger freedom technique enveloping the area detected no intruders. It appeared to be nothing more than an illusion. After confirming the absence of any irregularities, Pain reached a conclusion. After all, in this world, no one could engage in mischief beneath the watchful eye of a god. "Boruto, Having removed his forehead protector, wandered through the streets of the village. His ninja tool, Rikui, had retracted into its shell due to insufficient chakra fuel and was now stowed away in his pouch. Boruto glanced around, his eyes brimming with curiosity about this era. The layout of the streets was utterly different from what he remembered. The past Konoha village now appeared to Boruto as an entirely new attraction. Was Ichiraku Ramen always such a small establishment? How fascinating. It was truly hard to believe. Engrossed in excitement, Boruto remained oblivious to the curious stares directed at him from passers-by, who regarded him as an oddity with his frequent exclamations of surprise, unaware of whom he resembled. The invisible small figure perched on Boruto's shoulder whispered in his ear, "Boruto, please be mindful of your impact. Do not draw too much attention. Remember, your primary task is to locate Naruto swiftly, and in the following days, protect him from any harm that may come from Kinshiki Otsutsuki." "All right, master. You must know where my father is at this time, right?" he queried. "He should be with Jiraiya now. Follow my instructions, and you will see him shortly. Turn left at this corner, and be cautious. Don't." Thud. Before the small figure could finish, Boruto collided with someone and fell to the ground. "My apologies. I was in too much of a hurry," Boruto quickly said as he scrambled to his feet. Just as he was about to apologize to the person he had bumped into, his blue eyes widened in astonishment. "Dad." The word was on the verge of escaping his lips when he hastily covered his mouth. "Huh? What?" Naruto rubbed his forehead as he stood up, having just risen from the ground. "Naruto, do not concern yourself with anything else. The pursuers are nearly upon us." A tall figure clad in wooden clogs and with white hair dashed forward, calling out to Naruto. The dust he kicked up obscured the chaotic scene behind him. This individual was none other than Jiraiya, the legendary sage of Mount Myaboku. Curse that lecherous sage. I almost forgot. It's all his fault that things have turned out this way. Naruto lamented. Lecherous sage, huh? You don't seem to have changed at all, Boruto remarked with a smile, brimming with confidence. Is someone pursuing you? Rest assured, I shall handle it. Really? Jiraiya abruptly halted before Boruto, thrusting his binoculars into Boruto's hands. Then I'll leave it to you. With that, Naruto and Jiraiya bolted away, leaving Boruto standing dumbfounded. Hey, stop right there. Peeping Tom. You won't escape. Boruto froze, slowly turning to find a group of people in bathrobes glaring at him with fury. Wait, this is a misunderstanding, he quickly explained. The culprits are an adult and a child, and what do you have in your hands? This is a classic case of being caught red-handed. The group, having successfully identified the voyeur, brandished their makeshift weapons and prepared to strike. Those unarmed rolled up their sleeves, ready to engage in a brawl. Boruto shielded his face with his hands, only to realize he was not struck. As he looked up, he saw the assailants flailing at thin air before growing satisfied and departing. Glancing at his seemingly empty shoulders, he asked, Master, did you intervene just now? Of course. Would you prefer to take a beating for no reason, or shout and just then turn the tables on them? Boruto remained silent, acknowledging the wisdom in his master's words. Though he pouted slightly, clearly displeased, the wooden statue offered reassurance. All right, I understand your concerns. Fear not, in the eyes of those individuals. They were beating up Jiraiya and Naruto. It was only fitting they receive a beating for their actions. At that moment, Tsunade appeared, dragging Naruto and Jiraiya, both sporting bruises and bumps, before Boruto. Witnessing his father and the lecherous sage in such a state left Boruto in disbelief. No way, master. Has your illusion technique truly reached such heights? They were beaten up in the illusion, and in reality, they were actually struck. Not quite, Boruto, you're overthinking it. It's merely a coincidence. Their injuries were inflicted by Tsunade, she said, her stern gaze now fixed on Boruto. And now, it's your turn. Boruto was taken aback and quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, It's not me. I certainly did not spy. He was aware that both of them had confessed. Tsunade unceremoniously hurled Naruto and Jiraiya to the ground and continued, I am Tsunade, the 5th Hokage. You are not from this village, are you? What brings you to Konoha? Boruto was momentarily at a loss for words, but fortunately, he quickly devised a response. I am a wandering performer, recently arrived here to showcase my talents. Look. This is my trick. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Tsunade, Naruto, and Jiraiya, Boruto extended his right arm, revealing intricate black patterns, faintly shimmering with a bluish hue. These markings spread along his arm and reached his right cheek, ceasing any further transformation. Tsunade furrowed her brow. There is no fluctuation of chakra, which indicates it is not a transformation technique. It seems to be a genuine trick. Naruto, intrigued, remarked, "That tattoo looks rather cool." However, Jiraiya pressed on, "Wait a moment. You claim to be a wandering performer, correct? But you are far too young to be out here alone. Do you not have an elder accompanying you?" "Ah, I am traveling with my master," Boruto replied. He said he would explore the village first to find areas with larger crowds and would meet up with me shortly. Tsunade then inquired, "Very well. Are you aware of the events that transpired in our village a few days ago?" "I do not know," Boruto responded. "A lower-ranked ninja defected from the village." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Naruto's smile faded, replaced by an expression of guilt and sorrow. "Defection? A lower-ranked ninja?" Boruto was somewhat startled. Tsunade continued, "Indeed. Hence the village is currently under partial alert. While you may not feel anything amiss, the situation is delicate, and I cannot easily place my trust in you. Thus, I must assign someone to monitor you." "Oh, no, that is incorrect. Once you reunite with your master, both of you will be under surveillance. Well then, Jiraiya, Naruto, the task of monitoring these two will fall to you." "Huh." Both Naruto and Jiraiya exclaimed in unison. "What? Do you have objections to my orders?" Boruto noticed Tsunade's fists clench at that moment. And no, Naruto promptly capitulated. Jiraiya, however, feigned ignorance to Tsunade's tightened fists, saying, "Yeah, Naruto is one thing, but why should I be involved? Do you have any idea how busy I am? If it were a beautiful woman, that would be one thing. But monitoring a brat and his elder? That's a task I refuse to accept." "Humph." Jiraiya pouted and turned his head, adamantly rejecting the notion. "Hey." Boruto stepped forward and patted Jiraiya on the shoulder. "What is it?" As Jiraiya turned his head, he was unexpectedly met with the sight of a voluptuous beauty, with golden hair and striking blue eyes. "How delightful." Boruto, having employed a seductive technique, transformed his voice to sound enchanting. At that moment, Jiraiya's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he leaped high into the air, giving Boruto a thumbs up, exclaiming, "This task I shall undertake," accompanied by a series of uncontrollable lewd chuckles. Naruto looked at Jiraiya with disdain before turning to Boruto. "So you can use transformation jutsu, huh?" Boruto reverted to his original form and explained, "As a performer, one must possess multiple skills. It's always beneficial, heh. Since there are no objections, I shall take my leave." Tsunade departed. Asuma Sarutobi's attention flickered momentarily, yet he remained oblivious, continuing his work. He was not alone. Many villagers and ninjas within the village, including those from the Umbu and Root, were gently touched, completely unaware, as if a dreadful specter was wandering through the village. At dusk, as Naruto walked toward his home, he confided in Boruto, expressing his grievances. That lecherous sage. He promised so enthusiastically just moments ago, only to hand over this task to me and run off to indulge in shameful antics. Sighing, he lamented, "Alas, that is simply the nature of the old sage. He cannot change." Boruto attempted to console Naruto. At that moment, a shadowy figure clad in black approached them, unnoticed by Boruto, but Naruto, with keen eyes, recognized the newcomer and paused. He then inquired, "Who are you, sir? Are you the master this kid speaks of?" Gesturing towards Boruto. Just as Boruto was about to respond on behalf of his master, he saw Sasuke, cloaked in black, roll his eyes, and, unexpectedly displaying the cunning of a youth, proclaimed, "Who am I? I am your father." Both Naruto and Boruto widened their eyes in shock, frozen in place. "Hey, while you are my master. Such a jest is rather excessive, don't you think?" Boruto was the first to regain his composure. Naruto, clearly incensed, shouted, "Just because you're handsome doesn't make you special. This is outrageous." Turning to Boruto, he added, "I think your master should refrain from performing, if he desires to be someone as father so much. He ought to pursue a career in acting. Apologies. I inadvertently took the joke too far. How about this? I'll treat you to ramen tonight." The universally beloved ramen seemed to have lost its allure for Naruto this time, as he glared at Sasuke in anger. "Humph. If it weren't for this surveillance mission, I wouldn't want to see you for a second." Initially, he held a rather favorable impression of the dark-clad figure before him, but the moment the man spoke, all goodwill evaporated. According to Sasuke, his father was the fourth Hokage, a hero who safeguarded the village, and certainly not someone to be disrespected by this peculiar elder before him. By the way, what of Sasuke now? Is he well? Naruto, turning around. He was greeted by Sakura rushing towards him, a bouquet of flowers in her hands. "Sakura, those flowers aren't meant for me, are they? What are you thinking? You fool, Naruto. These flowers were thrust upon me by Lee, and now I'm at a loss as to what to do with them. Discarding them feels rude. Yet giving them to you might lead to misunderstandings." At that moment, Boruto interjected, Sakura, cough cough. You could simply gift the flowers to a friend. Between girls, there would be no room for misinterpretation. Enlightened, Sakura exclaimed, right? I can give the flowers to Ino. Her family runs a flower shop. By the way, you must be the outsider's Granny Tsunade mentioned. The task of monitoring you was assigned to Naruto, and I came to see if there's anything I can assist with. Observing Boruto with his blonde hair, blue eyes, and several whisker-like marks on his face, Sakura turned to regard Naruto, who bore a striking resemblance, and remarked, "Hey, you both look so alike." "Huh, not at all." Naruto and Boruto replied in unison. "That is precisely why I said you resemble each other." The scene before her only reinforced Sakura's conviction. Setting that aside, since you wish to help, Sakura, it would be perfect if you could keep an eye on this odd uncle. As he pointed to the dark-clad Sasuke, Naruto had a sudden thought and added, "Let us put that off for today. You both will stay with me tonight." This meant he would commence monitoring this uncle tomorrow. So he decided to return home to rest, bidding farewell to Sakura. After parting ways with her, the trio made their way to Naruto's home, with him leading the way, while Sasuke and Boruto followed closely behind, engaging in quiet conversation. "Master, I see you're not the type to joke like that. Why did you just play such a prank on Dad? It's quite absurd. If a slacker plays tricks, it's taken in stride. But if a top student makes a mistake, it's a different story." Cough, that's not what I meant. I'm saying it's a bit strange how you suddenly acted like that. You'll come to understand what you need to know in due time. For now, don't ask. What does that mean? Is there some hidden truth behind that dreadful joke? Chapter 41 Special Edition 4. Alright, I want to inquire about that. Let me ask something else. Master, where did you go alone before? May I know? The thoughtful Boruto refrained from delving deeper into the matter and instead posed another inquiry. He had visited the Sound Village, the Rain Village, and even the region of Lulan, ultimately wandering around the village. Black-clad Sasuke had no intention of concealing his recent whereabouts. Oh, so you went to those places. Wait, wasn't Orochimaru from the Sound Village? Boruto's words faltered here as he found himself entangled in a dilemma, seemingly unsure of the appropriate title to use. The he in question referred to an uncle, yet it might be simpler to address Orochimaru as Sister Orochimaru. This is all quite confusing. It matters not. For someone like her, you may call her whatever you wish. If addressing her as sister feels awkward, perhaps great-grandma would suffice. Boruto gasped in surprise. I suppose I shall stick with sister then. Oh wait, I've digressed. What I meant to say is, Master, your visit to Sister Orochimaru. Surely you didn't meet with her. Such an encounter could alter the course of the future. With your incessant worrying, it's a shame you aren't class president. Rest assured. I merely implanted a few sealed memories into his mind, and these memories bear no relation to future events. Thus, even if they were to be unsealed one day, they would not alter the future. In fact, he wouldn't even realize anything had changed. He would simply believe it was knowledge he always possessed. Trust in my abilities, Master. Boruto wished to say more, but they had already arrived at Naruto's doorstep. Before entering, Naruto turned to Boruto and asked, By the way, I forgot to ask your name. My name is Boruto. Boruto, pleased to meet you. I am Uzumaki Naruto. As for this uncle, I have no desire to know your name. As the door swung open, black-clad Sasuke followed the father-son duo into the house with a hint of resignation. It's a bit messy in here. Please don't mind it, Boruto. Boruto glanced around and noted the disarray. Empty milk cartons, used instant noodle cups, and open snack packages haphazardly strewn across the lone dining table. The walls bore crookedly affixed notes, and the arrangement of items within the room was far from orderly. Nevertheless, this small abode exuded a sense of homeliness that he found endearing. Do you live here alone? What about your parents? My parents passed away when I was born, so I have always lived alone. However, they were the heroes who protected the village, and as their son, I take great pride in that. Boruto's expression shifted from confusion to shock, ultimately settling into a gentle acceptance. I believe they would be proud of you as well. Really? Thank you. I also believe that one day, when I become Hokage. Naruto chuckled as he seemed to drift into a daydream about the future, laughing aloud. Indeed. It will surely happen. In the dim light, Sasuke, clad in black, surveyed the scene before him, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. He chose not to intrude upon their moment, instead opting to fetch their dinner of instant noodles. As the rumbling of his stomach jolted Naruto from his reverie, he suddenly realized it was time for dinner. Let's eat. After all, you are the guest, and it's a rare occasion that you visit. Allow me to treat you. Just as he was about to turn to retrieve the noodles, he noticed the dining table had already been set, 3 boxes of unopened instant noodles arranged neatly upon it, alongside a kettle that had begun to whistle. The enigmatic figure in black sat quietly in a chair, seemingly having waited for them for a while. "How did you know I was going to make instant noodles, and that I would choose this flavor?" Naruto inquired, but Sasuke offered no reply. TCH. Naruto dismissed the silence, focusing instead on preparing the noodles for himself and Boruto. The agonizing wait, which Naruto abhorred, passed swiftly. "I'm starting," he declared, lifting the paper lid. Cradling the cup in his hands, blowing away the steam, cautiously tasting the broth before diving into the noodles. In Boruto's eyes, Naruto's actions mirrored those of his future self. Indeed, his childhood preferences had remained unchanged. Thus, he imitated Naruto, lifting the lid and exclaiming, "I'm starting too." The humble instant noodles, though simple in nature, offered a complex flavor. The room fell silent, save for the sounds of slurping noodles. Naruto and Boruto faced each other while Sasuke sat nearby, observing their leisurely pace. Though he himself was eating quite swiftly, the steam rising from the noodles softened the sharp angles of his face, rendering him almost gentle in appearance. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto discreetly watched Sasuke, thinking to himself, "This uncle, in his current state, truly embodies the essence of a quietly handsome man. If only he didn't speak." As the hour for rest approached, Naruto lamented that his bedroom could accommodate no more than 2 people, necessitating that one among the 3 would have to spend the night in the living room. After a prolonged silence, Sasuke finally spoke. "You 2 go ahead and sleep in the bedroom. I will remain here." Naruto and Boruto were about to protest, but Sasuke interrupted. "Enough, just go to bed. I'll take the couch, consider it a penance for that dreadful joke." Boruto's invisible companion gently hopped back into Sasuke's hands, marking the beginning of a night that belonged solely to the father and son, with no inclination for eavesdropping. As night fell, Boruto lay on the newly laid bedding, his eyes wide open. "Aren't you asleep yet?" he asked, glancing up to find Naruto, who was also awake, half rising from his cocoon of blankets, his blue eyes glimmering with curiosity and intrigue. "No," Boruto whispered in response. "That uncle is your master. What about your family? Are they not concerned that you ventured out to perform at such a young age?" "In truth, I possess considerable prowess. It is quite all right. My father, a remarkable man, is greatly revered by all, though he sometimes becomes so engrossed in his work that he neglects our home. As for my mother, while she may occasionally appear stern, she is, in fact, an incredibly gentle soul, her fierce demeanor stemming solely from her concern for us." Boruto's heartwarming recount of his family seems to have touched Naruto as well. With one hand propped against his face, his azure eyes shimmered in the moonlight. A lackluster father, a formidable mother, a grandfather with a penchant for poor naming, a grandmother with a propensity for violence, and a sister who is both endearing and fearsome. When the topic of family arises, you radiate joy. Boruto, you truly cherish your loved ones, do you not? Although it was posed as a question, Naruto, without awaiting Boruto's reply, reclined as if already aware of the answer. Boruto gazed quietly at his father's sleeping visage and, after a long pause, softly affirmed, "Indeed." Chapter 42, Special Edition, Part 5. In an expanse of endless white, 2 youths stood face to face, their expressions devoid of the ferocity typically associated with combat, instead reflecting clarity and tranquility. One extended his left hand, while the other lifted his right. Together, they formed a gesture of reconciliation, and in that moment, a shared smile illuminated their faces. Sasuke turned around and gently pulled Naruto to his feet. Naruto followed quietly, as the boundless white surroundings gradually revealed a scene. He beheld himself and Sasuke engaged in combat at the Valley of the End, witnessed Sasuke enduring agony within a dark, ominous barrel, saw him swallow a pill, and observed him departing the village alone. He perceived Sasuke gazing into a mirror with his Sharingan activated. He witnessed Orochimaru biting into his neck. The fierce battle in the Land of Waves, and Sasuke's relentless training each day. He saw what appeared to be bodies floating in some ethereal space, among them, figures resembling his parents and brother. He recalled a day after school, where, like himself, he was left without family. He even saw himself as a newborn, cradled in the embrace of his family. Ultimately, he glimpsed a person with the same dark hair and eyes, smiling back at him. Despite the differences in appearance and age, he inexplicably recognized him as Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke, who had been holding his hand, released it and ran ahead without looking back, disappearing into the vast whiteness. No matter how hard Naruto tried, he could not catch up. "Sasuke, Naruto awoke from his dream, stretching out his hand as if desperately trying to grasp something. It seems I dreamt of the final clash at the Valley of the End. He noticed that half of his body had extended beyond the bed, prompting him to quickly retract it. Phew, that was close. I almost fell off the bed. Exiting his room, Naruto found the living area immaculate, with items arranged neatly. And he caught a whiff of food, his favorite ramen. Upon closer inspection, he saw 3 steaming bowls of ramen already set on the dining table. It was ramen, not instant noodles. What is going on? We don't even have a kitchen at home. He noticed a figure in black quietly waiting by the table. And a thought crossed his mind. Ahem, uncle, did you buy this from outside? No, I made it myself. After all, as a performer, even without proper kitchenware, there are ways to prepare a meal. Just then, Boruto, who had just emerged from his room, heard this and dashed to the table, exclaiming, "So, master, you can cook? This looks great. As your apprentice, I've never tasted your ramen before. Today, I'm quite lucky." Boruto nudged Naruto with his shoulder. This gesture made Naruto feel a bit bashful. After a moment of hesitation, he finally addressed the figure in black. "Thank you. In light of the ramen, I'll forgive you for yesterday's antics. But please, refrain from such extreme jokes in the future." The black-clad Sasuke smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. As he began to enjoy the ramen before him, Naruto and Boruto quickly finished washing up and took their seats at the table. "Let us eat." The broth of the ramen is exquisitely rich and flavorful, enticing the two to indulge in its depths. However, as they savor the firm noodles and the array of toppings, the broth transforms into a subtle, lingering undertone that neither overpowers nor diminishes the harmony of the various ingredients. Instead, they complement one another beautifully. The enchanting flavor is unlike anything from Ichiraku ramen, yet it is difficult to declare one superior to the other. Impressive culinary skills, uncle. Another day passes uneventfully. On this day, Sasuke, clad in black, and Boruto, alongside their companions, completed the task of cleaning the bathhouse. Having spent considerable time with these individuals, Sasuke was quite accustomed to their company, remaining stoic even when the conversation turned to the rogue genin. Boruto, however, was keen to witness the youthful selves of these characters. As night fell, when everyone should have returned to their respective homes, the mention of Sasuke by their peers stirred a sense of melancholy in Naruto, prompting him to seek solitude for a while. Jiraiya's absence afforded Sasuke and Boruto a rare moment of privacy. "Master, what were you like in this era?" Having not witnessed Sasuke's childhood, Boruto boldly inquired of the man he had grown into. "The rogue genin spoken of by Granny Tsunade must refer to you, correct?" "What prompted such a choice?" "I sought to acquire formidable strength," Sasuke replied candidly, not concealing the truth. Then, with a slight smirk, he added half-jokingly, "And to bring Orochimaru and the others back to the village." Such a simplistic response was unlikely to satisfy Boruto, yet the unfolding events left little room for further questioning. Suddenly, Boruto's eyes radiated a faint blue glow, which subsided after a few moments. "Master, Urashiki will arrive here tomorrow morning, landing in the forest we passed through. What shall we do next? We must prepare in advance. You are somewhat familiar with Urashiki's abilities. I will remain hidden and ready to execute a decisive strike. The task of confronting him directly will fall to you. Is that acceptable?" "That is acceptable, but what about my father, who is monitoring us, and Aunt Sakura, who will come to assist him during the day?" Naruto's presence is imperative. After all, Urashiki's target is the chakra of the 9 tails. If Naruto is absent, Urashiki has no reason to engage with you. My shadow clone, even when invisible, can be easily detected by him. Thus, to lure the prey, I must stage a genuine encounter, allowing him to stumble upon the two of you alone, under the impression that danger is absent. Consequently, the responsibility of watching over Naruto will likewise fall upon you. However, you need not worry excessively. Jiraiya is reliable in critical moments, and he will undoubtedly appear. Furthermore, Naruto's strength is quite commendable. Engaging Urashiki in a skirmish should pose no problem. After all, who could forget that this individual of the Otsutsuki clan is named Urashiki? Whereas Aunt Sakura, since she intends to monitor me, it conveniently allows me to draw her away when parting from you. Thus you will only need to look after Naruto. Furthermore, her involvement is not entirely irrelevant. The 100 heal technique and in sealing have become somewhat antiquated in this new era. The figure of Sasuke in black narrowed his eyes slightly as the evening breeze rustled through the treetops, carrying away leaves in its wake. In this tranquil night, a sense of foreboding suddenly arose. The following morning, Naruto and Boruto were walking through the woods. "Boruto, where has Uncle gone so early? Haven't we been together all this time?" Why has he suddenly separated from us? Chapter 43, Special Edition, Part 6, Master, Boruto recounted. Said he inadvertently discovered someone who closely resembles his senior brother. However, after all these years, he is uncertain if he has mistaken the person. So he has gone to find him alone today. But isn't Sister Sakura with him? It should be fine. Upon hearing Boruto's response, Naruto felt a momentary relief. All right. But speaking of which, didn't the perverted sage promise to accompany me in training today? Where could he possibly be? As Naruto complained about Jiraiya, Boruto suddenly looked up at the sky, his scara turning black and his irises glowing a faint blue. A pale figure with light blue hair and wide eyes appeared in midair. Though the plan has been disrupted, it seems I have arrived just in time. Saying this, Otsutsuki Kinshiki raised the red glowing fishing rod in his hand. Since only you, Boruto, are here, I shall gladly accept this opportunity, Uzumaki Naruto. Meanwhile, Sasuke in black was making his way towards a deserted hill outside the village, with Sakura following closely behind. Suddenly, Sakura halted, retrieving a kunai from her bag and raising it in her hand. Please wait a moment, uncle. Did you not say you were here to find your senior brother? Yet, as a performer, he would hardly showcase his talents in such an isolated place, and this rugged terrain has always been uninhabited. Why do you deceive us with false pretenses? What is your true purpose here? Please answer honestly, or I may regard you as an infiltrator in our village. Sasuke paused, but did not respond to Sakura's question. Instead, he lifted off the ground, floating into the air. What? The scene before Sakura rendered her utterly astonished, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. This was dire. She had not even witnessed him forming hand seals, yet he unleashed a jutsu she had never encountered. Even now, he was genuinely soaring through the air, and she felt no fluctuations of chakra. This enigmatic individual possessed some secret art to conceal his chakra. This was troubling. A figure of such caliber infiltrating the village must surely harbor some nefarious intentions, and she alone was no match for him. Thus, her paramount objective was to extricate herself and report the situation to Tsunade. Even if escape proved impossible, she needed to devise a means to convey this intelligence. You stay here and watch, a calm voice from the cloaked Sasuke echoed from above. What nonsense! Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief and trepidation as she realized she could not move, not even to utter a cry. How could this be? She could only watch in horror as two identical shadow clones emerged from the mysterious figure, one of which appeared to employ a transformation technique, becoming an unfamiliar individual with blue hair and white eyes. Together, they soared towards the depression between the hills, away from the original entity. The red glowing hook shot through the air with a velocity that seemed to pierce through space, heading straight for Naruto's abdomen. Fortunately, Boruto, quick-witted and agile, whisked Naruto away from his previous position in an instant. Boom! A violent shockwave kicked up a cloud of dust as the hook struck the ground, missing its target. Boruto ascended into the sky with Naruto, the tattoo he had previously showcased as a mere trick reappearing on his arm and face. A short horn had even sprouted from his right forehead. Even when facing the most embarrassing Otsutsuki, Boruto unleashed his full power from the outset, employing the wedge technique. The boy before Boruto, seemingly of the same age, displayed a strength that astonished Naruto. He could hardly process what had transpired, witnessing the red object impact the ground. He realized that had he been struck, the consequences would have been dire. Urashiki swung his fishing rod once more, the red glowing line snaking through the air like a nimble serpent, relentlessly pursuing Naruto, who was being carried away by Boruto. Naruto hurled shuriken and kunai at Urashiki in a bid to disrupt him, but they were effortlessly evaded. Damn it! Frustration welled within Naruto as he clenched his fists, momentarily setting aside his thoughts about the peculiar individual, all in white save for his non-white hair. Boruto had managed to achieve such prowess. Reluctantly, Naruto had to concede that Boruto might indeed surpass even Sasuke. Sasuke, thank you, please let me off this time. This is merely a temporary tattoo. His is a genuine one. As he struggled to subdue the two, Urashiki lifted his fishing rod, retracting the hook. What a troublesome pair of eyes. Jiraiya, having just completed his material gathering, sensed something amiss as he glanced up at the sky and promptly made his way toward the source of the disturbance. Let us test this technique. Countless rocks erupted in an instant from the crimson fishing basket slung across Urashiki's back, hurtling toward Boruto and Naruto. Simultaneously, Urashiki swung his rod once more, launching a multitude of fishhooks. Heavenly Wave Meteor. Faced with this dire threat, Naruto instinctively entered a heightened state. Just as he prepared to concentrate his chakra into a defensive hand, he noticed Boruto unfurling a sealing scroll. The crackling sound of electricity and the grinding of numerous stones filled Naruto's ears as countless tiny black particles swirled rapidly before him and Boruto, forming an enormous protective shield that deflected Urashiki's assault. In Boruto's hands, electric sparks danced as he skillfully manipulated the iron sand extracted from the sealing scroll through a unique technique. Although he had yet to master magnet release, he successfully learned to control certain metallic objects using the Chidori technique under his master's guidance. By managing the electrical currents generated by his lightning release chakra, he could achieve a semblance of magnet release effects through the magnetic force created when the metal was electrified. Since the iron sand is a tangible substance, it could indeed affect the Otsutsuki and effectively defend against the crimson fishing hook's onslaught. Furthermore, if he advanced further, causing the rapidly spinning iron sand to generate high-frequency vibrations, this dark mass would evolve from an indestructible shield into an unstoppable spear. TCH. Impatience flickered across the visage of Pu Shi when suddenly a figure surged towards him from behind, wielding a spiraling sphere. Indeed, it was Jiraiya. As Jiraiya prepared to strike Pu Shi, the latter's Byakugan inexplicably transformed into the azure hue of the Rinnegan. Without any forewarning, Pu Shi transformed into several crimson-hued paper cranes and vanished from his original position, only to reappear directly behind Jiraiya. He raised his fishing rod, intending to thrust it into Jiraiya's back. Yet, in a crucial moment, Pu Shi relinquished this action and ascended skyward. A long sword, forged from iron sand, swiftly sliced through the space where Pu Shi had just occupied, failing to hit its mark, leaving only the sound of rushing air in its wake. Boruto descended alongside Naruto, similarly gathering a spiraling sphere in his hand. As Naruto and Jiraiya cast surprised glances in his direction, a glint in Boruto's eyes signaled that he had communicated his tactical plan to them through a simple illusion. In the meantime, Sasuke, cloaked in black, had his wooden clone closely aligned with another clone that had transformed to resemble Pu Shi. The clone morphed into a wooden dragon, ensnaring Pu Shi with tight coils, perfectly mimicking the original, leaving no gaps for escape. Two horns sprouted from Sasuke's forehead, and his once clear black and white eyes morphed into a vibrant purple, with rings and black tomo gradually manifesting. Indeed, the sixth tomo Rinnegan. Sasuke, half closing his eyes in midair, seemed to shift his focus elsewhere. Eighth gate, first gate, open. The air around Rock Lee crackled with ferocious chakra as he launched a powerful kick towards Sasuke's corporeal form. Unexpectedly, Sasuke did not even flinch as Lee zipped past him. The angle Lee had chosen from the outset rendered any contact with Sasuke impossible. Even more astonishing was the sight of Lee crashing to the ground upon landing, subsequently falling into a deep slumber. This scene left Sakura, who was immobilized, in a tumultuous emotional state. Initially, Lee's appearance had ignited hope within her for liberation, only to result in yet another lost opportunity. However, Lee's valiant and fearless actions, along with his unwavering attention towards her, stirred a sense of gratitude within Sakura. From my perspective, there seems to be no salvation. That fool is keeping watch over the accomplice clad in black. Naruto, you must not fall into peril as well. Boruto hurled the Rasengan from his hand, and to his astonishment, the orb vanished into thin air. Upon witnessing this, Urashiki's eyes widened, and he swiftly transitioned his Azure Rinnegan into the Crimson Tomo Rinnegan. He then rapidly dove into a portal behind him, seemingly composed of numerous black pixelated fragments, the Yellow Springs path. After all, even with his ability to manipulate time, he could not evade this invisible Rasengan. This is because his temporal powers primarily reset external time for a maximum of a few seconds and could not interfere with his own timeline. Should he be struck, even a temporal rewind would not alter the fact that he had been hit. He might even find himself struck a second time. Thus, he opted for immediate teleportation, completely avoiding the attack. A pitch-black portal emerged behind Naruto, and Urashiki stepped through, grasping the tail that had manifested from Naruto. Success. At that moment, Urashiki's thoughts were unexpectedly vocalized by Naruto. What? A red Rasengan slammed heavily into Urashiki. It turned out Naruto had anticipated this moment. Upon discerning Boruto's battle strategy, he swiftly gathered a crimson Rasengan. As Urashiki teleported behind him to launch a surprise attack, Naruto struck decisively. Urashiki crashed onto the ground, spewing a mouthful of blood. He quickly got back on his feet. Fortunately, he had not left empty-handed. He opened his hand to reveal a small chakra pill. Having successfully siphoned a modicum of the Ninetales chakra, Urashiki immediately consumed the pill and was delighted to discover that his wounds were healing rapidly. The sensation was truly exquisite. Ninja art, toad mouth binding technique. The space darkened swiftly, and Jiraiya seized the opportunity to summon the great toad from Mount Mayaboku, ensnaring Urashiki within its belly. Corrosive acid gathered beneath Urashiki's feet, and in the shadows, he switched his eyes back to the blue Rinnegan. Although he could no longer directly escape this predicament through temporal manipulation, with these eyes capable of discerning the future, he was confident that these inferior beings would never stand a chance against him. To prevent Urashiki from easily detecting his position, Naruto reverted to his normal state. Dispelling his tailed beast transformation, and alongside Boruto, they created shadow clones. The clones surged towards Urashiki, but they proved utterly ineffective. He nonchalantly dispatched each one. Just as he intended to continue his assault on Naruto, he realized the latter had seemingly concealed himself. In that case, I shall deal with you, troublesome old man, first. A fragmented voice echoed from Urashiki, a familiar sensation enveloping him as he perceived Boruto, whose right horn had elongated significantly, and at that moment, his right eye transformed into a Byakugan. Momoshiki? After Boruto had expended a considerable amount of chakra, Otsutsuki Momoshiki attempted to seize control of his body. Unfortunately, despite Momoshiki's utmost efforts, he could only manage to force Boruto to utter a few words amidst his fierce resistance, unable even to raise a hand. It seemed that he could only create some trouble for these inferior beings in this manner. Momoshiki mused that he was on the verge of losing his grip on Boruto. In a final effort, he compelled Boruto to speak again, barely managing to articulate 2 words. It's toxic. In response to this unexpected turn of events, Sasuke, cloaked in black and situated far outside the village, remained utterly unmoved. Momoshiki, you truly are restless, stirring up mischief once more. Although your attempts to save Urashiki have been commendable, the plan has progressed to a point where there is no longer any task for Boruto to fulfill. Upon hearing Momoshiki's words, Urashiki felt his heart skip a beat as he suddenly realized he had fallen into the trap set by these inferior beings. The air was thick with a colorless, odorless poison, and while he had been dealing with the shadow clones, he had continuously employed his time reversal ability. Consequently, the actual duration he had spent in this space far exceeded that of the others. He feared that he would soon succumb to the poison, even if he rewound time by a few seconds. It would be futile since the countdown to the poison's effects had begun the moment he inhaled the air in this space. His once prized ability had, in this moment, transformed into the sharpest weapon wielded against him. Without a moment's hesitation, he switched his eyes to Byakugan. Since the poisoning had become a certainty, there was no need to maintain the blue Rinnegan. However, he still had a chance to turn the tide. The chakra of the Ninetales could rapidly heal his wounds. And with the Ninetales' power, he would grow even stronger. Veins pulsed around his eyes, and under the scrutiny of the Byakugan, Naruto was rendered completely exposed. Urashiki charged forward at full speed, wielding his fishing rod, while Boruto and Jiraiya seemed preoccupied, one battling Momoshiki and the other maintaining the summoning, helplessly watching as Urashiki flew by. Upon reaching Naruto, witnessing the terror on his face, Urashiki revealed a victorious smile. With a gentle flick of his rod, the red glowing hook plunged into Naruto's abdomen. What a pity, in the end, I still win, Urashiki exclaimed with excitement as he reeled in the hook. Only for reality to deliver a harsh blow. There was nothing on the hook, empty and devoid of any prize. Before Urashiki could fully grasp the shock of the situation, a surge of blood erupted from his throat, and at that moment, his Byakugan even closed. The poison had taken effect. It was time. Now was the moment. In an instant, Boruto's left eye manifested a violet 6-pointed Sharingan, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint azure glow emanating from his Rinnegan. This indicated that the transformation occurring in his right eye was not merely a switch or replacement of ocular techniques, but rather an augmentation built upon its original form. Sasuke, clad in black, slowly opened his half-closed eyes and invoked Tsukuyami, Tenji Tenge. In the next moment, the Urashiki, residing within the toad's belly, was ensnared by the formidable bindings of the wood dragon, rendered immobile. The Urashiki conjured by Sasuke's wood clone had exchanged places with the genuine Urashiki. Earth explosion stars. As Sasuke unleashed this technique, countless stones and soil detached from the surrounding hills, rapidly converging around Urashiki's position. Though Urashiki attempted to struggle, the wood dragon's grasp was unyielding, sending roots deep within him to siphon his chakra. Damn it, damn it, damn it. That cursed space-time ocular technique. Sasuke, you will pay for this. Urashiki glared fiercely at Sasuke, suspended in the air. If his gaze could kill, Sasuke would have been mercilessly torn to shreds. Were it not for the necessity of his presence, Urashiki would have believed that this so-called chicken, decked in royal regalia, yet only capable of achieving bronze-level feats, had survived solely through his own prowess. Sasuke's eyes were as cold as frost. Although one could repeat a mere few seconds countless times to uncover the optimal solution, within the infinite cycles of rebirth, the only unchanging conclusion had been laid bare before him. While Sasuke did not fully articulate his thoughts, Urashiki comprehended the ominous truth death awaited him. The wood dragon, entwining Urashiki, opened its eyes to reveal a pair of six-pointed Sharingan, universal pull. Under the dual gravity's convergence, a colossal sphere composed of rocks swiftly took shape. As Uchiha Sasuke ensnared the unsuspecting Urashiki in his trap, rendering him destined to be a mere pawn, at the mercy of his captors. With the hunt complete, Sasuke retrieved a unique sealing scroll, imbued with a technique capable of confining living beings. Thus, the tools that ninjas could conveniently carry extended beyond mere weapons to include even the living, such as trusted comrades. As Sasuke unfurled the scroll, a figure emerged, a person with alabaster skin, white hair, and pale eyes, adorned with two horns upon their forehead, bearing a striking resemblance to Kagaya Otsutsuki. Clad in white garments reminiscent of the Otsutsuki clan, Sasuke inclined his head slightly towards this ethereal being, who then descended to the ground. The horns receding and eyes reverting to their natural state, the white-clad individual soared towards the vicinity of the massive rock sphere. Their once pure white irises now transformed into a blue hue tinged with white, housing 6 luminous, round orbs within, raising a hand enveloped in a layer of verdant chakra. A torrent of chakra surged forth from the celestial sphere, converging towards his outstretched hand, which he absorbed. After a brief moment, he ceased his actions and spoke. "It is done. Let us commence." Upon hearing this, Sasuke gazed upward at the immense sphere, then formed a distinctive hand sign. Earth explosion stars, release. With the techniques, the dense rock sphere suspended in the air instantaneously lost the force that had upheld it, beginning to crumble and disintegrate. An avalanche of stones and debris cascaded down, and as Urashiki, confined within the center, was exposed, time seemed to freeze. The stones halted their descent, the air stilled. And only the white-clad figure stood before the Otsutsuki Urashiki. Kin? Akin of the Otsutsuki possessing the Rinnegan? Having absorbed a vast amount of chakra, Urashiki appeared exceedingly feeble. His body was immobilized, yet his consciousness remained alert. A sphere of green light materialized from the white-clad individual's hand and shot towards Urashiki. Helpless, Urashiki sensed his impending fate. Why? Why ally with inferior beings? The sphere flickered and merged with Urashiki's form, and at that moment, the stilled world resumed its motion. Fully liberated from the seal, Urashiki plummeted directly towards the immobile Sakura, landing before her. Sasuke and the white-clad individual also arrived at Sakura's side. Sakura, unable to move, beheld the unfolding scene with a cascade of cold sweat. Such a tremendous commotion had erupted, yet no villagers had emerged to investigate. Perhaps it was for the best. For these individuals were monsters. Should the villagers encounter them, the outcome would likely be dire. Standing there for quite some time, Sakura had come to realize that these individuals bore no ill will towards the village. Otherwise, they could have effortlessly hurled that colossal meteor-like stone into the settlement, causing immense devastation. Instead, the formation and dissolution of this orb occurred outside the village, indicating their intention to prevent any repercussions from affecting the inhabitants. At that moment, all three of them were fixated on her, rendering her utterly paralyzed with apprehension. What did they intend to do? After all, I am merely a low-ranking ninja. Uchiha caught hold of Sakura's right arm, and she felt a surge of overwhelming energy coursing from her arm into her body, manifesting as white patterns upon her skin. The kunai she held clattered to the ground. It seemed her restraints had been loosened. Yet the agony inflicted by Otsutsuki's forceful insertion of the wedge left her incapable of regaining control. Uchiha released Sakura, the insertion of the white wedge complete. Though his task was far from over, the glint in the white-clad man's eyes sharpened as Otsutsuki Uchiha diminished before Sakura's eyes, shrinking until he transformed from a living being into a crimson object akin to a fruit. The black-clad Sasuke reached out to catch this fruit, revealing a cryptic smile, and then placed it directly into the palm of Sakura's right hand. In that instant, her hand seemed to transform into a voracious beast, devouring the fruit that had once belonged to Uchiha, while the patterns on her body radiated a brilliant white light. As the luminescence faded, the markings on Sakura gradually disappeared. leaving behind a white diamond-shaped imprint in the center of her palm. Ultimately, this diamond began to fade until it became completely transparent, imperceptible to any ordinary observer. Sakura collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to slumber. When she awoke, she would retain no memories of Sasuke in black, Boruto Uzumaki, the white-clad man, or Otsutsuki Uchiha. Nor would she recall her newfound striking tattoo. The days preceding would merely blend into the ordinary fabric of her life. A portal materialized, through which Naruto, Jiraiya, Boruto, and Sasuke's wooden clone emerged. Naruto, experiencing such a wondrous technique for the first time, was filled with exhilaration. Boruto, meanwhile, greeted the white-clad man with a nod. "Hello, uncle." The man acknowledged him with a slight nod in return. Boruto activated his clear vision, gazing at the unconscious Sakura on the ground. Perceiving that Uchiha's power lay dormant within her, "Master, doesn't this alter the future?" "Not at all," came the reply. "As long as this wedge only manifests on Aunt Sakura when we return to the future, who can say whether she was marked in her youth by some unknown Otsutsuki?" Chapter 46, Special Edition, 9, Sakura. Sakura. Naruto anxiously rushed to Sakura's side and knelt down, meticulously examining her. Upon discovering that she bore no injuries, he sighed in relief. However, seeing both her and Lee still unconscious left him somewhat uneasy. He turned to the cloaked Sasuke and inquired, "Sir, is there anything critically wrong with Sakura and Lee?" As Sasuke withdrew his wooden clone, he teased Naruto. "Sakura? She is now the esteemed Otsutsuki Sakura. Do we, mere lower beings, even warrant concern for her? As for Lee, I almost forgot. It seems I owe him a parting gift as well." A luminous orb emerged from the white-clad figure's hand and vanished into Lee's forehead. Though Naruto struggled to fully comprehend Sasuke's words, he could discern from his tone that both Sakura and Lee were unharmed, allowing him to finally relax. While he still could not grasp the entirety of the situation, he surmised that Sasuke had somehow enabled Sakura to acquire the powers of that peculiar individual and had also provided Lee with some form of subtle enhancement. But was this truly wise? You two hail from the future, do you not? Tampering with time is not a domain for mortals. Could there truly be no dire consequences? Contrasting sharply with his earlier flippant demeanor during the assignment, Jiraiya's countenance turned grave upon learning that Sasuke and Boruto were time travelers. The weight of this revelation deepened his seriousness to an extraordinary degree. Perhaps due to the completion of a significant task, the usually stoic Sasuke appeared surprisingly relaxed. As if their roles had reversed, it matters not. It was Urashiki who initiated our arrival in this era, and it was he who embedded the wedge within Sakura. Should any issues arise, the responsibility lies solely with the illustrious Otsutsuki Urashiki. As for Lee, I merely enhanced his subconscious and muscle memory, enabling him to attain the prowess of his teacher, Guy, with greater ease. It is hardly a matter of great significance. After all, I revel in the augmentation of combat abilities, provided it benefits our allies. Jiraiya scratched his head at the incomprehensible jargon of Plow and Wedge, but he could sense that the individual before him was not one to act recklessly. For someone to speak so confidently, there must be little cause for concern. Very well, what do you intend to do now? Urashiki is deceased, and our mission here is complete. We must depart by tomorrow at the latest, returning to our own time. Is that so? Then I have one final question, Jiraiya stated, lowering his hand and fixing his gaze upon the cloaked Sasuke. Are you, by any chance, Uchiha Sasuke? In the twilight, the inky-haired Sasuke felt the gentle sway of his dark locks in the breeze. Even with his eyes closed, he could acutely sense Naruto's fervent gaze. As if it sought to pierce and dissolve him, he suppressed his usual levity, confronting the moment without evasion. Yes, it is evening. Sasuke, present this bento to Naruto, Jiraiya said, handing him a beautifully wrapped box resembling a gift. As the saying goes, the one who ties the knot must also untie it. You alone possess the ability to comfort Naruto now. In truth, upon learning that you were Sasuke, he was genuinely delighted, yet the familiar pang of nostalgia made him hesitant, leaving him unsure of how to face the future version of you. Sasuke took the bento with both hands. At this moment, I should have no connection with you. How did you deduce that I am Sasuke? Well, that kid Naruto, whenever we engage in casual conversation, he almost exclusively speaks of you. My ears are nearly calloused from hearing about you. Even during his rigorous training, it is primarily to one day bring you back to the village. Thus, despite our few encounters, I have come to know you quite well. Who would have thought? You appear so carefree. Yet you genuinely listen to what your disciple has to say. I have always been a dedicated teacher, all right? Indeed. As night descended, Sasuke, with the bento in hand, found Naruto secluded in the forest. Naruto sat atop a horizontally growing tree trunk, gazing up at the luminous moon and the myriad stars. Perhaps the one he yearned for was, at that very moment, engaged in a similar act of contemplation. "Naruto, it's time for dinner," Sasuke called, raising the bento aloft. "Uncle Sasuke, what will my future self be like? You, though you have become the 7th Hokage, remain much as you are now, a reckless, hot-blooded underachiever. It is precisely this side of you that can bring me back, isn't it? To be honest, I still find myself utterly at a loss regarding how to make Sasuke reconsider his choices. During our encounter at the Valley of the End, I initially believed he was merely pursuing power from Orochimaru for the sake of revenge. However, during our battle, he systematically dismantled my original notions and revealed truths I had never known. By the end, I could no longer discern which of his words were genuine and which were not. He was intimately knowledgeable about my past, yet I remained a stranger to his true self. It was only in that decisive moment, amidst the resonance of our chakra, that we forged a seal of reconciliation, and he unveiled his entirety to me. It dawned upon me that although he had concealed much from me in the past, his heart, regarding me as a dear friend, was always sincere. I felt an overwhelming sense of shame, for despite witnessing those revelations, I still could not grasp the complexity of his being. Hence, I devoted myself to training alongside the lecherous sage, for he emphasized the paramount importance of strength. Perhaps, when my power has sufficiently grown, allowing me to stand by his side, Sasuke would no longer need to bear such burdens alone. Maybe then, I could truly comprehend him. This is the sole method that a fool like me could conceive. Dressed in black, Sasuke gently leaned against a tree, gazing up at the sky. His tone unexpectedly softened. "You really are a tremendous fool. In truth, you need not understand everything. This world is simple and pure, yet immensely intricate. Who can claim to fully comprehend it? I fear even Sasuke himself may not entirely grasp the essence of who he is. So why must you take it so seriously? A temporary parting may merely be a prelude to a more profound reunion. The future stretches long and wide, and there will surely come a day when we meet again." As the saying goes, in search of him 1,000 times, I turned back to find that person amidst the dim light. Chapter 47 Special Edition 10. What does that mean? Well, to be honest, this phrase may not be entirely fitting here. What I intend to convey is that your goal may not be as insurmountable as you imagine. Perhaps, even without your efforts, he will eventually find his way back. Is that so? Naruto leaped down from the tree trunk where he was seated, accepting the bento that Sasuke had offered him. Yet, despite this, I still wish to empathize with him, to understand his hatred, his inner turmoil, his confusion, and his aspirations. And I hope that one day in the future, the Sasuke who truly acknowledges me will willingly return by my side. Sasuke remained silent, merely observing as Naruto seated himself beside him, opened the bento box, and began to enjoy his dinner. "Wow, grilled meat. Sound of eating. Delicious." Sasuke smiled silently. "By the way, since you and uncle are leaving tomorrow, today marks the last day for me and the lecherous sage to remember you, doesn't he it? You've guessed it. Although my mind may not be particularly sharp, I can discern that you all are attempting to maintain the semblance of the past. If we were to foresee the future, it would likely be unacceptable. Is there anything else you wish to do? Even though you may not recall us now, when we return to the future, I can help the future version of you remember these days." Naruto paused with his chopsticks, contemplating before saying, "Perhaps it's best to let it be. If that version of me were to learn that he had already encountered the future, only to forget it, how dull that would be. Even if I were to forget these moments, the mere fact that I can share my heart with you today fills me with encouragement. And as long as Boruto and you, Sasuke, remember our experiences together, I shall harbor no regrets." Sasuke gazed at Naruto, who was happily indulging in his meal, and remarked, "You truly are remarkable, Uzumaki Naruto." The following morning, Boruto wandered through the village streets, purchasing an array of trinkets, intending to bring them back as special mementos for his friends in the future. "Master, have all the memories of those we have encountered been adequately processed? Indeed. Once we depart, no one will remember us, including these merchants. Their memories of our interactions will naturally transform into different content." Master, your genjutsu is truly formidable. If only it were effective against the Otsutsuki as well. You should consider yourself fortunate, for the Otsutsuki are largely impervious to genjutsu and seldom employ it themselves. While it may prove to be a significant disadvantage for most ordinary individuals in the ninja world, should an Otsutsuki arrive here and immediately unleash their eternal Tsukuyomi, it would certainly be quite entertaining. Boruto acquired a finely crafted little snake toy. "By the way, Master, what kind of gifts do you think Sarada would appreciate?" You ask me? I am merely her uncle and not particularly close to her. You, on the other hand, are her classmate and spend your days together. Even asking Uncle Shursui would yield better results than inquiring of me. Boruto did not finish his sentence, for he noticed his master's expression had grown stern. Reminiscent of his father's demeanor, both of whom Sarada deeply admired. It's her choice whom to idolize. It has nothing to do with me. Boruto, here's a little token for you, but you mustn't open it just yet. I want to surprise you. Just before parting, Naruto handed Boruto a tightly wrapped parcel, which appeared sizable but was surprisingly light. Understanding the implication, Boruto refrained from using his ocular abilities to peek inside. Instead, he eagerly accepted the parcel. Thank you. But what about my master? That is for your uncle, Naruto replied, looking skyward and rubbing his nose with a finger. Given our relationship, I believe no additional gifts are necessary. Let us conclude our farewells here. It is time to erase the memories of Naruto and me, Sasuke. After all, the end of a story is often what captivates the audience. Naruto obediently stepped forward, joining Jiraiya. A hint of reluctance flickered in his azure eyes, but it was mostly overshadowed by his blessings for the two time travelers. It seems we are entirely different individuals. I tend to flip to the last page of a book immediately, discovering the fates of the characters. Perhaps I miss out on many wonderful moments. But it is precisely for this reason that I can assure you, your tales of heroism will surely culminate in a satisfying conclusion. As soon as Sasuke's voice faded, both Naruto and Jiraiya collapsed to the ground, succumbing to slumber. Boruto, let us depart. Indeed, the silhouettes of Sasuke and Boruto gradually receded, fading into the distance until they vanished completely. Naruto and Jiraiya lay side by side on the ground, the corners of their mouths slightly lifted, as if they were reminiscing about some amusing episode. Before returning to the sober reality, may you both dream sweetly. In a desolate place, clad in black, Sasuke and Boruto emerged from a spatial gateway, where Otsutsuki Kinshiki had been waiting for them for quite some time. Just as Boruto was about to inquire, he noticed a long bone protruding from Kinshiki's fingertip, raised to his lips in a gesture to silence him. Realizing Kinshiki's identity, Boruto cast a puzzled glance at his master, unable to comprehend why Uncle White would act in such a manner. Sasuke, remaining silent, conveyed through Jinjutsu to Boruto. In a moment, you shall hand over the plow to Uncle White. While we will return to the future first, your uncle has other tasks to fulfill. Sasuke produced a special sealing scroll once more, offering it to the white-clad figure. Kinshiki carefully accepted the scroll, stowing it away, then turned his gaze towards Boruto. Boruto retrieved the plow from his small pouch and placed it into Kinshiki's hands. With the infusion of chakra, the turtle swiftly awakened. Good morning, Lord Otsutsuki Kinshiki, and to the other two travelers. I had a splendid slumber. Did you enjoy your time in this era? Are you ready to return? The white-clad figure spoke, his voice echoing Kinshiki's precisely. Indeed, I appreciate your assistance. Please escort these two travelers back to their own time. As for me, kindly transport me to the target temporal coordinate, May 13th, 70 years in the Hidden Leaf. Although the plow was astonished by Kinshiki's amicable interaction with the other two travelers, its mission was solely to execute the time-space relocation task, indifferent to the user's interpersonal relationships. A peculiar glow emanated from it, enveloping Kinshiki, Boruto, and Sasuke, as the time-space transition commenced in earnest. Understood. Chapter 48, Special Edition, End, in a flash of white light. Kinshiki found himself amidst a dense forest. Having arrived at the designated temporal coordinate, Kinshiki temporarily sealed the turtle in his hands. My apologies, plow. What transpires here must remain unknown to you. The figure cloaked in white vanished from sight, soaring into the heavens, leaving no trace behind. No footprint remained on the ground to suggest that someone had recently been present. Inside a wooden cabin, a man with a mohawk hairstyle was relentlessly pouring the contents of a bottle down his throat, showing no sign of cessation despite the several empty bottles strewn about the floor. The taste of the liquor masked the metallic scent of blood that lingered in the air, while unrestrained tears blurred the horrific scene before his eyes. Only the incessant wails of an infant pierced the silence. Clang! A flying bottle collided with something before shattering on the ground. The newborn was fortunate, untouched by the glass shards that scattered around him. Perhaps startled by the commotion, or simply weary from crying, he gradually quieted and succumbed to slumber. Fresh from birth, he bore the telltale signs of new life, skin slightly reddened and wrinkled, with only a sparse tuft of hair evident, revealing two distinct colors, a ring of black atop his head, while the remainder was a soft yellow. His plight was tragic. Rather than cradled in his mother's warm embrace, he rested against a cold, blood-stained corpse. His mother had perished during a difficult labor, marking his birth as a day of mourning for her. His father, overwhelmed by grief, wept uncontrollably. A habitual drinker, he now sought solace in alcohol with reckless abandon, neglecting the very infant who needed him. It was clear that the days ahead for the newborn would be fraught with hardship, as he and his father would rely on one another in a world that seemed devoid of hope. Perhaps fate is inherently unjust. Some are born at the pinnacle of existence, while others, like this newborn, enter the world destined to endure suffering and sorrow, a true tragedy. Yet, if even a thread of belief in miracles persists amongst humanity, amidst the boundless expanse of time and infinite possibilities, there may be a soul yearning for a miracle who might just receive an answer. For those who believe in miracles are, in themselves, remarkable. An unseen figure in white observed silently, then retrieved a special sealed scroll from his garments. As the scroll unfurled, another infant was released, astonishingly resembling the one in the wooden cabin. Though cloaked in invisibility under the figure's power, every detail of the second infant was laid bare before the figure, who possessed the eye of reincarnation. The infant floated in the air, manipulated by the figure's command of gravitational forces. The figure gazed intently at the infant. Within his blue eyes flickered a fleeting hint of empathy and reluctance, yet he resolved to proceed with his intention. In the air, the infant turned, clenching tiny fists and raising them slightly to his chest. Every movement and posture mirrored that of the newborn in the cabin, even the angle at which he lay. Subtle transformations began to manifest. The infant's skin became slightly wrinkled and reddened, his hair shortened a fraction, and his breathing synchronized perfectly with that of his counterpart. Now, apart from their spatial coordinates, the two infants were indistinguishable. Placed side by side, no one could discern any difference, not even the powerful Otsutsuki with their Byakugan. The figure surveyed the two infants as if to imprint their perfect likeness in his memory. In that moment, the blue light of the reincarnation eye in his left eye faded, replaced by the violet hue of the six-tomo Rinnegan, transcription seal, heavenly hand power. The world appeared unchanged. The man within the wooden cabin continued to indulge and drink, while the newborn remained in deep slumber. Before the invisible figure clad in white floated a similarly invisible infant. As the figure reached out to grasp the child, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Indeed, it was remarkably identical. He retrieved the infant into the sealing scroll and tucked it securely within his embrace. The special mission entrusted to the figure in white had been successfully fulfilled. It was time for him to return. Before departing, he cast one last glance at the slumbering infant in the cabin, in stark contrast to the harsh surroundings. The child's expression radiated a serene tranquility, seemingly unaware of the tragic childhood that awaited him. You had once said that for the sake of salvation, no matter the darkness, one must venture forth. I too had declared that despite the passage of time and the transformations of the world, the remnants of the old era must take their leave. And I shall ensure that you remain the eternal protagonist. Contemplating this, the figure in white smiled silently. Indeed, I shall as well. With that, Sasuke Uchiha turned completely away, soaring towards the distant horizon without a backward glance. Now, the next chapter belongs to you, Kawaki. Chapter 49, Healing. Land of Rice Fields, Sound Ninja Village. Sasuke is currently engaged in training with one of his shadow clones. Fire Release, Spiraling Sphere. The shadow clone, wielding a red spiraling sphere infused with fire release chakra, launches an assault towards the original. Sasuke, unwilling to concede, unleashed his Raikiri to engage in a fierce confrontation. The clash of their formidable jutsu resulted in a powerful standoff, with waves of energy erupting at the point of contact, just as the onlookers began to believe that this impasse would persist until their chakra was completely depleted. The lightning surrounding Sasuke's body flickered as if it had come alive, manifesting its own consciousness, transforming into serpents of electricity that lunged toward his shadow clone. At that moment, the shadow clone disregarded the depletion of chakra, pouring every ounce of fire-style chakra into the Rasengan in his hand, hoping to evade the serpentine assault through a strategy akin to surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao. The size of the fire-style Rasengan swelled significantly, nearing the magnitude of a large Rasengan. Just then, Sasuke's true form retreated, temporarily evading a direct confrontation with the fire-style Rasengan. However, the distance between them rendered the electric serpents unable to reach the shadow clone. As the shadow clone decided to seize this momentum, charging forward with the Rasengan raised, a slender lightning-infused kunai was unexpectedly expelled from the mouth of one of the electric serpents, striking the unsuspecting shadow clone with lightning speed. With a resounding poof, the shadow clone dissipated, and the electric aura surrounding Sasuke ceased its flickering. How incredibly cool. He seemed even more striking than during the Chunin exams. Nearby, a girl with crimson hair and matching red eyes, adorned with glasses, gazed adoringly at Sasuke. It was none other than Karen Uzumaki. To provide optimal care for Sasuke during his recovery, Orochimaru had specifically assigned this girl from the unique Uzumaki clan to this location. Among the healthcare products that Sasuke regularly utilizes, some medications even incorporate the cells of. Under the exceptional medical expertise of Orochimaru and Kabuto, coupled with their meticulous care, Sasuke's previous physical exhaustion has completely healed. It can even be said that his current condition surpasses that of his former self. Sasuke could distinctly perceive that the quality of his in-release chakra had ascended to a new echelon, and his physical prowess had also seen a notable enhancement. After all, he had once awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. Even if he had now reverted to the standard three-tomo Sharingan, the transformative effects of that previous awakening would not simply dissipate. Consequently, when Sasuke activated his Sharingan now, he was able to unleash a power far surpassing that of an ordinary three-tomo Sharingan. Of course, this enhanced strength is relative when compared to the three-tomo. Attaining the true Mangekyou Sharingan remains an unattainable aspiration. Could this be what is referred to as the legendary half-step Mangekyou state? Sasuke silently mocked himself. The way Karen called out his name sent shivers down his spine, yet he maintained a stoic facade, glancing in her direction with a hint of annoyance. Is there something you need? His cold response only seemed to exhilarate Karen further, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of crimson. Goodness, are the inhabitants of the ninja world always this precocious? At such a tender age, how can they so openly exhibit such exuberance in front of others? It's truly alarming. If one were to speak of the life-saving grace during the Chunin exams, surely Naruto and Sakura should also share in that gratitude. Why is it only directed at me? Sasuke's demeanor was as frosty as ice, yet within, he found interactions with someone like Karen to be exhaustingly burdensome. He hesitated to speak to her in a gentler tone, fearing she might concoct some outrageous plan for self-promotion. This inexplicably reminded Sasuke of certain notions he had encountered online in his previous life. Could it be that the Uchiha bloodline possessed an inexplicable allure for the Uzumaki clan? Fortunately, Orochimaru and Kabuto appeared just in time, rescuing Sasuke from his awkward predicament. After thorough examination, Kabuto and I have unanimously concluded that you, Sasuke-kun, have made a complete recovery. Orochimaru's tone was courteous, yet his gaze was undeniably predatory. However, Sasuke secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He preferred facing the covetous Orochimaru over the equally voracious Karen. Oh, since I have fully recovered, let us hasten my path to strength. Itachi is not an opponent to be taken lightly. I trust you have devised a plan to grant me power? Indeed, however, I must clarify, it is impossible for you to achieve rapid strength in a short period. I have two methods for swift enhancement. One involves the implantation of curse seals, which you already possess. The other requires physical modification. Yet, considering your Uchiha lineage, you inherently possess immense potential. This route would only yield temporary power and may hinder your ability to harness your family's strength in the long run. Therefore, physical modification would be a counterproductive endeavor, and it would not lead you to triumph over Itachi. Orochimaru spoke with conviction. Thus, Sasuke-kun, the optimal path for your growth lies in diligent training. Before we formally establish and implement your training regimen, I require a comprehensive understanding of your abilities. Every ninja should possess the essential skills of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, not to mention the quantity of chakra, mastery over chakra manipulation, and the precision of its application. Additionally, one must consider the extent of knowledge, the accumulation of intelligence, practical combat experience, and unique fighting styles. Although I was fortunate to spar with you during the examination, that singular encounter does not suffice. Therefore, I need you to engage in battles with other ninjas, including those with special abilities, so that I may devise a more targeted training plan for you. Think of it as an opportunity to stretch your limbs after your full recovery. Once you complete this, a regimen of grueling training awaits you. Understood, Sasuke replied succinctly, acquiescing to Orochimaru's arrangement. Kabuto, take Sasuke-kun and Karen to our northern base. Your task will be to document and analyze Sasuke-kun's battle performance. Is that agreeable? Yes, my lord. The northern base implies that the opponent will be Jago, correct? Indeed. As he spoke, Orochimaru cast a glance at Sasuke. The true origin of the curse seal upon your neck, Sasuke-kun, lies with this individual. Now, Do you not wish to ascertain who possesses greater strength between yourself and him? Upon hearing this, Sasuke revealed a smile of intrigue. What are we waiting for? Let us proceed. Chapter 50, Northern Base. Northern Base. Sasuke and his companions traversed the maritime path, walking along a route devoid of any greenery, with only the barren earth beneath their feet. As Sasuke accompanied Kabuto towards their destination, he meticulously observed the surroundings of Orochimaru's stronghold. This was an island surrounded by the sea on all sides. And as far as the eye could see, there was scarcely a single plant. Such conditions were remarkably ideal, indicating it could serve as a potential site for the completion of that endeavor. Sasuke, although your primary objective on this journey is merely to engage in battle with Zuo, I must inform you that this location is not merely a stronghold or a base. It also functions as a prison and a laboratory for Lord Orochimaru's human experiments. Various prisoners are confined here, many of whom are uncontrollable, and a significant portion has been subjected to cursed seals by the Lord, which only exacerbates their brutality and loss of control. To put it bluntly, the inmates here are akin to monsters, and even the guards occasionally suffer casualties. As they approached the forward outpost of the base, Kabuto began to provide a brief overview of the northern facility. "Oh, I see. That's splendid," Sasuke remarked, a smile gracing his face upon hearing this. "You don't intend to engage every single person here, do you? That notion is utterly insane. I advise you against it. While your strength has indeed grown formidable, it is impossible for one individual to subdue all the prisoners present. This time, you should adhere to Lord Orochimaru's directive and focus solely on battling Zuo." Kabuto adjusted his glasses. "Rest assured, I am not so blinded by vengeance that I cannot maintain clarity. I find this place intriguing precisely because it serves as a laboratory for human experimentation, which surely houses a diverse array of individuals collected by Orochimaru from various regions. Among them, there may be those who possess information related to Itachi Uchiha. Itachi joined a mysterious organization, and despite his previous status as a rogue ninja from Konoha, he returned to the village seeking Naruto. This indicates that as a member of that organization, he has specific tasks to fulfill, necessitating movement. With movement comes the risk of exposure. I shall not overlook any information regarding Itachi, even if it is merely a fleeting glimpse of his silhouette seen by another." Sasuke articulated the reasons for his elation. Yet there remained an unspoken thought in his heart. The diversity of the cloned samples in his laboratory was set to increase. Although Sasuke's words seemed to carry a semblance of rationality, I would advise him to temper his expectations, for the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Kabuto regarded this notion with skepticism. "Have you all individually inquired whether they are aware of Itachi?" he asked. "Not yet," was the response. "Since you have yet to pose the question, why indulge in such pessimism? Perhaps there might indeed be a delightful surprise." However, reflecting on past events, it was evident that during your efforts with Orochimaru to prevent Konoha from retrieving Tsunade, you nearly brought harm to Naruto. Kabuto, as he spoke, narrowed his eyes at Sasuke, his icy gaze sending a shiver down Sasuke's spine. "What is this? Why suddenly mention that brat? I have not spoken of him yet." It was clear that Sasuke had initiated the topic. After an involuntary reaction, Kabuto swiftly regained his composure, lifting his gaze to meet Sasuke's without reservation. The sunlight glinted off his glasses, creating a blinding glare. "Pray tell, what does this have to do with Itachi? You are already a rogue ninja from Konoha. Surely you do not still hold any regard for that brat, do you, Sasuke-kun?" Sasuke restored his impassive demeanor, his gaze fixed unwaveringly ahead. "Certainly, it is related to Itachi. Their previous visits to the village in search of Naruto indicate that he is the target of that organization's mission. Given this, why should we interfere and allow Itachi to confront Konoha? Let the clam and the snipe contend, and we shall reap the benefits as the fishermen. Would it not be delightful? If we were to eliminate Naruto, Itachi would lose his target and would have no reason to engage with Konoha. Moreover, should we slay Naruto, the retaliation from Konoha would be directed at us. Would we not merely provide Itachi with the opportunity to mock our folly?" Upon noticing Sasuke and his companions, the guards at the base immediately opened the gates. They had arrived, no longer requiring Kabuto to guide them. Sasuke stepped to the forefront of the group, the first to enter Orochimaru's northern base. After Kabuto conveyed their intentions, the prison guards swiftly retrieved the keys and led Sasuke and his entourage towards the confinement of Zuo. The echo of footsteps in the prison corridors drew the attention of all the detainees. As Sasuke's group passed, the grim-faced inmates cast upon them glances akin to predators eyeing their prey. Some, unable to restrain themselves, succumbed to their cursed seals and engaged in combat with those beside them. You see, for the inhabitants of this place, violence is as instinctual as breathing. In truth, some of these individuals recognize me, yet they do not shy away from their desire to slay us. In this world, the only one capable of tempering their ferocity is likely none other than Lord Orochimaru himself. Sasuke remained unfazed, aware that those words were perhaps intended to dissuade him from inquiring about the intentions of those imprisoned within. Nevertheless, he understood that Zuo Zhuo was the tyrant of this prison. After vanquishing Zuo Zhuo, he would be able to question the inmates with significantly less resistance. Moreover, had not the intelligence regarding his brother always resided within his mind? Sasuke had never truly harbored the expectation of unearthing any unknown information from these individuals. His inquiries regarding Itachi were merely a formality, a fade concealing his genuine intentions. After a considerable period of traversing, the group ultimately arrived before a formidable iron gate deep within the prison. 2 thick iron chains secured it, yet that was not all. The gate bore a total of 4 locks. Orochimaru's disciple, Kabuto, received the keys from the guiding jailer, deftly unfastening the chains and methodically unlocking each lock in succession. As he placed his hand upon the doorknob, he turned to Sasuke and cautioned him. Go is prone to descending into a mindless frenzy. Thus, once this door is ajar, a confrontation is likely to ensue immediately. Before you engage with him, allow me to impart the advice bestowed by Lord Orochimaru. For optimal results, you may activate your Sharingan during the battle, but strive to refrain from employing Jinjutsu against him. After all, you would not desire your long-awaited return to combat to conclude so abruptly, would you? Naturally, if you find yourself unable to withstand the onslaught, do not hesitate to resort to illusionary techniques for your survival. Chapter 51. Sasuke vs. Go. Having conveyed all necessary words, Kabuto abruptly swung the iron door open. Karen and the jailer, do take cover and ensure your safety. Before Sasuke could finish his words, a figure with orange hair, adorned with black markings, charged directly at him from the doorway, none other than Zuo. It was as if the heavy shackles on his feet were non-existent. In an instant, Zuo was already on the verge of bursting through the entrance. Sasuke hurled several shurikens and kunai at Zuo, attempting to thwart his advance and prevent his escape. The chamber that confined Zuo was solitary and spacious. As a key target, the fortitude of his cell was undoubtedly substantial. With the battle now underway, it seemed prudent to engage within the confines of his cell, ensuring that onlookers outside could witness the confrontation with relative safety. However, having succumbed to madness, driven solely by murderous intent and a desire for destruction, Zuo faced Sasuke's assault with unwavering resolve, allowing the kunai and shurikens to strike him as he boldly stepped through the threshold. Observing this, Sasuke's gaze sharpened, activating his Sharingan. He then launched several more shurikens at Zuo, this time tethered by steel wire. True to form, Zuo did not evade. The shurikens successfully encircled him, and with a decisive pull, Sasuke tightened the wire, ensnaring Zuo completely. Sasuke leaped forward, executing a graceful somersault in midair, soaring over Zuo as he landed deftly behind him. By the time Sasuke found his footing, the dark curse mark had spread across his entire body, activating its initial state. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the doorway that once held Zuo captive, swiftly turning to lift his right leg and deliver a forceful kick to the doorframe. Simultaneously, he yanked on the wire with his left hand, and with the combined force of gravity and the power of his curse mark, Zuo was yanked back into his cell, landing heavily upon the ground. At this moment, Kabuto positioned himself at the doorway, an impeccable vantage point for observation. His keen eyes scrutinized the unfolding confrontation between Sasuke and Zuo, and he had, unbeknownst to anyone, produced paper and a pen to document the events. Zuo's skin had transformed into a grim, ashen hue, his muscles and physique swelling drastically, as he began to manifest unusual structures not found in ordinary humans. He had entered his second state. The wires that ensnared him snapped one by one, and the ninja tools embedded in his body were forcefully expelled, leaving no trace of injury upon him. I will end you, Zuo growled, his scare now completely black, with his irises of fierce yellow, his gaze fixed on Sasuke, brimming with primal murderous intent. With a resounding crash, Zuo unleashed a barrage of punches against the walls of his cell, creating deep indentations with each strike. Yet Sasuke, utilizing the gravitational pull of his chakra, positioned himself at a height unreachable by Zuo's furious assault, rendering his attempts utterly futile. At that instant, Zuo's left arm transformed into a formidable scythe, slicing violently towards Sasuke above. However, Sasuke, with his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan trained on Jugo, was not easily ensnared by such a straightforward attack. He deftly sprang away, narrowly avoiding the scythe, leaving a long gash where he had stood moments before. As he passed over Jugo's head, Sasuke reached out, lightly brushing against his orange hair, a sample. Upon landing, Sasuke quickly distanced himself from Jugo. True to form, Jugo did not relent simply because his attack had missed. Instead, he maintained his scythe-like arm, pivoting to strike behind him with renewed ferocity. The ground where Sasuke had just landed was immediately carved out into a large gash. Ninjutsu, fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of flames upon the turning figure of Jugo. To his astonishment, a shadowy silhouette charged through the inferno, undeterred by the enhanced great fireball, which failed to inflict any significant damage upon Jugo. With a resounding crash, Jugo's right fist struck the ground, causing the seemingly indestructible floor of the cell to fracture in a web-like pattern centered around his blow. Evading this powerful strike, Sasuke inverted himself, standing on the ceiling of the cell, and swiftly began to maneuver. Utilizing the adhesive properties of his chakra, Sasuke effortlessly executed three-dimensional movements within the confines of the square room, while the frenzied Jugo could only unleash his brute strength. In this state, he was incapable of exerting precise control over his chakra, making it impossible for him to scale walls or perform any refined maneuvers. Therefore, Sasuke needed to expend little chakra to continue to toy with Jugo, taking advantage of the terrain. Now, let me observe when your chakra will finally run out. Sasuke gazed intently into the blood-red eyes of CHG, a flicker of interest crossing his features. As time elapsed, the entire cell became riddled with unevenness, devoid of a single smooth patch, while CHG persisted relentlessly, resembling an unyielding machine of violence, relentlessly pursuing Sasuke with reckless abandon. Goodness, are you also a chakra beast? However, if this continues, even if I remain unbeard, the observer, D, will soon grow impatient. Moreover, in a short while, there may be no ground left to stand on, as everything within this cell is bound to be utterly destroyed by him. Suspended from the ceiling, Sasuke formed hand seals and summoned a shadow clone. It was time for this prolonged battle to reach its conclusion. The shadow clone leapt down, entangling itself with CHG, who, in his fervor to wreak havoc, was easily ensnared by the agile movements of the clone. At that moment, the dark curse marks on Sasuke's body began to spread, staining his skin with a shade of dark gray, while his hair transformed into a bluish-gray hue, lengthening significantly. His scara turned black, and coupled with the crimson irises, the once elegant and handsome Sasuke now appeared fearsome and grotesque. From Sasuke's back, two fleshy wings, resembling outstretched webbed hands, erupted forth as he finally entered the second state of the curse mark. Gently descending, his original form swiftly evaded CHG's line of sight, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he struck CHG, who, caught off guard, was sent crashing to the far end of the cell. Sasuke extended his left hand, and at that moment, his shadow clone appeared at his left side, raising its palms above his own, fingers slightly curved as if cradling an invisible sphere. Chapter 52, The Prison. Despite being sent flying, Jugo sustained no injuries. He swiftly regained his footing, glaring fiercely at Sasuke and his clone. From his body sprouted numerous barnacle-like appendages, each mouth aimed forward, as chakra coalesced within them, forming radiant spheres of light. With a firm step, he charged towards Sasuke's true form, seemingly intent on delivering a close-range bombardment, the ground beneath him crumbling further under his assault. Through the combined efforts of Sasuke and his clone, a spiraling sphere began to take shape in his left hand. Growing ever larger, this was the result of their synchronized endeavor, the sage art, Great Ball Rasengan. Jugo finally reached Sasuke's front, exclaiming, "Dual Lotus Cannon." The clash of these two formidable ninjutsu unleashed a blinding light that compelled even the observing Yakushi at the doorway to squint. As the brilliance faded, Sasuke's shadow clone vanished, revealing his true self standing unscathed with his wings outstretched protectively. However, Jugo, who had remained unscathed since entering his second state, now appeared quite wretched. The cannon-like protrusions that had sprouted from him lay scattered throughout the room like severed limbs, his body devoid of any unscathed flesh. The ashen hue of his skin gradually faded, and his swollen muscles and frame began to diminish. After a fervent outburst, he finally regained his composure, preparing to revert to his original form, albeit now resembling a figure on the brink of collapse. Sasuke, too, had concluded his curse seal state, returning to his original form. He swiftly advanced, shouldering Jugo and making his way towards the exit. Karen, Jugo is an important experimental subject of Lord Orochimaru. Your presence here is to avert any unforeseen occurrences. Neither Sasuke nor Jugo must lose their lives due to this battle. Go forth and employ your unique abilities to heal Jugo, Kabuto stated, taking a few steps forward to clear the doorway, allowing Karen to pass. Karen adjusted her glasses reluctantly and approached Sasuke's side, extending her arm before Jugo's mouth. Bite. As she awaited the familiar sensation of pain that had been a part of her life since childhood. Her mind wandered into fantasies. How splendid it would be if it were Sasuke-kun biting me. Just the thought made her pulse quicken, envisioning his teeth tearing into her skin, his tongue lapping at her blood. Oh, how she longed to feel his mouth on her, again and again. Yet, it was not he who would bite her. But then again, it made sense. How could someone as formidable as Sasuke-kun ever be defeated by this person? Nonetheless, he stood nearby, and she could gaze at him, imagining that the one biting her was none other than him. Sasuke observed as Karen extended her hand towards Jugo's mouth, yet her gaze remained fixed intently upon him, an inexplicable chill rising within him. Jugo appeared somewhat dazed. He had heard the words bite, but hesitated to act, seemingly unable to bring himself to do so. Upon witnessing the scene, Sasuke's eyes glinted momentarily as he employed his Sharingan to control Jugo, compelling him to bite into Karen's arm. A cry, mingled with both pain and a hint of relief, escaped her lips. The sound sent chills down Sasuke's spine, and he nearly succumbed to the impulse of delivering a punch to Karen. He began to contemplate whether he should risk exposing his abilities by having someone else bite Karen's unconscious clone next time. It seemed his skills were still lacking. The true Sasuke would handle such situations with composure, effortlessly managing Karen, who always seemed intent on consuming him entirely. With the aid of a powerful healer, Jugo's injuries soon mended. As soon as Sasuke released him, he hastily retreated to a corner, crouching down with his hands clasped over his head, his voice trembling with fear. Don't come any closer. You all need to leave and lock the doors. I don't want to kill anymore. Hello. Jugo. Apologies for the late introduction. I am Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke? Upon hearing this name, Jugo's demeanor gradually returned to normal. You are Uchiha Sasuke, the person Kunihiro mentioned he would bring back? Indeed. Had it not been for his intervention, I doubt I would have arrived here so smoothly. However, I regret to inform you that he likely sacrificed himself. I know. He never returned after he left. Before departing, he told me you were to take his place as Orochimaru's vessel. At this point, Jugo lowered his hands from his head, standing tall once more. No longer evading Sasuke's gaze, he remarked, you are like a rebirth of him. Seeing Jugo regain his composure, Sasuke rarely allowed a smile to grace his face. A rebirth, you say? While your thoughts are your own, I must assert that I am simply myself, Uchiha Sasuke. And nothing more. Jugo nodded in agreement. Though Sasuke could sense that he still clung to his original beliefs, it appeared that he had somewhat captured Jugo's attention. The identity of Kunihiro's reincarnation proved quite advantageous. With such a profound duality of personality, it would typically be challenging for others to approach him. Yet, he had fabricated a narrative in his mind that positioned Sasuke as someone significant to him. What a pitiable individual he was. Though I possess little interest in being a mere substitute for others, this notion of self-identification is indeed worth considering. There is a saying, out in the world, one's identity is self-bestowed. By establishing a persona, one might navigate interactions with others more effortlessly to achieve their objectives. I apologize, Jugo, for now. You can only look to me to reminisce about Kunihiro. However, when the time is right, you shall surely reunite with the true Kunihiro one day. Several thoughts flashed through Sasuke's mind, and then he spoke. Go, it seems you can no longer remain in this cell. It is time for you to be relocated. Thus, Go followed Sasuke to the threshold, but when he beheld the warden standing outside, he hesitated, retracting his foot just as he was about to step out. Upon witnessing the situation, Sasuke promptly activated his three-tomo Sharingan. Zhongwu, I am aware of your concerns. Fortunately, your resistance to Jinjutsu is rather feeble. Should you lose control, these eyes will become your prison. Zhongwu gazed into Sasuke's crimson orbs, the familiar words resonating within him. At that moment, the figure before him began to merge with that of Kimimaro in his heart. Though they bore little resemblance, he truly felt that Sasuke was the reincarnation of Kimimaro. Chapter 53. Inquiry. After ensuring Zhongwu's comfort, Sasuke directly addressed Kabuto. Kabuto, enlighten me on how you intend to report this battle to Orochimaru. What insights have you gleaned from our respective performances? This task was assigned to me by Lord Orochimaru. There is no need to report it to you as well. Kabuto replied, adjusting his glasses. The ability to analyze intelligence is indeed a facet of one's strength. From the information cards of the Chunin selection exams to the present, it is evident that Orochimaru entrusted you with the task of observing and gathering data relevant to me, highlighting your adeptness in intelligence work. Itachi Uchiha's prowess lies not solely in raw power but also in his mental acuity. He excels at discerning others' weaknesses and rarely engages in battles without concrete assurance. Hence, in pursuit of vengeance, honing one's skills in intelligence analysis is of paramount importance. Are you perhaps afraid, Kabuto? Afraid that I might unravel your abilities entirely? Do not forget that assisting me in becoming stronger is also a task assigned to you by Orochimaru. The lenses of the pharmacist's glasses reflected the light, obscuring the expression on his face. Let us begin with your adversary, Zuo Zhuo. His circumstances are relatively uncomplicated, devoid of rationality. He is driven solely by his insatiable desire for destruction and slaughter, rendering his actions somewhat predictable and manageable. In his second state, he possesses immense strength, and his form undergoes notable transformations, greatly enhancing his defensive capabilities and regenerative power. Few can withstand a direct confrontation with him. However, he is significantly restrained by illusions. When faced with opponents primarily reliant on physical combat, who possess limited ninjutsu or jinjutsu, should their speed and strength fall short of his, he will effortlessly overpower them in direct encounters, leaving them with no choice but to evade. Conversely, Zuo Zhuo relies heavily on brute force, often augmented by physical alterations, such as sprouting scythes. If his opponent exhibits superior mobility or long-range attack capabilities, they can maintain an undefeated stance, provided they do not err, until his chakra is depleted. If they are adept in genjutsu, they can easily subdue him, despite having other techniques, such as the multi-lotus non-connected cannon, which appears formidable. My observations reveal that this technique essentially involves the indiscriminate release of a massive amount of chakra, simple and unrefined, lacking any tactical complexity or variation in ninjutsu effects. It relies solely on overwhelming energy, easily dispatching ordinary foes, but proving ineffective against elite shinobi like Sasuke, who wield powerful ninjutsu. Returning to you, Sasuke. From the onset of the battle, you meticulously selected the venue and successfully lured Zuo Zhuo back into the room, utilizing the terrain to nullify his advantages in physical combat. This indicates that you had a strategy in place before the fight commenced. In terms of fighting style and habits, you prefer to dictate the flow of battle, compelling your opponent's every action to align with your rhythm. Against weaker ninjas, this approach ensures they have little chance for a comeback. Even when facing opponents of similar strength, it can grant you an advantage and secure victory. However, when engaging with those stronger than yourself, such tactics may prove ineffective. The powerful do not conform to your desires, but rather, it becomes necessary for you to adapt to their tempo. Thus, in the face of formidable foes, alternative strategies are imperative. Sasuke attentively absorbed the analysis provided by Kabuto, for as the saying goes, the stone from another mountain can serve to polish jade. Although he is the one who understands himself best, the perspectives of others can, in turn, deepen his self-awareness through the interactions with the external world. Subsequently, Sasuke approached the nearest cell and requested the guard to unlock the door. From this moment forth, he intended to traverse every prison cell in the northern base, interrogating each individual about Itachi Uchiha. Upon his entrance, the inmates were taken aback, feeling a mix of astonishment and confusion. They had previously witnessed the notorious inmate, Gon, obediently trailing behind him, ultimately confined to another chamber. What could such a ruthless individual possibly want from them? Judging by his demeanor, it certainly did not appear as though he was there to offer them a change of accommodations. Sasuke extended his hand and gently patted a person's shoulder, causing the individual to freeze, anxiously gazing into his crimson eyes, paralyzed by fear. Have any of you seen Itachi Uchiha? He has black hair, neither too long nor too short, adorned with the Leaf Village headband, which bears a distinct mark slashed from left to right. His eyes are either black or resemble my own at present, and his face is marked by prominent tear grooves. He wears a black cloak embellished with flames and may be accompanied by a tall figure, similarly clad in the flame-patterned attire, carrying an enormous weapon wrapped in bandages. Does anyone recall this description? No one responded. Really? What about you? Sasuke withdrew his hand from the individual and turned to others. No one. These once ferocious prisoners now chose to avert their gazes from Sasuke. Very well, he concluded, before departing, as the cell door was shut once more. A collective sigh of relief escaped from the prisoners. Phew, he's finally gone. Dusk. Sasuke and his companions departed from the northern stronghold, hastening towards their next destination. I have long cautioned you, Sasuke, not to harbor excessive expectations. See, you inquired widely, yet it appears you have gleaned nothing of significance, have you not? Indeed. But I shall not relent. I intend to question every individual at each stronghold we visit henceforth. Kabuto's words failed to sway Sasuke. Very well then. This will inevitably prolong our stay at each location. As long as you are unperturbed by the potential delay to your training, it matters not. Although Kabuto surmised that persuading Sasuke would not be an easy feat, the latter's declaration prompted a sigh from him. Moreover, the determination in Sasuke's words struck a familiar chord within Kabuto, instilling a sense of caution in his heart. Indeed, remnants of influence linger within Sasuke. It seems imperative, as Lord Orochimaru advised, to expedite his complete immersion in the baptism of dark powers, transforming him into the being that the master desires. Sasuke remained unconvinced, remarking that the delay was hardly significant. Once training commenced, they could easily compensate for lost time. After all, did they not possess an ample supply of stimulants? It was precisely the moment to utilize them. Chapter 54, Uchiha, Xin, Southern Base. Having completed the combat mission, Sasuke prepared to inquire once more about Uchiha Itachi from the individuals within this stronghold. Kabuto, however, promptly led Karen aside for a respite, unwilling to squander time on what he deemed a futile endeavor. This base also housed a prison and its inmates. Yet they lacked the intense and uncontrollable violent impulses exhibited by those at the northern base. They dared not act out in front of Sasuke and his companions. Thus, for the sake of convenience, Sasuke decided to release all of them, gathering them in one location to efficiently conduct his questioning. The assembly point was bustling with activity. As newcomers arrived in succession, many whispered among themselves, quietly speculating about the imminent events they were to face. This considerable commotion captured the attention of everyone within the stronghold. Once all were assembled, Sasuke wasted no time and unleashed a Rasengan upon the ground. With a resounding explosion, all eyes turned towards him, and as the dust settled, a large crater appeared where the Rasengan had struck, its overwhelming power rendering the crowd utterly silent, the previously raucous murmurs vanishing completely. Sasuke spoke coldly. The reason I have gathered you all here today is merely to inquire about one matter. There is no need for you to be anxious or fearful. Even if I do not obtain the answers I seek, I shall not impose any consequences upon you. You may return to your original places. However, should any of you possess information that I desire to know, I will speak to Orochimaru and request the release of the one who provided the intelligence, granting them their freedom. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, the assembled individuals exchanged glances, and one person at the forefront spoke on behalf of the group. Please, go ahead with your question. Have any of you encountered Itachi Uchiha? The individual, with jet black hair and adorned with the headband of a rogue ninja from the Leaf Village, possessed the distinctive ocular abilities of the Sharingan. As Sasuke spoke, he activated his Sharingan, adorned with 3 tomo. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Their expressions varied, yet all revealed a hint of astonishment, though none dared to voice their thoughts. The scene before him caused Sasuke's brow to arch. Could it be that? Sasuke's lips curled into a faint smile as he continued to describe. Uchiha Itachi donned a black cloak adorned with crimson clouds, often accompanied by a tall ninja clad in identical attire. Itachi appeared to be a member of a clandestine organization, which typically dispatched its operatives in pairs to undertake missions. Before Sasuke could fully articulate his thoughts, he executed a swift backflip, evading a sudden attack from an unknown assailant who had emerged from the shadows behind him. In midair, Sasuke caught sight of the attacker, a figure sporting a prominent bald head, pallid skin, and clad in a counterfeit black cloud-patterned robe. The individual slightly turned his head, locking eyes with Sasuke, who had yet to touch the ground. To Sasuke's astonishment, the attacker possessed the coveted Sharingan, an illusion. Rebound. As the assailant regained his composure, he realized that the kunai in his hand had not only been seized by Sasuke but was now pressed against his own throat. What do you mean by that? It is you who must answer my question. The Sharingan is unique to the Uchiha clan. From where did you acquire it? Sasuke's expression was grim, his crimson eyes coldly fixed on the individual before him, with a slight tightening of his grip. The sharp edge of the kunai drew forth a trickle of crimson blood from the person's neck. On the surface, Sasuke appeared to be on the brink of taking the life of the individual before him should he fail to receive a satisfactory response. However, internally, he had already relaxed. For drawing out the person in front of him and obtaining a sample was precisely what he aimed to convey to everyone regarding Itachi's true intentions. Uchiha Shin, a test subject of Orochimaru, possessed a unique physique that did not trigger rejection reactions, and he held profound admiration for Uchiha Itachi and the Akatsuki organization. Acquiring a clone sample from Shin was undoubtedly one of the two most significant ulterior motives for Sasuke's presence at Orochimaru's lair. The other being to find a way to locate the rogue ninja from Konoha, Bolu, and learn the technique of the Ghost Bud. Under the pretense of gathering intelligence on Itachi Uchiha at various strongholds, Sasuke meticulously emphasized Itachi's distinctive features and the Akatsuki organization's uniform during his inquiries. For Shin, these two elements represented his unwavering faith, albeit somewhat distorted. With them serving as bait, he was confident that he would take the hook. Indeed, the unique individual had not initially appeared among the assembled crowd, but upon being provoked in an area that struck a chord within, he revealed himself. Meanwhile, Sasuke seized the opportunity while this individual was ensnared in a jinjutsu to successfully acquire a sample of his cells. With this, his objective had been accomplished, and he was merely engaged in a performance. How infuriating! Despite both possessing the Sharingan, why is it that you wield it with such formidable power? Can you truly reflect my jinjutsu back at me? Confronted by the kunai pressed against his throat and Sasuke's relentless questioning, Shin not only refused to relent, but also displayed a defiance that was unmistakable. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, gripping his kunai with increasing intensity. This undeniably illustrates that your eyes are merely transplanted, hence incapable of unleashing their true potential. You are neither a wayward scion of the Uchiha clan nor a survivor of that fateful night. A counterfeit dares to boast before a genuine Uchiha. A true Uchiha? You? Shin, in turn, became even more unhinged. Only Itachi Uchiha and I, who have inherited his will, can truly claim to be Uchiha. You are Sasuke Uchiha, the brother of Itachi, the sole survivor of the Uchiha massacre. Yet in my eyes, you are but a wretched creature deliberately spared by your own brother. Scuttling about like a rat, living a life devoid of honor, unworthy of the noble Uchiha name. You even dare to yearn for revenge against Itachi? I suggest you consider ending your own life instead. Even Itachi would find it beneath him to dirty his hands with your demise. Ah ha ha! Sasuke's eyes widened suddenly, radiating an astonishing aura of murderous intent. Despite not employing any ninjutsu, it seemed that Shin could perceive a tangible chakra emanating from his sinister Sharingan. Wait a moment, Sasuke-kun. At that critical juncture, Kabuto, accompanied by Karen, arrived on the scene. Shin is a vital experiment subject for Lord Orochimaru. Please be merciful and do not kill him. With the latter provided by Kabuto, Sasuke, who was merely acting, promptly descended it, sheathing the kunai near Shin's neck and turning his gaze toward Kabuto. Had he been any later, Sasuke might have genuinely inflicted harm upon Shin in order to uphold his persona as a vengeful figure, now devoid of danger. Shin touched the blood on his neck, sampled its taste with a lick, and ultimately offered Sasuke a provocative smile. Chapter 55. The Plan Observing Shin's Reckless Behavior. Kabuto immediately admonished him sternly. Enough, Shin. Silence. He had made it clear that he should not be addressed merely as Shin. It should be Uchiha Shin. Let me remind you, while your unique physiological condition holds some value, in the eyes of Lord Orochimaru, Sasuke-kun is far more significant than you. Should you continue to speak insolently, I cannot guarantee your safety from him. Even if your demise were to reach Lord Orochimaru, he would merely shake his head in lament, reflecting on the loss of yet another useful experiment subject. After delivering this serious warning to Shin, Kabuto averted his gaze and turned to Sasuke, explaining, Sasuke-kun, Shin possesses a unique constitution that prevents rejection, which is why he has become Lord Orochimaru's experiment subject. His Sharingan was also implanted by the Lord for the purpose of studying the ocular techniques of the Uchiha clan. Shin admires Itachi's exploits, having only heard of them. He has neither seen nor interacted with Itachi, and thus he bears no information you seek. Nonetheless, we cannot deny that the origin of his eyes must be traced back to a member of the Uchiha clan. However, we assure you that we have not exterminated your kin as Itachi did, nor did we acquire these eyes through such means. Oh, I see. Then pray tell, how did these eyes come into your possession? Sasuke's expression remained unchanged, his tone icy, concealing the emotions within. I regret to inform you that we must maintain confidentiality regarding the identity of the individual who entrusted us with the Sharingan, as fellow ninjas. I trust you understand that safeguarding secrets is one of our paramount duties. Kabuto did not divulge any further information. Who else could it be but that old fool Shimura Danzo? Sasuke pondered, yet he sensed a subtle discord. It was understandable that Kabuto was reluctant to disclose their collusion with Danzo, the leader of the root in Konoha. However, Kabuto's phrasing nearly implied that they had someone within Konoha. Someone of considerable stature, for how else could he procure the Sharingan to present to Orochimaru, while ensuring Kabuto and his associates remained silent? Kabuto's words seemed to suggest that the village of Konoha was not as radiant and virtuous as it appeared on the surface. Besides exploiting my animosity towards my brother, could they also be seeking to incite my discontent towards the village? At this moment, Shin had grown subdued, refraining from speaking. It appeared he was not indifferent to his own life. Previously, he had acted with reckless abandon, but upon realizing he could indeed be killed, he promptly adjusted to the situation. Sasuke cast a final glance at Shin, observing that both of his arms remained intact, untouched by the transplantation intended for Danzo. He then turned and departed. Kabuto, with a warning look, signaled Shin and the others to return to their original positions, following Sasuke and Karin as they left the southern stronghold. In the land of Rice, within the Sound Ninja Village, Orochimaru scrutinized the report handed to him by Kabuto. His serpent-like eyes shimmered with a blend of astonishment, elation, and satisfaction. Ah, Sasuke-kun, your ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu exhibit no weaknesses. Your chakra capacity rivals those naturally endowed with immense reserves. Even more remarkable is your exceptional control over chakra, allowing for intricate manipulation. Typically, the traits of possessing abundant chakra and the ability to execute precise operations are seldom found in a single individual, yet you embody both. In your recent battles, you emerge victorious with unwavering steadiness, maintaining complete control over the rhythm of the confrontation, leaving no room for reversal. You have also adeptly harnessed the power of the cursed seal, skillfully alternating between the first and second states as needed. It is truly unfathomable that you have emerged from the sheltered environment of Konoha, were it not for my acquaintance with you. I might have mistaken you for a survivor of the Ninja World Wars. Your innate talent is indeed exceptional. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, greedily licking around his lips. My satisfaction with you grows ever deeper, Sasuke-kun. Unbeknownst to him, a white snake had coiled around Sasuke entirely, its tongue gently flicking against his neck, probing his temperature, seemingly contemplating how to strike. I am so pleased that I wish to possess you immediately. Sasuke remained expressionless, even refraining from activating his Sharingan. After spending so many days in each other's company, he had grown accustomed to Orochimaru's duplicitous rhetoric. If you truly possess the capacity to fulfill your promises, I believe I have grown deaf to your declarations of satisfaction. Spare me the trivialities. You have already scrutinized my data. Now, hasten to reveal your intentions for augmenting my strength. Do not be so impatient, Sasuke-kun. One must understand that a skilled hunter exhibits remarkable patience when pursuing their prey. An awkward silence ensued. Ultimately, it was Orochimaru who faltered under Sasuke's cold gaze. Very well, let us commence with the realm of ninjutsu. You possess the chakra nature transformations of fire and lightning. You have the Rasengan as a non-elemental technique and Chidori as a lightning-based jutsu. Both are formidable abilities, and mastering them will suffice. However, your fire-style techniques appear relatively weak, thus necessitating your study of more potent fire ninjutsu. For now, this constitutes the framework of your training regimen. Throughout your journey, I will continuously observe and adjust the plan as required. Hence, starting tomorrow, Sasuke-kun, you shall officially embark on your training examination. After a considerable duration, Orochimaru finally divulged his comprehensive strategy to Sasuke. Upon hearing this, Sasuke nodded. Very well. I shall adhere to your training plan. However, I have some thoughts of my own. Regarding the summoning beasts with which I intend to forge a contract, I desire not only snakes and eagles, but also creatures capable of traversing water, preferably those possessing structures akin to hands, enabling them to form hand seals. I once witnessed a turtle accompanying a leading jonin in the village, and I found that to be quite commendable. Furthermore, considering my solid foundation in the meticulous manipulation of chakra, I wish to delve into the realm of medical ninjutsu. Although, due to my elemental affinity, I might not be able to employ it. After all, is it not the healers who truly understand how to effortlessly bring others to their demise? Chapter 56. The Request. Locate Bolu, who Orochimaru patiently listened to Sasuke's aspirations. It appears, Sasuke-kun, that you are indeed a person of considerable insight. I had not perceived this before, but now it seems that your potential and caliber as a ninja may very well rival that of your brother. You possess both talent and diligence, along with a profound self-awareness and strategic foresight. Perhaps, even in the absence of a mentor, You are destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja world one day. Perhaps, but that day is far off. Moreover, there are always those who surpass us. And as I progress, others will not remain stagnant. This is precisely why I have come to you, Orochimaru, for you can facilitate my growth at an accelerated pace. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Orochimaru revealed a smile imbued with malice. I shall assist you in locating a suitable turtle summoning beast. As for the knowledge of medical ninjutsu, I will ensure that Kabuto instructs you. However, Kabuto certainly has his work cut out for him, as he must not only maintain your physical condition at its peak, but also take on the responsibility of your education. Sasuke, you seem indifferent towards me, but I implore you to adopt a more amiable demeanor when confronted with Orochimaru. Despite his cold-blooded nature as a spy, if you extend kindness toward him, he will surely remember it, even if such gestures may not guarantee his gratitude in return. Sasuke nodded, acknowledging that wearing a scowl every day was merely an act. Just as being amiable was also a performance, ultimately, both were facets of the same charade, bearing little distinction for him. He then turned to Orochimaru and stated, I have another matter to discuss, one that, while not directly related to my training, piques my interest greatly, and I believe it will captivate you as well. Oh? Pray tell, what could possibly engage you so, Sasuke-kun? My curiosity is piqued. He felt a sense of gratitude towards the encounter with Shin at the southern base, for it was the sight of his Sharingan that had rekindled this thought in his mind. You are familiar with my former team leader, Kakashi Hatake, I presume? Of course. It is rather difficult to forget, Orochimaru replied, his interest evidently heightened. Kakashi, much like Shin, possesses the Sharingan despite not being of the Uchiha clan. During my time under his tutelage, he once mentioned a certain individual during a casual conversation after a lesson, someone who coveted the bloodline of our Uchiha clan. This individual is a rogue ninja from Konoha, and it is said that he was a contemporary of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and yourself, Orochimaru. When Kakashi was around my current age and had already acquired the Sharingan, this person placed a curse mark upon him, intending to manipulate Kakashi at an opportune moment through puppet techniques, and ultimately seize the power that belongs to our Uchiha lineage. I can surmise who you are referring to regarding your contemporaries who covet bloodlines. However, I must inquire why Kakashi would divulge such a secret to you. That is not typical of his character. Orochimaru's keen gaze bore into Sasuke, as if seeking to unravel the enigma of this surprising young man. Because I am an orphan of the Uchiha clan and have successfully awakened the Sharingan. Logically, Kakashi, who was cursed by that individual, should be the target. Yet, with the passage of time, one can never be certain if that person might turn their attention toward me. After all, I am the true Uchiha. If an opportunity to seize me arises, there would be no reason for him to refrain from taking action. Kakashi shared this information with me to instill vigilance against this individual should unforeseen circumstances arise. He has disclosed this matter to no one else. Orochimaru remained silent, his expression inscrutable, leaving no indication of his thoughts. I mention this individual to you because I am profoundly intrigued by him. I wish to locate him. Sasuke spoke candidly. Although following the original storyline would have Orochimaru emerge on his own, it would likely be around the time Sasuke managed to turn the tables on him and began to assemble the snake team. At that juncture, it would be rather too late. Hence, Sasuke intended to harness Orochimaru's power to locate him ahead of time. Sasuke-kun, you are already aware that the opponent covets the Sharingan. Are you intending to walk into a trap? As a fellow rogue ninja from Konoha, rather than allowing him to wander alone outside, it would be more prudent to devise a way to have him join us, becoming an asset to our cause. Does he not desire the Sharingan? We can offer it to him. Uchiha Shin is, after all, a more favorable option than Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi possesses merely one three-tomo Sharingan, whereas Shin has successfully transplanted two and mastered their use. It is evident that Shin is a far superior choice. If we can entice him to ally with us on these terms, our chances of confronting Itachi would significantly increase. Moreover, are you not intrigued by this individual's ability to seize others' bloodlines, Orochimaru? Although Shin still serves a purpose for me, I would not hesitate to sacrifice him to achieve these goals. However, how can you ensure that, in the presence of a true Uchiha, he will choose to target Shin rather than you? Guarantee? I require no assurances, or rather, should not the one who needs to ensure my safety be you, Orochimaru? What I seek is the power sufficient to exact vengeance on Uchiha Itachi, while what you desire is my body. If obtaining the power of the Sharingan presents a greater likelihood of eliminating Uchiha Itachi than your possession of my body, then should he wish to turn against me, let him do so. Sasuke spoke in a manner that seemed rather ominous to others. asking Orochimaru, "Do you lack confidence in yourself? As long as you can protect me, and guarantee that after seizing my body, you would be stronger than him who possesses the Uchiha power, isn't that sufficient? Are you perhaps afraid? Do you believe that acquiring me would not measure up to what your peer has achieved, hence your reluctance to assist me in finding him?" A chilling laughter erupted from Orochimaru as he fixed his gaze upon Sasuke. This individual is known as Hiru, who, prior to his defection from Konoha, had clandestinely researched a malevolent technique. Eventually, he was discovered by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who dispatched me, Jiraiya, and Tsunade to hunt him down. He ultimately managed to escape, thus becoming a renegade ninja of Konoha. For many years, I have heard naught about him. But your mention of him cursing Kakashi suggests that his research into that forbidden technique may indeed have borne fruit. My impure world reincarnation is not solely aimed at achieving immortality. It is also intended to rectify my inherent deficiencies. If he has indeed developed a technique that allows one to seize another's bloodline without the need for body replacement, I can hardly resist the temptation it presents. Rest assured, Sasuke-kun, I shall assist you in locating him. Chapter 57. 3 years Orochimaru harbored a slight suspicion regarding Sasuke's words. Although the information he provided was likely true, his serpentine instincts detected an incongruity. Nevertheless, Orochimaru ultimately chose to acquiesce to Sasuke's request, for he perceived the darkness and madness lurking deep within Sasuke's soul. At the southern base, he outwardly conveyed trust, yet inwardly could not permit the continued existence of one who had desecrated the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, in pursuit of the power to exact revenge on Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke showed no hesitation in offering himself to me or to Hiru. Initially, he had some concerns about the lingering influence of Konoha and that brat on Sasuke. But given the intensity of his hatred, it would be a trivial endeavor to mold him into the form I desire. Orochimaru withdrew the white snake entwined around Sasuke thus. Your training shall commence in earnest tomorrow. Very well. In the 66th year of Konoha, within a covert location of Orochimaru, a figure clad in white stood upon the back of the ninja hawk, Garuda, surrounded by flickering blue lightning. With a swift motion of his right hand, the electric energy transformed into countless bolts of lightning, raining down like droplets, leaving virtually no room for evasion. Lightning release, 1,000 birds. Simultaneously, with his left hand spread wide, fingers pointing towards the ground, he thrust towards the youth below, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. A spear of lightning, the lightning release, 1,000 birds sharp spear, erupted from his hand, hurtling directly towards the figure. In response to the unavoidable assault, the individual on the ground summoned brilliant arcs of electricity from his hands, extending them upward to counter the aerial attack with a technique of equal ferocity, the lightning cutter, twin thunderquake. As the electric brilliance dissipated, the figure on the eagle leapt down towards his adversary, his hands swiftly forming seals. The fire release, great fire annihilation, unleashed a torrent of flames cascading from the heavens. Unable to employ the water release technique, Sasuke found himself defenseless against this onslaught directed at a shadow clone. Boom. The inferno in the sky finally descended upon the earth. As the flames subsided, the shadow clone landed unscathed, only to discover the area devoid of any presence, save for the scorch marks left upon the ground by the fire release technique. Suddenly, Sasuke's shadow clone sensed a faint breeze brushing against its back. It swiftly turned around, adopting a defensive posture, and leaped backward with all its might. Yet, it was already too late, in the face of such an extensive and intense assault. Even a defensive maneuver proved futile, for it was merely a shadow clone, possessing limited resilience against impacts. Engaging in the second state of the cursed seal, the true Sasuke, with wings sprouting from his back, soared towards it with a fierce howl. Sage technique, Chidori stream. A powerful current of electricity erupted from Sasuke's form, indiscriminately striking all around. Sage technique, lightning serpent pursuit. Within the Chidori stream emerged several serpentine bolts of lightning, bearing their fangs as they lunged towards the shadow clone. With an inevitable thud, the shadow clone dissipated under the relentless onslaught of Sasuke's true form. Sasuke descended to the ground, retracting the fleshy wings upon his back, thereby dispelling the state of his cursed seal. As he glanced in the direction from which he had come, he beheld a sizable summoning turtle, which had just stowed away a scroll before opening its mouth to ingest it. It became evident that Sasuke's escape from the overwhelming great fire destruction unleashed by his shadow clone was made possible by his contract with the turtle, which had successfully executed the reverse summoning technique at a critical moment, transporting Sasuke from his original position to the location of the turtle. Sasuke adjusted his attire, which now closely resembled his outfit from the original series during this period. However, he made slight modifications that did not compromise its original functionality, as he felt that the exposure was somewhat excessive and lacked decorum. Compared to the original version, his current clothing revealed less. Sasuke approached his summoned turtle, crouched down, and gently caressed it, revealing a smile. This mystical creature had been meticulously selected by Orochimaru and underwent a degree of anatomical modification, allowing its fingers to be more distinct for easier hand seals, as well as granting it the ability to store items within its belly. Through Sasuke's relentless training, sometimes even employing genjutsu to guide its hand seals and instill muscle memory, and the creature's own diligence, it successfully executed the reverse summoning technique on its own today. Thank you, Shin. The turtle squinted its eyes, seemingly enjoying Sasuke's touch. Meanwhile, the summoning eagle, Garuda, which had been circling above, landed beside Sasuke, nudging him as if to express its discontent for receiving no attention while he was focused solely on Shin. It truly is a shame to interrupt such a heartwarming scene, Sasuke-kun. However, since this is something you hold dear, I am left with no choice. The voice of Kabuto echoed, delivering news of another message from Hibi. Sasuke ceased his movements, rose to his feet, and turned his gaze towards the approaching Kabuto. Speak in detail, he commanded. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and replied, In the northwest lies the land of demons. It is night. Upon comprehending the intelligence reported by Kabuto, Sasuke instructed him to take good care of Suigetsu before setting off alone. As Sasuke rode upon the back of the ninja hawk, Garuda, he contemplated the news imparted to him by Kabuto. During the assault of the Phantom Legion on the land of demons, an enigmatic figure clad in white had been sighted, demonstrating mastery over more than 2 bloodline limits. However, this individual was but a fleeting apparition, vanishing after annihilating several of the Phantom Legion's puppets. Subsequently, news of the fall of the land of demons spread across the 5 great nations, prompting Konoha to dispatch a considerable number of ninjas to investigate. Should you, Sasuke-kun, choose to venture forth personally, it would be prudent to remain vigilant regarding this matter. Under the cover of night, Sasuke furrowed his brow. Approximately a year prior, Orochimaru had managed to glean information about Hiruzen, yet when we endeavored to recruit him, we discovered that he had no intention of engaging with us. Even with our unparalleled verbal prowess, he evaded us effortlessly, vanishing without affording us a single opportunity to speak. A ninja of his caliber, intent on escaping, truly cannot be hindered. Not to mention, we could not secure even a sample of his clone, as we had never encountered Hiruzen at all. Now, however, reports have surfaced indicating his presence within the borders of the land of demons, which raises considerable suspicion. He ought not to have acted at this juncture, and the choice of location is equally perplexing. Why would he venture to the land of demons? It appears that our attempt to locate him a year ago, despite failing to make actual contact, has indeed disturbed his future, prompting him to make alternative choices. The land of demons, with its malevolent spirits and the priestess Hiruzen, could it be that he harbors intentions towards them? After all, should the malevolent spirits be fully unsealed, they are reputed to possess the capacity to annihilate the world, making it somewhat plausible that Hiruzen, who already harbors ambitions to ignite a ninja world war, would be drawn to such power. Yet, there lingers a sense of dissonance in this explanation. Could there be other motives behind his appearance in the land of demons? Considering the passage of time, we have now entered the era of Shippuden, and coupled with Kabuto's earlier mention of the Phantom Legion's incursion, it can be surmised that these events coincide with the tragedy of Naruto's demise in the movie. This twist is indeed intriguing. The principal antagonist, Hiruzen, the inheritor of the Will of Fire, has been inadvertently drawn into this affair due to our influence. I wonder how this will ultimately unfold. I hope it does not interfere with my plans. At the very least, let it not lead to the loss of the Demon Seed technique. Amidst the vast, shadowy night, the fierce winds tousled Sasuke's hair as he soared toward his destination, the land of demons, upon the wings of an eagle. Time was of the essence, and he had resolved not to take a moment's respite. The passage of 3 years had transformed Sasuke from a mere youth into a formidable young man. Through relentless training, his prowess had significantly intensified. He had mastered a myriad of variations of Chidori, the Kirin technique, and various forms of Rasengan, alongside an extensive repertoire of fire-release ninjutsu, taijutsu, kenjutsu, and genjutsu. His skills had seen remarkable advancements. He had forged contracts with 3 summoning beasts, snakes, eagles, and turtles. Moreover, under Kabuto's tutelage, he had honed his abilities in intelligence analysis, biological structure, and medical ninjutsu, along with learning Orochimaru's substitution technique. On the front of acquiring enhancements, Sasuke had successfully collected clone samples from all individuals within his reach, including, but not limited to, the likes of Suigetsu and Hongwen. One could only marvel at the wealth of talent among Orochimaru's subordinates. Additionally, Sasuke had managed to obtain the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, which was indeed a pivotal research endeavor for Orochimaru. It was a testament to Hashirama's legacy that even in death, his cells retained an astonishing vitality. Upon sampling them, the cloning laboratory achieved immediate success, and now, the unconscious clone of Hashirama floated within the confines of Sasuke's mind. As for Naruto's demise, Sasuke certainly did not believe that Naruto, as the protagonist, would truly meet his demise in the Temple of the Land of Swamps, as foretold by the priestess Sharingan. However, even in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, while he would feel a pang of sorrow, it would not plunge him into profound grief. After all, he could effortlessly create Naruto's unconscious clones in his laboratory, provided that Naruto still possessed a desire to live. If he were to die, he could simply be resurrected repeatedly. Moreover, it was surprising that Orochimaru and his associates would so readily allow him to venture alone in search of Hiruzen. This was likely due to their confidence in his abilities, as well as the fact that time was running short, causing Hiruzen's body to exhibit signs of rejection, which in turn had begun to affect Orochimaru in various ways. This fortuitously facilitated Sasuke's solitary endeavors. The Oni-Yero technique, as a form of fusion ninjutsu, allows a ninja or summoned beast to merge with the user's body, acquiring its abilities and even merging bloodline traits. This technique, combined with his unique cloning laboratory, was a match made in heaven. Although certain other conditions applied, it was undeniably safer and more thorough than the method employed by Kabuto, who transplanted other cells into his own body. One must acknowledge that Hiruzen, the genius behind this technique, had indeed devised a method with the potential to defy fate. My unique ability permits me to clone various organisms infinitely, provided there is sufficient energy in collected samples, including those with special abilities and powerful bloodlines. Once I master this technique, it will no longer be a solitary endeavor. Through my ability, I could enable anyone to become a bloodline bearer or possess unique physical traits, and the effects could be compounded. It is akin to opening a Pandora's box, the consequences of which could be unfathomable. For this reason, the Oni-Yero technique is something I am determined to acquire. A day later, in the evening, near the Shrine of Seals in the Land of Swamps, a drenched girl with white hair and slightly violet eyes sat beneath a tree by the pond, her head bowed as she chastised herself, seemingly unwilling to face the figure who had leapt from the cliff alongside her and saved her from the water. Perhaps, standing at the pond's edge, Naruto first removed his already loosened forehead protector, running his fingers through his damp hair. He then shook his head from side to side, causing droplets of water to scatter. With the seal of the forehead protector lifted, Naruto's true visage was finally revealed, leaving Sharingan momentarily speechless at the sight. However, I will not die. Having tidied himself up, Naruto resecured his headband upon his brow and turned to face Sharingan, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence, the azure depths of his eyes shimmering with an indomitable spirit. Absolutely. Sharingan averted her gaze, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she weakly replied, "It's impossible. Nothing is impossible," Naruto declared, fully turning to face her. "If that's the case, then I will be the one to perish." Though Sharingan had unknowingly been influenced by Naruto's fervor, the deeply entrenched beliefs she harbored were not so easily swayed. Throughout her life, every prophecy of death she had encountered had come to fruition without exception. Thus, she remained convinced that this person before her would ultimately meet the same fate foretold. "I will not let you die." Naruto stepped closer. "There will inevitably be someone who must die," Sharingan protested. "Do not make such hasty decisions. There are still many possibilities for change ahead. Enough of this talk. It is fate, immutable and unchangeable. Then I shall protect you." Naruto suddenly leaned closer. His determined visage pierced through Sharingan's awareness, and she gazed at him, her clear eyes seemingly devoid of any trace of confusion. The night could not conceal the sharp contours of his features. Sharingan turned away, facing the great tree, unwilling to meet Naruto's gaze. "Such a thing is utterly unattainable. Believe me." Naruto's voice resonated from behind her. "By the way, did you just blush? Could it be that you were captivated by my good looks and felt shy?" "Huh," Sharingan stammered. "Well, I maintain that this world cannot have only Sasuke as the sole one with taste. There are others who can appreciate my charm." "Sasuke? Who is that? I don't recall anyone by that name among your companions." With Naruto's playful interruption, Sharingan temporarily emerged from her embarrassment and turned back to him. "Sasuke is my best friend, though he is not here at the moment." Naruto gazed up at the moonlit sky, his tone softening considerably. But I will find him one day. Setting that aside for now, I have devised a new battle plan, and this time it will surely succeed. Naruto regained his vigor, kneeling with one knee on the ground and beckoning her to join him. So let us go. Ziyuan hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately chose to place her trust in the youth before her. Rising to her feet, she approached him step by step, the bell pinned to her chest, the sealing stone, chiming melodiously with her every movement. Naruto, with Ziyuan on his back, stood once more and made his way towards the shrine of sealing. Naruto, we made a pact, she said. Indeed, I stake my ninja way on this promise with you. In the depths of the dense forest, Sasuke lay concealed, observing Naruto and Sharingan. However, he refrained from taking any rash actions, as he remained acutely aware that his primary objective was to confront Bolu. All other matters were of secondary importance. In truth, since his entry into the land of demons, he had instructed Galdra to rest while he meticulously concealed his presence, following the path that led him here. If this trajectory continued, it would not be long before the malevolent spirits would be resealed. Yet, Bolu had yet to reveal himself, which felt rather peculiar. Surely, he could not have merely passed through the land of demons without any connection to the specters and the priestess? With Naruto's vast array of shadow clones paving the way, Sharingan finally broke through the blockade established by the legion of phantoms outside, successfully entering the shrine of sealing. Before long, a commotion erupted within the shrine as the revived spirit sought to merge with the priestess Sharingan. The ground beneath her shattered, and she found herself on the brink of plummeting into the molten lava below. Sharingan. In a timely intervention, Kakashi and their companions rushed to assist. Naruto, witnessing the dire scene before him, shouted Sharingan's name, sprinting forward in a desperate attempt to save her. Enveloped by the spirit's formidable power and descending rapidly, Sharingan heard Naruto's cries, her eyes brimming with tears. Naruto, for you, for all of you, my life holds no value in terms of protection. What value does it hold? I vowed to protect you, and I will rescue you. Yet, at that moment, the sealing chamber erupted into chaos under the influence of the spirit's power, resembling a cataclysmic spectacle. Countless dark serpentine forms burst forth from the ground, launching an assault on Naruto. Though he had entered the state of the three-tailed beast, the relentless barrage of attacks was overwhelming, and he soon found himself on the verge of succumbing. The ominous vision foretold by prophecy loomed ever closer. Sharingan gazed at the radiant bell pendant resting against her chest, lost in memories of the past. This talisman, bestowed upon her by her mother, the previous priestess, was now the source of her protection, preventing the spirit from fully merging with her. In that moment, a flood of thoughts coursed through her mind, the tender embrace of her mother, the strength and duty of the priestess, her prophetic abilities, and how the citizens had willingly sacrificed their lives to avert her demise. The world, rife with human lives lost, had rendered her numb and indifferent, making her feel as though her fate was immutable until now. The last image etched in her mind was that of the golden-haired youth, forever adorned with a smile. At that very moment, he was risking his life to protect her. If destiny dictated that one must perish, then she would wager her own life. Please, if I truly possess such power, Naruto, you must survive. As time rewinds to the moment when Naruto prepares to carry Sharingan by the pond, Sharingan gently removes the bell from her person and discreetly fastens it onto Naruto's clothing. Fate is immutable, she whispers. How many times must I repeat myself? Once more, Sharingan wraps her arms around Naruto's neck, awaiting his embrace, her eyes glistening with tears. Naruto, you must survive. In the Shrine of Sealing, a relentless barrage of attacks has nearly extinguished the Nine-Tails chakra enveloping Naruto, just as he contemplates risking the loss of control to enter the Four-Tail state. A sphere of violet light unexpectedly shields him, the protective power of Sharingan's bell. The malevolent assaults strike the barrier without effect, altering Naruto's seemingly doomed fate. So it is revealed that with a resolve to sacrifice her life, one can transcend time. With Sharingan having bestowed her talisman upon Naruto, the final barrier between her and the malevolent spirits has vanished. Yet, is this truly wise? To relinquish one's protective charm to another? If this is your desire, then I shall acquiesce. Let us merge completely, and in the end, I shall bear witness through your eyes to the demise of those who protect you and the world's end. As the malevolent spirits attempt to invade Sharingan's body, they are repelled by the power surging within her. This is Sharingan, radiant with divine light. Her mother's talisman not only safeguards her but also seals her true strength. This power, a culmination of generations of priestesses, is formidable. A mere misstep could unleash calamity greater than that of the malevolent spirits. Mother, all who protect me, and Naruto, I thank you. Because of you, I no longer fear fate. Now, I know how to wield this power. With a cry, Cheyenne form is adorned with unique purple patterns. Her silvery hair unfurling like angelic wings, a halo materializing above her head. Naruto, can you hear me? From this moment forth, you and your companions shall thrive in the world to come. This is my duty as a priestess. Farewell, you great deceiver. With arms outstretched, an overwhelming force erupts from her being. This ends now, malevolent spirit. We shall perish together. Chapter 60. The Emergence of Bairu. The sound of Cheyenne's protective bell resonates in her ears, drawing near. You foolish priestess. Naruto, utilizing a multitude of shadow clones, constructed an extensive human ladder. At the forefront of this formation stood his true self, boldly breaching the barrier forged by the malevolent force, seizing hold of Cheyenne, who was resolutely prepared to face her demise alongside it. Open your eyes and gaze upon me, Cheyenne. Breathe deeply. Can you see me? Can you hear me? What does your heart convey? Is death truly what you desire? You wish to vanish, do you not? Yet, Cheyenne believes that only through self-sacrifice can peace be attained in this world. However, as she gazed into Naruto's face, she found herself unable to voice these sentiments. I cannot hear you. Cheyenne, you must utter the words yourself. Do you truly wish to die? No, no. Very well. The shadow clones exerted their strength, propelling Naruto and Cheyenne beyond the malevolent force's grasp, ascending into the sky. Cheyenne's protective talisman, suspended in Naruto's hand, radiated a resplendent glow. Neither I nor my companions wish to lose anyone ever again. A vibrant, multicolored Rasengan gradually took shape in Naruto's grasp. An unreasonable fate does not necessitate acceptance. The purple sphere swelled in size with the infusion of power. Not enough. We need more. Cheyenne, unleash your emotions fully. The malevolent force coalesced into a colossal black dragon, its gaping maw poised to strike at Naruto and Cheyenne. Let it taste the culmination of our combined strength. As they reached the pinnacle of their ascent, the gargantuan Rasengan, now exceeding human proportions, plummeted toward the dragon's mouth, an ultra-chakra Rasengan. The immense sphere collided with the black dragon, which appeared fearsome, yet was rendered powerless. Akin to a water column striking unyielding rock, unable to affect the Rasengan in the slightest, Cheyenne and I have vowed to alter your fate. Boom. Under the combined assault of Naruto and Cheyenne, the malevolent entity was utterly obliterated. The rocky pathways of the sealing ground shattered extensively, cascading into the molten magma below. That night, the once tranquil lava was disturbed to its critical threshold, erupting outward in a magnificent display akin to fireworks, heralding the rebirth of two nations from that very moment. The original sealing shrine vanished, transforming into a new volcanic vent. Naruto, cradling Cheyenne, emerged from the swirling dust and made his way towards the rendezvous point agreed upon with his companions. At this juncture, with the adversary vanquished and all settled, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. In an instant, a white figure appeared beside Naruto and Cheyenne, reaching out toward Cheyenne in Naruto's embrace with one hand, while the other formed a fist aimed at Naruto. Just as the figure was about to grasp Cheyenne and strike Naruto, several shuriken, launched from behind a rock, struck the assailant. With a puff, the white figure dissipated. This scene caused Sasuke, concealed behind the stone, to widen his eyes in shock as he abruptly turned, activating his Sharingan. With a resounding crash of splintering wood and rock, Naruto and Cheyenne's attention shifted from the vanishing attacker to the source of the commotion. Naruto beheld a figure clad in white, with long black hair, propelled from the debris of shattered wood and stone, entering his line of sight. Although 3 years had passed, and the figure had transformed beyond his recollection, he recognized him instantly. Sasuke. Cheyenne, displaying a look of astonishment, had only glimpsed the exploding rocks and wood moments before. It was only upon hearing Naruto call out the name of the figure that the airborne silhouette materialized before her eyes. He was, indeed, Naruto's dearest friend. How surprising it was that Obito had employed a shadow clone to seize the priestess. Sasuke plunged the Kusanagi sword into the ground, using the resistance to steady his descent. Sensing an imminent threat, he swiftly summoned a wooden substitute from the laboratory and activated the substitution technique. Consequently, the surprise attack from Obito failed to strike him, leaving him unscathed. The bait, it appears, was intended for me from the very beginning. Emerging from the swirling dust of shattered stones and timber was a figure clad in a high-collared white garment, with flowing white hair and a face intricately bound in bandages, revealing only his crimson eyes. Despite his hands being similarly wrapped, leaving only his forehead and eyes exposed, one could still discern that he possessed a strikingly handsome visage. Ah, you two have fled from the Hidden Leaf Village, have you? He taunted, as a fellow rogue ninja of the village, You truly fell for the bait I prepared for you. It seems the bonds of camaraderie among you comrades run deep, even after parting ways. You cannot bear to see each other harmed. Sasuke remained unmoved as he drew the Kusanagi sword from the ground. You are mistaken. I am a person devoid of sentiment. The reason I interrupted your actions prior to utilizing your shadow clone jutsu was to remind you that one must remain steadfast in their pursuits. Having chosen the Sharingan as your objective, you should not divert your attention to other matters. If you were to capture the priestess, it would indeed create significant complications for me. Indeed, Uchiha Sasuke, the true inheritor of the Sharingan, stands before me now. With a swift step, Bairuhua appeared right in front of Sasuke. How careless of Orochimaru to send you alone to confront me. You so-called genius ninjas are all the same, brimming with arrogance. The clash of Sasuke's Kusanagi sword against Bairuhua's hands resonated with a metallic sound. The razor-sharp blade swiftly sliced through the bandages on Bairuhua's hands, revealing nearly completely blackened skin beneath. Bairuhua's arms, reinforced with steel release, were incredibly resilient, impervious even to ordinary weapons. Thus, Sasuke was compelled to engage in close combat with the Kusanagi sword. Despite wielding only a single blade, Sasuke's exceptional swordsmanship, augmented by the formidable dynamic vision granted by his three-tomo Sharingan, allowed him to hold his ground. Sasuke, Naruto called out as he set aside Sharingan and rushed toward the two combatants. As Sasuke's crimson eyes flickered, he seized the fleeting moment when Bolu was momentarily distracted, breaking free from his grasp and instantly appearing beside Naruto. Concurrently, a dense and ominous storm cloud materialized around Bailuhu, crackling with the fury of lightning. Chapter 61. The Great Battle Against Bailuhu. Indeed, a ninja of this caliber would not be entirely defenseless against illusions, given that he has set his sights on me. It is only logical that he would remain vigilant against the genjutsu of the Sharingan. His eyes had been glowing red from the very beginning, suggesting he had already devised a comprehensive strategy. Yet, he was still caught off guard for that briefest of moments, indicating that my illusions were not without effect on him. Sasuke. Since Sasuke's arrival, Naruto had called out to him 3 times. Sasuke did not directly respond to Naruto. His gaze remained fixed on the recently unleashed storm release of Bairuhu. Naruto, this person possesses more than 2 bloodline limits. He can harden his body to the toughness of steel, move with astonishing speed, unleash lightning as fluid as water, and has the ability to absorb the ninjutsu of others and then release them as his own techniques. Therefore, Naruto, do not hastily employ the Rasengan against him. However, having said so much, I forgot to ask, can you still fight, you big fool? Naruto felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through him. He shifted his gaze from Sasuke to Bairuhu, whose forehead protector's ties fluttered in the night breeze, and in his azure eyes. There was not a hint of fatigue. Anyone could see that he had just emerged from a fierce battle not long ago. Bairuhu, having narrowly escaped the onslaught of Naruto's shadow clones with his swift escape technique, began hand seals to launch a wide-ranging storm release attack to eliminate the troublesome clones. At that moment, a lightning spear shot directly toward him, interrupting his hand seals. He extended his right hand, palm facing the direction of the incoming spear, ready to employ the dark release technique to absorb Sasuke's lightning ninjutsu. However, the Chidori spear suddenly disintegrated, leaving Bairuhu with only a trace of residual chakra. At that instant, Naruto's shadow clones surged forward, executing a barrage of taijutsu attacks, suppressing Bairuhu with their relentless offensive. Though this did not inflict any substantial harm on Bairuhu, who had activated his steel release, it was akin to a swarm of annoying mosquitoes buzzing around him. Occasionally, a few lightning-infused kunai would strike from awkward angles, disrupting his movements and creating openings for Naruto's clones. Damn, this blonde brat is hardly a threat, but that Sharingan brat from Orochimaru is truly infuriating. He always appears at critical moments to deliver a few blows. This harassment makes me feel as though I possess formidable strength yet cannot unleash it, Bairuhu pondered. Kakashi was nearby, perhaps he should. Suddenly, an electric glow enveloped Bairuhu as he utilized the chakra he had just absorbed from Sasuke to unleash a youthful version of the Chidori, clearing out the closest shadow clones. He then activated his swift escape technique, charging directly towards the observing Sharingan, disregarding the obstructing shadow clones along the way, which dissipated one by one under the force of his charge. However, as Bairuhu initiated his movement, Sasuke discerned his intent and instantly appeared beside Sharingan, without uttering a word. Before Sharingan could fully comprehend the situation, he seized her and took a sample. With a deft maneuver, he forcefully propelled her away from the perilous position, casting a fleeting glance at the uneven ground beneath his feet. Naruto's two shadow clones caught the flung Cheyenne and hastily escorted her to safety. The clash of fists echoed as Bolu engaged in a fierce battle with Sasuke's Kusanagi sword. This time, Bolu's strength surged, his eyes glowing a vivid crimson. As if resolutely determined. Despite wielding a formidable weapon, Sasuke found himself in a position of defensive passivity. The two combatants navigated the uneven terrain, their footsteps growing increasingly heavy and frantic, leaving cracks in their wake. Although Bolu's white robe and bandages had been shredded by Sasuke's blade, he showed no signs of retreat, vowing to deliver a crushing blow to Sasuke without relent. The adage of prolonged defense will inevitably falter rang true as Bolu's relentless assault finally created an opening for Sasuke. With a powerful punch aimed at Sasuke's head, the sheer force produced a sound reminiscent of air being split apart. Bang! The resounding crack of wood splintering echoed through the air. Bolu's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on Sasuke, who had narrowly evaded his seemingly guaranteed strike. Confusion swirled within him. How could this Sharingan-wielding youth's substitution technique be so enigmatic? Twice now, despite being but a rudimentary technique, he could not discern from where Sasuke's substitute log had materialized. Sasuke, who had come perilously close to being struck, exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, a flicker of enigmatic amusement danced in his eyes. With a swift twist of his left wrist, he repositioned the Kusanagi sword behind him, then propelled himself off the ground, executing a backflip while delivering a powerful kick toward Bolu. Bolu's outstretched fist intercepted the kick, but as he prepared to crush Sasuke's foot, a shuriken suddenly shot forth from the sole of Sasuke's shoe, aiming directly for his left eye. It turned out that the shuriken, initially thrown by Sasuke to strike Bolu's shadow clone, a mere decoy, had fallen to the ground. During the skirmish with Bolu, Sasuke had cleverly adhered the shuriken to the bottom of his shoe using chakra, reserving it for just such an occasion, and now was the moment to deploy it. The abruptness of the scene, combined with the close proximity, startled Bolu. Realizing he was on the brink of losing an eye, he could no longer afford to think of anything else. He released his grip on Sasuke's foot and swiftly retreated half a step, arching his body and head backward just in time to narrowly evade the shuriken's trajectory, though a faint trickle of blood marked his left forehead. "You!" The cry of Bolu was almost a roar, filled with an unmistakable fury. As Bolu straightened up, resolved to eliminate Sasuke, he discovered that the figure before him was none other than Naruto, poised to unleash a Rasengan. While Sasuke executed a backward flip, Naruto had already maneuvered behind him. As Sasuke aimed a kick at Bolu, Naruto seamlessly stepped into the void Sasuke left, seizing the moment while Bolu was preoccupied with the shuriken launched from Sasuke's foot. With a decisive Rasengan, Naruto prepared to deliver the final blow. Chapter 62. Irrationality. What a fluid combination of moves, a veritable dance of synchrony. It appeared that I was suppressing that Uchiha brat, yet in truth, I had unwittingly fallen into their rhythm. After the close-range surprise shuriken, here came this formidable ninjutsu. The shadow clones of that blonde boy were converging upon me, each successive attack more difficult to evade than the last. In the blink of an eye, Bolu suddenly realized that within this brief span, he had shifted from being the one in control to a mere recipient of their onslaught. Nonetheless, the crimson light in his eyes grew ever more sinister, and a smile crept upon his lips as he addressed Naruto. "Fool, did you not hear your teammates? I can absorb others' jutsu. Since that is the case, I shall graciously accept this move. Thank you for returning the initiative to me." Bolu extended his left hand, directing the talisman in his palm towards Naruto's Rasengan, activating his absorption technique, the realm of darkness. Indeed, battles among elite ninjas are ever-changing. Having just experienced a reversal, the tide seemed ready to shift once more. Suddenly, the Naruto before Bolu dissipated, and in that very instant, a long sword pierced through Bolu's left palm, following the trajectory of the arm that held the Rasengan. The Naruto who had employed the Rasengan was, in fact, a shadow clone, whose true purpose was to obscure Bolu's line of sight, providing cover for Sasuke as he landed behind him. At the crucial moment when Bolu attempted to absorb the Rasengan, the unforeseen strike was delivered, piercing both Naruto's shadow clone and Bolu's left hand. Despite Bolu sensing impending danger when the clone vanished, it was too late. Sasuke's Kusanagi sword had already pierced through his left palm, where the seal intended for absorbing ninjutsu had been shattered. At that moment, Bolu utilized steel release to harden his arm, merely preventing further injury. In comparison to the inability of his left hand to employ the dark release for absorbing ninjutsu, suffering a slight increase in wounds seemed utterly trivial. The incomplete Rasengan erupted at Bairuhu's left palm, while Sasuke infused his Kusanagi sword with his own lightning release chakra, unleashing the Chidori blade. Bairuhu clutched his left arm tightly with his right hand, glaring furiously at Sasuke before him. In Sasuke's crimson gaze, 3 obsidian tomo revolved slowly, reflecting the grotesque demeanor of Bairu. Apologies, but this is our true combo. Bairu howled, his reinforced left hand enduring the numbing shock of electricity, firmly clutching Sasuke's Kusanagi sword. Since your sword seems so fond of my hand, let it remain there. Bairu tugged the blade towards himself, while Sasuke exerted equal force. The two engaged in a tug-of-war with the sword. In a fleeting moment, Sasuke abruptly relinquished his grip on the hilt, a flicker of light igniting in his eyes. The force that had been resisting Bairu vanished suddenly, and under the influence of Sasuke's Jinjutsu, Bairu lost his balance and staggered backward. His left hand, along with the Kusanagi, was thrust upward by the momentum he had originally exerted. Due to the Jinjutsu's effect, Bairu failed to grasp the blade in time, and the Kusanagi was yanked from his left palm, the hilt soaring above his head. Meanwhile, Naruto, having circled behind Bairu, leaped and seized the Kusanagi's hilt midair, infusing it with his wind-release chakra to sharpen it further, enhancing its potential to pierce through hardened skin. With a sudden thrust, he aimed it downward towards Bairu. Just as the blade was about to pierce Bairu's upturned head, he snapped back to reality, driven by sheer survival instinct. He forcefully kicked off to the right with his right foot, while simultaneously channeling his chakra through his right palm using the dark release technique, not for absorption this time, but to release it. The dark release, evil self-destruction, propelled his chakra outward, generating a leftward force. With this dual momentum, Byron narrowly evaded Naruto's lethal strike. Though his right shoulder inevitably bore a deep cut from the blade, the Kusanagi plunged effortlessly into the ground, as if the earth beneath was mere tofu. Naruto withdrew the sword and casually tossed it aside, returning it to Sasuke. Bairu intended to create distance between himself and Naruto and Sasuke using his swift techniques. But Naruto's shadow clones had already surrounded him once more. As Naruto prepared to capitalize on the moment, he noticed that Sasuke's attention seemed diverted from Bairu. He looked up and was astonished to see Kakashi-sensei had mysteriously arrived nearby. Overjoyed at the sight of Kakashi, Naruto momentarily overlooked the peculiar glow emanating from his right eye. Kakashi-sensei, how did you? Sasuke delivered a swift kick to Naruto, causing Kakashi's Raikiri to miss its intended target entirely. Sasuke unleashed a fireball with a single-handed seal. However, Kakashi opted not to engage with Sasuke, instead brandishing his Raikiri. With a swift motion, he plunged into the midst of Naruto's shadow clones. In a short span, the shadow clones vanished entirely under the combined efforts of Bairu and Kakashi. Naruto remained in a state of shock, seemingly unable to fathom that his teacher, Kakashi, would resort to such actions. Naruto, Kakashi is now under the control of this individual through puppetry techniques, rendering him an adversary. Sasuke reminded, damn it. Hey, release Kakashi-sensei at once, or I shall not let you escape. However, Obito paid no heed to Naruto's cries and flashed a frenzied grin at Sasuke. I must concede that your combined efforts have caused me considerable trouble, so allow me to utilize you as mere stepping stones on my path to becoming the ultimate existence. You shall perish here. Obito struck a peculiar pattern on his body, and a viscous black substance began to surge forth from it. This dark matter seemed to possess a will of its own, crawling over Obito's entire form like a living entity, and like a black tsunami, it engulfed Kakashi, who stood beside him without resistance. Demon Fang technique. Oblivious to the gravity of his situation, Obito instinctively disregarded the option of retreat. His mind was singularly focused on forcibly using the Demon Fang technique to consume Kakashi, thereby achieving his complete form, with the intent of utterly annihilating these two detestable brats before him. Chapter 63, Wind-Release Spiraling Shuriken. Kakashi-sensei. As the enigmatic black substance enveloped Kakashi, Naruto felt a surge of urgency within him. Sasuke also stepped forward, gently touching the object utilized to activate the ghost butt technique. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Sasuke's eyes, for he had successfully obtained a sample, indicating that this enigmatic black substance possessed a certain degree of biological activity. Ha 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 ha. The maniacal laughter of Obito reverberated from within the colossal entity as the expanded black matter began to contract around him, as if he were a black hole capable of devouring everything. At that moment, Naruto disregarded the possibility that this entity might consume his jutsu, summoning numerous shadow clones to collectively launch a spiraling sphere at the receding tissues, hoping to rescue Kakashi-sensei in time. Sasuke wielded the Kusanagi sword and unleashed the Chidori sharp spear, sweeping it before him with a single stroke. The black substance was instantly cleaved open, creating a significant gash. However, as the organism writhed rapidly, the wound would soon begin to heal. Sasuke charged in wielding his sword, while in his other hand, he retrieved a sealing scroll. Without the need to unfurl it, he merely waved it gently, summoning forth an array of summoned beasts, cats, dogs, snakes, eagles, and turtles. Yet, these creatures remained with their eyes closed, motionless, as if they were ensconced in a deep slumber. Sasuke swiftly emerged from within, aided by the Kusanagi sword, while the summoned beasts were engulfed by the dark organization. At that moment, however, the organization's contraction abruptly ceased, for Obito himself had forcibly interrupted the ongoing technique. The Demon of the Gourd. This technique is a fusion ninjutsu that enables a ninja or a summoned beast to merge with the user, acquiring their abilities, even those of bloodline limits. Despite its formidable capabilities, as a forbidden technique, it inherently possesses flaws. Firstly, an individual can fuse with a maximum of 5 other entities through this method. Secondly, to achieve completeness, one must perform a ritual embodying the 3 essential elements of heaven, earth, and humanity to attain true perfection. Here, heaven refers to a solar eclipse, earth denotes a special location, Mount Sumeru, and humanity signifies a ninja with a bloodline limit. The very notion of fulfilling all these requirements simultaneously is daunting. Currently, Obito sought to forcibly devour Kakashi Hatake to obtain the Sharingan. But Sasuke deliberately introduced numerous unconscious clones of summoned beasts into the special organization designated for the technique. Consequently, the target for Obito's devouring would not be limited to Kakashi alone, but would also include many summoned beasts, far exceeding the limitations of the forbidden technique. Although the repercussions of an individual consuming more than 5 entities remain unclear, it is reasonable to surmise that the outcome would not bode well. Otherwise, Obito would not have chosen to halt the process himself. Obito emerged from the dark organization, and Sasuke proactively confronted him, engaging in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Naruto and his shadow clones continued to bombard the dark entity before them with Rasengan, ultimately locating Kakashi and rescuing him. However, Kakashi remained under Obito's control and immediately attacked Naruto upon his extraction. Though Naruto is a hot-blooded fool, he was aware that his teacher had been ensnared, and thus he was not defenseless. Kakashi's ambush proved ineffective, as Naruto's shadow clones surrounded him. Yet, Naruto did not wish to harm his beloved teacher, opting instead for techniques focused on restraint and control. Naruto. The cries of his comrades reached his ears. Sakura, Lee, Neji, Shikamaru, and others, having pursued the controlled Kakashi, finally arrived at the scene. "You arrived just in time, come help," Naruto exclaimed, pointing towards the white-haired figure engaged in combat with Sasuke. "Assist me in restraining Kakashi-sensei. I will join Sasuke to deal with this villain." Sasuke. Upon hearing that name, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment as they turned to regard the dark-haired figure clad in white, wielding a long sword. 3 years had passed, and Sasuke had undergone considerable change. However, thanks to Naruto unveiling the mystery, they could faintly discern Sasuke's original appearance. "Sasuke! Sasuke-kun!" Excited, Sakura dashed towards Sasuke. "Wait, Sakura. This villain possesses extraordinary abilities, and I cannot fully explain them at the moment. In any case, refrain from confronting him until you grasp sufficient intelligence about him. Leave it to me. Kakashi-sensei has entrusted you to me." Upon hearing Naruto's urgent warning, Sakura managed to regain her composure and, alongside the others, began to assist in restraining Kakashi-sensei. Naruto then took a few steps towards Sasuke and Obito, gathering momentum before propelling himself into the air. As he descended, he extended his left foot and aimed a powerful kick at Obito. Engaged in a fierce battle with Sasuke, Obito intended to block the Kusanagi sword with one hand while using the other to deflect Naruto's flying kick. However, he was taken aback to discover that both of his hands were ensnared by Sasuke's blade, just as he exerted force to break free. The delay allowed Naruto's kick to land squarely on his face. Obito staggered backward several steps before regaining his balance. At that moment, Sasuke spoke up. "It seems your true capabilities are merely at this level. I find myself regretting coming to seek you out. Let us do this. Throughout this battle, it appears you have failed to earnestly absorb any ninjutsu and fully showcase your potential. Now, we shall grant you an opportunity. We will jointly unleash a formidable ninjutsu, and you shall exert every ounce of your strength to prove yourself. Let everyone witness whether you truly possess the ability to absorb any ninjutsu. If you can absorb it, then you may have some merit. If not, then a worthless individual should simply perish beneath this ninjutsu. Subsequently, through the illusion of his Sharingan, Sasuke conveyed his thoughts to Naruto. The non-attribute Rasengan is the most primitive form of the Rasengan. Strictly speaking, this ninjutsu is still a work in progress. By utilizing chakra of different attributes, one can induce a transformation in its chakra nature, thereby creating attribute-specific Rasengans, such as wind-release Rasengan or fire-release Rasengan. Similarly, if we were to further manifest a transformation in chakra form, the power of the Rasengan could undergo a tremendous leap, potentially elevating it to an S-rank ninjutsu. I suspect that Bairu's ability to absorb ninjutsu has certain limitations. Excessively powerful ninjutsu may be beyond his capacity for complete absorption. Thus, let us together execute a Rasengan. My control over chakra is superior, so I shall maintain its form, while you, Naruto, will be responsible for applying the wind attribute transformation and the form alteration. Together, we shall triumph over him with this technique. Chapter 64. Injury, the transformation and form alteration of the Rasengan. Naruto had heard of this concept, yet due to its complexity, he had never succeeded. However, with Sasuke by his side, he was certain of their success. Without hesitation, Naruto extended his right palm, placing it beside Sasuke's equally outstretched left hand. All right. As the spiral sphere gradually took form in Sasuke's hands, Naruto infused it with his wind-style chakra, exerting all his strength to induce both a change in nature and shape. Bolu observed the spiral spheres in their hands, which transformed from a spherical shape into a rapidly spinning shuriken. Despite his fervent desire for these two to perish before him, he could not help but marvel at Naruto and Sasuke's prowess. He had not anticipated such an advanced ninjutsu. Haha. This is precisely why I say you talented individuals are overly arrogant. Knowing full well that I can absorb ninjutsu, you still dare to attempt to defeat me with it. If I were to absorb this technique and unleash it anew, I cannot fathom the magnitude of its power. You will pay for your hubris with your lives. Bolu extended his right hand, aiming the talisman in his palm toward their direction. Naruto and Sasuke surged forward, resolutely advancing toward Bolu, and together raised their newly combined spiral sphere, striking it directly against Bailu's palm. Wind style, spiral shuriken. Dark style, absorption hole. Confidently, Bailu made contact with the spiral shuriken, but his expression instantly shifted. How is this possible? I cannot absorb it. This is inconceivable. Struck head-on, Bailu felt as if countless fine needles were tearing through him, inflicting damage upon every cell and vein in his body, particularly in his right hand. However, as they failed to launch the spiral shuriken from their hands, Naruto's right arm and Sasuke's left arm sustained injuries as well. To avoid further harm, they simultaneously withdrew and leaped backward, distancing themselves from Bailu. The unsupported spiral shuriken quickly dissipated, leaving Bailu, heavily wounded, collapsing to the ground, seemingly on the brink of death. Damn you, you will pay for this. Am I truly going to die? At that moment, Bailu could no longer maintain control over Kakashi, who finally regained his consciousness. Upon seeing the gathered crowd and the white-haired figure on the ground, Kakashi recognized him and understood the situation. This was the rogue ninja Bolu, who had once marked him with a cursed seal, a perilous individual. Naruto, deliver the final blow. Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto turned to Sasuke, who had his head slightly bowed, obscuring his expression, yet he showed no dissent. Thus, Naruto slowly approached Bolu, gathering a spiral sphere in his left hand. Boom. The sound that reached the ears of the onlookers was the clash of ninjutsu. The black lightning spear pierced through Naruto's Rasengan without pause, continuing to thrust forward, grazing Naruto's left shoulder and producing a sound reminiscent of the mournful cries of 1,000 birds. Naruto widened his eyes, his azure gaze reflecting Sasuke, who had instantaneously appeared beside Biriyo. With a stern expression, his body adorned with cursed marks and his crimson Sharingan making him appear even more sinister. The black lightning spear that emitted from Sasuke's right hand seemed to embody the very essence of his heart. Having successfully halted Naruto's movements, Sasuke retracted his lamenting Chidori spear and declared, I told you from the very beginning, I am a heartless individual. My sole purpose for being here is Biriyo. I must thank you, for you were utterly unaware of who this person was, were you? I merely uttered a few words, and you foolishly joined me in confronting him. Otherwise, it would not have been so effortless to bring him down and make him my prey. Naruto, you truly are an unparalleled fool. Since I can use you to defeat him, I will undoubtedly cast you aside without hesitation once my goal is achieved. Sasuke's sudden actions and his words left everyone wide-eyed in astonishment. Lee, in particular, contemplated unleashing the sixth gate to deliver a severe lesson to this heartless scoundrel on behalf of Naruto. Naruto felt the fatigue accumulated from the relentless battles finally surging forth at that moment, despite fighting side by side. He found his throat tinged with sweetness as he coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. Naruto. Upon witnessing this, the others hurriedly gathered around him, momentarily setting aside the two rogue ninjas. Sasuke turned around, squeezing out a terse command for Obito. If you wish to live, follow me. With great effort, Obito raised his hand, and Sasuke grasped it, entering the cursed seal second state. Two fleshy wings sprouted from his back, and with a powerful sweep, he soared into the sky, carrying Obito with him. Sakura stood there, transfixed, watching Sasuke disappear into the distance. Although her heart yearned to chase after him, to confront him with questions, she recognized her duty as the sole medical ninja present. She must first tend to the injured Naruto. The border of the land of demons. Sasuke, bearing the unconscious Bolu, descended to the ground and retracted the cursed seal. Even while still airborne, he had ensured that Bolu ingested the restorative potion crafted from Karin's cells, safeguarding him from succumbing to death along the way. As I had anticipated, their concern for the safety of their comrade far outweighed their interest in the whereabouts of the rogue ninja. It is unlikely that pursuers will emerge now. Sasuke turned to the prostrate and feigning death, Bolu, and said, "Enough, rise at once. I am well aware of the extent of your injuries. In truth, had I not intentionally restrained my power, enduring a wind release, spiraling shuriken would have surely cost you your life, beyond the reach of salvation." Upon hearing this, Bolu rose from the ground, shedding the previous air of arrogance. "I've long wished to inquire, what exactly was your relentless pursuit of me meant to achieve?" Sasuke did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved a vial of potion and placed it in Beiluohu's hands. Without hesitation, Beiluohu consumed it in one gulp, eager to restore his vitality. "This vial is a gift to you, a demonstration of our sincerity. Yet, why must you insist on being beaten before you are willing to listen to others? I shall dispense with the lengthy preamble and state my purpose directly. I am here, representing Orochimaru, to extend a formal invitation for you to join our ranks." Chapter 65. A proposal for cooperation. You wish for me to join you? I must decline. Surprisingly, even in such dire circumstances, Beiluohu firmly rejected Sasuke's invitation. "Are you truly unwilling to reconsider? There are alternatives to obtaining the Sharingan beyond Kakashi Hatake. Do you intend to offer yourself to me?" Orochimaru's base harbored another possessor of the Sharingan, and unlike Kakashi, this individual possessed it in both eyes. Should you agree to join us, that individual would become yours, and the Sharingan would be yours as well. I concede that your offer is tempting, yet I still choose to refuse. This is not a matter of your sincerity, but rather of my own willingness. You are unwilling? Sasuke's gaze narrowed upon Beiluohu, a flicker of malice evident in his eyes. Given your current state, do you truly believe I am negotiating with you? Do you think you possess the right to refuse? After a brief moment of silence, Beiluohu, undeterred, replied, "Your invitation to join you is secondary. What you truly covet is the Oni-Yero technique I have developed, which integrates bloodlines. Is it not? Regrettably, I do not carry the scroll of that secret technique with me. After perfecting it, I concealed the scroll. So even if you were to kill me, you would not acquire the Oni-Yero. The rogue ninja of Konoha cannot obtain the assistance of the mountain clan within the village." Sasuke scoffed derisively. "In this world, is the ability to read the memories of the deceased exclusive to the mountain clan of Konoha? On what grounds can you be certain that Lord Orochimaru has not devised a method to access the memories of the dead? Do you dare to threaten us based on this assumption? Beiluohu, individuals like you will never comprehend the world of geniuses. The peaks you deem insurmountable may be mere hurdles for us to leap over effortlessly. I have changed my mind. It is perhaps best that you do not join us, lest you diminish our average caliber." As he spoke, the chirping of 1,000 birds echoed near Sasuke's right hand. Beiluohu, gazing at the flickering lightning, felt an uncontrollable surge of fear towards death, yet there were matters in this world that held greater significance than his own life. "Indeed, I simply cannot comprehend you prodigies. I cannot fathom how you effortlessly achieve what we ordinary individuals strive tirelessly for, yet fail to attain. After dedicating my life to arduous training, mastering forbidden techniques, I believe that even if I was not invincible, I would at least rank among the finest. Yet here I am, defeated by the hands of two youthful geniuses. and in utter disgrace, reliant on the charity of others merely to preserve my existence. Ah. Struck at his most vulnerable point, Bolu, who appeared deranged in this moment. He no longer cared whether he would be killed in the next second. I thought I had hit rock bottom. Yet now you geniuses have the audacity to invite me to join your ranks. I am aware that you are not interested in me, but rather in the technique of Gamaro. Nevertheless, a forbidden art conceived by an ordinary person has captured the attention of prodigies, igniting within them a desire to claim it for themselves. Ha. I have triumphed. In this contest between the ordinary and the extraordinary, I stand victorious. Go ahead. Kill me. Whether you acquire this technique from my lifeless body or it fades into obscurity matters not, for the ultimate purpose of its creation has been fulfilled. It proves that ordinary individuals can surpass geniuses in certain aspects. Ah. So it seems you are resolute in your refusal to collaborate with Lord Orochimaru? The glimmer of murderous intent in Sasuke's gaze instantly turned piercingly cold. Go ahead and make your move. I would rather die than willingly offer him my assistance. Sasuke's blood-red Sharingan fixated on Bairu's expression. Although he could discern the underlying fear of death within Bolu, there was no trace of hesitation. The latter was not wagering that Sasuke would spare him, but had genuinely resolved to embrace his demise. Is it that he fears death and yet chooses to confront it willingly? Does he believe that aligning with us in service to Orochimaru signifies a capitulation to genius? Thus, he resolutely declines our invitation, not because our terms are inadequate, but because such an action would contravene the principles or perhaps the obsessions that reside within him. His pursuit to prove that he too can surpass genius appears to have eclipsed even the instinct for survival. In essence, when faced with our offer, he operates almost entirely on an emotional impulse rather than a rational, benefit-driven perspective, leading to such an irrational choice. However, on reflection, one might argue that throughout the entire ninja realm, few, if any, act solely from a place of pure rationality, devoid of any emotional influence. I too am no exception. Sasuke's contemplation has concluded. He has grasped the potential of acquiring the technique of Kage Otsutsuki through the means of the ancient sage, Biri. Sasuke closed his eyes, and the piercing cry of Chidori abruptly ceased. When he reopened his gaze, his eyes had reverted to their ordinary state. Bailu watched as Sasuke approached his body step by step. The earlier murderous intent completely dissipated. In its place was an enigmatic smile gracing his lips, accompanied by a glimmer of ambition sparkling in his dark eyes. Sasuke slightly leaned closer to Bairu, lowering his voice and speaking with an alluring tone. Akin to the chilling touch of a serpent's scales brushing against his skin, the flickering tongue teasingly caressing him. Since your collaboration with Orochimaru has collapsed, let us discuss the prospect of an alliance between you and me, Uchiha Sasuke. Bairu's eyes widened in astonishment. In the land of water, the rising sun illuminated the undulating mountains, heralding a new future for the nation. The people gazed toward the site where the sealing shrine once stood. After a night of chaos, it had transformed into a new volcano, billowing thick smoke from its crater. Well, although we unexpectedly encountered 2 rogue ninjas, it fortunately did not hinder the completion of our mission. Such an outcome is rather commendable, Kakashi remarked nonchalantly. However, no one responded to his comment, as everyone's attention was focused on Naruto. Under Sakura's care, Naruto's injuries had completely healed. Yet, as the one who safeguarded the priestess and vanquished the specters, he did not wear his usual sunny smile, but instead sat on the ground, lost in thought as he gazed into the distance. Shikamaru approached and sat beside Naruto. Naruto, Sasuke is no longer the person we once knew. Chapter 66, The Technique of the Demon Seed in Hand, Part 1. Indeed, he has likely been consumed by hatred. Becoming ruthless in his pursuits, Neji added as he joined them. Naruto, observing his friend's misconceptions about Sasuke, longed to clarify that Sasuke had not changed. He had not been ensnared by hatred, but had merely placed an excessive emphasis on power. Yet, he remained silent, fully aware of the words Sasuke had shared with him at the Valley of the End, and the visions he had witnessed in that final moment. Secret Sasuke had chosen to confide in him alone, which he vowed to keep. But why Sasuke? Must you take Bairu through such convoluted means? Why not simply articulate your intentions? I would not obstruct you. This only deepens the misunderstandings others hold against you. Naruto, do not dwell in despair any longer. Is it not your dream to become Hokage? Though he sensed that speaking these words might lead to complications, he felt compelled to express them. Shikamaru observed Naruto's lack of substantial reaction and continued, abandon your naive expectations of Sasuke. I understand your deep bond with him. especially since you were so concerned about him back in the Ninja Academy and later when you were placed in the same class again. However, from the moment he failed to complete that mission and chose to abandon the village, he has been deemed a rogue ninja. Now, he has taken another rogue ninja with him, alongside Orochimaru. The convergence of these three perilous rogue ninjas cannot bode well. Our village may very well be on the brink of crisis. As an accomplished ninja, you should be aware of what is required of you. Your friend Gaara has ascended to the position of Kazekage, and he believes that one day you will achieve the title of Hokage as well. Do not let his expectations down. Such sentiments have already been expressed to me multiple times by the perverted sage. Thank you, Shikamaru, and everyone else for your concern. My aspiration has always been to become Hokage. I have never forgotten that. I will strive relentlessly towards this goal, seeking the acknowledgement of all. Moreover, Naruto stood up, readying the forehead protector he had removed while healing, his azure eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. The mission to bring Sasuke back is far from over. Regardless of whether he is still the same or what he has become, I will not abandon him. I will bring him back, come what may. Shikamaru sighed and also rose to his feet. I knew it would turn out this way. It's quite troublesome, but I suppose this is your foolish style. It seems your friend's destiny now rests in your hands, Naruto. Cheyenne approached Naruto, her gaze fixed on the horizon where the sun was rising, bathing everyone in the warmth of newfound hope. Kakashi pressed his hand against his left temple, still recovering from the exertion of using Kamui multiple times during the battle for the Kazekage's retrieval. Watching everyone revitalized filled him with solace. And he silently resolved, Naruto and Sakura might find it hard to take decisive action, so if we encounter Sasuke again, I shall handle it myself. This is my duty as a teacher. A gentle breeze caressed their faces. It seemed that even the air had become much fresher since the defeat of the malevolent spirit. Well then, is the Shrine Maiden's work done? Naruto inquired. No. I will continue to serve as a Shrine Maiden. From the essence of the malevolent spirit, I discovered that its origin lies in the darkness of the human heart. Thus, no one can guarantee that a second or third malevolent spirit will not emerge in the future. Cheyenne blinked her slightly violet eyes, adding, especially for the lower-ranked ninjas. You must remain vigilant. I will no longer perceive fate as a curse. Being a priestess is not merely my occupation, but my obligation and indeed my calling. Thus, I must pass this power to the next priestess. So, Naruto, might you lend me your strength? Shocking as it was, Cheyenne's blatant implication left Kakashi, Sakura, and Lee flustered and blushing, having grasped her meaning. Naruto gazed into the distant sky, where he vaguely perceived an eagle soaring majestically. For such a life is inherently destined for the heavens. A calling, you ask? He turned to Cheyenne and gave her a thumbs up, his clear eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. Devoid of any impurities, absolutely. I will lend you as much as you need. The others face-bombed in unison, realizing the two were clearly not on the same wavelength. In a secluded area on the border of the Land of Fire, Orochimaru contemplated the three scrolls in his possession, reflecting on his prior conversation with Sasuke. Now, let us discuss the collaboration between you and me, Uchiha Sasuke. Do you harbor ulterior motives? Ulterior motives? Perhaps, but it depends on your interpretation. Orochimaru has perfected a forbidden technique known as impure world reincarnation, which allows him to transfer his consciousness into another's body, the vessel, thereby attaining eternal life. However, the spirit of the vessel does not simply vanish. Each time Orochimaru reincarnates, he must obliterate or consume the original spirit to truly claim ownership of that body. This signifies that, while the likelihood of the vessel's survival is minimal, it is not entirely non-existent. Should the vessel's spirit manage to triumph over Orochimaru's, it would inherit all of his memories and powers. And I am the chosen next vessel for his reincarnation. He has set his sights on my body, and I have sought him out in pursuit of power. Sasuke articulated the horrifying truth with an indifferent demeanor, as if he were merely a detached observer. From the outset, my relationship with Orochimaru resembled a wager, an unspoken agreement between us both, whether I could grow beyond his capabilities before his next reincarnation. The victor of this gamble would claim everything from the loser, embodying the principle of all or nothing. So, you wish to secretly master my ghost bud technique to enhance your odds? But why would I assist you? Your life and death struggles among the prodigies hold no significance for me. I do not consider myself a genius. My previous claims were mere rhetoric. If I have offended you, I now extend my apologies. I am acutely aware of my own limitations, possessing merely a wealth of knowledge and a stroke of fortune from a favorable lineage. It is precisely because I recognize my shortcomings Knowing I fall short when compared to true geniuses, that I seek your strength and desire collaboration to confront the genuine talents. Bolu, have you not always aspired to prove that you can surpass genius? Now, the opportunity lies before you. Chapter 67. The Acquisition of the Ghost Bud Technique. Part 2. Orochimaru's aptitude is arguably the finest among the legendary Sannin, a testament to his genius. He meticulously nurtured me to mold me into his envisioned creation, only to eventually consume me. Should you impart the Ghost Bud Technique to me, I would indeed become half your disciple, just as I wagered with Orochimaru over who would claim everything. You too may engage him in a wager. Can he still devour what he has painstakingly cultivated over 3 years, encountering me along the way? I am your stake. What do you think? If I were to tragically lose, we would both suffer total defeat. Yet, if I were to triumph, it would demonstrate that the strategies of an ordinary person can overturn the board of a genius. Through me, you could genuinely prove that, as an ordinary individual, you have surpassed the genius Orochimaru. Bolu chuckled, not with the previous manic laughter, but with an excited yet serene smile. It is quite impressive that you devised such a method to persuade me, willing to stake your own being. Uchiha Sasuke, your determination to acquire my Ghost Bud Technique knows no bounds. However, this also signifies that in order to fulfill your ambitions, my creation holds an indispensable position, to the extent that it is essential. To be candid, I have never received such a level of recognition before. You are correct. The wager you propose does indeed intrigue me, not out of a desire to prove myself superior to Orochimaru, but because it would be a shame for someone like you to perish at his hands. You are worthy of my Ghost Bud. Bolu's thoughts drifted back, and ultimately, he handed the 3 scrolls to Sasuke, who stood beside him. The first scroll contained the comprehensive details of the technique I devised, known as the Ghost Bud Technique. The second scroll outlined the cultivation methods necessary for the active black buds required for the technique. Lastly, the third scroll was a sealing scroll, within which some active black buds were preserved, ready for immediate use. Sasuke received the scrolls, conducted a cursory examination, and then tucked them away. Thank you, he said. However, Bairuhu remarked, having brought you this far, I anticipated that upon revealing them, you would seize them at once. Since you wish to deliberate further, I shall allow you the time to contemplate thoroughly. Should you decide to bestow them upon me, it would save me considerable effort. If not, I can always resort to taking them by force later. Sasuke speaks candidly, revealing his desires without the slightest concealment, much like a serpent, more venomous than Orochimaru himself. As the saying goes, blue comes from indigo, and thus it is fitting. I shall not take your possessions without cause. Within this confinement lies a ninja endowed with the rare ice release Kekkei Genkai. Though he has perished, I have managed to preserve the vitality of his body, sealing him away. In simpler terms, while this individual lacks consciousness, his body remains alive, and the Kekkei Genkai endures, serving as a target for your technique. Kigaro. Sasuke retrieved the sealing scroll he had previously extracted during battle. Within it lay the true sealed item, a mindless clone of white. This was something Sasuke had taken from the depths of his consciousness, from the clone laboratory, during his journey to the land of demons. Initially intended as a bargaining chip should Obito's terms prove unsatisfactory. However, it had become unnecessary, as the collaboration ultimately favored Sasuke immensely. It would be remiss not to offer some token of gratitude. Now, you have an additional choice. The final bloodline may not necessarily be the Sharingan. Obito accepted the scroll from Sasuke, yet remarked, I still believe the Sharingan is the best option. What should I do? Sasuke replied, if you are willing to trust me, wait a few years in return. I will provide you with a true clone possessing the Uchiha clan's lineage. After you consume it, I will assist you in awakening your eyes. You wouldn't be cloning yourself, would you? I must say, I look forward to it. Obito mused, who knows? But since you now have a better option, you should release the puppet technique seal you placed on Kakashi. A flicker of surprise crossed Obito's eyes, yet he said nothing further. With a series of hand seals, he lifted the curse he had cast years prior. I find your puppet technique intriguing, Sasuke commented. Oh, I have already granted you the demon seed technique. I am indifferent to these minor details. I shall teach you. After some time, Sasuke leapt onto the back of the ninja eagle, Garuda, stating, this matter is resolved. I must return to Orochimaru. He added as a final piece of advice, I have a premonition that the fourth great ninja war will soon erupt. When it does, all manner of demons and monsters will emerge, even with 4 bloodlines. You may not necessarily be among the strongest. Therefore, I advise you to remain hidden for the next few years. After all, You have entrusted me with so much. I cannot simply discard you. I would not wish to face an enemy wielding your own demon seed technique on the battlefield. Do not perish so easily. Farewell." With a powerful flap of its wings, Garuda soared into the sky, carrying Sasuke away. Obito stood on the ground, watching Sasuke depart. "You too. Do not fall victim to Orochimaru, lest I be left with nothing. Farewell." As Sasuke's silhouette completely vanished into the horizon, Orochimaru retrieved a fresh bandage, meticulously rewrapping his torso, limbs, neck, and the lower half of his face. He donned a new high-collared white garment, reverting to his customary appearance. Subsequently, he departed from this place, disappearing from view, and would not re-emerge in the public eye for an extended period. At Orochimaru's lair, he was taken aback to see only Sasuke return, his expression one of astonishment. So, even Sasuke has moments of defeat after all these days. It appears that this Bolu is indeed a formidable opponent, capable of making you return in such a manner. Sasuke delivered his report in a subdued manner. Strictly speaking, it was not a complete failure, but rather an incomplete success. He had acquired the technique of Oniyero as he spoke. Sasuke handed 3 scrolls to Orochimaru, having already transcribed the contents of the 2 scrolls on his way back. The active black bud could be directly cloned in the laboratory, rendering these 3 scrolls unnecessary for him now. Orochimaru did not decline their invitation, however, he had additional conditions. "Oh," Orochimaru casually remarked as he unfurled the scrolls. He wished for you to enhance his Oniyero technique, as he believed it to be imperfect. For instance, the ability to devour was limited in quantity, and achieving complete mastery required cumbersome rituals. Thus, he instructed me to present the scrolls to you. If you can improve this technique, he would willingly join our ranks. If not, then collaboration would be out of the question, and consider the technique a gift to us. He also asked me to convey a message. Orochimaru, you have lost." Orochimaru did not respond, but merely chuckled softly, his mind swirling with a plethora of new inspirations as he examined the scroll's contents. After a considerable time, he set the scrolls down, having gleaned some ideas on how to enhance Oniyero. "Since you have no further matters to attend to, I shall take my leave," Sasuke announced, turning to exit. However, keen-eyed Orochimaru noticed Sasuke's left hand. "You are injured? Surely you brought medicine. Why have you not used it?" "I forgot," Sasuke replied. "Is that so? Then you must tend to your wounds immediately." "Very well." As Orochimaru watched Sasuke's retreating figure, a complex mix of concern and delight flickered within him. It seemed that Sasuke's self-destructive tendencies had deepened once more. What had transpired? The day of reincarnation was fast approaching. "If you seek to relinquish your life, then grant me this boon. I shall use your body to vanquish Itachi Uchiha and ascend to the pinnacle of this ninja world." Chapter 68. The Target. Shinong Sasuke traversed the dimly lit corridor, illuminated only by flickering flames, and arrived at the chamber where Orochimaru resided. Orochimaru, covered by a blanket and propped against a pillow, appeared somewhat frail, while Kabuto stood attentively by his bedside, ever vigilant of Orochimaru's condition. As the adverse reactions from the phantom ghost pill continued to worsen, Orochimaru had reduced his normal activities, spending the majority of his time in repose. "You've arrived, Sasuke-kun." Orochimaru greeted as Sasuke entered. "What is it?" Sasuke inquired succinctly. Kabuto interjected, "The latest intelligence received this morning indicates that Konoha has suffered a bombing, perpetrated by the long-extinct ninjas of the Land of Void." "The Void Ninjas," Sasuke murmured upon hearing the term, foreseeing the unfolding circumstances. He maintained an impassive demeanor and continued, "What relevance does this bear upon us? Are you concerned for Konoha?" At this juncture, Konoha's fate was of no consequence to him. "The reason for summoning you, Sasuke, is not due to Konoha." Cough, cough, cough. Orochimaru's words were abruptly interrupted by a fit of violent coughing. Kabuto, observing Orochimaru's distress, displayed a flicker of concern in his eyes. "Orochimaru-sama," he uttered. "Sasuke, there is someone I need you to bring back to us." Orochimaru managed to suppress his cough and continued. "Who?" "A doctor. This doctor once imparted upon me the forbidden technique of regeneration. However, unlike me, he has presumably perfected the art of rebirth." Sasuke listened quietly to Orochimaru's narrative, affirming that his thoughts were indeed correct. "Is it feasible to bring him back? At this moment, I find myself in dire need of that technique." Orochimaru officially assigned Sasuke the task of acquiring the resurrection technique and retrieving the esteemed physician, Shinong. Sasuke nodded in agreement. "Certainly. But please prepare a full set of attire that can envelop my entire being, along with a mask." "Why?" The Akatsuki has attacked Konoha, and it is inevitable that I will encounter Konoha's ninjas while seeking out Shin. Given my sensitive status as a rogue ninja, and the fact that I previously abducted another rogue ninja, H-Key, right before their eyes, it would be most advantageous to return with Shin while concealing my identity, thus minimizing complications. Orochimaru acknowledged Kabuto with a nod, prompting Kabuto to exit and prepare the requested ensemble for Sasuke. By the way, there is one more thing I must convey. Should we acquire the rebirth technique, the potential to enhance the demonic illusion, hell-viewing technique may indeed become significantly greater. Orochimaru added. Sasuke was somewhat astonished, as he had not anticipated that the rebirth technique could serve such a purpose. The reason he had previously entrusted the ghost blood technique to Orochimaru was twofold. Firstly, to fulfill his obligation, and secondly, to ensure that Orochimaru would comprehend this technique and its underlying principles at an earlier stage, thus preparing for the future. As for suggesting that Orochimaru find a way to improve the ghost blood technique, it was merely a matter of hoping for a stroke of luck. Sasuke did not genuinely believe that Orochimaru could accomplish such feats in such a brief span of time, especially considering that the countdown to his own retribution had already begun. To his astonishment, even in his current frail state, Orochimaru was still able to orchestrate remarkable events. As Sasuke turned to depart, he glanced back momentarily as he stepped through the threshold. You should prioritize your own well-being, Orochimaru. Your health is deteriorating, yet you continue to dwell on various matters. Had I not intervened previously, insisting we relocate our position, would you not have engaged in a fierce confrontation with those Konoha ninjas alongside Kabuto? What benefit could possibly arise from that? Now, you find yourself confined to your bed. Had you disregarded my advice, your current condition would likely be even more dire. Am I to interpret this as concern for my welfare, Sasuke-kun? Unfortunately, the doorway stood devoid of any presence, and thus, no one would respond to Orochimaru's inquiry. Amidst a cacophony of resounding blasts, the remnants on the ground broke free from the earth's grasp, soaring into the heavens, transforming into a colossal aerial fortress. A shadowy figure seized the moment before the ruins fully ascended, leaping swiftly into their embrace, vanishing amid the swirling dust. Shinnong sat upon the throne of the central control chamber within the airborne stronghold, Ankabandian, facing the soul entrance, patiently awaiting the arrival of his cherished disciple. Yulio, after 14 years of intricate scheming, the time for reaping the rewards had finally arrived. His ears perked up at the sound of footsteps, though faint. He discerned the approach of someone drawing near. Yet, his gaze remained fixed upon the entrance, failing to detect anything amiss, despite the sounds indeed emanating from that direction. With the final footfall, silence returned, save for the ambient hum of the fortress's operations. Shinnong widened his eyes, intently observing the entrance. Convinced that something lurked in the shadows, this manner of approach could not belong to Yulio or the others, nor would my subordinates act in such a manner. I cannot afford to linger. Yulio and the others will arrive soon, and an unknown entity lurking in the dark could spell unforeseen consequences. Frowning, Shinnong resolved to take the initiative and draw this individual out, even if it led to conflict, by the time Yulio and the others arrived. Their astonishment at my survival would compel them to assist me in vanquishing this mysterious figure, given the trust we had previously established. Once we had eliminated this enigmatic adversary, I could reveal my true intentions without jeopardizing my plans. Rising from his throne, Shinnong prepared for battle, advancing step by step. A gentle visage, usually associated with a healer, now bore an expression of fierce determination. Hey, I see you, come forth. A shadow on the ceiling connecting to the entrance corridor quivered subtly. Shinnong was suddenly taken aback. His previous focus had been solely on the ground, momentarily overlooking the fact that ninjas, utilizing their chakra's adhesive properties, could traverse the ceilings. Now, the enigmatic figure, startled by his words, was finally revealed. He glanced in that direction, only to meet a pair of crimson eyes. Seated upon his throne, Shinnong awaited the arrival of his cherished disciple, eager for the final confrontation. His previously unfocused gaze sharpened, and the world before him regained its clarity. Had he been lost in thought? He adjusted his posture, sitting more upright. Come forth, Yulu. I have awaited this day for far too long. Alas, had there been a mirror before him, he would have noticed a distinctive red seal upon his forehead, gradually fading until it vanished entirely. Chapter 69. Shinnong's revelation. As the fortress ascended, Naruto and Yulu, positioned within the relic's interior, finally located the control center and hurried through the entrance. They beheld Shinnong seated upon the throne, directly facing the doorway. Naruto's expression was one of surprise, while tears brimmed in Yulu's eyes. Well done, both of you, Shinnong remarked, acknowledging Yulu's arrival with praise, though his calm demeanor carried an underlying implication. Indeed, upon seeing her master alive, Yulu could no longer contain her emotions, rushing into his embrace. I knew you could never die. You would never abandon me. She nestled against Shinnong's chest, and he gently stroked her hair. Yet his expression lacked the usual warmth typical of a healer. Why, uncle? Naruto was the first to recover from his shock. Noticing the peculiarities surrounding Shinnong's earlier act of feigning death, he inquired directly, Uncle, what is going on? Why did you pretend to be dead? Shinnong continued to comfort Yulu, casually explaining to Naruto, how can I articulate this for your simple minds to comprehend? He sighed softly, seemingly troubled, and proceeded, this airborne fortress is known as Ankabandian. Despite its fade as a relic, it is, in fact, the ultimate weapon of destruction, developed over decades by the ninjas of the Land of Skies. Ankabandian, he elaborated, means the royal fortress. Observing Naruto's bewildered expression, he revealed the true significance of the name. Say, Uncle, what brings you to their royal fortress? As the conversation progressed, even the somewhat oblivious Naruto began to sense the peculiarities surrounding Sharingan. After being struck by a barrage of shurikens, everyone had presumed him dead, even going so far as to erect a tombstone in his memory. Deceiving Sakura and Hinata by feigning death would be a trivial matter, especially with the use of a technique that could rejuvenate the body of a destructive organization. As Sharingan uttered increasingly unfamiliar phrases, Yulu, who had been lost in the joy of reunion, gradually regained his clarity, noting the oddity in his master's demeanor. Technique? Hey, from the very beginning, your words have been increasingly absurd. What exactly are you attempting to accomplish here? Did you infiltrate to eliminate those empty shinobi? A hint of mockery flickered across Sharingan's face. Perhaps it is time for you to awaken as well. With that, he ceased his pretense, rising from his throne and grasping Yulu's head firmly in his right hand, effortlessly lifting the shorter youth off the ground. I have no need to eliminate my comrades. With a swift motion, Sharingan flung Yulu away, prompting Naruto to rush forward and catch him. Sharingan held the headband he had just torn from Yulu's head, the very token he had entrusted to his apprentice during his feigned demise. It was time to return it to its rightful owner. 14 years ago, in pursuit of the Zero Tails technique, I, a wandering physician, infiltrated villages across various nations. Observing Yulu's incredulous expression, Naruto clenched his teeth in anger. You scoundrel! Have you been deceiving us all along? Deceiving? Such a naive statement. Are you truly a ninja? Have you never been fooled in your entire life? Sharingan retorted. After 13 years, I finally discovered the resurrection scroll for the Zero Tail within the Hidden Leaf Village, subsequently acquiring its power, the power of Dark Chakra. At the mention of this perilous term, Naruto instinctively prepared to rise, only to be halted by Yulu's plea. Wait, Naruto. No. Something is definitely wrong with Master right now, isn't it? We must heal him. Tears streamed down Yulu's cheeks as he spoke. Before Naruto could respond, the sound of fabric tearing pierced the air, reaching both him and Yulu's ears. Sharingan ruthlessly tore apart the headband he had worn for years, as if shredding a mere piece of scrap paper. What a pity, Yulu. There is nothing amiss with me, if anything. It is my past self that has been the anomaly. The fragments of the headband fell to the ground like refuse. When darkness takes root within the heart, allowing the Zero Tail to possess, one can manifest the dark chakra born from that very darkness. Understanding it is rather simple, despite the passage of 14 long years. Despair can seize the human spirit. When engulfed by sorrow, one may harbor anger and hatred towards the source of their misfortune, which ultimately gives rise to dark chakra. The reason your village was attacked was to enable the Zero Tail to possess you. Shinnong finally laid bare the truth of the assault on her village to Yulu. Master, you deceived me. This cannot be true. Master. Yulu felt her worldview shatter, desperately seeking Shinnong's denial. The master-student relationship is such a tedious affair. You fell right into my trap, completely utilized by me. Yulu seemed to lose her strength, collapsing to the ground, her head bowed, her long, bean-colored hair cascading down to obscure her despair. Tears, large as beans, fell incessantly to the ground. The relationship she cherished most was belittled by the very person she held dear. The mastermind behind the attack on her village turned out to be her own master. She had believed that she had received salvation from him that day, only to discover that it was he who had plunged her into the abyss. Just as Shinnong stated, when she was governed by sorrow and despair, dark chakra was born within her. As Yulu, engulfed in her turmoil, was cradled in her home. A futile attempt at comfort was made. Ah, Yu Lu, you would never doubt your savior. Shinnong clasped his hands, an unusual black aura emanating from him. I can feel it. How astounding is this dark chakra? Unforgivable. Naruto raised his head, shooting an angry glare at Shinnong. You scoundrel, I will never forgive you. Chapter 70. The Art of Vitality. Naruto stood up, charging towards Shinnong, ready to teach him a lesson. However, after just a few steps, he was abruptly swept away by a gust of wind, crashing into the inner wall of the control room before crashing heavily to the ground. Shinnong's white hair danced without a breeze as he slowly withdrew his right hand, which had been extended towards Naruto, revealing a satisfied smile. The power of dark chakra not only can resurrect the Zero Tail, but depending on its application, it can achieve even greater feats. As a vast surge of dark chakra erupted from Shinnong's clenched fists, his frail body underwent a remarkable transformation. His sinewy muscles began to swell, stretching his garments to the point of rupture. His once grizzled hair, eyebrows, and beard regained a lustrous blackness, an effect unattainable even through dye. The marks of time vanished from his visage, erasing the creases of age and leaving him looking youthful and robust. Witness this. This is the art of physical activation. With this ultimate physique, one can unlock all 8 gates, including the perilous Death Gate, in a single stroke. Naruto rose, conjuring numerous shadow clones that surged toward Shinnong, who was eager to test the extent of his newfound strength. Just as he felt a wave of drowsiness, assistance arrived in the form of a pillow. In this 8-gate state, Shinnong experienced a qualitative leap in his physical attributes, effortlessly dispersing Naruto's clones with minimal effort. As only one figure remained, a yellow-haired, orange-clad individual, it was, of course, Naruto's true form. Shinnong delivered a powerful punch to Naruto's abdomen, the force causing Naruto to expel a liquid in shock. Now you understand the significance of the ultimate body created by the art of physical activation. Without hesitation, Shinnong struck Naruto's head with a downward elbow, pinning him to the ground, and followed up with a kick that sent Naruto crashing into a wall, shattering it. Apologies. But mastering this tremendous power is no simple feat with newfound confidence. Shinnong returned to his throne, settling comfortably without the need to adjust his posture. It was indeed a seat crafted exclusively for one who possesses the ultimate body, a throne fit for a king. Beneath the fractured wall, a crimson chakra enveloped Naruto, rapidly healing his wounds. Understanding the value of those who offer warmth and redemption, as well as the profound sorrow that accompanies their loss. He empathized with the inner turmoil of Yuli at this moment, with his eyes transforming into crimson slits and 3 fox tails emerging from behind him. He rose from the ground, an overwhelming aura stirring the air around him. It is merely a peculiar technique learned. What is there to be proud of? Though I am not one to utter sentimental words, my affection for my teacher, comrades, and the lecherous sage is immense. Thus, you wretched scoundrel, if I do not utterly defeat you, I shall be sorely displeased. Naruto's foot struck the ground with tremendous force, causing fine cracks to appear on the surface, as a crimson figure lunged towards Shinnong with lightning speed. At last, you dare to unleash the dormant power within you. Allow me to test its true worth. Shinnong, filled with exhilaration, revealed a glimmer of interest on his face as he engaged in combat with Naruto in his 3-tailed state. Despite the brutal exchange of blows, the clash produced an extraordinary spectacle. Dark and red ripples emanated from their confrontation, creating an illusion that the very space around them trembled. As time passed, both Naruto and Shinnong sustained increasing injuries. However, Naruto was aided by the healing properties of the 9-tails chakra, while Shinnong stimulated his cell's regeneration using his physical enhancement techniques. The initial balance of power began to shift, and Naruto gradually found himself at a disadvantage, exposing a vulnerability amidst Shinnong's intensifying assault. Do you understand? Muscles are strengthened through the repeated cycle of destruction and regeneration. Shinnong retracted his right fist, charging it with energy. His muscles writhed and expanded, a terrifying sight to outsiders, yet one that delighted Shinnong. He unleashed the chakra generated by his ultimate physique in a devastating blow known as the Super Vitality Fist. In that moment, the dark chakra seemed to materialize, and Shinnong's right fist struck Naruto's exposed area with tremendous force. Boom. It felt as though the entire aerial fortress quaked. Naruto did not fly far, but fell beside Ryu, spitting out blood, yet rising once more. The area struck by Shinnong bore a significant gash, exposing his skin beneath the tattered fabric. Incredible. To withstand my ultimate punch and still stand. The crimson chakra mended Naruto's internal wounds as he formed 2 Razengans in his hands, charging at Shinnong once again. Humph, what ultimate power are you speaking of? I refuse to acknowledge it. Compared to the true warriors I have encountered, you are still lacking. Time and again, Shinnong knocked Naruto down with his vitality fist. Yet Naruto persistently rose again. Enough. I have comprehended your strength. Cease this now. The gap between us will only widen, and I have lost all interest in you. The increasingly one-sided battle had begun to wear on Shinnong's patience. He simply could not fathom how a ninja could rely solely on brute strength against an opponent he could not defeat. Had it not been for Naruto's remarkable resilience, he would have perished at Shinnong's hands countless times already. Coughing, Naruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Until I completely bring you to your knees. I will rise no matter how many times it takes. Enough, Naruto-kun, please cease fighting with your master. With tears glistening in her eyes, Yulia watched Naruto fight desperately. Throughout their journey, she had received abundant support and care from him and his companions. And it pained her deeply to think of Naruto enduring his master's torment for her sake. Chapter 71, The Man in Black. Yulia, it's all right. I feel absolutely no pain. Look, I don't have a single wound on me. In response to Yulia, Naruto flashed a radiant smile, one imbued with warmth and sincerity, devoid of any pretense. However, despite the healing powers of the Nine-Tails chakra, his dusty form, torn garments, and misaligned forehead protector vividly illustrated the brutal battle he had just endured. This scene caused Yulia to weep profusely. Just as she was about to speak again, Shinnong interrupted. Alas, it is my fault. What can I possibly say to someone like you? Master? Love? Let me articulate. Yulia's affections have ultimately yielded what? Undoubtedly, only suffering and despair. Enough. Naruto charged forward once more, determined to prevent the old man from further wounding Yulia. Bang. Naruto was sent flying again, but this time, Yulia caught him, finally revealing her anger towards her master for the first time. Not bad, Yulia. It seems you have finally experienced some genuine growth. Do not forget your hatred. Never forgive this old man. Haha. From her small bag, Yulia retrieved a sharp surgical knife, recalling her master's teachings. In this world, there are knives that take lives. But there are also knives that save lives. She gripped the knife firmly in her hand, remembering how it had once saved countless lives during her training under her master. Now, I will use this knife meant for healing to end a life. Her hands trembled as tears flowed from her resolute eyes. Yulia, as a healer, you need not force yourself to fight. Leave it to me. As long as I can breathe, I will not falter. Whether you feel sorrow or regret, it matters not. Allow me to bear it all. Old man, watch closely. I shall send you flying now. Behind Naruto, the chakra of the Nine-Tails began to manifest a fourth shadowy tail. As he struggled to contain the surging violence within him, it seems this is my limit. If the fourth tail fully emerges, I may lose consciousness. I'm sorry, Naruto. Yulia turned the surgical knife towards her own neck. Indeed, she could not bear to let this pure knife be stained with tainted blood. She slowly closed her eyes, contemplating. If the zero tail takes possession of me, then as long as I perish, it will dissipate. Farewell, master. Farewell, Naruto. Yulia exerted the last vestiges of her strength, plunging the blade in her hand towards her own neck. The sound of the sharp instrument piercing flesh was followed by a visceral spray of blood. However, the volume of blood lost, while not insignificant, was not that of a severed carotid artery. As Yulia opened her eyes, she beheld her scalpel deeply embedded in another's arm. In that perilous moment, Naruto had encircled her neck with his left arm, shielding her. No, this cannot be. You must survive. A decisive end is required, is it not? You haven't yet bid farewell, nor conveyed your true feelings to him, have you? It is time to speak to that person, is it not? Naruto retracted the terrifying power of the Nine-Tails, and with it, the rage in his heart ebbed away. Gently, he urged Yulia to pursue the path she truly needed to take. Yulia nodded, tending to Naruto's injured arm while revealing the sentiments she had long concealed. The first time she received praise, the first time someone guided her on what to do. The first time she contemplated her own beauty, yearning to understand the feelings behind his words, her mind was wholly occupied with thoughts of her master. She wished to be cherished by him, to be the object of his affection. She had always held the deepest admiration for her master. Ah ha ha ha. Shinnong erupted into laughter upon learning of the girl he had manipulated, harboring such secret and somewhat forbidden feelings for him, mocking her with unrestrained derision. Yet, It must be said that Yuli's confession momentarily ensnared Shinnong in a state of uncontrollable emotion, akin to the effects of certain controlling techniques. You scoundrel! Naruto, filled with fury and empowered by the Nine-Tails chakra, struck Shinnong's left cheek with a powerful punch. The abrupt force sent Shinnong staggering backward, while Naruto's shadow clone awaited him behind. The clone delivered a knee strike, further assaulting Shinnong's head, as surrounding shadow clones joined in, relentlessly pummeling him. Such twisted thoughts of yours, do not impose them upon others. People can indeed develop feelings for one another, a sentiment that can never succumb to darkness. At last, Naruto, alongside one of his shadow clones, unleashed the mighty Rasengan, striking Shinnong with tremendous force. The impact sent Shinnong hurtling across the control room, landing in a disheveled heap on the ground, unable to rise due to the severity of his injuries, which seemed insurmountable at that moment. Just as Naruto prepared to capitalize on this opportunity to conjure another Rasengan for the final blow, a cloaked figure in black descended from above, landing squarely between Naruto and Shinnong. This enigmatic figure was cloaked entirely in ebony, with a black hood shrouding his head, a mask concealing his face, and black gloves and shoes completing his attire, leaving no part of him exposed. While Naruto and Yuli were taken aback by the sudden appearance of this stranger, a sense of inexplicable dread surged within Shinnong. Without uttering a single word, the black-clad figure extended his open right hand toward Shinnong, as if demanding something from him. What he sought was the scroll I had pilfered from Konoha. Realizing this, Shinnong's eyes widened in alarm. Something was amiss. Why did I instinctively know what he wanted with such a simple gesture? There was a significant problem. This black-clad individual was undoubtedly a serious threat. If he desires it, I shall relinquish it to him. With this thought, Shinnong regained his composure, moving to a pillar situated behind his throne. He slid his finger along the surface of the pillar, which then revealed a hidden compartment, unveiling a scroll standing within. Just as Shinnong grasped the scroll, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. This was not the original scroll. Regardless, there was no time to ponder. He needed to deceive the cloaked figure for the moment. Chapter 72. Zero Tail. Shinnong pivoted, tossing the scroll to the black-clad figure, who caught it effortlessly, not even pausing to inspect it before stowing it away. Seizing the moment, Shinnong activated the mechanism within the pillar's hidden compartment, causing a square opening to materialize beneath him. It revealed a concealed passageway leading downwards, and Shinnong plunged into it under the force of gravity, the opening swiftly sealing behind him. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, and by the time anyone could react, Shinnong had vanished from the control room, leaving the cloaked figure to follow suit. As Naruto contemplated speaking, he realized that the room now housed only himself and Yuli. He approached Yuli and knelt before her, saying, "Yuli, I am troubled by that black-clad figure. I must pursue him, for my battle is not yet concluded. There is always time to relinquish the fight. But you must rescue the villagers, as it is the teaching of your mentor, is it not?" Tears welled in Yulio's eyes as she nodded subtly. When she opened her eyes again, only a resolute conviction remained within her gaze. Indeed, perhaps her master had changed, or perhaps her master had always been exploiting her. Nonetheless, she was, above all, a healer. The medical knowledge she had acquired and her principles of healing bore no semblance of deceit. A ninja must engage in battles with adversaries, and as a healer, she too had her own battles to fight. After traversing a winding corridor, Naruto finally laid eyes on a figure cloaked in black, standing before an entrance. He observed as the figure picked up a scroll from the ground and tucked it away. "Hello, I am Naruto," he began. But the figure leapt into the entrance before he could finish his sentence. "Hey!" Naruto rushed to the entrance, where he was greeted by a hemispherical chamber, its curved walls adorned with an array of incomprehensible runes. The fleeing Shinnong was also present, gazing up at a colossal, pulsating cocoon. This cocoon, semi-transparent and sand-colored, appeared to encase a dark embryo, surrounded by numerous substantial tubes extending toward the walls. "Ha ha ha! You all truly followed me here," Shinnong exclaimed. "This is a place where the chakra of the tailed beasts is collected, absorbed, and transformed into power. Here, any chakra you release will be absorbed as energy for Ankabandian, rendering your ninjutsu entirely ineffective." With his eyes aglow in crimson, Shinnong regarded the cloaked figure that had entered the room and Naruto, who stood at the threshold, a provocative smile gracing his lips. Enough noise. Naruto redirected his focus to Shinnong, leaping into the chamber as well. "It matters not if I cannot use chakra. I will simply use my fists to pound you into submission. Moreover, if your chakra will be absorbed, it will affect you as well. You too will be unable to use ninjutsu. Huh, how Navi. If it were that simple, why would I lure you all here? Shinong declared. Watch closely. Standing beneath the massive cocoon, Shinong spread his arms wide as the pulsating cocoon extended tendrils, ensnaring him completely, much like a hunter capturing its prey. These tendrils retracted, drawing Shinong into the cocoon. Do you think Ankabandian is merely an airborne fortress? This stronghold is an ultimate weapon capable of obliterating the 5 great nations in an instant. Before Shinong completely disappeared within the cocoon, his final voice reverberated through the air. The cocoon that consumed Shinong emitted a dazzling white light, illuminating the runes on the walls in a brilliant flash from top to bottom. Simultaneously, an immense quantity of chakra converged at the cannon's mouth outside the fortress. As the energy reached a critical point, a remarkably robust beam erupted from the cannon, striking a distant, uninhabited hilltop, accompanied by a thunderous roar. As the dust began to settle, onlookers discovered that the once proud hill had been utterly erased. Kakashi, Shino, Shikamaru, Sai, and others, who stood not far from the hill, witnessed the entire vanishing spectacle, profoundly shaken by the overwhelming power of the fortress's chakra cannon. What was this? After the initial strike, the runes on the energy core wall of Ankabandian dimmed, indicating that such a formidable attack could not be unleashed repeatedly without recharging. Now you have witnessed the might of the Sky Nation, haven't you? Once the 5 great ninja nations are obliterated, this colossal aerial fortress will reign supreme over the empire. Inside the cocoon, the embryo had fully transformed into an extraordinary being known as Zero Tail, characterized by a serpentine body and a masked visage, with the numeral 0 inscribed upon its forehead. Yet, Shinong's voice emanated from Zero Tail, revealing his fusion with it. What a jest! Such a thing cannot be permitted. Naruto, pulling two kunai from his ninja pouch, disregarded the motionless figure in black and charged towards Zero Tail. Fool! Countless pale hands sprouted from Zero Tail, unfurling like petals to grasp Naruto. Unable to employ ninjutsu, Naruto quickly found himself at a disadvantage against the overwhelming multitude of hands, and before long, he was ensnared by one. Meanwhile, Yuli finally located the prison within the fortress where the villagers were held captive, and Hinata was also confined there. The prison continually drained their chakra, rendering them nearly immobile. Fortunately, guided by Hinata's insight, she discovered and destroyed the crucial component sustaining the prison's function. Naruto struggled with all his might, but the grip tightened around him, threatening to crush him like a mere insect. What to do? Without the ability to unleash ninjutsu, I cannot utilize shadow clones. Alone, I cannot contend with so many hands. The tail beast chakra will only be absorbed, making him even stronger. Am I truly out of options? No, I cannot lose to such a person. This is not merely a matter between Yuli and me. It concerns the lives of countless villagers. I cannot fall here. I must endure, even if it requires sheer willpower. As Naruto contemplated his strategy, his limbs strained against the constricting grip. The bones in his arms creaked ominously, threatening to fracture at any moment. Will you not concede? Abandon your struggle and succumb to my grasp. The current situation is abundantly clear. You cannot withstand the hatred and darkness that dwell in the hearts of the people. Haha. Zero Tail mocked Naruto. Chapter 73. Uncontrollable. I refuse to believe it. Even on the brink of death, Naruto remained obstinate. Perhaps Zero Tail could take his life, but he would never be defeated. Emerging from darkness, he understood all too well the yearning for a ray of light that those engulfed in shadows experience. Even the faintest glimmer possesses the power to illuminate one's entire being. He knew that regardless of how tumultuous the darkness may be, as long as one can grasp a beam of light, even a mere firefly-esque glow would prevent them from plummeting into the abyss of despair. Thus, he could never forgive a demon that toys with the light within people's hearts. Zero Tail continued to jeer. Is that so? If the love within your heart could truly conquer hate, then that person would not have departed from you. Am I mistaken, Naruto-kun? Born from the darkness of humanity's heart, Zero Tail possessed the ability to pierce through the souls of others. Upon hearing these words, Naruto's eyes transformed into crimson slits, the chakra of the 9 tails leaking and being consumed by Zero Tail's outstretched hand. What exquisite chakra! More. I crave more. Within the ceiling space of the 9 tails. Little brat, do you not yearn to rend this tiny insect before you to shreds? If you plead with me, I can grant you the power you desire. The 9 tails leaned against the door, biding its time for an opportunity. I refuse. I will not grant you that chance, nor allow you to harm anyone again. Are you concerned about losing control, little brat? With your own survival at stake? Do you still have the luxury to worry about others? Who else is here to be harmed but your enemies? The Nine Tails lowered its voice. Yet a hint of malevolence flickered in its eyes. Even if you were to lose control here, what of it? Let chaos reign and obliterate your foes. You should recall Sasuke's words. His greatest value lies in power. If you are too weak to surpass this obstacle. At the very moment Naruto hesitated, the Nine Tails realized its goal had been achieved. For Fox Tails abruptly appeared behind Naruto, with a faint outline of a fifth tail emerging. The chakra of the Nine Tails surged forth, yet it was being drawn in by Zero Tail. Despite this, the space around them gradually became enveloped in red light. And Zero Tail's form underwent an abnormal augmentation. How is this possible? Is there a quantity of chakra that even Zero Tail cannot absorb? The inflated fox tail pierced through Naruto's hand, and at that moment, numerous chakra hands emerged from his body, launching indiscriminate attacks in all directions. The thunderous sound of the collision between the Zero Tail's hands and the Nine Tail's hands echoed incessantly. Despite their seemingly similar appearances, the outcome of their clash was overwhelmingly one-sided. As the Nine Tail's hands annihilated all of the Zero Tail's hands with relentless ferocity. After clearing away all the Zero Tail's hands, Naruto showed no signs of stopping. His frenzied assault wreaked havoc within this space, as if he would not relent until everything in this world lay in ruins. The barrier behind the Zero Tail shattered, severing the conduits connected to its surroundings, and even the Zero Tail itself was forcefully slammed to the ground. Ordinarily, the unrestrained Zero Tail would spiral into complete chaos, unleashing indiscriminate destruction. However, at that moment, it was overshadowed by a Naruto who was even more uncontrollable. Perhaps before the Zero Tail could wreak havoc, the Nine Tails would obliterate everything in this place, ensuring that all within this aerial fortress would meet their demise. Kill, kill, release all the darkness and resentment buried deep within your heart. Your parents were heroes who saved the village, yet you have endured nothing but disdain from the villagers since childhood. Is this the treatment befitting the child of a hero? Your few friends, the scant few who recognize you, are merely pitying you. Akin to how one might toss a few grains of rice to a stray cat or dog on the street, eliciting their eager, pleading responses. And you, Naruto, are but a plaything to them. Ahahaha. All the people in this world deserve to die. In the ceiling space, the Nine Tails bared its fangs, a sinister grin spreading across its face. Soon, this little brat is about to lose himself completely. He is on the verge of taking full control of this body. A hand clad in a black glove suddenly landed on Naruto's shoulder. The Nine Tails in the ceiling space gazed at the blood-red eyes that appeared before him. Feeling a profound shock, the fifth tail's phantom behind Naruto dissipated, and clarity returned to his muddled crimson eyes. Naruto's self-awareness was restored. I can control the four-tail state now. Naruto abruptly turned around, only to find that the figure in black had vanished. Sasuke, with the suppression of the Nine Tails lifted, Zero Tails unleashed a multitude of infinitely extending limbs, wreaking havoc within the confines of the room. Soon, Zero Tails shattered the walls, causing countless stones to tumble and rise dust from the ground. The rapidly proliferating appendages spread outward from the center of the room, and Ankabandian, who had barely taken flight, faced a calamity that could lead to its downfall. Many ninjas from the land of Sky, unaware of the impending disaster, were engulfed by the extending limbs of Zero Tails. Hurry, ascend in order. As the fortress began to crumble, Yuli, who had successfully rescued many, directed everyone to board the flying vessel to escape this perilous location. How can we make this thing take off? Yuli inquired of Hinata, who had already boarded the vessel. Hinata quickly pointed to a statue, saying, "That one. Activate the switch beneath that face-shaped statue." Got it. However, before Yuli could take more than a few steps toward the switch, a massive falling stone threatened to crush her head. "Yuli!" Hinata exclaimed in alarm. In that critical moment, a dark figure kicked the boulder away, landing behind Yuli. "You were that person from before. What happened to my master?" The cloaked figure remained silent, offering no response. Naruto, who had followed, saw Yuli standing with the dark figure and was about to speak, but recalling that his comrades were also aboard the vessel and considering Sasuke's sensitive status, he changed his words. "Yuli, hurry and get on board. Hinata, I just need to pull this switch, right?" Naruto-kun. Hinata nodded enthusiastically. Seeing Naruto safe, Yuli felt immense relief. "Yuli, get on board." Chapter 74. Fireworks. Yuli hesitated momentarily, asking, "What about you? Can you fly?" "I have other matters to attend to. You and the others should evacuate first." Naruto had no intention of leaving with the group. He chose to stay behind. Upon hearing this, Yuli felt a surge of anxiety. No, I want to stay too. That's not an option. I said I would stay, regardless of what you say. Before Yuli could finish her protest, the dark figure behind her seized the collar of her garment and forcefully tossed her onto the vessel. Quick-witted Hinata caught Yuli, choosing not to intervene with Naruto's decision, but instead offered her heartfelt wishes. Naruto-kun, please be careful. We all await your safe return. Understood. Naruto activated the switch, and the vessel carrying everyone glided along the mechanism's path, extending beyond the fortress. However, the hand of the Zero Tail had already spread to this side, threatening to destroy the vessel. The cloaked figure drew two kunai, one in each hand, and swiftly severed the limbs of the Zero Tail with a few precise strikes. With the final obstacle removed, the vessel unfurled its wings and successfully took flight, soaring into the distance. Well done. Naruto's voice of praise echoed from above as he observed the cloaked figure land on the glide path, seemingly unwilling to depart with the vessel. A Rasengan coalesced in his hand, striking the starting point of the glide path. Thank you, Sasuke. But I shall handle the aftermath myself. With a resounding crash, the connection point between the glide path and the fortress was obliterated by the Rasengan, causing the stone glide path to detach from the fortress and plummet downward, along with the cloaked figure standing atop it. The figure turned, and though his entire face was obscured, Naruto could distinctly sense the penetrating gaze that could pierce through the mask. Amidst the swirling dust, Naruto stood beneath the stone statue, gazing at him in silence, his lips forming words, "I will bring you back." Suddenly, as the cloaked figure descended, he vanished, leaving only the two kunai falling alongside the glide path. Just as Naruto began to grasp the implications of this, he was abruptly shoved from behind, followed by a fierce gust of wind. He was pushed off the edge of the fortress. Turning to his left, he saw the assailant, the cloaked figure, leaping down alongside him. "Hey!" Naruto shouted at the figure. "We can't leave the uncontrollable Zero Tail there. After it destroys the floating fortress, it will crash down and bring disaster to those below." The cloaked figure somersaulted in midair, facing the fortress with his back toward the ground. He removed the glove from his left hand, revealing a palm adorned with black cursed markings, extending it towards Naruto. "Is that so?" Naruto mirrored the motion, extending his right hand beside the figure's left. The chakra of the nine tails surged through him, and 5 long fox tails swirled behind him, vibrant and alive. His crimson slit pupils sparkled with youthful exuberance as he grinned. "Then let us create a grand firework together." Sasuke. The sage chakra intertwined with the chakra of the nine tails, forming an immensely colossal Rasengan, filled with red and black hues in their hands. Despite being two individuals with no familial ties and possessing entirely different chakra natures, they resonated perfectly in that moment, creating an invincible technique. Sage art, 2-in spiral sphere. A colossal spiral sphere ascended like a resplendent firework, striking the aerial fortress ravaged by the uncontrollable Zero Tail from below. With an earth-shattering explosion, the unmatched power of the 2-in spiral sphere obliterated everything in contact with it. The sphere erupted violently, causing the entire fortress to disintegrate, while the high-velocity chakra propelled countless shattered stones into the atmosphere, igniting a dazzling brilliance akin to a magnificent and spectacular display of fireworks. Celestial maidens scattered flowers, and stars fell from the heavens. How beautiful it was! Exhausted, Naruto gradually closed his eyes as he descended, the chakra of the nine tails swiftly dissipating around him. After enduring such a prolonged battle, he had reached the state of the 5 tails during the final moments of the Rasengan, and despite his robust Uzumaki lineage, fatigue had taken its toll. Now witnessing the annihilation of Zero Tail and the destruction of the fortress, the weight in his heart finally lifted, and he could no longer restrain his heavy eyelids, on the verge of succumbing to slumber in midair. Rain Lu aboard the flying vessel had been attentively observing Naruto's condition. Seeing him in such a state, she could no longer afford to be concerned about anything else. She donned the gliding apparatus equipped on the vessel and leaped into the air, directing herself toward Naruto. Hinata, too, had been gazing at Naruto, her curiosity piqued by the identity of the mysterious figure in black. However, upon witnessing Naruto's demeanor towards him, even without activating her Byakugan, she could surmise who it was. Since Naruto wished to keep Sasuke's presence from their comrades in the village, she resolved to remain silent about it. The brisk wind rustled Sasuke's dark attire, as he understood that Jiraiya awaited Naruto's landing below, leaving him with no cause for concern. Rain Lu finally reached a position directly above Naruto. However, due to air resistance, she could never catch up to him in free fall while wearing the gliding suit. Thus, without hesitation, she unfastened the restraints of her gliding apparatus. Now unencumbered, Rain Lu shot downward like an arrow, pursuing Naruto, leaving the gliding suit to drift aimlessly in the turbulent air. Sasuke sensed Rain Lu's actions, from the gentle breezes of past encounters to the recent moments with Zuo, Rain Lu, and the ever-watchful Hinata, even Shikamaru, Neji, Gaara, and the older generation of ninjas. Truly, he was deserving of the title the little son of the ninja world, the Konoha fox, as he effortlessly captivated both genders. Yet Sasuke understood that such admiration was unattainable for most. After all, not everyone could selflessly dedicate themselves, even risking their lives for a stranger. This was what he had rightfully earned. Having completed his duties, it was time to return to Orochimaru. As he fell, Sasuke adeptly executed a series of maneuvers. Summoning forth, summoning, Galdra. Suddenly, a majestic eagle appeared, catching the descending Sasuke and soaring into the distance with him. Chapter 75, The Way of the Ninja. Yuli gazed at the enigmatic figure cloaked in black, disregarding Naruto beside her, as she took flight on the eagle, letting out a sigh. Her eyes, nearly shut against the fierce wind, revealed an unwavering determination. Her purpose remained unchanged. Naruto will not let you face this alone. Adjusting her posture to minimize resistance, Yuli angled her body vertically downward, accelerating her descent. At last, she reached Naruto, wrapping her arms around him and holding him tightly in her embrace. The air caressed their flowing hair as they spiraled downward, drawing closer to the earth, akin to blooming lotuses. In this warm embrace, Naruto awakened. Yuli, stop being so reckless. Who is being reckless? She retorted playfully. She often heard Sasuke say the same, yet he always resignedly accompanied her in her whims. However, now she felt as though she were utterly alone. I won't let you be alone. Yuli tightened her grip. Companions? Below. The inverted Frosh Manta inflated his vocal sac immensely, and Naruto and Yuli landed softly upon it, as if upon a super plush and elastic air cushion, and scathed. Jiraiya, nearby, sighed deeply. Honestly, this kid. Yuli helped Naruto down from Manta's cushion, and their comrades from Konoha gathered around. Sakura, initially ready to punch the reckless Naruto, couldn't bring herself to do it upon seeing his exhausted state in Yuli's arms. Instead, she scolded him mildly. Other companions like Kakashi, Yamato, Neji, Shino, and Choji each voiced their grievances towards Naruto, yet their tones revealed their underlying concern. Hinata, leading the villagers who had safely landed, came to see the hero who had saved them, and upon seeing Naruto unharmed, they cast him grateful glances, feeling the warmth of his comrades' care. Naruto couldn't help but smile a genuine, heartfelt smile. Everyone. His master, Jiraiya, bent down, extending his right hand to lift Naruto, who was nearly recovered. Though your ninjutsu still has a long way to go, your unwavering spirit and way of the ninja mirror my own. You may be in disarray, but you did well, Naruto. Well, who do you think I inherited my ninja way from, if not the lecherous sage? Revitalized, Naruto radiated vitality, his forehead protector seemingly gleaming in harmony with his spirited demeanor, his azure eyes sparkling with steadfast resolve, as if reflecting the entire world within them. This is not the end. The path of perseverance I have inherited transcends mere tenacity. The tailed beast, the nine tails, emerged from the depths of human darkness and despair. My mission is to dispel this darkness within people's hearts. Even if this goal remains perpetually unattainable, I shall tirelessly strive towards it. The reason ninjas take on disciples is to pass on their own way of the ninja, is it not? Master, I firmly believe that an era of mutual understanding among humanity will inevitably dawn. Jiraiya's eyes seemed to shimmer momentarily, and he jested, Indeed, you are a fool. You have inherited none of my intelligence. Yet, unspoken was his belief that it is precisely because Naruto is an irredeemable fool that he has faith Naruto and Sasuke will encounter a fate distinct from his own and Orochimaru's. Naruto harbored thoughts that echoed silently within him, thoughts he did not voice. I shall no longer waver. Truly, my mind is somewhat dull, regardless of what transpires. Sasuke will always remain Sasuke. One day, I will bring you back and dispel all the misunderstandings others hold against you. Furthermore, you once told me that if I were to meet my parents someday, I must find a way to retain at least a fragment of their chakra. Though they have long since passed, your words inspire me to believe in the possibility of miracles. Turning his gaze to the sealed space where the Nine Tails resided, He addressed it, and you, Ninetales. The beast's power was momentarily restrained. Upon hearing Naruto's call, it remained silent, merely gazing at him with its beastly eyes through the seal. It must be painful, it must be tormenting, it must be filled with hatred. I sensed it when you controlled my body during our battle against the Zero Tails. Perhaps. Being born of darkness, the Zero Tails possesses the ability to perceive the darkness in others' hearts. In that moment, I understood your feelings. You are not a monster, are you? Like me, like anyone, you experience sorrow, sadness, anger, love, hatred, and loneliness. Having spent so long confined in this pitch-black seal must be unbearable. You cannot contain it. Which is why you yearn to escape. However, I grew up without parents, believing I was utterly alone. Yet, upon discovering your existence, I realized that even in my darkest, most helpless moments, you were always by my side, though I may not have known you then. Ninetales, you are my first friend in life. It is truly wonderful to have you within me. One day, I aspire to dissolve the hatred that resides in your heart. The Ninetales offered no response. Yet within its gaze upon Naruto, there lingered a hint of something more. Chapter 76. The grave beneath the lofty branches of a grand tree stood a modest grave, constructed from 2 wooden sticks bound together in a cruciform shape, accompanied by a small mound of earth. A blood-stained brown coat draped over the cross-like sticks fluttered in the breeze, resembling a guiding banner for the soul of the departed. Sasuke descended here. While guard took a moment to rest aside. From within his dark attire, he procured 3 scrolls. One contained the technique for corporeal activation. Another was a blank scroll intended for replacement. As for the final scroll, Sasuke cast it onto the ground beside him, simultaneously discarding a set of clothing in the same direction, then turned his back. Upon striking the earth, the scroll transformed into a figure, none other than Shinnong, who was supposed to have perished alongside Zero Tail. Shinnong abruptly awakened, realizing he lay on the ground, draped in a simple garment. What is happening? Was I not meant to control Zero Tail at the core of the fortress? Where am I? This is the place where your disciple, Yuliyo, erected a tomb for you after your feigned death. Dress yourself properly and bid farewell to your former identity. From now on, you shall belong to us. Only then did Shinnong notice a figure clad in black standing before him, facing away. Who are you? He inquired, hastily donning the attire and rising to his feet. What do you mean, I belong to you? Sasuke did not provide a direct response. Instead, he turned around, his blood-red Sharingan fixated upon Shinnong. Within Sasuke's illusion, Shinnong witnessed himself merging with the Zero Tails, commanding the fortress to unleash its cannons, only to be subdued by the tailed beast incarnation of Naruto. Subsequently, chaos ensued, leading to widespread destruction, culminating in a cataclysmic jutsu that obliterated both him and the fortress. You are Uchiha Sasuke? If these visions are indeed true, why do I still draw breath? It is because I employed a substitute to save you. That substitute perished in your stead. You ought to comprehend now that this life of yours was granted by me, and thus, you are to serve my purposes henceforth. Furthermore, do not misconstrue my words. I am not negotiating with you, but rather stating an established fact. Shinnong's brow furrowed slightly. Although he has regained his life, he was not one to express gratitude easily. Just as he intended to activate the 8 gates, he found himself unable to control his own body. Sasuke's eyes glimmered with a crimson light. It is regrettable. But before these eyes, your body no longer belongs to you. I recall that prior to the arrival of Rain and the others, you sought me out first. Was it then that I fell victim to your genjutsu? It appears you are not yet afflicted by senility. Otherwise, even if I were to bring you back to Orochimaru, you would hold no value. As for Orochimaru, what you desire is the technique of physical resurrection, correct? I remember the details of this technique. It can be inscribed onto a scroll, which you may take with you. As for myself, I am merely an old man and shall refrain from toying with you youngsters. An elderly man, muscular, and with a head full of dark hair am I? There is no need for such modesty. Your skills as a medical ninja are unparalleled. Orochimaru desires not only the technique of physical resurrection, but has specifically instructed me to bring you back as well. As I have stated, you have no room for choice. So, it seems I must accompany you, correct? Sasuke refrained from responding to Shinnong, seemingly growing somewhat impatient. With a sigh, Shinnong approached his grave nay. It would be more accurate to refer to it as a burial mound. He gazed intently at the garments fluttering from the cross, vividly imagining how his disciple had meticulously hung them there. Beneath the grand tree, amidst the gentle breeze, without the sustenance of the flesh-reanimating technique, Shinnong reverted to his elderly appearance. Yuliyo, was she not the disciple whom you have long exploited? At this juncture, Do you not feel a twinge of remorse for her? How could that be? Moreover, she is not truly my disciple. She was merely selected by me as a vessel to harbor the remnants of Zero. My intentions toward her have always been utilitarian, devoid of any genuine master-disciple bond. Is that so? Perhaps. Nonetheless, even within this fabricated relationship, she has undeniably acquired authentic medical knowledge and healing techniques. The path of ninjutsu that you fabricated, she has genuinely inherited, blossoming into a true healer. Thus, it becomes evident that the lines distinguishing truth and falsehood, reality and illusion, are not so rigid as to plunge one into despair. The murky depths of sin may yet yield blooms of purest white. Shinnong fell silent, perhaps due to the side effects of the forbidden technique, his visage appearing even more aged. It seems you are ill-suited to forge relationships founded on emotional exchange with others. Fortuitously, our association with Orochimaru consists chiefly of spies and rogue ninjas, a collective built on the foundation of mutual benefit, perfectly aligned to your disposition. One must acknowledge that if one cannot alter their environment, it is not imperative to adapt. One may simply seek a more comfortable milieu in which to thrive. If my memory serves me correctly, Orochimaru possesses a forbidden technique capable of reviving the deceased, does he not? You refer to Ito Tensei. Indeed, Orochimaru can perform this technique, allowing the dead to return to life, yet it necessitates the corresponding biological material of the deceased to resurrect that specific individual. Upon hearing this, Shinnong fell silent once more, merely exhaling a weary sigh. If your intention is to revive someone, rest assured that Ito Tensei is not your sole option. It merely depends on your willingness to believe in miracles. What? Merely jesting. The time draws near, let us depart. Sasuke raised his leg and walked towards an open area where Gadao was already waiting for him. Shinnong cast one last glance at his grave adorned with garments before ultimately turning away and following Sasuke. The wandering physician, Shinnong, who had spent 14 years traveling and healing with his small apprentice, the resurrector of Zero Tail, the leader of the Land of the Void, had perished. Henceforth, he would only be a medical ninja collaborating with renegade ninjas like Orochimaru. Chapter 77, The Moment of Backlash. At Orochimaru's stronghold, within his chamber, a painful cough escaped his lips, and he spat a small pool of blood. Orochimaru-sama. The nearby Kabuto, witnessing his master's frail state, could not help but express his concern and anxiety. He raised his head, directing a gaze filled with ire through his glasses towards Shinnong, who stood on the opposite side of Orochimaru. Did you not devise a method to utilize the body activation technique on Orochimaru-sama? Why does he still appear in such a condition? Unfazed, Shinnong displayed no hint of guilt. Kabuto, your anger is beyond my control. I have done everything within my capacity. In truth, the rebirth forbidden technique has significantly slowed the deterioration of Orochimaru's body. You are undoubtedly more aware than I of the issues plaguing his hands. I have imparted the complete body activation technique to him. However, for reasons unknown, he cannot fully harness its power independently. The assistance of an outsider like myself is ultimately limited. The fact that he has managed to withstand his body's rejection response up to this point is commendable, especially considering he is concurrently researching other forbidden techniques while battling illness. Without this rebirth forbidden technique, he might not have lived to see the day he could reincarnate again. Enough, Kabuto. Orochimaru interrupted, halting Kabuto's further ire directed at Shinnong. Despite his dire condition, the sharpness in his gaze remained, akin to a predator fixating on its prey, instilling a sense of dread. Dr. Shinnong has indeed exerted himself. You need not place blame upon him. I am acutely aware of my own circumstances. This body is nearing its limits. Cough, cough. Are you all right, Orochimaru-sama? Observing Orochimaru's renewed coughing fit, Kabuto set aside all else, focusing intently on assessing his master's condition. I shall be fine. Soon, this body shall be mine once more. The time for reincarnation approaches. Whether I am in good or ill health, whether I experience pain or itchiness, it matters not to me now, huh? After completing his examination, Kabuto remarked, Master, I fear I may need to administer a level 10 potion. Orochimaru sighed gently upon hearing this, then slightly nodded. With the given instruction, Kabuto picked up the used medicine from the table and walked towards the door, saying, I shall fetch more medicine. Please wait a moment. Shinnong, take good care of the Lord during this time. Kabuto opened the door and stepped outside, where only the sound of his footsteps echoed down the dimly lit corridor. Despite his body reaching its limits, he was still able to emanate such a menacing aura. That esteemed individual could exert such power merely through will. Hence, I am reluctant to leave Orochimaru. Having vanquished the Hokage and Kazekage, he was but a step away from bringing Konoha to its knees. In the face of the legendary Sannin Tsunade and Jiraiya, even while contending against both simultaneously, he had never unleashed such overwhelming presence and killing intent, yet now, at this moment. The growth of Orochimaru is indeed formidable. Not to mention the 5 Kage, once he acquires Sasuke's body, perhaps one day. Even the entire continent shall bow before Orochimaru. Kabuto's mind raced with thoughts as he continued onward, his figure vanishing around a corner. Unbeknownst to him, at the other end of the corridor, a pair of icy blood-red eyes flashed with an inexplicable emotion upon witnessing his departure. Inside the bedroom, Orochimaru clutched his chest, which was racked with pain, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. This agony was the price of reincarnation. However, such minor discomfort pales in comparison to what I am about to attain. Ha ha. Cough, cough, cough. Beside him, Shinnome, noticing Orochimaru's violent coughing, placed his hands upon him, channeling healing ninjutsu to infuse yang release chakra into Orochimaru's body, stabilizing his condition. Outside the tightly shut door, the sound of birdsong seemed to drift in, followed by a thunderous spear piercing through the door, hurtling straight towards Orochimaru. So this is a surprise attack. Orochimaru recognized it as Sasuke's Chidori sharp spear, yet instead of fear, a gleeful smile emerged on his ailing visage. Do you truly believe that I am utterly defenseless now? Body revitalization technique. Thanks to the forbidden techniques of regeneration and the assistance of Shinnome, despite Orochimaru's body nearing its limits, he was still able to forcefully awaken his physical potential through the technique of bodily activation for the sake of battle. Just as Orochimaru intended to twist his body to evade the impending strike, Shinnome, who had been performing medical ninjutsu for him, suddenly grasped him firmly with both hands, restraining him. Before Orochimaru could express his astonishment, Sasuke's Chidori pierced through his body, crimson blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, the yang chakra within him, which had been healing him, abruptly transformed from gentle to frenzied, wreaking havoc upon his internal organs. In this world, there exist blades that take lives as well as those that save them. Likewise, while there are medical techniques for aiding others, there are also those that can fatally harm. A torrent of blood erupted from Orochimaru's mouth, and within that fleeting second, he had sustained an irreversible injury. He struggled to turn his gaze towards Shinnome, only to find him expressionless, his eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Outside, Sasuke effortlessly shattered the door with his sharp Kusanagi sword and entered, maintaining his Chidori. His crimson Sharingan observing Orochimaru on the bed with the predatory gaze of a hunter watching its prey in its final throes. At this moment, it was time for Sasuke to exact his revenge upon Orochimaru. When did you take control of Shinnome? He has been by my side all these days without me noticing a thing. No, this is not an illusion. The dying Orochimaru finally came to a realization, recalling his vast knowledge. Puppet technique. Correct, Sasuke replied. Your reward is, please die for me now, master. Cough, cough, cough. Is this what you intend to do the first time you call me master? You have nothing left to teach me, Orochimaru. You are now weaker than I am. And thus, there is no longer any necessity for me to entrust my body to you. How bold of you, little fledgling of the Uchiha. It is truly a pity that this sixth serpent is about to perish at the hands of this fledgling. Chapter 78. Seizure. Orochimaru opened his bloodied mouth, an unknown entity suddenly shooting forth from within, lunging towards Sasuke. With his Sharingan activated, Sasuke easily evaded the ambush with a slight shift of his body. At that moment, Orochimaru's original form had become nothing more than an empty shell. Sasuke withdrew his Chidori and turned around, observing the black curse seal that had spread across Orochimaru's entire body. Faced with this astonishing spectacle, Sasuke showed no sign of surprise. This white-scaled serpent is your true form, Orochimaru, is it not? A colossal serpent with gleaming white scales coiled within the confines of the room. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that these elongated white scales were, in fact, a multitude of diminutive white snakes. The head of this immense creature did not resemble that of an ordinary serpent. Rather, it bore the visage of a grotesque human head, adorned with hair, its gaping mole revealing formidable fangs, and its countenance strikingly reminiscent of Orochimaru. Is this the ultimate form you have attained through relentless experimentation to transcend from one body to another? I must admit, it appears rather unappealing. Come now, Sasuke. Bestow upon me your body. The voice of Orochimaru emanated from the serpent's maw as it opened wide, lunging menacingly towards Sasuke. With a graceful leap, Sasuke deftly evaded the onslaught. Yet the multitude of small white serpents slithering from Orochimaru's form swiftly mobilized. No matter where Sasuke sought refuge, they would converge upon him in haste. After severing dozens of the serpents with his Kusanagi sword, an unrelenting tide of them continued to surge forth. It appeared he relinquished his struggle, allowing the serpents to envelop him entirely, wrapping around his body with relentless tenacity, leaving not a single gap. The coils of serpents resembled silken threads spun by silkworms, weaving a cocoon that bound Sasuke tightly. As the piercing cry of Chidori resonated, it was swiftly followed by the cacophony of flesh bursting. The lament of the thousand birds echoed. Black lightning erupted violently from the serpentine cocoon, indiscriminately assaulting the myriad serpents in all directions. With expanded wings, Sasuke, now in the second state of his cursed seal, broke free from the confines, leaving countless small serpents severed and scattered upon the ground, their remains painting the earth, while a mist of blood hung heavily in the air. Sasuke once again grasped the Kusanagi sword, infusing it with his chakra, and unleashed the devastating Chidori blade. In his cursed seal's second state, Sasuke possessed an unparalleled mobility, allowing him to soar through the air. In the blink of an eye, several sharp beams of sword light flashed by, severing Orochimaru's true form into fragments. Large portions of his serpentine body fell to the ground, and the dismembered Orochimaru collapsed helplessly, signaling the conclusion of this fierce confrontation, seemingly marked by Sasuke's triumph. "It is over. I have emerged victorious." Sasuke announced the outcome with a calm demeanor, yet his tone bore no trace of triumphant joy. He retracted the power of the cursed seal, reverting to his normal state. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee, while Shino collapsed onto the bed beside him. Their bodies succumbed to a paralysis that rendered them incapable of movement. A sinister chuckle emanated from the serpent lying on the ground. For the time had indeed come for its effects to manifest. The serpent's venom, upon exposure to air, would transform into an anesthetic, ultimately taking effect within their bodies. The head of the white serpent, relying solely on the remnants of its body, rose again, proclaiming, "I am indestructible. You cannot kill me." Its serpentine eyes greedily fixated on the immobilized Sasuke, as it lunged with its gaping maw towards him, declaring, "Very well, I shall claim your body." Beneath the abyss of darkness lay an endless, writhing sea of flesh and blood, where stood a youth clad in white, with flowing black hair, none other than Uchiha Sasuke. Entering this unknown realm, Sasuke displayed no signs of panic, instead awaiting the architect of his predicament to reveal themselves. "This is the alternate dimension within me, where the reincarnation ritual shall take place." A portion of the flesh upon the sea began to coalesce and swell, rising to the height of an adult. As the masses of flesh writhed, they transformed into Orochimaru, who announced, "It has already begun, Sasuke-kun." The serpent's tongue, unnaturally elongated, dangled above the surface of the sea. The position where Sasuke stood appeared to transform into an inescapable quagmire, with writhing flesh resembling tentacles winding their way up his legs. Moreover, numerous serpentine tendrils of flesh inexplicably sprouted from his body, gradually enveloping him entirely. Sasuke seemed to faintly perceive the souls of those previously resurrected by Orochimaru, consumed in a manner akin to this. Though his body was firmly bound, he still wielded the power of his Sharingan, the obsidian tomo slowly revolving within the crimson iris, reflecting the present visage of Orochimaru, the enigmatic jutsu of chains. In the presence of Sasuke, Orochimaru suddenly felt as if numerous wedges had penetrated his limbs, rendering him immobile. What formidable ocular power! Truly remarkable. It was akin to the moment he faced Itachi Uchiha. Orochimaru struggled to control himself, inching closer to Sasuke, captivated by the exquisitely beautiful eyes that drew nearer. His fleshly tendrils made contact with Sasuke's body, and he could no longer contain the elation swelling within him. These eyes are finally to be mine. Do not resist any longer, Sasuke-kun. I am aware that you do not truly wish to be in this state. It is merely the harshness of reality that compels you. Your heart must be weary, is it not? Fear not. You may rest eternally. Simply relinquish your body to me. I promise to avenge you against Itachi Uchiha, and I shall not indiscriminately slay those who do not obstruct my path. Come now, grant me your body, your eyes. Orochimaru alone can suffice to restore the Uchiha clan. A black cursed seal emanated from Sasuke, spreading outward in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire sea of flesh was engulfed in darkness. Orochimaru's movements froze. This is impossible. How could your consciousness corrupt the entire space? I had assessed it on Shin. Even as a legitimate Uchiha, You could not achieve such a feat. This surpasses the limits of a mere 3-tomo Sharingan. Even if I am reluctant, there are certain matters in this world that cannot be accomplished by another's hand. I must see them through myself, even if I am no longer the same. Tempting me to willingly concede is futile. You should have heard similar words before, Orochimaru. Before these eyes, all your ninjutsu holds no significance. From the very beginning, you possessed no chance of victory. From the depths of the abyss behind Sasuke, a magnificent and formidable dragon ascended, commanding reverence. Now, surrender all that you possess to me. Chapter 79. Seizing. Orochimaru could only watch in horror as the colossal dragon's head drew nearer, unable to resist. How could this be happening? I am the undying Orochimaru. How could I meet my end in such a place? I am meant to unravel the truths of this world, destined to attain everything. How could I perish here? The dragon swallowed Orochimaru whole, casually chewing before swallowing him down. There will be opportunities, but not at this moment, Sasuke murmured. Though the only echo in this space was his own. The dying sun bled crimson. This burning sunset ignited a peculiar sensation within many ninjas, as if something extraordinary was transpiring in some hidden corner of the world. Having procured the elixir, Kabuto turned a corner only to be startled to find the door to Orochimaru's chamber dismantled. He gently set the potion down on the ground, and then, moving swiftly and silently, he cautiously approached the door. Utilizing the wall for concealment, Kabuto peeked inside to assess the situation. Within the chamber lay the severed body of a gigantic white-scaled serpent, scattered across the floor, surrounded by a multitude of smaller serpent carcasses. The air was thick with the scent of serpent blood. Shinnong lay sprawled on the bed, while Sasuke, clad in white with his dark hair, stood motionless in the center of the room like a specter. Sasuke was here, along with the immense serpent's shed skin. Could it be that the Master's reincarnation ritual has concluded? What, then, was the final outcome? Sasuke suddenly turned his gaze towards the doorway. Kabuto, is that you? Upon realizing he had been discovered, Kabuto stepped forward with an air of nonchalance, regarding Sasuke with a look that bore a hint of curiosity. Without unnecessary words, Sasuke immediately activated his Sharingan, utilizing illusionary techniques to reveal to Kabuto the ultimate outcome of their deadly confrontation. The gravity of this revelation struck Kabuto profoundly, leaving him in a tumult of emotions, uncertain of how to manifest his feelings. Orochimaru is dead. No, it felt as if I have stripped him of everything. Kabuto witnessed Sasuke and Shin leaving Orochimaru's chamber, retreating deeper into the dimly lit corridor, and ultimately, he chose not to pursue them. Within a laboratory, Sasuke opened a unique cultivation vessel, lightly touching the peculiar translucent substance inside. To his astonishment, in such a brief span, it had indeed been modified, the Kagura technique. Orochimaru truly possessed a prodigious talent. Despite the body's rejection, he managed to achieve such results. Given this, there was no need for further delay. This would suffice. Meanwhile, Shin stepped out of the laboratory, closing the door behind him, and took his position at the entrance, vigilant. Sasuke approached an empty space within the lab, and with a mere thought, two unconscious clones materialized before him. A torrent of translucent, enigmatic substance surged forth, seemingly alive. As it enveloped both Sasuke and the two clones entirely, the new Kagura technique. Having acquired Orochimaru's memories, Sasuke successfully manifested the enhanced technique of Ji-Wailu, a translucent substance, accompanied by two clone bodies, coalesced around the dissolving form of Sasuke, who, in that moment, appeared akin to a black hole. Before long, the entities he had released were completely consumed by him, restoring his appearance to normalcy. He had perfectly integrated the non-rejection physique of Uchiha Shin with the bloodline of Kuruma Yakumo. This remarkable achievement was attributable to the formidable capabilities of Orochimaru's refined Ji-Wailu technique. The improved version boasts superior stability, allowing for the fusion of at least 5 entities without peril, theoretically limitless, contingent upon the caster's physical endurance, although limiting to 5 remains the most stable approach. Previously, to achieve a flawless fusion, one had to perform a ritual requiring the 3 conditions of heaven, earth, and humanity. However, this is no longer necessary. As long as the practitioner possesses a unique physique that prevents rejection or merges with an individual possessing such a trait, i.e., Uchiha Shin, the cumbersome ritual can be entirely bypassed. The rationale behind this is the incorporation of Shinnong's bodily activation technique within the improved jutsu. During the casting process, the practitioner cells initially undergo dissolution, transforming into a special state capable of accepting foreign genetic material. The new Lu, as a composite ninjutsu, will reorganize and integrate the genetic material of the fused entities into the practitioner's original genetic makeup, culminating in a seamless amalgamation. Thus, with a non-rejecting physique. The integration of foreign genetic material with the original will pose no issues, leading to a flawless fusion effect, as if the practitioner innately possessed the abilities gained from the fusion. Finally, the cells rapidly heal and regenerate, activating the newly integrated genetic material, allowing the practitioner to revert to their original form, thus completing the entire process. Orochimaru even cultivated a superior active bud to complement this refined technique. Sasuke raised both hands, and the water vapor in the air swiftly coalesced into two small droplets, floating delicately above his palms. The bloodline of the Uchiha clan is not overly difficult to master. Perhaps it is due to my innate proficiency in the art of shadow manipulation. Now, in this state, I shall prepare to face Itachi Uchiha in a battle of life and death. May fortune favor me. Having successfully liberated myself from Orochimaru's menace and flawlessly acquired a formidable bloodline. At this moment, Sasuke's demeanor was far from joyful. Instead, it subtly hinted at a trace of self-mockery. Sasuke emerged from the laboratory, where the figure he had been manipulating, Shin, still stood guard at the entrance. The crimson glow in Shin's eyes gradually faded as he finally regained his consciousness. He glanced around, bewildered, and realized that he was no longer in Orochimaru's chamber. How did I end up here? The reincarnation ritual has concluded. Orochimaru is dead. A brief yet profound statement from Sasuke sent shockwaves through Shinnong's heart. As I prepare to confront Itachi Uchiha for a quest of vengeance, I intend to assemble a small team. Will you join me? Even if I decline, will you truly let me go? I have come to understand. You must have manipulated something within me, for you possess the ability to control me at any moment, do you not? Upon hearing this, Sasuke formed a series of hand seals, thereby dispelling the puppet curse he had previously placed upon Shinnong. The tasks that required your compliance have all been fulfilled. You are now free. Chapter 80. The moonlit water of the ghost lantern, whether to accompany me is entirely your choice, he declared, before striding outwards. Sighing, Shinnong remarked, Indeed. It was you who brought me here, and now it is you who grants me my freedom. You mischievous spirit, having returned me to this place. You must take responsibility for this old man. With a shrug, Shinnong ultimately chose to follow him. In a peculiar confinement area, there resided numerous colossal cylindrical glass containers filled with a transparent liquid, from which bubbles emitted a soft, gurgling sound. An outsider unfamiliar with the circumstances might mistakenly believe this to be a water storage facility. Sasuke approached one of the containers, Suijetsu. To his astonishment, the water within emitted a human voice. Indeed, it is you. Your presence here signifies that Orochimaru is no longer around, is it not? Yes. Allow me to release you. As soon as Sasuke's words fell, he made no further movements. A large crack suddenly appeared in the glass before him, and the water within the container began to spill forth from the breach. In no time, a considerable pool formed upon the ground, and from within emerged a man with azure and white hair, violet eyes, and sharp shark-like teeth, his entire being radiating a pale luminescence. At last, I am free. Thank you, Sasuke, he proclaimed. Sasuke turned his back, casually tossing a set of clothes towards him. Mizuki, you're the second one. Follow me. The second, indeed. Completely emerging from the water, the ghostly Mizuki donned the garments provided by Sasuke and cast a glance at the elderly man beside him, realizing he was a stranger. This meant, I am not the last one. Yes, there are still two individuals to retrieve, Karen from the southern base and Yugo from the northern base. Are you serious? What is the matter? Oh, it's nothing. I simply do not particularly like them, and I doubt we will get along well. By the way, who is this old man? Mizuki inquired, pointing at Shinnong. He is a medical ninja esteemed even by Orochimaru. Do not underestimate him due to his age. When it comes to combat, he is far from weak. Sasuke responded on behalf of Shinnong, Greetings, I am the physician Shinnong. Years of medical practice had afforded Shinnong the opportunity to encounter a myriad of individuals. Upon facing Mizuki, he instinctively displayed a gentle smile, befitting his role as a healer. I am called Mizuki, the latter introduced himself, which served as a greeting, although he did not utter any further words. A whisper of doubt echoed in his mind, a smiling tiger. Despite Shinnong's seemingly harmless demeanor, being chosen by Sasuke to accompany him undoubtedly indicated exceptional qualities. Furthermore, Sasuke had previously remarked on his combat prowess, leading Mizuki to ponder whether this elderly gentleman was the type who, under the guise of healing, might strike unexpectedly when the patient was most vulnerable. Since you have emerged, let us proceed to the next location together. Sasuke walked outside. I must admit, I fail to comprehend why you chose me, and even more perplexing is your decision to select those two individuals, Sasuke. Sasuke paid no heed as he and Sharingan reached the threshold. Come now, there's no need to flaunt such arrogance. Water Moon suddenly transformed into a pool of liquid, seamlessly merging with the fluid beneath his feet. The room resonated with a sound reminiscent of raindrops cascading into a lake. When Water Moon re-emerged, he was pressed closely against Sasuke's body, one hand molded into the shape of a gun, resting against Sasuke's temple. Let us clarify the nature of our relationship, shall we? I must apologize, but your endeavor to rescue me is solely your affair. However, I never consented to accompany you willingly. Even if you were to vanquish Orochimaru, it would not incontrovertibly attest to your strength. Everyone is watching him, yet he favors you most, which is why he has refrained from confining you, instead allowing you to remain by his side, thereby granting you a slight edge in opportunities. Just as now, you have afforded me the chance to act. And if I so choose, your life could extinguish in an instant, Sasuke. Sasuke tilted his gaze, his dark eyes fixed upon Suigetsu. Then go ahead and shoot. At this close range, you shouldn't miss, right? Ensnared in a dilemma, yet still exuding such bravado? Suigetsu pressed down with force, seemingly intent on piercing Sasuke's temple with his finger. Suddenly, Suigetsu froze, as a palpable sensation of pressure emanated from his own temple. What? It turned out that his hand, shaped like a gun, had been pressed against his own temple all along. To onlookers, it appeared as though Suigetsu had just been released and was preparing to take his own life, uttering a string of nonsensical words that evoked pity for this unfortunate soul, who must have endured unimaginable torment to arrive at such a state of madness. A droplet of liquid formed on Suigetsu's forehead, its origins uncertain, whether it was water or cold sweat. You haven't activated your Sharingan. How have you managed this? Is it true that the Uchiha clan can only utilize Genjutsu through their eyes? Nevertheless, since you have no intention of accompanying me, I shall not insist. You are free now. I wish you good fortune. Shino, let us depart. As they journeyed, Suigetsu leapt from a puddle that Sasuke and Shino were about to pass. By the way, it was your team that defeated my esteemed predecessor, Momochi Zabuza, wasn't it? What became of his infamous sword? How about this, Sasuke? Tell me where the sword is now, and if I can successfully retrieve it, I shall assist you and accompany you. What do you say? Very well, follow me. Sasuke altered his course, heading towards the land of waves. Moreover, what about the clothes I previously gave you? Do put on some attire, Mizuki. The land of waves. Before the Naruto bridge, Sasuke stood below, gazing up at the grand inscription on the bridge, Naruto Bridge. The plaque appeared immaculate, seemingly as pristine as if it were newly crafted, undoubtedly maintained with regularity. Perhaps even after another decade or two, as long as this bridge endures, the plaque will remain forever fresh and unblemished. How delightful it is. Yet, I wonder, when we meet again, will it still be me standing here at Naruto Bridge? Such an intriguing name. Beside him, Suigetsu rested one hand on his hip while sipping from a beverage he had just purchased, remarking, "Isn't it said that Kisame was formidable?" Indeed, he was quite strong, especially in comparison to the me of that time. I recall the executioner's blade, which we had planted resolutely by their graves. Sasuke lifted his leg and walked towards the bridge, preparing to lead Suigetsu to the resting place of the two fallen ninjas. Their companion, Zabuza, had another comrade named Haku. In Chapter 81, at the southern base, before the graves of Zabuza and Haku, Suigetsu observed that aside from the two standing wooden crosses at the cliff's edge, there was nothing but emptiness. His previously exhilarated expression instantly faded. Is the executioner's blade truly here? Indeed. Then why isn't it present? Perhaps it was taken by someone else. After all, that blade appears remarkably formidable. Given the passage of so many years, changes are to be expected. I apologize, Sasuke. Until I acquire the blade, I must postpone accompanying you. Let us depart. We should head to a more populated area. I excel in illusions and can assist you in inquiring about its whereabouts. Before long, it became known that the executioner's blade had been appropriated by a confidant of the Land of Waters daimyo, named Daikinen. Beneath his fade as a politician lay the hidden identity of a bandit leader who had constructed a fortress in the forest south of the city, manned by thousands of mercenaries, making it seemingly impenetrable. The sheer number of mercenaries posed a significant challenge, even if I were to confront them one by one. My arms would surely grow weary. Upon learning the particulars, Suigetsu smirked, yet he bore no intention of surrendering. After all, with Zabuza gone, the executioner's blade rightfully belonged to him. Suigetsu Hozuki. Follow me. We shall retrieve the blade now. With that, Sasuke lifted his leg and strode towards the fortress constructed by Daikiten in the forest. Is it really that simple? We've traveled a whole day. Should we not prepare further? It matters not. Suigetsu, you and Sharingan don't need to engage. Merely consider this a leisurely stroll with me. Before the gates of Daikiten's fortress, the mercenaries on guard raised their weapons, their brows glistening with cold sweat as they observed the trio approaching with an air of nonchalance. Naturally, the mercenaries were reluctant to allow unidentified visitors into the fortress. However, those who had previously attempted to obstruct the trio found themselves collapsing to the ground, creating a most peculiar scene. Those who dared to challenge them met the same fate. This is the fortress of Daikiten, the confidant of the Land of Waters daimyo. Such insolence cannot be tolerated. Yet, before the speaker could utter any further threats, he too stumbled and fell, his eyes closing as he succumbed, never to rise again. Sasuke treaded over the fallen bodies, advancing leisurely towards the heart of the city. Any mercenary within a 10-meter radius of him would inevitably succumb to a deep slumber. Do not approach them. Use ranged attacks. Fire the arrows. Fire the arrows. A voice cried out, though its owner remained unknown, with a flurry of arrows. Countless projectiles soared through the gates, aimed at Sasuke and his companions, just as it seemed that the three unarmed individuals were destined to perish under a deluge of arrows. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The trajectories of the arrows that could have struck their targets became distorted, without exception. Ultimately, these arrows landed harmlessly beside the trio and the slumbering mercenaries, failing to graze even a single inch of their skin. Shueiwa casually placed his hands behind his head, trailing behind Sasuke. Goodness, not only am I and this old man out for a stroll, but even you, Sasuke, are merely taking a leisurely walk. I had anticipated at least witnessing a thrilling action scene. Shinnome, observing this spectacle, reminisced about his first encounter with Sasuke, when he had fallen victim to his genjutsu without any means of resistance. Perhaps he was indeed growing too old. And he couldn't help but exhale a sigh. Stop thinking about it. There is no way to defeat this young brat, even if I could open the 8 gates. What of it? Against him, I wouldn't even have the chance to make a move. The individual who had just shouted to fire the arrows intended to say more, but he discovered that the archers within the city had also collapsed in unison. His own consciousness began to blur, and he felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over him. Before succumbing completely to unconsciousness, he cast a final glance at Sasuke and his companions, who were still some distance away. It turns out, distance matters not at all. Thus, Sasuke and his entourage proceeded step by step through the gates and into the city, traversing the main thoroughfare until they reached the opulent loft of Dahei Tian Shan, leaving behind a multitude of individuals who had slipped into a deep slumber. Sasuke bent down to retrieve the beheading sword that had been gripped by a burly mercenary, presenting it to Suigetsu nearby. Even though the sword had been forcefully taken from him, the mercenary remained utterly still, having lost consciousness. Suigetsu, expanding his arms slightly to ensure a firm grip on the formidable sword, tentatively swung it a few times, the massive blade slicing through the air with a whooshing sound. Is this a bit too easy? Having acquired it with such ease leaves little sense of involvement, he mused. Well, since you've assisted me in obtaining the sword, I shall honor our agreement. Sasuke, where shall we head now? To the nearby southern base. The southern base. Ever since Sasuke's recuperation concluded 3 years ago, Karen had been dispatched by Orochimaru to oversee its operations. On this particular day, after managing the unrest sparked by rumors of Orochimaru's demise, Karen was preparing to take a moment of respite when she suddenly became aware of a chakra that seized her full attention. Could this chakra belong to Sasuke? She thought, promptly activating her Kagaya-S eye to perceive more intricately. There were 3 individuals approaching, the loathsome Suigetsu, an unfamiliar presence, and another who bore a striking resemblance to Sasuke, albeit with subtle differences from his former self. May I pose a question, Sasuke? Suigetsu inquired as they neared their destination. What is it? Why have you summoned your comrades? The organization that Itachi Uchiha belonged to operated in groups, and my gathering of allies is intended to ensure that my confrontation with him remains undisturbed by any outsiders. Shall we not assist you in dealing with Itachi? Shin asked. No need. I see. Seeking vengeance then? Sasuke and his companions traversed a series of small mounds, enveloped in a profound silence. Eventually, they found themselves before a grand iron gate. Upon their arrival, while Mizuki was still contemplating the door, assessing how many strikes of his decapitating blade would be required to shatter it, the sound of the lock being undone reached his ears. The gate swung open, revealing an empty expanse beyond. Let us proceed. Sasuke took the lead as he ventured inside. Hey, 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 are you a ghost, Sasuke? In the land of waves. I sense something amiss with those misaligned arrows. Don't tell me you just opened the door with an illusion. Who knows? Perhaps I am merely the spirit of one long departed. Chapter 82. The Serpent Squad assembles. As Sasuke and his companions traversed the dimly lit corridor, the experimental subjects confined within were taken aback, with some even recognizing Sasuke. The absence of Orochimaru among his entourage led many to speculate that the rumors of Orochimaru's demise were likely true. Before long, a girl with red hair and eyes, wearing glasses, appeared before them, hands on her hips, exuding a slightly arrogant demeanor. It really is you, Sasuke. I didn't expect you to come alone. It seems the rumors of Orochimaru's death are indeed accurate. Hey, are you seriously ignoring me? Shueiwei retorted. You may not recognize this old man, but surely you remember me? Orochimaru is indeed dead. I was the one who ended his life. I, along with Shinong and Shueiwei, have come to invite you to join my team. Karen stated as she led Sasuke and his group to a room suitable for meetings, allowing them to sit on a long bench. In simple terms, I seek your assistance. Karen, Sasuke articulated succinctly. Huh, why should I help you? Orochimaru entrusted me with the oversight of this place. Even in his absence, these experimental subjects still require supervision. Then release everyone here. If there are no prisoners left, there will be no need for guards, Sasuke responded, prompting a smile from Shueiwei and astonishment from Shinong, who marveled at the audacity of the young man's thoughts. I refuse. Besides, I have no reason to accompany you, Karen countered, her words betraying her true feelings. Very well, we shall not impose any further. We will take our leave. Sasuke rose abruptly and made his way outside, seemingly preparing to leave this place. Just as he opened the door to the room, ready to step out, Karen finally expressed her true feelings. Wait, I can help. Are you certain? Karen's cheeks flushed slightly, though the frames of her glasses obscured it somewhat. If you insist on my assistance, I am willing to accompany you. After all, I have grown weary of being a guard here for so long. Thank you. That is perfect. We shall head to the northern base together. As Sasuke exited the confines of the base, the prison doors along the corridor swung open one after another, and the inmates, in a daze, suddenly grasped their current predicament. They were free. So cool. Beneath the reflective lenses, Karen's infatuated gaze was evident. Sasuke was undeniably formidable. His striking visage paired with his immense power was truly captivating. For the first time in her life, she sensed such a terrifying presence of in-released chakra, so formidable that it suggested this individual could take a life with but a thought. Even Orochimaru did not exude such an oppressive aura. She cast a glance at Suigetsu and Shinong, who were also following Sasuke, feeling a twinge of annoyance. These two nuisances. If only it were just Sasuke and me, Alas, this was not the final arrangement, as they would soon have to accommodate the addition of Yugo, which was bothersome. However, as time unfolded, Karen's expression, once lost in fantasy, gradually turned serious. Perhaps it was due to her natural aptitude for perception, combined with her prolonged attention on Sasuke, that allowed her to sense a deep-seated sorrow hidden within his overwhelming and terrifying chakra. Why? In the land of fire, within the Hokage's office in Konohagakure, Naruto and Sakura observed the grave expressions on the faces of Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, and Jiraiya, the legendary Toad Sage. The previously light atmosphere had shifted to one of solemnity. Tsunade Baba, Jiraiya-sensei, do you have something to share? After a moment's hesitation, Tsunade addressed Naruto and Sakura. Indeed. There is a particularly alarming piece of information circulating everywhere. Information? This tone suggests what you are about to say is of great significance, Sakura remarked, her keen intuition piqued. What is it? Naruto echoed, curiosity evident in his voice. Tsunade paused briefly before continuing. Orochimaru is dead. Both Naruto and Sakura's eyes widened in astonishment. And it appears that it was Uchiha Sasuke who did it. Is that so? I knew it. That guy is so strong. He would surely be fine. Naruto was initially taken aback, but soon he felt a wave of relief wash over him, for Orochimaru had perished, which meant Sasuke would no longer be in constant peril of being possessed. Is it truly so? Sakura appeared to harbor a lingering disbelief. It is highly probable, came the assurance from a reliable intelligence source. Jiraiya's words provided a sense of comfort to the two. At long last, Sasuke-kun should be returning, right? Tears shimmered in Sakura's eyes. Although Naruto shared her hope, he was acutely aware that the path ahead would not be so straightforward. Tsunade dismissed her apprentice's conjecture, stating, "It does not seem to be the case." In the northern base, upon setting foot on the desolate island, Sasuke surveyed his surroundings and found that it remained unchanged since his last departure. Barren rocks dominated the landscape, devoid of any greenery. Karin, attuned to her surroundings, sensed the chaos that had engulfed the base, likely a consequence of the news regarding Orochimaru's demise. The guards had been completely annihilated, and the prisoners had escaped. "Let us seek out Jugo directly. I shall handle the out-of-control inmates," he declared. At the entrance, a throng of prisoners, transformed significantly and ensnared in the second stage of the cursed seal, regarded the approaching quartet with eyes brimming with ferocity and murderous intent. With a gentle wave of his left hand, Sasuke unleashed a torrent of Chidori, akin to a colossal wave, crashing upon all those present, rendering them incapacitated. As the Chidori surged past, the criminals succumbed to unconsciousness, their diverse forms gradually reverting to their normal states. After a brief interval, they would awaken and depart from this place on their own accord. Kill, kill, kill. Inside the most secure cell, Jugo heard the approaching footsteps growing nearer. The dark curse marks had spread across his entire body. The one who would open the door was destined to slay him. One by one, the four locks clicked open, and with a resounding clang, the heavy iron door of the cell swung wide. A tall man with orange hair, despite the heavy shackles binding his feet, lunged toward Sasuke at the doorway. Yet, as he reached Sasuke, his speed inexplicably diminished, and the curse marks that adorned him faded away. Suddenly bereft of power, Jugo stumbled forward, losing his balance as the shackles behind him yanked him back. Sasuke supported him. "Go, Orochimaru is dead. I have come to take you away." Chapter 83. Target Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke. Under the influence of Sasuke's Genjutsu, Go emerged from the uncontrollable urge to kill that had gripped him. He gazed at the youthful visage before him, momentarily transported back to their encounter 3 years prior, along with the words spoken to him by Kimimaro. Furthermore, he had barely had the opportunity to unleash any destruction before returning to his normal state, which served as undeniable evidence of Sasuke's complete mastery over him. Thus, without much hesitation, Go consented to join Sasuke's team. "Very well, I shall accompany you. I am eager to witness the kind of ninja you truly are. You may find yourself disappointed. At least until that moment, I intend to witness it firsthand. You will not lead me to lose control entirely, will you?" "Never." By the riverbank, the experimental subjects previously confined within the northern base had all departed. Sasuke, Shinobi, Mizuki, Karin, and Go gazed across the sea. "Thus, all the companions I require are gathered." Sasuke addressed the other 4 individuals, stating, "Allow me to formally articulate my intentions. My objective is to eliminate my elder brother, Itachi Uchiha, a member of the Akatsuki organization, and thus fulfill my quest for vengeance. Naturally, the confrontation with Itachi shall be undertaken solely by me. Your role is to ensure that no one else intervenes in our duel." This evening, the 4 of them were acutely aware of Sasuke's purpose. Yet, the gravity with which he declared it sent a shiver through them all. Itachi Uchiha, the adversary he must vanquish, is simultaneously the last remaining family member he possesses in this world. How profound. As Karin listened intently to Sasuke's words, a flicker of insight illuminated her thoughts. She continued to keenly sense the lingering sorrow embedded within Sasuke's chakra. It dawned on her. It was for this very reason that he must slay his final kin in pursuit of revenge, thus the sorrow he bore. But even amidst such profound grief, does he truly choose this path, Sasuke-kun? A gentle breeze swept through, caressing the tips of the 5 individuals' hair. Strangely, aside from Sasuke, the others appeared to be frozen, rendered unresponsive to the world around them. Sasuke crouched down and placed his hand upon the ground, invoking the summoning, Jin. A tortoise appeared beside him, the very creature of his summoning contract. General the tortoise appeared somewhat perplexed by its sudden change of location, tilting its head slightly as it regarded Sasuke with curiosity. Sasuke gently caressed the creature, conveying his instructions through a subtle illusion. "Go forth." The creature nodded in understanding, climbed into the sea, took a deep breath, and then closed its mouth, descending into the depths. Sasuke rose to his feet, and it seemed as though time for the remaining four resumed its flow from that very moment. However, being extraordinary individuals, they all sensed a subtle dissonance. Yet before they could articulate their thoughts, Sasuke spoke first. From this moment forth, our small team of 5 shall be known as Snake. Let us proceed. Our singular objective is Uchiha Itachi. Inside the Hokage office in the Land of Fire, Konoha, Sasuke had become submerged in a sea of hatred. And one feared he might draw closer to the Akatsuki in his quest to slay his brother, Uchiha Itachi. Jiraiya continued from where Tsunade had left off. How could this be? Sakura exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. No, perverted sage. Sasuke, he has not been consumed by revenge. Naruto immediately retorted. Are you still so naive? Do you not recall the incident in the Land of the Demons? He wounded you and took away another rogue ninja from the village. Hoshigaki Kisame. He is no longer the same. Jiraiya gazed at his bewildered apprentice, who stubbornly refused to confront reality, his expression tinged with annoyance. Naruto opened his mouth several times but ultimately fell silent, his frustration palpable. He could not divulge Sasuke's secret, yet without revealing it. He could not convince them that Sasuke had not lost his sanity, that he was still the same Sasuke they once knew. In the face of such a tangled and complex situation, Naruto felt as if his mind were on the verge of overload, smoke almost rising from his head. And he could not conjure any eloquent words. In any case, I believe in Sasuke. I believe he has not changed. Naruto's azure eyes met Jiraiya's unflinchingly. And even Tsunade and Sakura, standing by, could feel the strength of his conviction, let alone Jiraiya. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened. Then how will you prove it, Naruto? Sasuke's actions have not gone unnoticed. How could you expect others to abandon their perceptions and instead believe solely your subjective feelings? Naruto paused briefly. Yet retreating was not in his nature. Sasuke was undoubtedly seeking Itachi Uchiha, was he not? Furthermore, the mission to target the Akatsuki organization was still in progress. Thus, if we were to locate the Akatsuki member, Itachi Uchiha, we would inevitably encounter Sasuke. Once we meet him, you shall all come to believe in him. Jiraiya exhaled softly. A mix of resignation and relief washing over him, his gaze losing the sharpness it once held. Foolish boy, let us proceed as you suggest, Naruto. Within the illusory realm created by the technique of the Phantom Lantern, 7 shadowy figures materialized around a flickering flame. Noticing that all summoned individuals had gathered, the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, with eyes that shone even in the dimmest light, spoke. I have an announcement to make. The traitor Orochimaru has been slain. The reactions varied among the group, yet most expressed a sense of schadenfreude, finding satisfaction in Orochimaru's demise, with some even laughing aloud. As discussions unfolded, they touched upon the deaths of Haiden and Kakuzu at the hands of Leaf Village ninjas, as well as Deidara's misfortunes at their expense, which nearly sparked a confrontation between him and Tobi, only to be halted by Pain. But to have taken down Orochimaru, that requires skill. Who is responsible? Kisame inquired. It was Sasuke Uchiha, Pain replied, his gaze fixed upon Itachi's Sharingan. Orochimaru was clearly my quarry, Deidara retorted, visibly displeased. Impressive indeed. No wonder he is Itachi's brother. Moreover, he is currently gathering individuals with unique abilities as companions, Zetsu remarked, his tone persuasive. Who are they? The former leader of the Sky Ninja. One of the Hozuki brothers from the Mist Village, a girl from the Uzumaki clan, and the formidable Jago, he continued. Oh, they seem quite intriguing, Deidara mused. A hint of interest creeping into his smile. Hey, senior. Please do not harbor such peculiar interests. I do not wish to be dragged into this. Tobi exclaimed. His reaction comically exaggerated. The Hozuki brothers, Suigetsu. How nostalgic, Kisame murmured. Itachi, Kisame, you must remain vigilant. They may have their sights set on you. The rest of you should also be cautious. Sasuke Uchiha might pose a threat as well. Pain warned the assembly, concluding with, now, Itachi and Kisame, quickly retrieve the 4 tails. We must seal it alongside the 3 tails. Understood. Chapter 84. The Search. In the ruins, Sasuke and his companions stumbled upon a store run by the elderly cat lady, which had once provided intelligence and custom ninja tools for the Uchiha clan. Here, they replenished essential supplies for their battle, such as ninja tools, medicines, and scrolls. Before departing, the cat lady could not help but remark, I have watched you grow. I have been familiar with you and Itachi since your childhood. I never imagined it would come to this. Now, only the 2 of you remain from the Uchiha clan, and you are forced to turn against one another. Must you truly seek out Itachi? Indeed, Sasuke replied. I have always been grateful for your care. Here is the payment, along with some items that the ninja cats adore, as a parting gift. With that, he placed the money and a sealing scroll before the cat lady. Farewell, he said, rising to leave with his team. The cat lady examined the sealing scroll and discovered it contained a substantial amount of high-quality wood tincture, enough to last her at least 3 years. Relieving her of worries about the main ingredient for her wood tincture beverages, her greedy little cats would surely be delighted. She remained seated, watching as Sasuke ventured further away. Resolutely and unyieldingly stepping toward an irrevocable fate, they are both such gentle souls. The figures of Sasuke and his companions vanished into the darkness, leaving behind only the echo of an elderly sigh amidst the desolate ruins. Alas. In Konoha village, under the gentle patter of rain, the members of the team preparing to search for Itachi Uchiha gathered at the entrance, cloaked in raincoats. The 8th squad included Hinata, Kiba, and Shino, alongside the new 7th squad members Naruto, Sakura, and Sai, led by the 2 Nin, Kakashi, and Yamato, totaling 8 participants in this endeavor. As the group assembled, Naruto exuberantly shouted, "All right, let us set off." Kiba, amidst the rain, remarked on Naruto's enthusiasm, such fervor, even in the rain. Hinata timidly added, "I will do my best." Naruto-kun, though her voice was so soft that it might have been inaudible to those nearby. Shino remained stoically silent, while the others from Team 7 had long since grown accustomed to Naruto's spirited demeanor and said nothing. At that moment, Tsunade officially issued the mission order. Now, I command the search for the Akatsuki member, Itachi Uchiha, with the objective of capturing him alive. Please exercise utmost caution during the execution of this task. Yes. In the land of fire, the earlier light rain had ceased. The Akatsuki's aim was the tailed beasts, and they had already acquired several targets. Thus, Konoha's Ninetales was undoubtedly among their objectives. This meant that Itachi, hailing from Konoha, was likely to appear here. We will split up into 5 groups to search. One of them proposed. We will reconvene at another marked location in half a day. If you encounter any members of the Akatsuki, break a piece of this bamboo stick, and I will hasten to your side. Sasuke spoke as he retrieved 12 bamboo sticks adorned with intricate patterns, distributing 3 to each member of the team. These specially crafted bamboo sticks were the result of Sasuke's lineage from the Akimichi clan, which possessed the unique ability to transform the intangible into the tangible, and were inspired by the shadow clone technique. Each stick was imbued with a miniature version of Sasuke's shadow clone essence, designed to draw minimal chakra from him. However, unlike true shadow clones, they lacked the freedom to move independently. Thus, should a bamboo stick be broken, it would signify the dissolution of its connection to Sasuke, allowing the embedded chakra to return with pertinent information regarding the location of the breakage. You may keep the extra bamboo sticks for any unforeseen circumstances. Manage them as you see fit. Now, let us commence the search. After Sasuke finished speaking, he turned away and chose a direction to search. Shin, Suigetsu, and CHG also determined their respective paths and departed. Karui followed closely behind Sasuke, hastily catching up to him. She removed her glasses and said, "Sasuke, as the member of the team with the strongest sensory abilities, are you planning to be lazy?" Before she could finish her sentence, Sasuke quickly interrupted her. "Huh? Lazy? I came along just to see if you needed help." Karui retorted, "You mentioned sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu. I've practiced diligently over the past 3 years, you know. If you continue to say I'm slacking off, I might get angry. If you're not being lazy, then hurry up," Sasuke replied. Karui put her glasses back on and headed towards the unchosen direction, muttering, "What a cold demeanor. He doesn't even look back when speaking to me." Yet, she couldn't help but admire his confidence. Once she was a distance away, Sasuke sighed in relief, thinking, talking to Karui is truly exhausting. I'd rather engage in a fight with someone else. Meanwhile, Yamato, Naruto, Hinata, and Kakashi's ninja dog, Akamaru, were conducting a search for Itachi. Traversing the grassy area beside the forest, Hinata activated her Byakugan and nodded gently. Yamato noticed Hinata's gesture from the corner of his eye, lowered his voice, and said, "Naruto, Hinata, do you understand?" "Yes," they replied in unison. In an instant, the 3 of them pivoted sharply and leaped backward, with Yamato and Naruto launching a few shuriken. Unfortunately, their sudden attack failed to hit the target, and the shuriken merely embedded themselves in a tree. A figure draped in a black cloak, revealing only half of their face, appeared before them, offering a smile that carried a hint of malice. The exposed lenses of the figure's glasses reflected light, exposed, Huh? You're Kabuto. Naruto recognized him. How bold of you to approach us alone. Are you here to surrender and be arrested by us? Yamato, with his roots in the Umbu, had no intention of being courteous to the spy Kabuto. I'm here to speak with Naruto, Kabuto stated. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately inquired, Hey Kabuto, you must know where Sasuke is, right? Tell me. Chapter 85. Myself, huh? Naruto, you're still the same? Always talking about Sasuke, Kabuto taunted. Unfortunately, he doesn't care to acknowledge you at all. Did you know that this might annoy him? It doesn't matter. Just tell me about Sasuke. And is it true that Orochimaru is dead? Ah, indeed. It was Sasuke who executed that deed. However, my purpose in seeking you extends beyond this matter. I have brought you a gift today. From beneath his dark cloak, Kabuto produced a black notebook. What is this? Within it lies the intelligence we have gathered concerning the Akatsuki organization. Why would you present me with such information? Naruto regarded Kabuto's actions with a hint of perplexity, for he had previously perceived him as an adversary. Yet, if there truly existed intelligence on the Akatsuki, Kabuto's actions could be construed as assistance. Hinata maintained her Byakugan vigilantly, yet she detected no concealed traps. It seemed that Kabuto harbored no ulterior motives, merely presenting his unadorned self beneath the cloak. Here, I offer it to you. With a flick of his wrist, Kabuto sent the notebook spiraling towards Naruto. Yamato, who had not relaxed his guard since the onset of this encounter, swiftly appeared before Naruto, extending his left hand, which had assumed a wooden form, to catch the flying notebook. Now that your leader, Orochimaru, has perished, do you seek to engage in negotiation with Konoha through this means? No, I do not believe that this item possesses sufficient value for a genuine transaction, particularly with the village hidden in the leaves. Yamato examined the notebook briefly, finding no apparent issues. His brow furrowed as he continued his inquiry. Then why is that? Unlike Orochimaru, you are not being hunted by the Akatsuki, are you? I am merely expressing gratitude to Naruto by presenting him with a gift. It is of no particular significance. After all, Naruto, you have drawn the attention of the Akatsuki. Gratitude? Since the demise of Lord Orochimaru, I have once again lost sight of who I am. I know not my parents, nor my heritage, having been taken in by others, and from a young age. I have lived as a spy, traversing various nations and shinobi villages until I encountered Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto spoke freely of his experiences, yet now, he found himself bereft of everything. What manner of person am I? Who am I truly? This agony of lacking an identity, you must understand it best, Naruto. Are you Uzumaki Naruto, or the Ninetales? In the past, you have treated others with cold indifference. Surely, you have experienced such doubts as well. Yet, through your own strength, you have valiantly overcome the gazes that regarded you as merely the Ninetales. Thus, you have come to recognize your identity and garnered an increasing number of companions who acknowledge you. However, I have no desire to surpass Lord Orochimaru. My initial wish was merely to serve as his subordinate, nothing more. But now, Kabuto turned slightly, removing the hood of his dark cloak and his spectacles, gazing upward into the sky. Today, I can genuinely comprehend your sentiments. It is you who has made me realize that I too aspire to become someone like you. Therefore, I shall strive to surpass the Orochimaru that has been absorbed into my being. After expressing his ambitions, Kabuto turned his face, revealing that the other half had transformed to resemble Orochimaru. The serpentine slit in his eyes and white scales fused with the features of a normal human visage created a most peculiar sight. Discover the new, more powerful version of yourself. It was you, Naruto, who provided me with this insight, and for that, I am deeply grateful. Lord Orochimaru symbolizes rebirth. He is the existence I must transcend, continuing to persist within me. Kabuto leaned to the right, evading Naruto's right fist. You should save your words for the village prison. Now, let us not delay in completing our mission. Naruto pivoted his left ankle to the left, shifting his weight, and as he twisted his body, raised his right leg, utilizing the momentum from his waist to continue his kick toward Kabuto. Thud. Kabuto raised his left arm, blocking Naruto's strike. Both Naruto and Yamato displayed expressions of surprise, for Kabuto's left arm was entirely covered in white scales. Had it not been for the visible structure of his elbow and palm, one might have mistaken it for the body of a white serpent. At least 30% of his body has been overtaken, Hinata concluded. Indeed, such terrifying vitality, Kabuto remarked. I merely transplanted a fragment of Lord Orochimaru, who was defeated by Sasuke, into myself. Yet, paradoxically, it is my body that is gradually being consumed by this remnant. While engaging Naruto in close combat, Kabuto casually explained his physical condition, appearing quite at ease. Naruto retracted his fists, seemingly preparing to form hand seals to summon shadow clones. Kabuto's serpent-like eyes narrowed, and his left hand launched an attack, interrupting Naruto's hand seals. Naruto was compelled to use his left hand to block Kabuto's assault, while his right hand swiftly aimed at Kabuto's face. Just as Kabuto intended to defend with his right hand, he noticed a shuriken shooting out from beneath Naruto's sleeve, hurtling directly toward his face. Despite the limited space to evade, Kabuto's acute crisis awareness, honed from years as a spy, combined with the calmness and agility of a serpent, allowed him to find the most effective response in a fleeting moment. He slightly shifted his head to the right and turned a bit to the left. The shuriken grazed Kabuto's left cheek, but thanks to the protective scales, he remained unscathed, only producing a few sparks. As the shuriken failed to achieve its intended effect, Naruto, showing no sign of surprise, continued to use his physical skills to restrain Kabuto's hands. Unexpectedly, the shuriken, upon passing behind Kabuto, transformed directly into Naruto. Though I am not particularly adept with these hidden weapons, I have been diligently honing my skills over the years. The real Naruto grinned before Kabuto. Rasengan. As the shadow clone of Naruto landed, it swiftly propelled itself forward while simultaneously unleashing the Rasengan. Yamato seized the opportunity, his form flickering as he appeared to the right of Tobi, employing would release to ensnare him. Hyuga Hinata, who had been vigilantly observing the battlefield, at that moment hurled several spinning shurikens, effectively sealing off Tobi's final escape route to the left. Front, back, left, right. Unless Tobi possessed the ability to soar through the skies or wield techniques such as Shinra Tensei, he had no hope of evading their encirclement. We got him, Naruto exclaimed triumphantly. Wait. Upon hearing Hinata's words, Naruto and Yamato swiftly redirected their gaze away from the bound Tobi, who had just been struck by a Rasengan and was ensnared by the wood release. Chapter 86. The Death of Deidara the Ninja Dog, Pakken, bared its teeth in another direction. Ha ha. The laughter of Yakushi Kabuto echoed in Naruto's ears, his once-worn black cloak now absent, presumably shed as a decoy left behind. Damn it. Hee. Once I fully harness the power bestowed by Lord Orochimaru, I shall return for you, Naruto. But before that, I must confront Sasuke, the one who defeated Lord Orochimaru. Farewell. In an instant, Naruto's eyes transformed into crimson slits. What do you intend to do to Sasuke? Yet, Kabuto had already formed the hand sign for the summoning technique. It was too late to intervene as his figure twisted and vanished from sight. Sasuke. Sasuke abruptly halted his steps and turned to gaze into the woods behind him. Come forth, he called. From behind a towering tree emerged Akatsuki, adorned with a mask bearing the swirling pattern. So you're Sasuke, he remarked. Indeed, you bear a striking resemblance to Itachi. This uniform. Are you a member of the Akatsuki organization? Sasuke, feigning ignorance, inquired knowingly. Yes, indeed. However, I am a newcomer and still require guidance, Akatsuki replied playfully. Sasuke abruptly lifted his head as two massive birds crafted from white explosive clay descended upon him from above. A light admonition from Deidara echoed, followed by a thunderous explosion. As Deidara landed, a satisfied smile graced his face. Splendid, he had vanquished Uchiha Sasuke. As the smoke dissipated, all that remained of Sasuke's position was a vast crater, with nothing else in sight. Truly remarkable, the senior had obliterated his foe without a trace. At that moment, the ever-observant Tobi swiftly interjected, but just then, his Sharingan detected a rapidly approaching figure. Wait, what? Sasuke's Chidori pierced through Deidara's chest from behind. By the time Deidara realized the impending danger and attempted to react, it was already too late. The dark currents of Chidori erupted from within him, creating a gaping hole in his torso, electric impulses coursing through his body, paralyzing every cell, rendering him incapable of self-detonation. Deidara collapsed to the ground. He was dead. In his final moments, he felt a twinge of anger at his own overconfidence, but more so, he was filled with regret, lamenting that he had not the time to unleash his ultimate art to let his life culminate in a dazzling explosion. Alas, how unfortunate. However, the fleeting life extinguished by another could perhaps be considered a different form of artistry. Senpai, Tobi exclaimed, grappling with whether this moment was one of sorrow or joy only he could truly comprehend. Having dealt with Deidara, Sasuke directed his murderous gaze towards the masked Tobi. The transformation brought about by the cursed seal's second state had already rendered Sasuke's visage somewhat grotesque, and with Deidara's crimson blood splattered upon him, Coupled with his crimson Sharingan and a bloodthirsty glare, the sight of the gruesomely lifeless body at his feet only intensified the dark aura surrounding him. Sasuke now resembles a malevolent demon, emerging from the depths of hell. What is this power in his eyes? It is clearly not yet the Manjiki Sharingan. Furthermore, even if Deidara could not entirely evade his ambush, it should not have taken him so long to react after being struck. Has he become so careless? The typically unrestrained Akatsuki member, Zetsu, found himself instinctively taking a step back. For the first time, he began to worry whether Itachi could still maintain control over his younger brother. Oh no, what should I do? My senior has fallen. What am I? As the sole junior, to do now? Sasuke took a step towards a Fei. I shall flee. The space surrounding a Fei distorted around his mask, creating ripples akin to swirling vortices. Sasuke appeared to be mesmerized by the unfamiliar jutsu, merely gazing at it without making any hasty movements. As Akatsuki's figure vanished into the swirling void, as the power of the curse seal receded, Sasuke returned to his normal state. Simultaneously, the ground that had come into contact with Deidara's lifeless body seemed to transform into a liquid, engulfing him entirely. Approaching the decisive battle with Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke would not permit any unforeseen circumstances to disrupt this confrontation. Thus, Deidara, as an unstable factor, had to perish once more. Beside the forest, only the enormous crater and the bloodstains on Sasuke's body remained, signifying that a fierce battle had once taken place here. Sasuke gazed expressionlessly at his bloodstained hands, lost in contemplation of unspoken thoughts. The twilight enveloped the scene. The 5 members of Sasuke's snake team gathered at a prearranged location. How did your search fare today? Shinong shook his head, indicating that he had found little of significance. However, as a healer, he keenly sensed that despite Sasuke's seemingly clean appearance, there was an unmistakable scent of blood about him, and it was not his own. Had he taken a life? Both Jugo and Karen also sensed something amiss. I did. However, discover several suspected bases of the Akatsuki organization, which I have marked on the map for more thorough investigation. Jugo handed the marked map to Sasuke. Additionally, Sasuke, did you encounter any enemies? I came across 2 members of the Akatsuki, and what transpired thereafter? Regrettably, I was unable to extract any useful information from them. I killed one, while the other seemed to possess space-time ninjutsu and managed to escape. Sasuke recounted the events in a tone as casual as if he were narrating the mundane details of his daily life. Well, that concludes today's reconnaissance for our team. Tomorrow, we shall embark together to investigate those suspected hideouts of the Akatsuki. Now, please don your new cloaks. Sasuke produced 4 cloaks, presenting them to the 4 companions. Why? The village of Konoha has dispatched ninjas to conduct a search, accompanied by scent-tracking hounds that remember my scent. Since you have been in contact with me, you may become their targets. However, there is no need for us to engage with the Konoha ninjas. We shall proceed as a unit, allowing me to continuously mask our scent. The cloaks you previously wore shall serve as decoys to confuse their reconnaissance efforts. Soon, the other 4 members of the team donned the new cloaks, while Sasuke collected the 3 old ones. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he shattered the last remaining cloak, its fragments not scattering, but rather converging neatly into his hand. CHG, I require the assistance of some small creatures, such as birds, he stated. Chapter 87. Variations. As the evening approached, Sasuke and his companions traversed the bustling streets, illuminated by countless glowing lanterns, teeming with people and the incessant flow of traffic, creating a vibrant atmosphere. For ninjas, who constantly tread the perilous line between life and death, finding a momentary refuge amidst the mundane joys of humanity is a rare blessing, an oasis of tranquility and happiness. Carrying a large, dark cloth-wrapped sword, Suigetsu leisurely sipped on his newly purchased beverage, a straw protruding from it, and casually inquired, "What shall we have for dinner?" After a brief pause, noticing the silence from his companions, he continued, "How about we?" However, his suggestion was abruptly interrupted by Karen. Furrowing his brow, Suigetsu remarked, "Hey, Karen, do you really dislike me that much? Are you always targeting me on purpose?" Adjusting her glasses, Karen replied, "No, it's not personal. I simply have something I wish to eat." "What is it?" he asked. "Let us go have ramen," she exclaimed. Sasuke raised an eyebrow slightly at the mention. "Very well. Did you hear that?" Sasuke has agreed. Karen boldly proclaimed her victory to Suigetsu, secretly reveling in her triumph. Indeed, 3 years ago, during our outing, Sasuke seemed to have indulged in ramen a few times. Through my observations and analysis, It appears that he genuinely enjoys it. Now, my conjecture has been validated. Splendid. I have uncovered one of Sasuke's preferences. Suigetsu pouted, glancing at the two who had yet to join the discussion. What about you? I'm indifferent. Having roamed the world for years, Shinobi has savored the myriad flavors of this realm. For him, all food is essentially the same. Raiga nodded in agreement. Noticing this, Karen adjusted her glasses, a gesture laden with unspoken significance. Although Suigetsu remained somewhat displeased, he ultimately relented. Fine. Ramen it is. It conveniently comes with broth, which can replenish my hydration. Morning. Konohagakure, Hokage's office. I've located the hideout of the Akatsuki leader, Jiraiya announced to Tsunade, who was seated at her desk. Really? Speak quickly, Tsunade exclaimed, slapping the table and standing up in excitement. Now. Don't be in such a rush. Haste makes waste. At such a crucial moment when we need to place significant bets, one must remain composed. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. How about we take a break and enjoy a drink outside for old time's sake? We can discuss it over drinks. How can I possibly drink during the day? At work? I am the Hokage. Inside the tavern. Tsunade, having long since discarded her earlier reservations, downed her drink in one gulp. So, the Akatsuki leader is in the Rain Village, correct? Indeed. I see. However, their scrutiny of entrants and those who linger is quite stringent. It is a rather insular village. Yet, given this, the leader of the Akatsuki should not be able to move freely there. No, in fact, precisely because the Rain Village is so isolated. Information within it is difficult to convey to the outside world. Geographically, it is surrounded by the wind, fire, and earth countries, which have historically turned it into a battleground. The external instability has also led to internal unrest. Thus, the nation has experienced civil war for a long time, splitting the village in two. Rumor has it that the leader of one faction is none other than the current leader of the Akatsuki. As Jiraiya sipped his drink, he shared the intelligence he had gathered with Tsunade. But these are merely rumors. Confirmation is necessary, given the circumstances in the Rain Village. It will be challenging to send our ninjas there to execute a mission. Under the influence of alcohol, Tsunade's cheeks were slightly flushed. Allow me to infiltrate and investigate. Jiraiya replied. What? Tsunade's eyes widened as she gazed intently at Jiraiya, fully aware of the peril that lay ahead. As dusk enveloped the forest, the memories of the shadow clones dissolved and returned to Naruto's original form. No, none of this is right. Damn it. Since yesterday afternoon, when Kiba and the ninja hounds detected Sasuke's scent dispersing in vast quantities from all directions, the Leaf's search team realized that this was likely a tactic employed by Sasuke and his companions to thwart their scent-based reconnaissance. Despite their efforts to search individually, their numbers were limited. Consequently, Naruto resorted to the multiple shadow clone technique, creating a multitude of clones to conduct a thorough search of the entire forest. Determined to explore every nook and cranny, as long as Sasuke was present, he would surely be found. Having tirelessly searched for a day and a night without rest, compounded by the fatigue from the shadow clones, even Naruto, with the formidable physique of the Uzumaki clan, began to see double. He raised his hands and slapped his face twice. Perseverance, perseverance. Feeling a tad more alert, he prepared to form hand seals and summon more clones, only to suddenly turn around, sensing someone watching him from behind. Who? A shadow stood behind a large tree, its head gleaming with two distinct red lights. Those were the eyes of the Sharingan. Sasuke. No, that's not right. As the figure stepped out of the shadows, Naruto saw the forehead protector of the Leaf Village, marked with a horizontal scratch, two prominent tear grooves on the face, and a black robe adorned with fiery clouds. It was Itachi Uchiha. Naruto readied himself for battle. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Tsunade, indulging in snacks and drinks until dusk, sat upon a long bench in the village, basking in the warm glow of the setting sun. The two elders, both over 50, observed the students returning from the ninja academy, playfully frolicking as they passed by. In their slightly intoxicated state, they momentarily glimpsed their own youth, recalling a time when they too were mischievous, surrounded by many companions and friends. However, as the sands of time shifted, little remained of that past. Now, only the two of them could sit on this bench together, enjoying the sunset. Even Orochimaru, once a fellow Sannin who mastered the forbidden art of reincarnation and was deemed immortal, had fallen at the hands of a newcomer to the ninja world, provoking deep reflections. The strength of those who commanded the Akatsuki organization was unfathomable. Venturing alone into their midst would be akin to courting death. Tsunade spoke with persuasive words, bolstered by the effects of alcohol, concealing beneath her straightforward tone a trace of resentment that was already difficult to detect. Well, I must take my leave. Jiraiya rose, responding through his actions. Do you truly have to go? Jiraiya gazed into Tsunade's eyes, which held a blend of confusion, anger, resentment, stubbornness, and a flicker of hope. His heart a tumult of emotions. The setting sun cast its warm glow upon Tsunade's face. Despite the sealing techniques that had altered her, she maintained a youthful beauty, showing no signs of the passage of time. Unlike him, Jiraiya, who had become something of an old man. Indeed, Jiraiya affirmed with resolve, you must return alive. If you were to perish, would you shed tears for me? That would bring me joy, though I doubt it would be as sorrowful as when I was lost. You rascal. Then let us place our bets on your favorite game of chance. Go ahead, wager. I will perish. Tsunade remained silent, her gaze fixed on Jiraiya. After all, you invariably lose when you gamble. However, when I return alive. Jiraiya and Tsunade locked eyes for a prolonged moment, and ultimately, it was Jiraiya who relented first. Haha, I was merely jesting. He did not resume his seat but continued standing, engaging in a lively exchange with Tsunade, discussing everything from the inspiration behind novels to the pursuits of men, and the responsibilities of the Hokage, the legacy of the will of fire. They spoke of Naruto, of his father and mother. It is in Naruto that I see the shadow of Minato. To me, he is akin to a grandson. Indeed, he has inherited everything, from the past to the future. The will of Konoha. As dusk deepened, the streetlights flickered to life, one after another. One last piece of advice. Be wary of those from the root. Understood. With that, Jiraiya turned, shouldering the enormous scroll he had previously set down, and began his journey toward the horizon where the sun was about to vanish completely. I am off now. Farewell. Tsunade watched Jiraiya's departing figure, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. If only that were not a sunset, but a sunrise. Chapter 88. Entrustment in the desolate northern base. The tortoise sage emerged from the sea, making his way toward the now empty prison on the isolated island, illuminated by the setting sun. In the forest, Naruto and Itachi faced each other from a distance. Have you come to capture me? Naruto spoke first, recalling Chiyo's words, when confronting an opponent with Sharingan. In a one-on-one confrontation, retreat is essential. At present, he finds himself in a one-on-one confrontation with Itachi. However, the object of Sasuke's vengeance stands before him, and he neither desires nor intends to flee. Thus, he resorts to the technique of multiple shadow clones. Amidst the throngs of people, Uchiha Itachi remains unfazed. You need not harbor such animosity. I merely wish to converse with you. Converse? I have nothing to discuss with you, the villain. Yet, if I can capture you, I will finally meet Sasuke. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto outrightly declined, and his shadow clones charged forth. Meanwhile, he pondered, in a two-on-one scenario, they must strike from behind. However, for Itachi, even the slightest movement of his fingers after forming hand seals could ensnare one in Jinjutsu, necessitating utmost caution. Under the cover of his numerous shadow clones, Naruto maneuvered behind Itachi to launch a surprise attack. Yet, as Naruto drew near, Itachi's head swiveled to face him, instantly recognizing him as the original amidst the multitude of clones. Surprisingly, Itachi offered no defense, even halting his combat with the shadow clones. His voice echoed in Naruto's ears. Why are you so fixated on my brother? He is merely a rogue ninja, is he not? However, before Naruto could respond, his shadow clones suddenly turned against him. It turned out that during that brief moment, Naruto's clones had all fallen victim to Itachi's Jinjutsu. Now perceiving the original Naruto as Itachi. Boom. A chilling surge of formidable chakra erupted, causing the shadow clones to dissipate. Your brother. 6 crimson foxtails surged forth, embodying the fury of 6 enraged dragons as they barreled towards Uchiha Itachi, an unforgivable force. You, who murdered Sasuke's parents and kin, who robbed him of happiness and left him in solitude, are utterly unworthy of being his brother. Within Naruto's red, slit pupils burned a fierce wrath and murderous intent. Upon hearing Naruto's declaration, Itachi, confronted by the intimidating assault, revealed a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. The cawing of crows echoed in Naruto's ears, and he suddenly realized he was ensnared in a realm where the sky was red and the ground was adorned with cherry blossom trees, swarmed by crows that circled above. All while he had yet to enter the state of tailed beast transformation. You are already ensnared in my Jinjutsu, Naruto. Itachi's voice resonated from all directions, as if he were omnipresent within this space. How infuriating. Naruto swung his fists. However, suspended in midair with no leverage, he appeared comical, failing to strike a single crow. I shall repeat, I merely wish to converse with you. A multitude of crows converged before Naruto, each one resembling a piece of a three-dimensional puzzle, collectively forming the visage of Itachi. I ask you, should Sasuke choose to assault Konoha, what would you do? Impossible. Sasuke is not that kind of person. In such a scenario, can you truly prevent him? Itachi appeared to disregard Naruto's previous remarks, continuing with his discourse, even if it meant killing Sasuke. Naruto, with his cerulean eyes widened in disbelief, was about to retort when the sight of Itachi's crimson Sharingan struck a chord of unease within him. As if ensnared by an illusion, a disquieting premonition magnified within his heart. Naruto, can you weigh Sasuke against the village on a scale? I will protect the village. And I will safeguard Sasuke. That is my nindo, my way of the ninja, Naruto declared resolutely. Moreover, despite your blood ties with Sasuke, you understand him less than I do. Unlike you, the demon who slaughtered his own kin, he is inherently kind, kinder than anyone else. Thus, the situation you describe will never transpire. Indeed, I confess I do not know Sasuke well enough. Rather than refute Naruto, Itachi acknowledged his words. From the time he was a child, I understood that although he appeared innocent and endearing, he harbored complexities that even I could not fathom. While he mingled harmoniously with neighbors and friends, an unsettling coldness lingered within him. His gentle facade was but a guise, for he truly cared little for those around him. It was only in the presence of family and you that he exhibited a semblance of warmth. Naruto stood speechless, struggling to comprehend Itachi's words. He was a man who would stop at nothing. To achieve his ends, he would disregard all, including himself. Deception, disguise, and restraint were tactics he had never been taught. Yet he seemed innately skilled in them. He was a born ninja. Because of this, even I cannot fully predict his next move. Despite his nature, whenever I gaze into his eyes, I am convinced that love resides within his heart. Itachi gazed at Naruto, who was diligently processing his words, and continued. Allow me to enlighten you about the Uchiha clan and the secrets of the Sharingan. The Sharingan is a unique ocular technique possessed solely by the Uchiha clan, and its awakening and evolution necessitate intense emotional stimuli. While the world often perceives the Uchiha as a clan that prioritizes power above all else, the truth is far more nuanced. Their emotions are often concealed and profound, as if sealed away. Yet, once an Uchiha comprehends love, the feelings that have long been restrained will be unleashed, causing the Sharingan to transform in accordance with their psyche. The more intense the emotions, be it fervent love or hatred, the swifter the evolution of the Sharingan, bestowing upon its bearer increasingly formidable strength. However, such overwhelming emotions harbor the potential for chaos, which is why the Uchiha clan is sometimes regarded as a cursed lineage. The deluge of information left Naruto's mind buzzing. As a fool, he found it impossible to grasp Itachi's extensive discourse in such a brief span. Ultimately, if you encounter a member of the Uchiha clan, do not be swayed by their outward demeanor. Their words and actions may not be trustworthy. What you must observe are their eyes. Itachi's form began to dissipate into a flurry of crows. This is the final safeguard. I hope it will never be needed. One crow suddenly entered Naruto's mouth, burrowing into his belly. Sasuke has no family left, so I entrust him to you. Regrettably, Naruto's entire focus was consumed by the vanishing raven within him, causing him to miss Itachi's final whispered words. As the raven dissipated, everything reverted to normalcy. Naruto found himself standing alone on the forest floor, devoid of any company, as if all he had just experienced was but a fleeting illusion. Wishing to leave this place, he merely lifted his foot, only to stumble and collapse onto the ground. Succumbing to slumber, he had already gone an entire day without rest, and Itachi's genjutsu served as the last straw. The accumulated fatigue from both Naruto and his shadow clones finally erupting as the sun dipped below the horizon. Lying on the earth, his chest rose and fell with each breath, his brow slightly furrowed, as if he were ensnared in an unpleasant dream. The sky darkened further, a cold wind swept through, causing the branches to sway and emit a mournful sound, as if lamenting the tragedies that were destined to unfold within the shinobi world. The long night was approaching. Chapter 89. The long night. As dusk fell, the serpent team, having concluded a day of searching, returned to their lodging, a modest inn, after finishing their evening meal. Under the watchful eyes of their companions, Sasuke unfurled the map he held in his hands. The locations previously marked by Nagashi, suspected to be the bases of the Akatsuki, were marked with crosses, indicating that their day's investigations had uncovered no trace of Uchiha Itachi. Only one location remained unmarked. Just one left. Which signifies that tomorrow we shall either discover that our searches over the past 2 days were in vain, or we shall succeed in locating our target. As he spoke, Suigetsu scooped a generous portion of his post-meal yogurt with a spoon and stuffed it into his mouth. Indeed, let us wash up and rest well this evening, so we may greet tomorrow in optimal condition. I have a premonition that Uchiha Itachi will surely appear at that final stronghold. Sasuke folded the map away. The sequence of today's search having been a deliberate orchestration on his part, he knew precisely where Itachi would await him. Thus he intentionally reserved that location for tomorrow. After all, surprises are best saved for the finale. Soon enough, the 5 of them had completed their ablutions. Just before Sasuke prepared to enter his quarters, he turned one last time, casting a profound gaze upon the other members of his team, as if etching their images into his memory. In that moment, Karen suddenly sensed a considerable fluctuation in Sasuke's chakra, and the sorrow that had long been concealed in the depths of his being seemed to surface. Now, even without focusing intently, she could perceive it clearly. Was it because he was about to face his brother in battle tomorrow? At this critical juncture, Sasuke felt an undeniable reluctance. Contemplating this, Karen stepped forward and spoke. Sasuke, are you certain you wish to confront Itachi alone? We are a team, and we can assist you in dealing with him. I believe I have made it clear. This is a vengeance that belongs solely to me. Sasuke replied coldly, then fell into a brief silence. When he spoke again, all 4 members of the team displayed expressions of astonishment. Sharingan, Suigetsu, Karen, and Jago. Despite their brief time together, he expressed genuine gratitude, stating, "It is truly wonderful to be part of a team with you all. Thank you." Unlike his usual frigid demeanor, these words emerged with an unusual calmness and warmth. For a fleeting moment, a gentle smile graced his usually impassive face, as if a once cold stone had suddenly acquired warmth. Sharingan, with the instincts of a healer, immediately sensed something amiss. However, before he could voice his concerns, he promptly forgot what he intended to say. Suigetsu, whose personality was often rather lighthearted, found himself feeling quite out of sorts, exclaiming, Hey, Sasuke, what has gotten into you? Why the sudden display of sentiment? It's rather nauseating. Is that so? I find it rather pleasant. Hearing Sasuke say such things makes me quite happy, Jago countered, differing from Suigetsu's perspective. Karen, on the other hand, trembled with excitement, exclaiming, Sasuke. Sasuke is speaking to me so gently and even smiling. Does this mean yet? She was destined to be interrupted, as the door to Sasuke's dormitory had already closed, indicating his intention to rest. Tomorrow marked the day of the decisive battle, and Sasuke would not permit any instability to interfere with his focus, including any distractions from his teammates or even himself. Very well, I shall not disturb him, Karen thought. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she indulged in daydreams of the future. Inside the dormitory, Sasuke sealed the ninja tools he intended to use tomorrow onto his body through the art of sealing, and he exchanged his original white attire for black garments, ensuring that his entire ensemble mirrored that of Itachi during their fateful confrontation. Indeed, many years prior, he had meticulously devised a plan to engage in a genuine battle against his brother, and the subsequent revelations about Itachi from Obito served as the catalyst for his decision to awaken his second Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, the hypocritical, indifferent, and selfish persona he had adopted could hardly achieve such a transformation. It required the true Sasuke, one who deeply loved his family and cherished his brother, a being of flesh and blood, profoundly emotional and sincere. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of Sasuke's lips, leaving one to wonder whom he was mocking. Despite his deepest fear of losing himself, he ultimately found himself at this juncture. Sasuke, with his hands forming intricate seals, summoned 2 shadow clones. Yet, who could have anticipated that he was a master of self-torment rather than inflicting anguish upon others? This place had already been shrouded in illusion by Sasuke, ensuring that no one could perceive his actions. To the other members of the team, it appeared as though Sasuke had simply retreated to his room to rest, conserving his energy for the impending battle. He commanded his shadow clones to erase all memories of his past life and this one from his true self, and then proceeded to inscribe the genuine memories of Uchiha Sasuke onto a mind that had become a blank slate. Once this grand deception was accomplished, the shadow clones would be summoned by the enigmatic tortoise sage, Jin, at a distant northern base, where they would await the ultimate outcome, or, upon reaching a predetermined limit, dissolve and return their residual chakra to the original body. The authentic Sasuke would awaken the following day with unwavering resolve. in pursuit of his family's vendetta. He would confront his once-beloved brother, Itachi Uchiha, in a climactic battle. Ultimately, his cherished brother would perish before him, not due to Sasuke's actual power to kill, but rather because Itachi could not bring himself to strike him down in the moment of truth. Exhausted and collapsing, Sasuke would awaken to find Obito masquerading as Madara, revealing to him the harrowing truth about Itachi. The cruel twist of fate would lay bare before him. The true orchestrator behind the massacre of the Uchiha clan was, in fact, Konoha. Itachi, in his quest to safeguard the village's peace, had executed his mission with near perfection, sparing only Sasuke, for in Itachi's heart, Sasuke held greater importance than the village itself. Itachi had instilled in him hatred and a thirst for vengeance, leading him to awaken his Manjiki Sharingan, ultimately bestowing upon him the strength to become the hero of Konoha, avenging the Uchiha clan and returning home in glory. How tragically ironic and lamentable it is that after enduring years of hardship, he would find himself responsible for the death of his last remaining kin. The very person who loved him most in this world. The most profound love can transform into the most extreme hatred due to loss, and thus, he shall awaken the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Ultimately, the shadow clone awaiting in the northern base prison will dissolve, returning to the original with the memories of the left behind, allowing him to recollect everything. Henceforth, he will possess two pairs of kaleidoscopic Sharingan, merging them to attain the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan that never succumbs to blindness. This is the script Sasuke has penned for himself, the destiny he has inscribed. Yet, one cannot help but wonder if, by the end of this performance, he will still be himself. This is fundamentally different from his previous endeavors to erase fragments of his memory. This time, it necessitates a complete transformation into another being. For this reason, he has placed immense importance on illusionary techniques over the years. From an early stage, he practiced altering his memories through genjutsu and even consumed the unconscious clone of Kuruma Yakumo using the ghost bud technique, acquiring the power to manifest the intangible into reality, all to ensure he could truly become Sasuke without fail. However, should he truly proceed with this transformation, even with two shadow clones as tools for retrieval, the outcome remains uncertain. After all, Kuruma Yakumo was once plagued by Ido's interference. After so many years of meticulous planning and effort, it may very well culminate in the perfect obliteration of his own existence. With a mere flicker of thought, Sasuke conjured a grand tree before him. The two shadow clones at his side reached out to steady the tree, preventing it from toppling over. This tree, a product of his laboratory's cloning endeavors, was of an utterly commonplace variety, nothing more than a species commonly found throughout the shinobi world. Much like himself, it was merely an unremarkable entity amidst the vast multitude of existence. The Kusanagi sword was drawn. Sasuke wielded his sword with the finesse of a master calligrapher, each stroke imbued with strength and precision, carving deep into the wood. Regrettably, this spectacle was destined to remain concealed from the outside world, for under the shroud of illusion, no one else could hear the sound of the blade gliding through the timber. Flowing elegantly across the trunk of the great tree were extensive passages, astonishingly inscribed not only in the language of the shinobi world but also in square characters, Chinese, the script Sasuke had employed prior to his journey through realms. The sword was sheathed once more. Sasuke retrieved the forehead protector he had meticulously preserved and placed it in the freshly dug spot beneath the great tree. After all, in the worst-case scenario, it would merely mean that the shadow clone had malfunctioned, and I would have vanished entirely from this world. Perhaps, in a way, this would be more beneficial for both this world and for him. Sasuke gazed at the shadow clone propped against the tree. The entirety of reality had been meticulously constructed, the threads of causality meticulously aligned, and the life known as Uchiha Sasuke could be activated by the essence at any moment. Sasuke smiled gently, fully aware that he had meticulously prepared for everything long ago. This was largely thanks to his unwavering commitment to embodying Sasuke all this time. The current timeline, in comparison to the original narrative, had not diverged significantly, which greatly diminished the complexity of crafting Sasuke's existence, necessitating minimal alterations. Sasuke withdrew the tree before him into the recesses of his mind, envisioning it within the confines of a laboratory, should I truly falter. The inscriptions upon this tree shall serve as my epitaph. It will stand as testament, within this perhaps eternally existent space of extraordinary potential, that there once existed a visitor from another realm, albeit briefly, in the annals of the ninja world. Beyond this, amidst the vastness of the ninja realm, it remains uncertain if anyone else would ever comprehend that the former Sasuke was not truly Sasuke, Perhaps no soul would at all. If I were to become someone else, I would remain oblivious to the fact that I possessed a remarkable potential. I would forget the vow I once made to resurrect the Uchiha clan, to serve as a vessel for Rage In, and to provide Bolu with a genuine clone imbued with Uchiha blood. If I am no longer myself, then let these promises fall by the wayside. After all, my path as a ninja has never been one of unwavering commitment. My existence was destined to be transient. Thus it cannot be deemed a significant loss. Sasuke advanced step by step, heavy yet resolute, toward the bed. I often label Naruto as a fool. Yet how much better am I, really? Perhaps only someone with Shikamaru's exceptional intellect could conceive a more effective solution. What does it matter if one is a traveler from another realm? What significance does foreknowledge of the narrative hold? What value does a golden finger possess? Ultimately, we are but mere mortals, incapable of absolute rationality or flawless calculation. Nevertheless, even so, Sasuke's Sharingan awakened involuntarily. To shatter the curse of the Meijiki and attain everlasting light, one must seize the eyes of a beloved kin. In pursuit of the power known as the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, I resolutely declare my intention to awaken the Meijiki once more. Sasuke settled onto the bed, closing his eyes as he endeavored to calm his turbulent emotions. After all, if his Sharingan remained activated, it would adversely affect his susceptibility to Genjutsu. Allow me to wield your power just this once, dear brother. Only this once, and for the last time. Sasuke reclined upon the bed, and as he opened his eyes, he found that his gaze had returned to its normal state. His two shadow clones gathered around him, activating their Sharingan, leaning against the bedside as they quietly observed Sasuke. Though they were the conjurers rather than the perilous subjects, the bodies of the shadow clones involuntarily trembled with a faint quiver. Sasuke, lying there, extended his hands and clasped the hands of his two shadow clones. "Let us begin," he urged. The tremors within the shadow clones subsided, and they took a deep breath. Their eyes Tomo rapidly spinning as the bloodline of the Uchiha clan surged to its utmost potential. Under the influence of illusion, Sasuke felt his eyelids growing heavier, his consciousness gradually fading. One of the shadow clones spoke in a gentle tone, reminiscent of a mother soothing her child to sleep. "Good night, Sasuke. May the mundane you in reality find a dream worthy of an anime character." Chapter 90, The Half-Life of Uchiha Sasuke. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I was born on July 23rd, in the 51st year of the Hidden Leaf Village. This name was bestowed upon me by my father, Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan. It is said that the name Sasuke is shared with that of the father of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. My father chose this name as a tribute to the third Hokage's father, and also in the hope that his son would grow to be as formidable and noble a ninja as Sarutobi Sasuke. My mother, Uchiha Mikoto, was exceedingly gentle and loving, and my beloved older brother, Itachi Uchiha, was the center of my world. I cherished my family deeply, despite their varied expressions of affection. I was acutely aware of their love for me. Although our family was compelled to relocate to the outskirts of the village following the Ninetales incident on October 10th, I was merely a few months old at the time and did not grasp the gravity of the situation. My family seldom spoke of it, and thus, it faded from my concern. Despite the forced relocation, the warmth within our clan remained undiminished. The clan members treated me with kindness, often remarking that both my brother and I were the pride of our lineage. To be born into such a family, within such a clan, filled me with profound gratitude and happiness. As a child, my greatest joy was to cling to my brother, persuading him to practice throwing shurikens with me. He excelled in both kunai and shuriken, demonstrating a level of skill that I could scarcely hope to match. Whenever I felt I was catching up to him, he would effortlessly distance himself, reminding me that what I had witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg of his abilities. Perhaps I would never surpass my brother, but I found happiness in this, for it meant I could always have him as my aspiration, always pursue him, always cling to him for practice. How I wished to remain blissfully unaware of why ninjas needed to train in the use of throwing weapons, wishing only for time to stand still. But my naivety was evident. As I grew, my brother's time with me diminished. He claimed to have graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 7, and his responsibilities multiplied. My father held high expectations for him. Perhaps this was the burden of genius. Truly, he was remarkable, though I longed to remain by my brother's side. I harbored a small dream of my own, to catch up to him and become a ninja of whom both my father and clan could be proud. Thus, even when my brother could not accompany me for practice, I dedicated myself to training alone, striving toward this aspiration. One day, while I was practicing, I noticed a peer with yellow hair and blue eyes. He noticed me as well. I recognized him. He was the child known for his antics and mischief, often seeking reprimand, perhaps out of fear of solitude, attempting to connect with others in this manner. The villagers referred to him as the Ninetails, expressing their fear. Yet aside from the 6 whisker marks on his face, I saw no resemblance to a fox. Even if he were a fox, what was there to fear? The fox, a creature of undeniable charm, often evokes a sense of disdain in others, though I find it quite endearing. Curiously, despite my fondness for it, the fox seems to harbor a dislike for me. Each time we encounter one another, it raises its snout high, deliberately averting its gaze and strolling away. Initially, I was indifferent to this behavior, but as our meetings became more frequent, I began to realize that this individual yearned for conversation yet consistently withdrew, displaying a lack of shame when jesting with others. How tiresome. I had no intention of initiating a greeting with him. This minor episode aside, my early years, particularly before the age of 7, were largely spent in solitary practice or in the company of my brother, who would accompany me. At the age of 7, I formally entered the Ninja Academy. I vividly recall that my brother had graduated a year early, which spurred me to exert myself even further. While my classmates engaged in play, skipped classes, napped, or pulled pranks, I devoted myself to my training, striving to excel in every subject, from academics to practical skills. Notably, that tedious individual eventually became my classmate, and I learned his name, Uzumaki Naruto. Once we formally acquainted ourselves, he ceased to avoid me, instead beginning to tease me incessantly, much like he had with others before. However, as a diligent student, guided by my brother's mentorship, his antics posed little challenge to me. I once considered retaliating, but each time I saw him standing alone in the fading sunlight after school, watching as his peers were picked up by their parents, I felt a pang of sympathy. Thus, I chose to refrain from such actions. Understanding that some are born into solitude deepened my appreciation for my own blissful family life. Yet, I was naive to the point of folly, unaware that a terrifying demon lurked in my midst. When this demon revealed its true nature, it would seize everything I held dear. This demon was none other than my beloved brother, Uchiha Itachi. That day began like any other, as I approached my brother, who was preparing to leave, and asked if he could accompany me for shuriken practice. He gently tapped my forehead and replied, "Forgive me, Sasuke, perhaps another time. I cannot spare a moment today." I remained oblivious to the abnormality, for my elder brother had indeed become increasingly occupied. Accepting the bento prepared by my mother, I stepped outside. On my way to school, my grandparents, who owned a small eatery within the clan, always encouraged me with their warm gestures. I greeted them heartily before continuing on my journey to school, unaware that this would be my final encounter with my parents and them. Upon returning from school, the streets of our neighborhood lay shrouded in darkness, desolate and eerie, reminiscent of a hellish domain. Indeed, it was a realm of torment. Blood flowed freely. Severed limbs and entrails were scattered, and lifeless bodies lay strewn about. These infernal scenes cruelly conveyed the grim reality. My family was no more. I rushed home at breakneck speed, pushing open the door, yet how could the speed of a mere mortal hope to rival that of death? There was no surprise, only boundless despair. My father and mother were dead. Ironically, in that moment of desolation, I believed I still glimpsed a flicker of hope, for I saw my brother was alive. Clinging to him like a last lifeline, I implored him to reveal what had transpired and who was responsible for this horror. The response came in the form of his genjutsu, conjured with his Sharingan. Within this illusion, I witnessed the entirety of my parents and kin being slaughtered. And the perpetrator was none other than my most revered and relied upon brother, Itachi Uchiha. I could scarcely believe the truth. Yet Itachi revealed that he had merely played the role of the ideal brother, testing my fortitude, for I possessed the potential to awaken the Meijiki Sharingan. He spared me this time solely because I had not yet attained the same eyes as him, thus lacking the worthiness of death. Ultimately, he condescended to disclose the method of awakening the Meijiki Sharingan, to kill one's closest friend. To my horror, it was indeed Shursui whom Itachi had slain, just to acquire greater power and test his own limits, committing acts that were unforgivable and inhumane. I could never absolve him. Even if I were to become a vengeful spirit, I would not let him escape. In a single night, I lost all my relatives, my kin, and the bonds I cherished most, though in reality, these were mere illusions, as they were merely performing. My small dream lay utterly shattered. Subsequently, I returned time and again to the ancestral home, to my former dwelling, pressing my body against the cold ground, attempting to sense if any warmth of my parents lingered within that frigid abode. Why, oh why, did you not kill me? Why must I endure such despair alone in this world? Yet, as long as I draw breath, I cannot forget the events of that night. As long as my heart beats, I cannot forgive this blood-soaked vendetta. No, even if I descend into the depths of hell, I shall rise from it. Dragging you down with me. Brother, to extinguish your life, I shall traverse through whatever darkness lies ahead. From this day forth, I shall be the avenger. Revenge shall be my sole purpose. It is only in this moment that I comprehend the profound strength it requires to endure solitude. 5 years hence, I graduated at the top of my class from the Ninja Academy, and alongside Naruto and Sakura, I was assigned to Team 7. The leader of our team, A.J. Neen with silver hair who perpetually obscured his left eye with a forehead protector and frequently arrived late, often engrossed in a dull little book, was named Kakashi. It was from this juncture that I began to commit the unforgivable error of gradually forgetting the hatred that resided in my heart during my interactions with my teacher and companions. In 2 battles, I foolishly risked my life to save Naruto, although he certainly should not perish, nor do I wish for his demise. I pondered, who would solace the vengeful spirits of my clan if I were to fall? Who would cleanse the blood debt of the Uchiha clan? Fortunately, that man, the one I had longed to slay in my dreams, Itachi, reappeared before me, mocking my weakness with his prowess and genjutsu. Yet, I must express my gratitude to him. Without this profound reminder, I might have unknowingly strayed from my path. Companionship? Friendship? Bonds? Such trivialities have impeded my quest for vengeance. However, the entirety of my existence is dedicated to revenge. Thus, I departed from the village where I had grown up. Perhaps luck was indeed on my side. The perpetrator spared me during the massacre, and when I sought greater power, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, extended an olive branch to me. How could I not seize such an opportunity? Even if his true intention is my body, what of it? If this is the means to achieve my revenge, then take my body without hesitation. The final obstacle on my journey to Orochimaru lies in the Valley of the End, where I was confronted by a solitary figure, Naruto. Despite his earnest pleas, I remained unmoved. Though we had silently shared our solitude during our school days, we were ultimately not of the same path. He has his radiant road, and I have my narrow bridge. Thus, we parted ways. This was my initial resolve, yet he insisted on thwarting my intentions, compelling me to engage in combat. In moments of camaraderie, I had never perceived it, but as his adversary, I became acutely aware of his indomitable spirit, an unyielding trait that proved to be quite vexing. At that moment, I recalled Itachi's words. He had stated that to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan, one must slay their closest friend. Gazing at Naruto, who would undoubtedly rise again if I did not strike with lethal intent, I found myself engulfed in hesitation. Ultimately, I resorted to the power granted to me by Orochimaru, the second state of the cursed seal. This power was indeed formidable, allowing me to incapacitate Naruto, leaving no one to impede my journey to Orochimaru. Indeed, as a gesture of gratitude for Itachi's prior intervention in my wayward path, I chose not to adhere to your counsel of swiftly acquiring power through such means. Instead, I would forge my own path to attain the strength necessary to vanquish you. Naruto, how naive you are as well. I did not slay him. I merely cast one last glance at him, sleeping in the rain, before departing. I trained under Orochimaru for 3 years. During this time, I not only mastered the powers of the cursed seal, but also acquired an immense wealth of knowledge that I could never have gleaned while residing in the Hidden Leaf Village. Orochimaru's subordinates were exceptionally talented, yet due to the deterioration of his body, he grew increasingly frail, which sparked other ideas in my mind. I successfully swayed Shino, and seizing the opportunity amidst Orochimaru's grave condition, I launched a surprise attack, ultimately reclaiming everything he possessed. Subsequently, I gathered Suigetsu, Karen, and Jago, and together, we formed the Serpent Team, ready to exact our revenge on Itachi Uchiha. It is imminent, so very close. We have scoured every Akatsuki hideout, with only one remaining. I have a premonition that Itachi Uchiha awaits at that final location. Father, mother, and my kin, you have lingered in the Pure Land for far too long. I shall soon avenge you. As the sun rose, in the Village of Rain, a vibrant green toad surfaced, opening its mouth to reveal a wondrous sight. From the small mouth of the toad emerged a human hand, which adhered to the water's surface through chakra. With a vigorous effort, a tall adult male gradually pulled himself out. Soaked to the skin, Jiraiya stood atop the water, gazing at the long-lost Rain Village. The incessant drizzle seemed eternal, as if weeping for those who had perished on this land, akin to the scars of war that would never heal. Having successfully infiltrated, the next steps awaited. Meanwhile, Naruto awoke on CHG's back, realizing it was already the following day. He instinctively touched the corners of his eyes, discovering dried tear stains. What had transpired? Had it all been a dream? He struggled to recall the events of the previous day, but his memories ceased abruptly after Itachi cast his genjutsu. Naruto could not remember the content of his dreams. Dreams are, after all, ephemeral. While some linger in one's memory for a lifetime, most fade away, leaving no trace, even after one has savored the bittersweet essence of life within them. Naruto, have you gone mad again? Do you realize that when we found you, we nearly believed you were dead? Sakura exclaimed, offering a gentle smile, though the tightness of her clenched fist belied her sincerity. Naruto, upon seeing Sakura's iron fist, instinctively shivered. He descended from CHG's back, meeting the concerned gazes of his companions, and a bright, sunny smile emerged on his face. I assure you, I will not perish before becoming Hokage. Sunlight streamed through the window as Sasuke opened his eyes. Was it a dream of the past? He pondered. Upon rising from his bed, the remnants of sleep vanished entirely, replaced by a resolute determination that made his heart race. The long night had ended, dawn had arrived, and the grievances of many years were destined to find resolution today. Chapter 91, The Battle of Brothers, Part 1. In the morning, Shinon, Shueyu, Xianglin, and Chongwu emerged from their respective chambers to find Sasuke already awake. Clad in dark attire, he stood leaning against the wall, seemingly having awaited their arrival for quite some time. Xianglin adjusted her glasses and regarded Sasuke, if he had previously resembled a sheathed sword, discreetly concealing its prowess. Now he appeared as a magnificent blade drawn forth, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. This intensely aggressive and formidable aura was sufficient to instill terror in any adversary, causing even Xianglin to tremble slightly. In her perception, the lingering sorrow had entirely dissipated. It seemed that Sasuke had resolutely made up his mind. Indeed, when he adopted a serious demeanor, he was undeniably at his most captivating. Now that they were all awake, it was time to swiftly freshen up and have breakfast. Today, they would embark on an expedition to investigate the final stronghold and prepare for the impending decisive battle. Sasuke's tone resembled an unyielding block of eternal ice, sending shivers down the spines of ordinary individuals merely by the sound of his voice. When he spoke, he did not even cast a glance at the four companions by his side, as if, aside from his target, Itachi Uchiha, nothing else mattered to him. In the Rain Village, Jiraiya, battered and bruised, his body impaled by several black rods wielded by pain, summoned every ounce of his indomitable will to rise, albeit slightly, from the ground. The pain members, initially intent on departing, turned their heads upon sensing the movement of their teacher, witnessing Jiraiya still clinging to life. How could he still be alive? Surely, with such grievous wounds, his heart should have ceased beating by now. While this might seem miraculous to an ordinary person, Nagato, as God, described it with an air of detachment. With unwavering resolve, Jiraiya concentrated the last remnants of his chakra into the index finger of his right hand, and using paper as his pen, inscribed the intelligence he had gathered in coded messages on the back of Fukasaku. Never speak of surrender. This is the true choice I must make. Truly tenacious, he thought, as he urged his comrades to take action against him. The pain members leapt down from their perch, and in midair, they caught sight of the cryptic message on Fukasaku's back. A death note, written in code. The Azura Path raised its left hand, clenched into a fist, launching a devastating rocket-like attack at Jiraiya. The explosion generated by the concentrated chakra at the cut propelled it with tremendous force, resembling a missile. Fortunately, the final coded message had been successfully written. The mission of this legendary hero was now complete. As the impending attack, capable of shattering colossal boulders, drew near, he thought, Naruto, the true embodiment of the prophesied child, is undoubtedly you. Regrettably, despite my lifelong efforts, perhaps fate was not on my side. However, being your master is enough, more than enough. Everything that follows is entrusted to you, Naruto. With a thunderous crash, the stone slab upon which Jiraiya stood was obliterated by the Azura Path's assault. Thankfully, the diminutive Fukasaku managed to escape. In the frigid, piercing waters, Jiraiya's body gradually sank, as if determined to descend to the ocean's deepest depths without respite. Thus, the tale of Jiraiya the hero took on a semblance of closure. The final chapter, the frog at the bottom of the well, dissolving into the sea, could indeed serve as a fitting conclusion. As Jiraiya's consciousness began to fade, he recognized that his end was near. It was time to lay down his pen, but what shall the title of the sequel be? Let us call this tale the narrative of Jiraiya, the Gallant, a legendary hero and one of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya ultimately fell in the village hidden in the rain. The wandering dragon returns to the sea. The sea does not welcome me. I, Jiraiya. The 5 Pain stood in a neat row atop a colossal, toppled stone pipe, and surprisingly, the rain was absent. A gentle breeze caressed their dark, cloud-patterned cloaks. The legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, has finally met his demise. Had we not possessed this secret, victory would likely have eluded us. Truly deserving of admiration, he was my former mentor. It seems that even a deity may find themselves moved by the plight of mortals. Pain rendered his final assessment of his teacher before turning his gaze, with his Rinnegan, towards another direction. You should be emerging soon. Half black and half white. Zetsu materialized from the rock. You have taken quite some time. After all, your opponent is Jiraiya, a remarkable figure. Furthermore, I have received the mission to hunt the 9 tails from Madara, Pain responded. I wish to witness the hunt for the 9 tails. Let us go together, White Zetsu proposed. No, Black Zetsu interjected. The battle I wish to observe is of a different nature. Beneath a grand tree stood a stone platform, with 2 bamboo tubes positioned in front of it, and upon the platform rested a statue of a figure seated in meditation with hands clasped. Though it appeared neglected for quite some time, bearing 2 noticeable damages. This was the final location for Team Snake to investigate, the last remaining stronghold of the Akatsuki organization. You will stand guard outside. Ensure that no one else interferes. I shall proceed within. Upon Sasuke's conclusion, he did not await a response from others and promptly entered the final stronghold. Suigetsu, feeling quite listless, set aside the decapitation sword he had been carrying and sat beneath a tree, clutching a drink he had purchased after breakfast. They speak of a decisive battle. Yet it appears we are not involved at all. I had hoped to stretch my limbs a bit. Fool. Karen had already sensed the presence of another chakra within the stronghold, likely belonging to Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke said we should not interfere. Should we truly remain passive? With a frown, Suigetsu retorted. What? You actually intend to disregard Sasuke's orders? He will be quite upset. Of course, we shall not directly intervene in Sasuke's fight. But I will utilize my sensory abilities to keep a vigilant watch on the situations involving both Sasuke and Itachi. If Itachi were to perish, we would not concern ourselves. But should Sasuke find himself in peril, we will rush in to rescue him. Oh, I see. Karen, you are genuinely concerned for Sasuke, aren't you? Do you perhaps harbor feelings for him? A large splash of water fell to the ground, slowly being absorbed by the earth, as Karen had just delivered a punch that obliterated Suigetsu's water-formed head. Nearby, Sharingan looked at the serene CHJR, who had melded with nature and was surrounded by small creatures, then glanced at the bickering Suigetsu and Karen, letting out a gentle sigh. Though he was uncertain about the dynamics between Suigetsu and Karen, he had noticed over the past few days that Karen seemed to harbor feelings for Sasuke. Despite their contrasting personalities, it reminded him of the way Wairi had felt towards that boy named Naruto. Why am I thinking of Wairi again? She must loathe me by now. Indeed, she has every right to despise me. However, that is all in the past. In her eyes, I have long since died. Yet, despite Karen's sentiments, Sasuke, consumed by revenge, seems entirely indifferent. I wonder how he will be once his quest for vengeance concludes. This morning, he sensed something peculiar about Sasuke, though he could not quite articulate what was amiss. I hope Sasuke's vengeance proceeds smoothly. Chapter 92, The Battle of Brothers, Part 2. Sasuke advanced cautiously through the dimly lit cavern, and he could discern the silhouette standing at the far end. Have you come? Though it was a question, the tone emanating from that shadow conveyed a sense of assertion. Sasuke remained silent, steadily advancing towards the shadow before him. The mere sound was enough for him to ascertain that this figure was indeed his target. Closer and closer he drew, until the figure, clad in a black robe adorned with fiery clouds, with a raven perched upon its left shoulder, and wearing the forehead protector of a rogue ninja from the hidden leaf, finally came into sharp focus. This face bore a striking resemblance to his own, marked by 2 distinct lines of tears, revealing the object of his incessant thoughts, the true perpetrator behind the slaughter of the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha. You've grown quite a bit, Sasuke, Itachi observed calmly, locking eyes with the vengeful Sasuke, who was rife with concealed malice. Yet you remain unchanged, just as I despised you, no different at all. Why not charge in as you used to, shouting and using shadow clones, only to launch a surprise attack with your true self? Are you exceptionally confident in your current abilities? Indeed, Sasuke's response echoed from behind Itachi, accompanied by the sharp sound of Chidori. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke had materialized behind Itachi, executing his ninjutsu. In this dimly lit environment, the black lightning spear, barely noticeable, pierced through Itachi's back, completely impaling his body and continuing upward to embed itself into the rocky ceiling of the cavern, leaving Itachi suspended in midair by Sasuke's lightning spear. The entire sequence transpired with astonishing speed, so swift that even Itachi could not react in time, causing the raven on his shoulder to take flight in alarm. Grieving Thousand Birds' sharp spear, Sasuke raised his gaze towards Itachi, whom he had struck down with a single blow, no longer concealing his murderous intent, which erupted forth. My heart is filled with intense hatred, and it is this very hatred that has rendered me as formidable as I am now. Itachi, you arrogant one. You truly know nothing about me. Sasuke's hand, which maintained the Chidori sharp spear, suddenly clenched into a fist, causing a profound transformation within Itachi as the lightning spear erupted violently from his body. Countless sharp spikes of lightning burst forth, turning him into a veritable hedgehog, while the shrill cry of Chidori grew increasingly piercing. The force was so immense that it seemed to tear Itachi's body apart from within. Yet, Sasuke did not witness the torrential rain of blood he had anticipated. Instead, Itachi's shattered form transformed into a multitude of soaring crows, swirling around Sasuke. Itachi's voice resonated from all directions. You have indeed grown stronger. Venture alone to the Uchiha stronghold. We shall make our final resolution there. As the crows dispersed, a cascade of black feathers drifted through the air. Concluding matters at the Uchiha stronghold possesses a certain ceremonial grandeur, does it not? Wait, what does ceremonial grandeur even mean? Have I just coined that term? Regardless, it is merely trivial. You are to engage in a decisive battle at the Uchiha stronghold. How fitting. Let me honor our fallen kin with your blood there. Sasuke swiftly returned to the outside, addressing the four who awaited him. Come with me. We shall depart for the true battlefield, the Valley of the End. Clad in a black robe adorned with fiery clouds, and wearing a mask, Akatsuki's member, or rather, Obito, perched atop the statue of Uchiha Madara, relishing the gentle caress of the breeze against his form. Progress is proceeding remarkably well, he mused. In recent years, the Uchiha Sasuke had seemingly grown at an astonishing pace. Alongside him, the ever-devoted Uchiha Itachi, whose love for his brother remained unwavering. The outcome of this fraternal clash is indeed a matter of great anticipation. A hint of enigmatic amusement flickered in Obito's soul-exposed Sharingan. Meanwhile, the snake team navigated the forest with remarkable speed, advancing in a nearly straight line, showing no intention of concealing their presence. To ensure their passage remained unimpeded, Karen diligently maintained her heightened sensory awareness. Why is there a proliferation of identical chakra signatures everywhere? Sasuke, is it necessary to alter our course? Given the current trajectory, we are destined to collide with that form of chakra. Do not be concerned, simply press forward. They are merely trivial shadow clones. Sasuke's movements remained unchanged. Shadow clones. Such a scale? Only Karen, possessing the most formidable sensory abilities within the team, could truly comprehend the immense chakra required to produce such a multitude of shadow clones. This feat far surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary individual. How splendid! Taking the long way around is quite exhausting. Mizuki, bearing the daunting execution blade, could not agree more with Sasuke's approach. Karen continued to monitor that chakra, and before long, they arrived at its source. However, before Karen could utter a warning, a loud call resonated in everyone's ears. Sasuke, a figure clad in orange, with bright yellow hair and adorned with a Konoha forehead protector, charged directly towards Sasuke at the forefront of the group. Naruto, consider yourself fortunate. But, without a moment's hesitation, Sasuke unleashed his Chidori, dispersing Naruto's shadow clone with a single strike, and continued unwaveringly towards his destination. You remain, so Navi. The chakra from the dissipated clone returned to Naruto's original self, and after days of relentless searching, he had finally located Sasuke. Overcome with excitement, Naruto paused, keenly attuning himself to the information relayed by the shadow clone. The location was behind us. But why does Sasuke's chakra feel so different now? Unlike the last time I encountered him? Furthermore, there is an unsettling change in his essence, as if his heart has transformed. How can this be? Naruto widened his blue eyes, an inexplicable sense of dread swelling within him, rendering his mind nearly blank. Naruto? The others noticed his sudden stop and turned to ascertain the situation. What could have transpired during this time that affected Sasuke so profoundly? Naruto racked his brain, struggling to comprehend the nature of Sasuke's transformation. Perhaps he truly was lacking in intellect, The perverse sage had remarked that he had failed to inherit his wisdom. If it were him, if it were Jiraiya, would he not quickly arrive at the correct conclusion? It was a thought that, upon resurfacing, caused Naruto's heart to skip a beat, an ominous premonition enveloping his mind. What is happening to me? Chapter 93, The Brothers Battle, Part 3. Hey Naruto, what's wrong with you? Sakura sensed that something was amiss with Naruto's demeanor. It was only when others called out to him that Naruto snapped back to reality. He took a deep breath, slowly exhaling to force himself to regain composure, and then informed the group of his findings. I found Sasuke. Where? This way. Naruto turned and began moving in the opposite direction from which they had been heading, and everyone followed suit. Sasuke. The snake team was on the verge of entering the Uchiha stronghold when Karen sensed a powerful chakra approaching them swiftly. Be careful. There's someone ahead. And they're fast. Just as Karen finished her warning, the formidable Kisame Hoshigaki, wielding his massive sword Samahata, made a striking entrance, spinning around a nearby telephone pole before halting to crouch on it. With his shark-like eyes scanning the group, he broke into a grin, revealing his menacing teeth. From here on, Sasuke will proceed alone, as per Itachi's orders. The rest of you must patiently await the outcome. No problem. I shall assemble a team, primarily to prevent any interference during the one-on-one duel between Itachi and myself. Sasuke readily acquiesced to Kisame's remark and then turned to his four companions, instructing, you all should remain here and, likewise, refrain from providing any assistance to Itachi. As he spoke, Sasuke activated his Sharingan and gazed intently at Kisame, clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds. However, it is worth noting that members of the Akatsuki typically operate in pairs. Should I approach Itachi alone, he would not have any additional assistance, would he? Haha. You worry too much. Mr. Itachi is a man of his word. If he states that he will engage you in a one-on-one battle, he will certainly ensure that no one else interferes. That's reassuring. With a swift leap, Sasuke vaulted over Kisame and entered the Uchiha stronghold. The principal participants had all gathered, and it was now time to patiently await the final outcome. Yet, for these combative ninjas, the preferred method of passing time was likely to engage in some physical activity. Kisame, with his sword Samahata, drew the keen gaze of Suigetsu, who stood atop a utility pole. Captivated by Suigetsu's words, Kisame responded, have you forgotten? I am the younger brother of Mangitsu, the Hozuki. Oh, I must admit, I did not recognize you at first. Kisame's interest was piqued. You have certainly grown, Suigetsu. Merely waiting here is rather tedious. How about we entertain ourselves? Senior Kisame, Suigetsu said, as he slowly withdrew the decapitating sword from his back. A brief silence enveloped the scene, and Kisame's smile widened as he lowered Samahata from his shoulder. You are indeed a playful child, unlike your brother. Everyone, this way, Naruto shouted, leading the charge at the forefront of the group. He propelled himself towards a large tree with a powerful kick. Wait, Naruto-kun. There is someone up there. Hinata, ever vigilant with her Byakugan, sensed an anomaly. Hello, everyone. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Naruto, donning an orange vortex mask and the Akatsuki uniform. What? The unexpected intruder startled Naruto, who quickly performed a backflip, landing safely on the ground before directing his gaze back at the suspicious individual. The others swiftly gathered beneath the tree, all eyes fixed on Toby. Ah, what a pleasure it is to encounter the esteemed members of Konoha in a place like this. Oh wait, let me count. 1, 2. Toby raised his hand in exaggerated gestures, counting each individual beneath the tree, only to point skyward at Sasuke, who was riding a giant bird conjured by the super beast imitation picture technique. 8. It appears to be 8 against 1. You must be rather unfortunate. The members of the Akatsuki, yet this individual is not listed among those left by Kabuto. Kakashi continued from Yamato's words. Ah, as I am still a newcomer. I hope for your kind guidance. Afei playfully responded to the verbal probes of the two jonin, but his levity was abruptly interrupted the next moment. Boom. A colossal red chakra hand came crashing down upon the spot where Afei had just stood, shattering the wooden ground with a resounding noise. Since you are a newcomer, do not be so arrogant. I have no time to play with you. Naruto turned his head, and everyone noticed that his eyes had transformed into crimson slits. Let us go. We must find Sasuke. I say, are you perhaps underestimating me? As the dust settled, Afei remained unscathed in his original position, a stark contrast to the half-destroyed tree trunk beneath him. This scene elicited varied expressions from the crowd. Yet they all recognized that surpassing this individual would not be an easy feat. Is this the Akatsuki? the stronghold of the Uchiha clan. Since the clan's demise, this place had fallen into disrepair due to prolonged neglect. In the dimly lit room, Uchiha Itachi sat upon the only chair, quietly awaiting the arrival of his foolish brother. His body was slightly reclined, one hand resting on the armrest while the other languidly hung out from the opening of his Akatsuki robe, not even bothering to tuck it into his sleeve. His red Sharingan eyes, seemingly fixed ahead, conveyed an air that rendered all who stood before him feeling like mere refuse. Utterly insignificant. The dark, desolate surroundings did nothing to obscure the aura of this individual, a blend of cultivated elegance and predatory menace. Sasuke finally stood before him, having activated his Sharingan to meet his gaze. Unlike the superficial hatred that once merely skimmed the surface, what lay beneath your calm exterior now was a genuine intent to kill. It seems that hatred has indeed fostered your growth, Sasuke. Sasuke remained silent, his eyes, adorned with the tomo, began to slowly spin. So, how far can those Sharingan of yours see? Itachi inquired in a tone devoid of emotion. How far can I see? At this moment, what I behold is the image of you lying dead at my hands, Itachi. Chapter 94. The Battle of Brothers, Part 4. As soon as Sasuke's words fell, his right hand swiftly unleashed the Chidori sharp spear, piercing through the seat and embedding itself into the rear wall. However, this sudden strike failed to hit its intended target, for Itachi had already appeared behind Sasuke. There was no hint of surprise on Sasuke's face at Itachi's evasion. His movements remained unbroken as he promptly drew the Kusanagi sword with his left hand. Simultaneously, he pivoted his left ankle, turning his body to follow suit, and swung the long sword forcefully towards Itachi. Clang! The weapons clashed. As Itachi attempted to parry with a kunai, only to find Sasuke's Kusanagi sword severing it in a single encounter. This was not solely due to the inherent strength and sharpness of the Kusanagi, but also because Sasuke had imbued it with his lightning chakra, activating the Chidori blade. After slicing through the kunai, the momentum of the Kusanagi remained unabated, striking Itachi directly. Yet, the anticipated scene of blood splattering did not unfold. Instead, Itachi's form disintegrated into countless fluttering crows, his voice seemingly emanating from their beaks. You have indeed grown stronger. In that moment, Sasuke's right hand clenched into a fist, and the Chidori spear he had maintained violently burst apart, transforming into a vast expanse of Chidori flow that enveloped the entire room. The inescapable lightning filled the chamber, causing the crows that had been soaring through the air to vanish entirely, while a figure that had been standing beside the seat appeared to succumb to paralysis. Rendered momentarily immobile, seizing the opportunity, Sasuke executed a swift maneuver, plunging the Kusanagi blade deep into Itachi's flesh. At long last, Itachi, there is one more question I must pose to you. Blood trickled from Itachi's lips as he replied. Did you intentionally avoid my vital points? What is it that you wish to inquire? You spared my life back then, claiming it was due to my potential to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, even if you were to defeat my awakened self, what would you truly gain beyond proving your strength? Moreover, even if you were confident in your victory, what assurance do you possess that you would emerge unscathed? Are you not fearful that, in a final act of desperation, I could drag you down with me? I refuse to believe that a person capable of slaying his closest friend Shursui merely for the sake of acquiring greater power would let me go simply to measure his own strength, thus inviting peril. There are countless powerful individuals in this world. You need not await the growth of your adversary. Speak. What further secrets does the Manjiki Sharingan hold? Upon hearing these words, Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly. Since you were so eager to know, I shall divulge this information. It begins with another individual, one who also possesses the Manjiki Sharingan. His tone was remarkably gentle and serene, as if the blade piercing through him were not even his own. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly. I see now. I had always believed that even at your peak strength, it would be impossible for you to effortlessly annihilate an entire police force. The individual you speak of, he must be the accomplice in your family's massacre, correct? Who is he? This person's Sharingan even surpasses my own. I demand to know who this person is. Sasuke rotated the hilt of the Kusanagi sword, causing more blood to flow from Itachi's wound. Yet, Itachi remained unfazed. One of the founders of Konohagakure, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara? This is impossible. Such a figure from so many years ago should have long since perished. He is still alive, whether you believe it or not. Nonsense. If he is truly Madara, how could he, as one of the founders of the Leaf Village, become an accomplice in your clan's annihilation? Not everyone is as cold-blooded as you. Itachi, at this juncture, you are still toying with me. Everyone relies on their knowledge and understanding, which constrains them. Labeling these as truths, yet knowledge and understanding are rather ambiguous, and reality may merely be an illusion. Each person exists within the realm of their own imagination. Do you not agree? Listening to Itachi's narrative, Sasuke's eyes gleamed with a crimson light. So, what you are implying is that I have been deceived by my own perceptions. Madara is dead. That is merely your one-sided interpretation. Just as Orochimaru can achieve a semblance of immortality by seizing others' bodies. Just as the past version of you naively believed I was a gentle older brother. Perhaps, what transpired that night, for my younger self, I could only deceive myself, hoping it was a cruel illusion. Yet, it remains an undeniable and irrevocable fact. The thunderous screech of Chidori reverberated throughout the room once more, as fierce currents surged through the Kusanagi, engulfing Itachi's body, which then erupted violently, reducing him to ashes. Now, I have grown sufficiently powerful. My eyes are no longer what they once were. I can see through your illusions. The spinning tomo within Sasuke's eyes whirled rapidly as he turned, once more facing that solitary seat. Everything around him seemed to have experienced a reversal of time. He remained tilted slightly as he occupied that singular position and scathed. The walls bore no marks from the thousand birds, and Sasuke stood steadfast, locking gazes with Itachi. It dawned upon him that the events that had just transpired were merely an illusion. Enough of this trivial trickery, Itachi. It is time to get serious. How audacious of you. Yet, Sasuke, it appears you do not possess eyes akin to mine. So what? Unlike you, I could never lay a hand upon those I hold dear. Even if I remain ignorant of the secrets of the Meijiki Sharingan. Even if I am still merely a three-tomo, I can still triumph over you, who wields the Meijiki. Sasuke's words caused Itachi's eyes to narrow almost into slits. So you approach me with such a naive notion? It seems that the hatred within you is still insufficient. Whether my hatred is adequate or not, you shall find out for yourself. At the point where their gazes met, a suffocating aura of murderous intent erupted. Obito, who had been lurking in the shadows, patiently waiting for the two to engage in dialogue, finally witnessed the moment he had been anticipating. After exchanging a few words at the outset, the two had remained stationary, merely probing each other's defenses with illusions. Now, it appeared they were finally ready to strike. Itachi rose from his seat. Since you are so confident, allow me to unveil the secret of the Meijiki Sharingan. This eye is exceptionally rare from the moment it awakens. It inexorably descends into darkness. The more it is utilized, the more it becomes sealed away. In simple terms, the Meijiki Sharingan will one day lose its light. Chapter 95, The Battle of Brothers, Part 5, Blindness? Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at the large character for fox emblazoned on the wall behind him. Was this the price that must be paid to gain the power to control the Nine Tails? It seems fortune has favored me, after all these years. Your Meijiki Sharingan must be nearly sealed, wouldn't it? Yet my vision remains remarkably clear. Itachi, are you revealing this to me to let me gauge the odds of my victory? As Itachi approached Sasuke step by step, the three-tomo in his eyes began to swirl around a central point, forming a pattern resembling a three-bladed shuriken. Uchiha Madara, the first to tame the Nine Tails with those very eyes, was both my comrade and my mentor, an immortal being. And he was also the one who disclosed to me another secret of the Meijiki Sharingan. Sasuke's gaze sharpened. This secret is the most crucial of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. At this juncture, Itachi looked into Sasuke's eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Madara, too, once had a brother. As soon as Itachi's words fell, the surrounding scene transformed. And Sasuke found himself transported to the Warring States period, where he witnessed two individuals with black hair and eyes engaged in combat. Uchiha Madara and his brother, who had long competed against each other to enhance their respective strengths, both successfully awakened their Sharingan. In time, the brothers tragically took the lives of their cherished ones, each acquiring the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. With the formidable power of their new eyes, they led the Uchiha clan, with Madara emerging as the clan's chief. However, as previously mentioned, the more one utilizes the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, the more it risks sealing itself, ultimately leading to total blindness. Madara was no exception. This is the fate of the kaleidoscope. While one gains immense power, the cost is a gradual self-imprisonment, culminating in the loss of vision. In his desperate quest to regain sight, Madara exhausted every possible means. Yet none bore fruit, until, in his profound yearning for light, he turned to his own brother. Indeed, he seized his brother's eyes. Madara restored his sight, and that pair of eyes would never again lose their brilliance in eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan. His brother's eyes, having found a new host, attained everlasting light and underwent further transformation, giving birth to a new ocular technique. However, this could only occur among clan members, ideally between close kin. Not everyone is fortunate enough to gain new power through such means. As Madara's image gradually faded, Sasuke returned to reality. This is yet another secret of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Later, Madara allied with the leader of the Shinja clan, who would become the first Hokage, to establish a village. However, they fell into conflict over the village's governance, and Madara was defeated in the struggle for dominance. Yet, he did not perish. Instead, he lived on, founding an organization known as Akatsuki, concealing himself within it. The Nine Tails incident 16 years ago was orchestrated by him, though it was thwarted by the fourth Hokage, preventing him from annihilating Konoha. In essence, the Madara of today is merely a failure, not the one who stands at the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan. Itachi's smile widened, asserting that the one who should transcend him and reach the summit is indeed me. And now, I shall finally obtain the power to surpass Madara. Sasuke, you are my newfound light. Itachi, breaking free from his usual demeanor, which resembled that of an elegant noble shrouded in darkness, revealed an intensely frenzied posture. Sasuke, you are my destined counterpart. Behind Itachi, a colossal creature materialized, its eyes adorned with Sharingan, sprouting numerous tendrils that writhed towards Sasuke, approaching his very gaze. The Uchiha clan, notorious for its willingness to eliminate friends in pursuit of the Mangekyou Sharingan, to sever familial bonds for the sake of eternal ocular power, has long reveled in such vile strength. Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan widened to an alarming degree, prompting one to wonder if his eyes might leap from their sockets at any moment, from the moment you emerged from this cursed lineage. You were irrevocably entwined in a fate steeped in blood, Sasuke. Now come forth, my brother. I intend to slay you, liberating myself from the shackles of our clan's destiny. To attain true transformation, to acquire genuine power, cast aside constraints, and liberate your essence from the confines of your spirit. We are each other's counterparts. This is the bond shared between brothers of the Uchiha clan. Tendrils ensnared Sasuke tightly. He made no effort to resist, for he understood that this was merely an illusion conjured by Itachi, though his expression grew increasingly stoic. Sasuke's eyes glimmered momentarily, and the illusion dissipated, revealing that the two brothers stood unharmed on either side of the room. Sasuke unfastened his cloak and casually tossed it aside, signaling his complete readiness for battle. The truth has finally been unveiled. It turns out that you harbored such a tedious motive, sparing me while annihilating an entire clan. Now, have you uttered all that you wish to say? If so, Itachi, you may embrace death. With a swift motion of his hands, Sasuke extracted a multitude of shurikens from the seals inscribed upon his arms. He flung them with great force, sending the shurikens hurtling through the air from various angles, each one aimed at a singular target, Itachi Uchiha. The sound of clanging metal echoed as the shurikens collided mid-flight, igniting a shower of sparks. Itachi, too, retaliated by launching his own shurikens, each one deftly intercepting Sasuke's projectiles along their destined path. With unabashed arrogance, he declared, even though my vision has diminished considerably, against one possessing the Sharingan, your chances of victory are non-existent. Regrettably, your aspirations will forever remain but mere fantasies, the reason being, you have yet to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan. Sasuke remained unfazed, his movements neither slowing nor pausing. It is precisely this arrogant mindset of yours that will transform my illusions into reality. 3 shurikens, which should have been intercepted by Itachi, unexpectedly soared towards him, following a trajectory that defied the laws of physics after their collision. This shattered Itachi's previously impeccable calculations. Just as he was about to be struck, 3 kunai flew from behind him, deflecting the oncoming shurikens. A figure emerged from behind Itachi, revealing himself to be another Itachi. It appeared that in the brief interval while engaging Sasuke with shurikens, he had utilized a technique to create shadow clones. As Sasuke was about to include Itachi's shadow clone within his attack, he suddenly found his neck and hands tightly constricted, realizing that another Itachi had stealthily positioned himself behind him. Chapter 96, The Brotherly Battle, Part 6, Deprived of the shuriken's restraint. Itachi's true form swiftly appeared before the immobilized Sasuke, reaching toward his eyes. I have stated before, without the Mangekyou, you cannot triumph over me. I shall accept the light. Just as Itachi was about to extract Sasuke's eyes, the tomo within Sasuke's gaze began to whirl rapidly, as he also transitioned into the second state of his cursed seal. Time seemed to freeze the moment Itachi's hand brushed against Sasuke's eye. And then this illusory realm faced complete obliteration. In reality, a multitude of shuriken fell into the center of the room, with Sasuke and Itachi positioned on either side. To everyone's astonishment, Itachi, who had been standing firm, suddenly knelt down, clutching his left eye in agony. You dare conceal my Tsukuyami? Kuro and Shiro, watching the scene unfold before them, were taken aback. The outcome of Itachi's Tsukuyami had resulted in his own illusion being shattered and rebounding upon him. Meanwhile, Sasuke remained standing, seemingly unaffected, though the crimson light in his eyes appeared increasingly malevolent. A mere wielder of the ordinary Sharingan could hardly contend against someone possessing the Meijiki Sharingan. Kuro and Shiro exchanged thoughts, recognizing that the same weapon could yield vastly different outcomes depending on the ninja wielding it. One can only acknowledge Sasuke's remarkable potential, perhaps rivaling that of Madara. Itachi rose once more, closing his right eye while beginning to hand sign. However, Sasuke would not grant him the opportunity to complete his seals. He swiftly retrieved a colossal shuriken from the seal on his arm and hurled it towards Itachi. As Itachi beheld the spinning shuriken approaching him, he halted his actions, realizing that within its shadow lay another shuriken, culminating in two shurikens soaring towards him from above and below. This was the shadow shuriken technique. Seizing the moment, Itachi deftly maneuvered through the gap between the two shurikens, skillfully evading them. Yet, at that instant, Sasuke yanked back the hand that had thrown the shuriken, activating the hidden mechanism within, causing the two shurikens now behind Itachi to disintegrate, sending blades flying in all directions. The shuriken concealed the mechanism. Due to his impaired vision, Itachi had indeed failed to perceive the nearly imperceptible thread just moments before. In midair, without a point of leverage, Itachi was struck by two of the blades and fell to the ground. Struggling to rise, pain flickered across his visage. It was perplexing. How could Itachi have failed to evade such an attack? Could it be that the backlash from the shattered Tsukuyami had dulled his reflexes? Black Zetsu pondered in mild confusion. Itachi extracted the blades embedded within him, yet Sasuke showed no sign of granting him respite. He swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a great fireball towards Itachi. With great effort, Itachi leaped upward, narrowly avoiding the inferno, but Sasuke's Chidori sharp spear was already pursuing him near the ceiling. In a moment of desperation, Itachi extended his hand, channeling chakra to adhere to the ceiling. With newfound leverage, he exerted force, twisting his body to evade the fate of being struck by the lightning spear. However, at that moment, the spear began to swell, the electricity crackling ominously. Observing this, Itachi swiftly kicked a hole in the ceiling, while his hand clung tightly to the surface, pulling downwards with all its might. This action granted Itachi a powerful upward thrust, enabling him to escape through the hole he had created, first his foot, then his leg, torso, head, and hand. Boom. The explosive thousand-bird sharp gun shattered the rooftops of the area. Fortunately, Itachi reacted swiftly, evading the destruction just in time. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, he formed hand signs and unleashed a great fireball towards the opening in the roof. However, he soon halted the release of his technique, for a sound from behind indicated that Sasuke had breached another part of the ceiling and was approaching from behind him. Itachi turned to face Sasuke, whose body was now covered in a black curse mark. A few scattered white clouds drifted across the sky and beneath the azure expanse. The two brothers stood upon the rooftop, each harboring their own intentions, gazing intently at one another. A gentle breeze swept by, prompting them both to begin forming hand signs simultaneously. Si Wei Shin, Hai, Wu In, fire release, great fireball technique. The Uchiha clan's emblem symbolizes one who wields a fan that commands flames. This was a saying once uttered by their clan leader, Fugaku, and is a belief shared by most members of the Uchiha clan. Now, the two brothers were clashing with the most iconic technique of the Uchiha clan. Initially, the flames were evenly matched, but gradually, the point of collision began to shift toward Itachi, indicating that Sasuke was gaining the upper hand. At that moment, crimson blood trickled from Itachi's right eye, which he had kept closed for so long, finally revealing the power of his eternal Meijiki Sharingan, Amaterasu. The pitch-black flames materialized from thin air, engulfing the fire emitted by Sasuke, a terrifying black fire that could use other flames as fuel. Sasuke, who initially held the upper hand with his fire-release ninjutsu, found himself gradually engulfed by it, as a black sea of flames surged towards him in response to the fire he had unleashed. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Sasuke swiftly halted his technique and leaped back, distancing himself. The flames of Amaterasu vanished after consuming all the fire in the air. And Itachi closed his right eye once more, likely due to the immense strain this ocular technique exerted on his vision. Itachi's left eye remained fixed on Sasuke, who understood that Itachi was recalibrating his focus to unleash Amaterasu again. In an instant, Sasuke propelled himself away from his previous position, sprinting to evade Itachi's gaze that sought to capture him effortlessly. Itachi's eyes pursued Sasuke's fleeting figure, his bloodied right eye opened again. The scara now marred with a network of crimson veins, rendering this once radiant jewel, which illuminated the world, reminiscent of a mirror on the verge of shattering. Amaterasu. Wherever Sasuke tread, black flames ignited in fervent chaos, and those dark fires pursued him with astonishing swiftness, poised to engulf the very back of Sasuke himself. Sasuke's speed in his desperate run ultimately could not match the swiftness of Itachi's gaze. Just as the flames of Amaterasu were about to engulf him, the dark curse mark upon his body swiftly coalesced, transforming him into the second state of the curse. A pair of fleshly wings sprouted from his back, enveloping him. Yet, this was futile. Sasuke's maneuver merely spared his back from being scorched directly by Amaterasu's flames. The terrifying black fire spread along his wings, and he collapsed to the ground, emitting a cry of agony. The outcome of this brotherly battle seemed all but determined. As Sasuke fell victim to the inferno, Itachi, with blood streaming from his right eye, closed it and ceased the use of Amaterasu. With only his left eye open, panting heavily, he approached the charred remains of Sasuke, whose back and lower body had been consumed by flames. He crouched down, preparing to take Sasuke's eyes. However, as Itachi's hand brushed against Sasuke's head, Sasuke's body rapidly shriveled, as if it had become nothing but skin. This skin, akin to a deflated balloon, fell through a fissure that had mysteriously appeared beneath him, connecting to the interior. Beneath the roof, having evaded Amaterasu using Orochimaru's substitution technique, Sasuke looked up, forming the tiger seal with his hands. Sage art. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. The heads of flame dragons erupted from Sasuke's mouth, breaking through the ceiling and soaring toward the sky. Having endured the backlash of breaking the Tsukuyomi, suffered injuries from the shuriken traps, and faced the strain of repeated Amaterasu usage, Itachi, whose physique was already frail, was now pushed to his limits. He barely managed to summon the strength to evade two of Sasuke's fire dragon techniques. After employing the jutsu twice, Sasuke too came to a halt. The series of clashes, from genjutsu to shuriken, and finally to ninjutsu, had nearly depleted his chakra reserves, and he needed to conserve just enough for his final, decisive attack. The lingering flames of Amaterasu near their base, along with the rising currents generated by the soaring dragon flames, caused clouds to slowly gather above the Uchiha stronghold. Soon, these clouds thickened into a dense layer of rain clouds, and the sound of distant thunder echoed from within. With his wings unfurled once more, Sasuke soared into the air, gazing down upon the seemingly exhausted Itachi. "It is over, Itachi. I have won." Itachi did not respond. He lacked the strength to speak. Instead, he fixed his unfocused left eye upon the airborne Sasuke, as if searching for a flaw. "This technique, like your Amaterasu, is utterly unavoidable. It is a grand funeral I have prepared especially for you." As soon as Sasuke's voice fell, thunder erupted, and countless bolts of lightning converged in the sky above him, subtly forming a beastly silhouette. He raised his accustomed left hand, the lightning flickering, and the chirping of 1,000 birds echoed once more, albeit rendered less distinct amidst the booming thunder. Within mere seconds, having calculated the correct guiding method, Sasuke swept his raised left hand towards Itachi below. The Kirin, forged from the very lightning of nature, descended in an instant, accompanied by the furious roar of the thunderous beast, striking with a speed almost impossible to react to. "Farewell, brother." Lightning release. Kirin. Boom. The entire world seemed to be engulfed in the brilliance of lightning, the tremendous roar even producing an echo in this vast expanse. Itachi, a mere mortal, stood no chance against Sasuke's colossal strike, empowered by the might of nature. Surely, he and his most cherished Manjiki Sharingan have been reduced to ashes amidst the thunderclaps, as the wings that adorned Sasuke's back vanished. The power of the curse seal gradually receded, and his eyes returned to their normal state. He had exhausted all of his chakra. Without his wings, he plummeted from the heights. "Father, mother, my kin, I have finally avenged you." Did you witness this grand memorial service? Yet, despite having accomplished his vengeance, Sasuke felt no exhilaration, only an overwhelming emptiness, a terrifying void that even led him to contemplate death. Falling from this height without any protection, I might just perish upon impact. But it no longer matters. My life's mission is complete. If I were to die here, would I be able to reunite with my parents? He paused. I'm sorry, Naruto, I may not return to the village. Just as Sasuke prepared to accept his fate, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a brilliant red, akin to flames. At the very spot where Itachi had stood, an unsettling feeling surged from the depths of his being, prompting Sasuke to regain his composure. As he neared the ground, he managed to control his descent and assumed a specific posture. With a heavy thud, he landed on the rooftop, rolling several times to dissipate some of the force of impact, preventing himself from sustaining severe injuries or dying on the spot. However, this last-minute maneuver only spared his life. He remained wounded in multiple places. Sasuke struggled to rise, gazing in disbelief towards Itachi's direction. What was this? Itachi had not perished. Instead, he stood amidst a colossal, mythic skeleton. Sasuke, you have truly grown stronger. Without this, I fear I would have already met my end. This time, allow me to showcase my ultimate technique, Susanoo. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting its radiance upon the ground as the sky began to clear. Sasuke found himself unable to unleash another Kirin, for his chakra was utterly drained. In stark contrast to Sasuke, who was at his wit's end, Itachi's performance seemed to have only just begun. The towering skeleton known as Susanoo suddenly sprouted numerous tendrils resembling muscle fibers, enveloping its bones and transforming into flesh. Yet, this was not the conclusion. The now flesh-covered Susanoo revealed an armor upon its surface, and weapons materialized in its hands. It had metamorphosed from a mere skeleton into a warrior of legend. Itachi, observing Sasuke, who clenched his teeth in determination, spoke in a calm tone. What troubles you, Sasuke? Have you exhausted your chakra, leaving you powerless? The true spectacle has only just commenced. When I simultaneously attained the powers of Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, this technique, third power, Susanoo, manifested in my eyes. This power is also known as the God's Might. Now, you must comprehend why I assert that your aspirations are merely figments of your imagination. Without the Manjiki, you are but a mortal. How could you possibly triumph over a god? Humph. Sasuke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and drew the Kusanagi sword from its sheath. Though astonishment flickered in his eyes, fear did not dwell there. For the sake of vengeance, he had long cast aside concerns for his own life. Since you have yet to perish, my purpose remains unchanged. Chapter 98, The Brothers' Battle, and Sasuke advanced with his sword drawn, yet before he could close the distance to Itachi, he was swatted back like a fly by his Susanoo, sent hurtling through the air. Sasuke drove the Kusanagi sword into the ground, utilizing it as a staff to hoist himself back to his feet, panting heavily. Allow me to lend you my strength. You are in dire need of me, are you not, Sasuke-kun? Do you not seek to vanquish Itachi and avenge your clan? Come, unleash my power, and I shall aid you in fulfilling your desires. Orochimaru's beguiling words echoed within Sasuke's mind. Although Sasuke's chakra had been utterly depleted, the cursed seal upon his neck activated spontaneously, propelling him into the second state of the curse mark. Sasuke was acutely aware that, with his current abilities, there was no conceivable way to triumph over Itachi. Thus, he replied, very well. At the nape of Sasuke's neck, the cursed seal began to swell, and 8 white serpents emerged from his flesh, bursting forth through his garments into the outside world. Their size increased exponentially, ultimately transforming into a colossal serpent creature with 8 heads and 8 tails, rivaling Itachi's Susanoo in grandeur, confronting him directly. Was this the manifestation of Orochimaru's 8-headed serpent technique? Yet, it proved futile. As the fearsome serpentine beast lunged forward, Itachi's Susanoo drew forth the Totsuka blade, effortlessly cleaving off the foremost head with a mere flick. The remaining 3 heads retaliated, but were effortlessly repelled by the Yata mirror, while the Totsuka blade swept through, sending serpent blood splattering, severing the 3 heads in one stroke. Seizing this opportunity, 3 more heads ensnared the Susanoo, yet they too met the same fate, falling victim to Itachi's blade. Thus, only a single head of the 8-headed serpent remained, which opened its gaping maw and roared defiantly to the heavens. From the depths of this last serpent's throat, the seemingly deceased Orochimaru emerged, covered in the viscous secretions of the serpent's body, appearing to have been resurrected. The anticipated revelation had finally arrived. In the face of such a grotesque spectacle, Itachi, having coughed up blood, surprisingly revealed a hint of a smile. Ha ha ha, the moment I have awaited has finally come. Thanks to you, Itachi, the chakra you used to suppress me has been depleted. Now I shall claim his body. In that instant, the Totsuka blade plunged through Orochimaru's form along with the serpent head he inhabited. Confronted with such a potentially lethal wound, Orochimaru continued to laugh heartily. Heh, Itachi, do you truly believe this level of attack can defeat me? The eight-headed serpent summoned by the eight-headed technique possesses formidable regenerative abilities. Do not be deceived by the fact that 7 heads have been severed. As long as Orochimaru desires, they can regenerate at any moment. Moreover, he has recently mastered the complete physical revitalization technique from the Shinnon, which, when combined, elevates the serpent's regenerative abilities and immortality to an entirely new echelon, rendering him virtually indestructible. A mere sword wound is akin to a mere tickle for him. However, before even 2 seconds had passed, Orochimaru's laughter abruptly ceased. How is this possible? Is this blade truly the legendary Totsuka blade? Itachi did not respond to Orochimaru's inquiry. Instead, he commanded Susanoo to retract its sword. The once arrogant Orochimaru transformed into a liquid, flowing into the spirit sword and vanishing without a trace, leaving only the echo of his unwilling words lingering. You actually concealed such a thing. The colossal Yamada no Orochi met the same fate, dissolving into liquid and following Orochimaru into the sword, as if devoured by it. Orochimaru's formidable regenerative abilities proved utterly futile against the sealing power of the Totsuka blade. Indeed, it was a case of one being subdued by another. Uchiha Itachi was undeniably Orochimaru's lifelong nemesis. As the last remnants of the Yamada no Orochi departed from Sasuke's body, he found himself bereft of the cursed mark that had accompanied him for over 3 years. Only a small white snake quietly emerged, slipping into the rubble beside Sasuke, disappearing from sight. What, then, could Sasuke do next? Before Itachi's words had fully settled, he witnessed Sasuke rising and charging towards him. He sheathed the Totsuka blade and directed Susanoo's fist downwards in a sweeping motion. The debris scattered before Itachi with ease. Yet Sasuke, in a desperate leap, evaded the oncoming strike. Suspended in midair, Sasuke's veins bulged as he gripped the hilt of the Kusanagi sword with both hands, aiming its tip at Itachi, who was shielded by Susanoo, and thrusting with all his might. Deprived of Orochimaru's essence, drained of chakra, and grievously wounded, Sasuke was on the verge of sacrificing his own life. Yet, the harsh reality remained. His desperate assault could not inflict even a scratch on Itachi, ensconced within Susanoo's protection. With a mere flick, Susanoo sent the long sword flying, simultaneously delivering a powerful blow to Sasuke's chest. Sasuke expelled a copious amount of blood, several of his ribs fracturing upon impact. The tremendous force sent him hurtling backward, crashing violently against the erect stone wall before collapsing to the ground, rendered immobile. In a parallel plight, Itachi also coughed up blood, painfully kneeling as he clutched his chest, each cough accompanied by a spray of crimson foam. Even his Susanoo regressed to a previous stage. Those who understood recognized the toll that wielding Susanoo exacted on the body. Those who did not might mistakenly believe that Sasuke had unleashed some arcane technique that inflicted harm upon both friend and foe. Thus, your eyes shall belong to me. It appeared that the fervent desire to see Sasuke's eyes compelled Itachi to rise once more, dragging his weary form step by step until he stood before his fallen brother. Sasuke's body lay completely limp, yet his gaze remained resolute. Although Itachi appeared utterly spent, he lacked the strength to retrieve an explosive tag and perish alongside his brother. Sasuke could only watch helplessly as Itachi slowly reached for his own eyes, reflecting, have I truly succumbed? In the face of this technique known as Susanoo, I find myself no different from the weak version of myself on that fateful night of slaughter. The inability to exact revenge filled him with a deep sense of frustration. Perhaps fate was merciful, for a miracle indeed occurred. Itachi's fingers gently touched Sasuke's forehead, leaving behind a final message before collapsing, unable to take Sasuke's eyes. The fiery Susanoo dissipated completely, as if it had consumed the user's very life force. Uchiha Itachi was dead. Chapter 99, Suspicion, Part 1. Victory seemed so close, yet it was Itachi who ultimately faltered. This battle, it seemed, was a stroke of luck for Sasuke. The ever-watchful white Zetsu, who had been lurking in the shadows, announced the outcome of this fraternal conflict, his tone tinged with regret. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu remained silent, Although the dust had settled, he reflected on the entirety of the battle, excluding the illusions he could not observe. His instincts as a millennia-old schemer led him to feel an inexplicable dissonance despite the apparent coherence of the battle's logic. For instance, Itachi's earlier words to Sasuke suggested that his previous hatred had not been genuine, but rather a fade. Did that imply that Sasuke had not truly hated Itachi before, merely pretending, and that he now felt authentic animosity? Furthermore, while Sasuke was indeed the reincarnation of Indra, in breaking Itachi's Tsukuyomi with his three-tomo Sharingan was not entirely implausible. The contrast in their states was stark. Itachi, burdened by the backlash of his own techniques, knelt defeated, while Sasuke, with merely his three-tomo, stood unscathed. As if Itachi's illusions were merely a gentle breeze. Upon concluding the entire confrontation, Black Zetsu pondered whether Sasuke's prowess was truly sufficient to instantaneously vanquish Deidara. The technique known as Kirin required prior preparation, and given that Deidara had sought conflict with the Uchiha clan, it was unlikely he would have remained utterly unprepared. Yet, he had offered no effective resistance and fell to Sasuke's blade. The still-burning Amaterasu spread outward, from a high vantage point. One would observe that the entire Uchiha stronghold was engulfed in black flames, accessible only to those capable of flight. A small white snake, which had been stealthily inching its way outside, was also ignited by the Amaterasu and perished in the flames. Sasuke lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky, where an updraft had once again gathered a multitude of clouds. The hatred in his eyes faded with Itachi's passing, replaced by a numbing bewilderment. Only he understood that his continued existence was not a result of divine mercy, nor any miracle, but rather because Itachi, in his final moments, refrained from taking his life. At that moment, Itachi's hand touched Sasuke's forehead, his dim eyes seemingly striving to discern Sasuke's face. He softly uttered his last words, "Forgive me, this is the last time." And then he collapsed, lifeless. In those fleeting seconds, had Itachi wished to take Sasuke's eyes, he could have easily done so, had he intended to kill Sasuke. The immobile boy, in the face of the legendary Susanoo, would have perished countless times over. In that instant, Sasuke felt as if his long-lost beloved brother had returned. Yet, if Itachi's previous actions were merely a guise, a deception, what purpose did his final act serve? Did he, even in death, refuse to reveal his true self? Truly, he was deserving of the title of ninja. A light drizzle fell upon Sasuke, and in his utter exhaustion, he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. How weary he felt. In the forest, tooth for tooth, Afe bent his body to evade the attacks from Ya and Akamaru, only to find himself ensnared by wooden tendrils. A technique unleashed by Yamato. However, to everyone's astonishment, he shook his head and bowed, miraculously freeing himself from Yamato's wooden prison, as if performing a magic trick. Yet, before he could regain his footing, a thunderous crash resounded as the branch he stood upon was shattered by a single punch from Sakura. Without a place to land, Afe plummeted from the air. Secret technique, insect ball. Countless insects surrounded Afe, resembling a dark cloud from a distance. "Wait, I'm not ready yet." Afe's pleas for mercy echoed from within the black swarm, his tone still playful. "Humph. Scatter." The dark cloud dispersed, revealing nothing within. And Afe had once again managed to escape. Shino persistently released more insects, strategically distributing the chakra sensing and devouring bugs evenly throughout the space, ensuring one was present at regular intervals. Shino appeared particularly motivated today. Naruto, preparing his decisive move, was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, the reason for his surprise was that he had been excluded from the earlier mission to retrieve Sasuke. In a rare display of verbosity, Shino proactively responded to Naruto's inquiry, simultaneously releasing several messenger insects that flew to Naruto's rear, declaring that now that he had joined this mission, he would surely prove his worth. As he spoke, he turned his head, adorned with sunglasses, towards a specific direction, where the previously evenly scattered began to converge. Kakashi, positioned nearby, unleashed the lightning beast pursuit Fong. However, despite the explosion of lightning, their target remained elusive. A sound akin to something slicing through the air at high speed reached the ears of the onlookers, signaling that Naruto's preparations were complete. To either side of Naruto stood two shadow clones, having fulfilled their supportive roles, choosing not to dissipate but to remain steadfast. Behind Naruto, another shadow clone stood back-to-back with him, facing Hinata, ready to dissolve and return to the original at a moment's notice. Hinata activated her Byakugan, peering through the barrier formed by Naruto and his clone, focusing intently on the situation ahead. After a period of probing, They had discerned that this new member of the Akatsuki utilized an unknown space-time ninjutsu to achieve an elusive presence, effortlessly evading their attacks. Whenever he employed this technique, his chakra fluctuations would vanish, only to re-emerge upon his return, detectable by both Shino's and Hinata's Byakugan. At that moment, Hinata pointed to a location, prompting her attentive shadow clone to dissolve immediately. Although Shino's insects regained awareness of a phase chakra, they refrained from converging there, as Shino had deliberately restrained their movements upon receiving their message. Armed with the precise location revealed by the dissipated shadow clone, Naruto swiftly cast his ninjutsu towards that spot. The powerful jutsu shot forth with a swiftness that was almost imperceptible. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. In the air, Sai elevated himself slightly higher to avoid the impending fallout. A panicked scream echoed, quickly drowned out by the sound of the spiraling shuriken crashing into the trees and earth. Within the area engulfed by this jutsu, all faced annihilation. Chapter 100, Suspicion, Part 2. Did it hit? Naruto, unable to contain his aggression, posed a question. Their battle strategy was meticulously crafted, Naruto as the primary attacker, Shino as the overt censor, Hinata as the covert censor, and the others serving roles of support and disruption. Since the opponent could evade any assault by employing space-time ninjutsu, the only opportunity to land a hit lay in the fleeting moments when he was not utilizing that technique. Ideally, they needed to inflict sufficient damage in one decisive blow. Otherwise, he could easily escape by casting the technique again. From the general principles of ninjutsu and the psychological fluctuations of individuals, the moment he concluded the casting and returned to reality was when he was most vulnerable. Therefore, Shino unleashed a multitude of Kakache, allowing them to saturate the space. Wherever they sensed the chakra fluctuations of the opponent, they converged, providing positional guidance to the disruptors. After several iterations of this process, the adversary might fall prey to the illusion that this was their established method of countering him, particularly as he grew increasingly adept at recognizing the pattern, which would further solidify his cognitive rigidity. Meanwhile, Naruto boldly prepared a formidable Raisin Shuriken in plain sight of everyone, while others might perceive this as perilous. For one who could render any attack ineffective, such an overt display posed little threat, regardless of its apparent potency. Thus, it was difficult for him to anticipate that the ultimate strike would stem from the very jutsu materializing right beneath his nose. Hinata, shielded by Naruto and his shadow clones, maintained her Byakugan, attentively observing the battlefield. In truth, she could discern the opponent's location each time he reappeared. However, all directive tasks were managed by Shino, leaving her to provide guidance at that critical moment of decisive action. When Naruto's preparation reached its zenith and the opponent re-emerged, Hinata executed her final directive, relaying it indirectly through Naruto's shadow clone to the Naruto who faced away from her, minimizing the risk of detection from those positioned ahead of him. This time, Shino's insects did not converge towards the opponent. Perhaps, just having concluded his technique, the opponent was perplexed as to why no insects approached him. Yet, in that fleeting moment of oversight, Naruto's wind release, Raisin Shuriken, could very well have struck him squarely in the face. This entire combat plan had taken shape as they probed the opponent, executing it nearly flawlessly without the need for verbal communication, each member naturally fulfilling their role. Having been classmates since their time at the Ninja Academy, they had now become teammates on the same mission, sharing an unspoken understanding between them. As the dust settled, the point of impact from the Raisin Shuriken left a substantial crater, obliterating trees and grass alike. Yet, the masked figure clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds stood there, unscathed. Oh dear, this technique is truly perilous. If one were to be struck, the consequences would be dire indeed. On the surface, Afei appeared to marvel at the power of the spiral shuriken. However, the sarcasm in his words was unmistakable to all present. Frustration welled up within Naruto as he grappled with the reality of their defeat. Faced with the slippery Afei, a sense of helplessness permeated the hearts of the others, except for Naruto. Yet, even in an 8-to-1 scenario, they were not prepared to concede. Just as they readied for the second round, another member of the Akatsuki, Zetsu, emerged from beside Obito, proclaiming, "It is over. Uchiha Itachi is dead, and Sasuke has triumphed." The reactions of the crowd were varied. What? Unbelievable. You're joking. This outcome is precisely as I anticipated. Afei dramatically transformed his demeanor, exemplifying the art of feigned astonishment. However, he continued, but Sasuke has also fallen, pausing deliberately before turning to the group. After all, Itachi was formidable. Though Sasuke emerged victorious, he may not last much longer. Naruto gritted his teeth, fixating intently on Zetsu and Afei, and shouted, "Hey, you spiky aloe, where is Sasuke now?" "Enough," Afei interjected, cutting off Zetsu, who was about to engage in a verbal spat with Naruto. His voice, now devoid of its previous buoyancy, carried an air of authority. "Vortex Naruto, I shall remember you. Today, fortune favors you. We shall settle this another time." A crimson Sharingan gleamed from the soul opening in Afei's mask, casting a disdainful gaze upon the assembly. "Is that the Sharingan?" Kakashi exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Who is this person? Well then, farewell." Afei raised his left arm and swept it downward. "Sasuke, you are not allowed to leave." Naruto's cries fell on deaf ears as Afei continued his motion. His arm seemed to transform into an eraser, gradually eliminating Afei's form from head to toe until he vanished completely, with Zetsu sinking back into the ground. "This is bad. We must locate Sasuke first." With that, Kakashi sprang into action, and Naruto immediately followed, with the others trailing behind. Yet, in comparison to space-time ninjutsu, their speed proved insufficient. At the Uchiha stronghold, Madara, Afei, effortlessly bypassed the encirclement of Amaterasu, appearing atop a sizable boulder beside the unconscious Sasuke and the corpse of Itachi, gazing down upon them. Moments later, Zetsu emerged from the ground beside him. "Too slow," Madara remarked to Zetsu. "I am not like you. I do not possess such swiftness." As he spoke, Zhu cast a glance at the object in Ban's hand, remarking, "You are rather thoughtful," having retrieved Sasuke's sword. Ban, however, did not engage with Zhu's words but instead inquired, "Since you have been observing from here, I trust you have captured everything well?" "Rest assured, it has all been meticulously recorded," Zhu replied. "Then I shall review it in due time. For now, take Itachi's corpse and prepare to depart immediately." The Akatsuki's eastern stronghold lay ahead, dimly lit and shrouded in shadows. Sasuke lay upon a grass mat, his wounds attended to in a rudimentary manner, currently ensconced in a state of unconsciousness. In a shadowy corner, Madara removed his mask, subsequently extracting his left eye, now faded to a ghostly white and entirely blind. At the same time, he produced a jar containing a peculiar liquid, within which two spinning Sharingan eyes floated gently. He retrieved one, placing it into his vacant left eye socket. With remarkable adaptability, he blinked a few times, soon fully acclimatizing to his new eye. He turned his head slightly to the side. "Kagaya, why did you separate from Obito? Did you not accompany him to inform Sasuke and his team of the outcome of this fraternal conflict?" "Naturally, it is due to pressing matters at hand," Kagaya replied ominously. "And what matters might that be?" "I propose, Madara, while Sasuke remains in slumber, you should delve into his memories using genjutsu. I find myself somewhat intrigued." "Oh? What concerns you?" Madara's tone bore a hint of amusement. Kagaya did not directly respond to Madara's inquiry, but instead remarked, "You brought Sasuke back and instructed me to carry Itachi's corpse. You must intend to employ him for our purposes. Yet, he hails from the village hidden in the leaves, having become a rogue ninja to gain the power to slay Itachi. Now that Itachi is deceased, having fulfilled his quest for vengeance, he may no longer wish to maintain his status as a rogue. Perhaps his original plan was to return to the Leaf Village after killing Itachi. Moreover, the Leaf Village has not ceased their efforts to retrieve him. Now, armed with the accomplishments of vanquishing both Orochimaru and Itachi, the moment for his formal return is most opportune. Furthermore, our objective concerns the tailed beasts. Aligning with us necessitates confronting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, who claims that I and Obito are akin to aloe vera. I doubt Sasuke possesses the resolve to act against him. In essence, Sasuke lacks any compelling reason to collaborate with us. If I were to offer my counsel, it would be better to eliminate him now, lest he becomes our formidable adversary in the future." "Ah, Kagaya, are you perhaps overly concerned for Sasuke?" "You have spoken at length," Madara observed, noting Kagaya's unusual demeanor. "Your reasoning, while valid, is not without merit. Indeed, any individual might share your sentiments. However, I have my own rationale for this course of action. I retain a degree of confidence regarding Sasuke's potential willingness to assist us. Should we succeed, we would gain a valuable ally. Should we fail, I could always dispose of him later. Before me, Uchiha Madara, whether he is gravely injured or at his peak. Ending his life would pose no more challenge than squashing a mere insect. Indeed, Lord Ban, your prowess is truly formidable. Although I remain uncertain of your intended methods, it appears you cannot entirely assure that he will align with our interests. Given this, why not delve into his memories while he is devoid of resistance? By comprehensively grasping his experiences and discerning the essence of his character, your certainty would undoubtedly increase. Listening to Black Zetsu's words, Ban remained noncommittal. Initially, he did not perceive this as necessary, for in understanding the truth about Itachi, Sasuke appeared as innocent as a child. He was already privy to all that was essential. However, considering Black Zetsu's insistence and the curse mark left by the true Ban upon his heart, he decided to acquiesce. Since you were so adamant, I shall indulge your request. Yet, I must forewarn you that the outcome will likely lead to your disappointment. I can understand your doubts, for you remain unaware of Itachi's truth. Itachi's truth? Ban refrained from further elaboration, instead donning his mask once more, revealing his right eye. He approached the prone Sasuke, leaning down to pry open Sasuke's closed eyelids, allowing his gaze to meet Sasuke's eyes. He activated his Sharingan, poised to employ Jinjutsu. At that moment, Sasuke's left eye abruptly transformed from its normal state into the three-tomo Sharingan, blood oozing from it. He had yet to regain consciousness. The three-tomo within his left eye began to whirl rapidly around a central point, forming a pattern akin to a three-blade shuriken. The design of Itachi's Manjiki, curse seal, Amaterasu. Before Ban could register his shock, black flames materialized upon his right cheek, swiftly spreading across his body. What? Caught off guard, the searing heat of the flames, akin to the sun, compelled Ban to emit a wretched scream. Even Black Zetsu, observing from the sidelines, was momentarily taken aback, hastily retreating to avoid being engulfed by Amaterasu's reach. Ban's cry subsided. The flames of Amaterasu had consumed him. Yet, in the next instant, his lifeless body vanished, replaced by the living Ban, standing unscathed in his original position, devoid of any trace of the black flames. He remained still, while Sasuke's left eye reverted to its normal state, still in a state of unconsciousness. Black Zetsu remained silent, and the dimly lit environment rendered the brief stillness increasingly oppressive. Ban's chest rose and fell with each breath, and though his mask concealed his expression, anyone could sense the fury simmering within him through his aura. Twice. It has happened. Twice. In just a single day, I have inexplicably lost 2 lives. Originally, he had lost a life due to the schemes of those Konoha ninjas, yet he felt no particular dismay. The Izanagi in his left eye was merely a safeguard, a precaution against unforeseen misfortunes. After all, it merely cost him a single three-tomo Sharingan, and he had plenty in reserve. However, he never anticipated that, having just complied with Kurizetsu's request to delve into Sasuke's memories, he would fall prey to Itachi's concealed trap, a powerful physical attack known as Amaterasu. Had it not been for his commendable habits, replacing his blind left eye with a new Sharingan, he would have met his demise at that moment. The thought of being so close to death without even having gathered all the tailed beasts infuriated Madara. He felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Naruto at once and then dismantle Itachi's remains piece by piece. Fortunately, his skills surpassed the average. For had the true Madara discovered that he had silently perished in the shadowy corner before officially commencing the Moon Eye plan, it would have surely driven him to laughter from anger, rendering even the rebirth technique unnecessary. Yet, if the Jinchuriki perished, the tailed beasts would follow suit. And Itachi's eyes still held value. For the sake of the Moon Eye plan, he could not allow a momentary lapse in judgment to dictate his actions. Madara took a deep breath and replaced his left eye once more. It seemed his intuition was correct. Indeed, there was something amiss with Sasuke. Observing that Madara had regained his composure, Kurizetsu subtly reminded him not to falter. Madara refrained from responding verbally, instead approaching Sasuke again, bending down to pry open his eyes. This time, there were no peculiarities. The white sclera and black pupils indicated a normal state of slumber. The tomo in his exposed right eye spun rapidly, forming a uniquely shaped shuriken. He prepared to unleash an illusion using his Manjiki Sharingan. Sasuke, I am currently in a foul mood, and my methods may be somewhat harsh. So bear with me. Chapter 102. Malice. The clash of the decapitating sword and the sword of the Hoshigaki echoed as the two wielders momentarily distanced themselves from one another. Unlike the composed Kisame, Suigetsu was slightly out of breath, seemingly lacking in stamina. What's the matter, Suigetsu? You were the one eager to spar with me earlier. Why do you falter now? The corners of Kisame's mouth curled into a sardonic smile. Suigetsu remained silent, his gaze fixated on the Samahata in Kisame's hand, fully aware that this very blade had been relentlessly devouring his chakra during their skirmish. In stark contrast to the fervent clash between Suigetsu and Kisame, Karen, who had been maintaining her sensory abilities, was now exceedingly agitated. Ever since the vast surge of chakra appeared, triggered by Amaterasu, Her perception of Sasuke and Itachi had grown increasingly unclear. As the battle progressed and both parties' chakra reserves dwindled, her sensations became ever more muddled. Now, amidst that overwhelming chakra presence, she could no longer detect anyone's chakra, be it Sasuke's or Itachi's. This left her deeply concerned about the outcome of this brotherly confrontation, feeling anxious and exasperated. Casting a discontented glance at Kisame, she turned her attention to Suigetsu, exclaiming, honestly, at such a critical moment, why are you still causing a ruckus? Just as Suigetsu prepared to engage Kisame in a different manner, a voice emerged from the ground beside them. Let the diversion cease. White Zetsu emerged from the earth. Zetsu. Upon seeing him, Kisame sheathed the Samahata behind him, recognizing that his task of hindering these individuals had come to an end. The outcome of the battle between Sasuke and Itachi had been determined. White Zetsu succinctly stated the crux of the matter. Did Sasuke win? Shino, Suigetsu, Karen, and Jago asked in rare unison. Indeed, Itachi has lost. Sasuke emerged victorious, White Zetsu replied. Where is Sasuke now? Karen pressed further. He has already been taken to a safe location, the Akatsuki's eastern base. You should make haste, as the Leaf Village members may soon pursue you here. Having conveyed the message regarding the Snake Team, White Zetsu then turned to Kisame, asking, and what are your intentions now, Kisame? Kisame's eyes flickered momentarily before settling, seemingly unchanged. Since Itachi is no longer here, allow me a moment of freedom. Very well, do as you wish. With that, White Zetsu's figure vanished back into the soil. Returning to assist in healing Sasuke, let us proceed to Sasuke. Zhongwu released the little birds that had perched upon him during this time and addressed the other members of the team. At the Uchiha stronghold, beyond the encirclement of Amaterasu, Yamato utilized Earth-style ninjutsu to elevate a patch of land engulfed in black flames. He subsequently manipulated the earth to part, creating a pathway for the Leaf Village's inhabitants to enter the inner circle of the siege. Amidst the gentle patter of rain, Naruto and his companions finally arrived at the site where Sasuke and Itachi had previously clashed. However, all that remained was a desolate wasteland, a testament to their fierce battle. Devoid of any figures, they had arrived too late. The devastation left in the wake of such a confrontation was staggering. As fellow wielders of the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan's conflict had proven to be extraordinarily fierce. With her Byakugan activated, Hinata articulated her findings. I sense no chakra nearby aside from our own. Sasuke is not here. Upon hearing this, Naruto lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly. Kiba and Akamaru roamed about, sniffing the air for lingering scents. But Kiba shook his head, expressing disappointment. We are still a step too late. Kakashi had not closed his left eye, yet the Sharingan revealed no further insights. Naruto, Sakura, and Sai observed Naruto, who stood indifferent to the rain soaking him, and felt a wave of unease in their own hearts. Once, Sai had been molded into an emotionless tool by Danzo's root organization, stifled by his brother Shin's last words urging him to forsake his feelings. However, after being assigned to Team 7 and through his interactions with his comrades, particularly influenced by Naruto, he gradually began to recall the cherished moments spent with his brother, ultimately reclaiming his emotions. It was for this reason he yearned to witness the bond between Naruto and Sasuke firsthand. Yet, after their last failed infiltration of Orochimaru's stronghold, he had not succeeded in meeting Sasuke. Now, just as they were on the verge of finding him, they had once again missed him, leaving him to ponder the depth of Naruto's sorrow. Why? Naruto's clenched fist struck the soulstone wall that had survived the devastation, his expression a portrait of anguish. Why can I never reach Sasuke's side? At the Akatsuki's eastern stronghold, Madara released his grip on Sasuke's eyelids, rising to his feet. It appeared his examination of Sasuke's memories had concluded. What did you find? What are the results? Kurizetsu inquired. There is nothing suspicious. At least, I can discern no signs of anything amiss. Madara responded that after the destruction of his clan, he had devoted his life to seeking vengeance against Itachi, relentlessly enhancing his own strength. In pursuit of formidable power, he even defected to Orochimaru. After betraying Orochimaru, he assembled his own team, preparing to officially launch his revenge against Itachi. Ultimately, he succeeded in locating Itachi, culminating in a climactic battle at the Uchiha stronghold. You have been an observer throughout this conflict, and I shall refrain from elaborating further. In essence, it reflects a rather predictable trajectory of life, devoid of any anomalies. Does it not? Kurizetsu remained silent, yet he harbored a sense of caution regarding Madara's assertions. Merely from this statement, It fails to elucidate why Itachi would claim that Sasuke did not truly hate him in the past, not to mention the other lingering questions. Either Itachi was speaking nonsensically, which is unlikely, or he was deliberately concealing something from me. It appears he remains restless, harboring ulterior motives. In truth, had Madara not been present, Kurozetsu would have already taken action to probe Sasuke's memories, for he found it prudent to keep his millennia of accumulation hidden. However, his duality towards Madara may not necessarily be detrimental to my interests. Contemplating this, Kurozetsu inquired further, "It is good that there are no issues. But what is the truth about Itachi that you mentioned earlier? Is there something I am not permitted to know?" Madara chuckled lightly and began his narrative. "Originally, I intended to share this with Sasuke upon his awakening, but since you are intrigued, I shall reveal to you the truth about Uchiha Itachi." Upon concluding Madara's account, even the seasoned Kurozetsu could not conceal his astonishment. He was taken aback by the extent to which Itachi, this elder brother, had gone for the sake of his younger sibling. Such profound brotherly love indeed. Moreover, through his observations, this reincarnation of Indra appeared to possess a deep emotional capacity. Should he come to learn of this? Kurozetsu glanced at the still slumbering Sasuke, a broad grin spreading across his face. So that is the case. Itachi is indeed an admirable brother. When Sasuke awakens, Madara, you must diligently impart the truth about his brother to him. After all, as the last remaining kin of my master, I cannot bear to see him shrouded in deception, living a life enveloped in lies. Sasuke opened his eyes, emerging from a prolonged state of unconsciousness. Perhaps due to insufficient rest, he felt a persistent ache in his eyes, particularly his left eye, and his head throbbed painfully, as if it had been mercilessly stirred by a blunt instrument, leaving his thoughts in a hazy muddle. With great effort, he sat up from the straw mat, and as a wave of dizziness washed over him, he pressed his hand against his forehead. It was then that he realized, although his injuries still ached subtly, they had been well tended to, and he was out of immediate danger. "You are awake," spoke a figure clad in black, adorned with an orange whirlpool mask, stepping forth from the shadows. "I have already treated your wounds. You triumphed over Itachi, yet you too bear significant injuries. It would be wise for you to rest for now." Sasuke turned to gaze towards the source of the voice and recognized the individual from a previous encounter. "You are the one who was working alongside Deidara." "Indeed. But fret not, I am no longer your adversary." At that moment, the sluggish Sasuke realized that this person's tone was now entirely different from what he remembered. "I brought you here to convey a particular message," the masked figure continued. "By the way, you truly are quite formidable. Did you know that you nearly ended my life just moments ago?" Sasuke attempted to recall the masked figure's words, but his mind was a blank, leaving him with only an intensifying headache. "At that time, you were still unconscious, devoid of self-awareness. What is this person talking about?" Sasuke pondered, despite feeling somewhat disoriented. He could not bring himself to believe such an outrageous notion. "It appeared that you were skeptical, yet this is indeed a reality that has transpired. It was not you who nearly took my life, but rather the Amaterasu set upon you by Itachi." The words of the masked man caused Sasuke to widen his eyes slightly. "Truly, Itachi is remarkable. Even in death, he manages to astonish me. I never anticipated he could strategize so meticulously." The figure in the black cloak had approached Sasuke. "What exactly are you saying? Itachi cast a jutsu upon you, intending to kill me?" "No, to be more precise, it was to prevent me from coming near you. When I treated your injuries earlier, I had to inspect your pupils. And it was then that I nearly fell victim to Itachi's Amaterasu. It seems he said it so that the moment you gazed into my eyes, it would automatically activate." As he spoke, the masked man lowered his head, revealing his unmasked right Sharingan to Sasuke's gaze. "It appears even Itachi could not fully comprehend all of my abilities. Otherwise, I would likely be dead by now. This was Itachi's final stand, yet it holds no effect on me. What are you truly saying?" Sasuke stared blankly at the crimson eye revealed by the masked figure, recalling Itachi's mention of a partner. "Are you not the accomplice in the annihilation of my clan, Madara?" "Indeed, I am Uchiha Madara." He affirmed his identity, then continued, "Before his demise, Itachi must have done something for you. In the end, he infused his ocular power into your being for your sake." "What do you mean? Why would Itachi do such a thing? Aren't you his ally? Have you not yet grasped the significance?" Madara's tone was laden with meaning. "He did this to protect you." "Protect me?" Sasuke's breath hitched as he recalled the gentle touch that Itachi placed upon his forehead just before his demise. That fleeting moment of tenderness made him feel as though his beloved elder brother from his childhood had returned. But was that not merely a facade? How could he jest that it was for my protection? The one who slaughtered our clan. How could he possibly safeguard me? Alas, it is indeed true that he acted out of a desire to protect you, and he has always been watching over you. Sasuke refrained from uttering another word. He was poised to strike down the individual who had once conspired with Itachi to slaughter their kin, now spouting nonsensical claims, regardless of whether he truly was the legendary Uchiha Madara. However, just as he intended to unleash the Chidori sharp spear in a surprise attack, he realized that his chakra had not yet fully replenished, rendering him incapable of executing the move. Madara, seemingly indifferent to Sasuke's subtle movements, remarked, "You believe you comprehend your brother well, yet in truth, you know nothing of him. As his partner, I possess a profound understanding of Itachi and the reasons behind his choice to entrust me with a companion capable of wielding the devastating Amaterasu. Though he perished before recognizing this fact. You must allow me to finish. It is your duty as Itachi's younger brother to hear this." Madara interrupted Sasuke, asserting, "Your elder brother, Uchiha Itachi, who wagered everything for the shinobi world, for Konoha, and for you, embodies a resolute path of a ninja." For reasons unknown, Sasuke's heartbeat quickened. Despite his outward skepticism towards the words of the man before him, an inexplicable intuition led him to sense that what Madara was about to reveal was of grave significance. "Do you understand why Itachi chose to implant the Amaterasu in your eyes? It was his fervent desire to prevent any contact between you and me. Once you hear my words, the rationale will become clear. The only ones privy to Itachi's truth are the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the leader of the Root, Danzo Shimura, and the advisors, Mito Kazumi and Kurama Shikaku. After the third Hokage's demise, only these three elders remained aware of the truth. However, they will never divulge this scandal. Itachi's reality will remain shrouded in darkness, precisely as he wished. Yet, there is another who understands Itachi's truth, and that is I. As I mentioned earlier, Itachi likely perished without fully grasping this. He did not trust me, and thus, as a precaution, he left behind a contingency within you, should I ever uncover the truth. He intended to silence me with the Amaterasu, ensuring you would never have the opportunity to learn of his reality. What do you mean? What does it signify to protect me from knowing his truth? What hidden secrets lie within this?" Sasuke's voice trembled ever so slightly, although he verbally resisted acknowledgement. His subconscious had likely come to a profound realization. Reflect upon it. Endeavor to meticulously recall the matters concerning Itachi, the brother you once cherished most dearly and tenderly. Madara's tone was deep and coaxing. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Under the guidance of Madara, he slowly began to recollect the myriad moments spent with his brother in the past. Chapter 104, The Truth of Itachi, Part 2, as Sasuke's reminiscence came to an end. His eyes were now bloodshot, his heartbeat racing as though it might leap from his chest. Did Uchiha Itachi, his beloved brother, truly harbor a deep affection for him? Or was his tenderness merely a fade, masking the nature of a demon capable of slaughtering his own kin for selfish desires? These two entirely opposing images seemed to transform into eternal adversaries, waging war within Sasuke's heart, refusing to cease until one was utterly vanquished. Perhaps, deep down, he already possessed the answer regarding the outcome of this internal battle. He simply found himself unwilling to acknowledge it. Sasuke's breathing grew increasingly labored amidst the intense and conflicting emotions swirling within him, the rhythm of his chest rising and falling as if in pursuit of his heartbeat. "Calm down," Obito exclaimed, placing a firm hand on Sasuke's shoulder. "Regulate your breathing." Yet, Sasuke shrugged off Obito's touch, retorting, "Don't lay a finger on me." The discomfort wrought by his hyperventilation compelled him to brace himself against the ground, desperately preventing himself from collapsing once more. When Sasuke regained consciousness, he found himself ensnared in a series of tightly wound ropes. "Ah, you're awake," Obito remarked with a hint of regret. "I apologize for binding you, but it seemed you were unwilling to patiently allow me to finish my explanation." Sasuke observed that Madara was leaning against the wall at that moment. The sole source of illumination, a flickering lamp, cast light upon one half of his masked visage, while the other half remained shrouded in darkness, rendering his features obscured. "Itachi, who had slain our parents and clan members, betrayed the village and subsequently joined the Akatsuki organization, stands as my nemesis, an adversary I must eliminate." Sasuke spoke with remarkable rapidity and an absence of inflection. His words seemed less directed towards others and more as if he were conversing with himself. "The truth remains that on that fateful night, Itachi annihilated the Uchiha clan and subsequently fled from Konoha. Thus, my assertions were not misplaced. The rationale behind his actions stemmed from a mission bestowed upon him by Konoha. Madara's words caused Sasuke to fixate his gaze intently upon him. This was indeed the gateway to the truth regarding Itachi. Madara activated his Sharingan, unabashedly meeting Sasuke's stare. A mission, you say? Indeed, on that night, Itachi forsook his own identity to fulfill his duty. Madara scrutinized Sasuke's reaction, noting that he appeared more inclined to listen attentively now. What transpired? Sasuke inquired. To elucidate Itachi's circumstances, one must commence with the founding era of the Hidden Leaf Village. Itachi became a victim, an eternal sacrifice to the whims of fate. From the inception of Konoha, a significant dilemma existed, one that would ultimately determine Itachi's destiny. Although the tale may be protracted, what I am about to convey is unequivocally factual. What reason do I have to place my trust in you? Sasuke posed a poignant inquiry to Madara, accusing him of being an accomplice in the annihilation of his clan, as well as a member of the Akatsuki organization. Furthermore, even now, he refuses to reveal his true self, leaving no grounds for trust. I cannot provide any evidence, thus, belief rests solely in your judgment. However, you must allow me to finish my discourse. Madara appeared utterly indifferent to whether he could gain Sasuke's trust. In truth, if his initial confidence was merely half. After delving into Sasuke's memories, it had now surged to at least 90%. As long as he articulates everything he intends to convey, the subsequent events will be beyond Sasuke's control. Sometimes, those who seem composed are, in fact, the most passionate and irrational, especially when they bear the surname Uchiha. It is likely that Itachi, understanding his brother too well, resolutely sought to keep the truth from Sasuke. Sasuke pondered for a moment before responding, "Very well, please proceed." The tale recounted was one dating back over 80 years. As Madara eloquently spoke of the long-standing enmity between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan during the Warring States period, he narrated how, following a reconciliation, the two clans united to establish the Hidden Leaf Village, a model subsequently emulated by other nations. However, he cautioned that since the inception of Konoha, the Uchiha clan had been plagued by underlying dangers, which rapidly escalated after the Nine Tails incident. Subsequently, the Uchiha clan faced intensified surveillance from the Anbu, their residences relegated to the outskirts of the village, effectively isolating them. Only the third Hokage voiced dissent against this treatment, yet Danzo and two advisors opposed his stance. Ultimately, the Uchiha clan remained distrustful in the eyes of the village. This pervasive distrust culminated in a grim reality, as the Uchiha plotted to seize control of the village through a coup. Consequently, the higher echelons of Konoha infiltrated the clan with their spies, one of whom was your elder brother, Itachi Uchiha. Observing Sasuke's increasingly distressed expression through his Sharingan, Madara continued, and thus, Itachi was thrust onto a path of despair. Sasuke's pupils constricted as he learned of the impending coup orchestrated by his clan, and the shocking revelation that Itachi was a spy. In your youthful innocence, you remained blissfully unaware of the treachery unfolding within the Uchiha. Yet these truths are undeniable. Your father, the clan leader Fugaku Uchiha, was the mastermind behind the insurrection, and Itachi had been planted within the Anbu as a spy by him. However, fate took an unexpected turn when Itachi divulged Uchiha intelligence to the village, transforming him into a so-called double agent, a burden of unimaginable weight, one you may find difficult to comprehend. Madara unveiled the enigmatic identity of Itachi, a truth unbeknownst to Sasuke. Why did he choose to betray the Uchiha clan? Without the experience of war, you likely cannot fathom the depths of this decision. During the Third Great Ninja War, a mere 4 years of age, Itachi witnessed the deaths of countless individuals. From a tender age, he was thrust into the harrowing realities of conflict, and the hellish scenes he encountered instilled in him a profound aversion to war. Consequently, he became a proponent of peace, prioritizing the stability and tranquility of the village over the interests of his clan. He was a ninja unbound by the shackles of his lineage, one who cherished the village. The upper echelons of Konoha capitalized on this trait, assigning Itachi a top-secret mission aimed at dealing with the Uchiha clan, known for their Sharingan. The simplest approach was to employ one who possessed the Sharingan to confront them. Indeed, the task was to eliminate the entire Uchiha clan. Sasuke's gaze trembled, and merely listening to others recount the tale left him nearly breathless. It was almost unimaginable what Itachi had endured during that time. Chapter 105, The Truth of Itachi, Part 2. It is truly inconceivable to fathom the emotional turmoil Itachi faced when confronted with such a harrowing choice. He was compelled to make a dreadful decision to turn against his own kin, an option that was originally unfathomable. However, If a powerful clan like the Uchiha were to instigate a civil war, both Konoha and the Land of Fire would be plunged into significant turmoil, and other nations would undoubtedly take advantage of the chaos. This could even serve as the spark for the Fourth Great Ninja War. Merely due to the selfish desires of the Uchiha clan, countless lives in the ninja world would be lost, resulting in the tragic demise of many innocents. Sasuke, if you were Itachi, what would you do? Madara spoke in a calm tone, prompting Sasuke to personally confront the harrowing choices that Itachi once faced. Sasuke lowered his head, torn between the warmth of his family and clan and the smiling faces of his teachers, classmates, and companions. He fell into silence, realizing that when he placed himself in Itachi's position, he found himself utterly incapable of making a choice. Yet, he could never bring himself to harm his parents and clan. Madara did not wait for Sasuke's response. Thus, Itachi resolved to pin the final chapter of his clan's history with his own hands. His betrayal of the Uchiha was not born from hatred, but from a lack of alternatives. The discrimination that arose after the village's prosperity and the rift between the village and his family weighed heavily on him. He bore this burden alone and sacrificed himself for it, so no one could blame him for such a decision, especially you, Sasuke, his brother. Why? Madara did not directly answer Sasuke's question but continued. In truth, I too was seeking an opportunity to instigate war. Fueled by resentment toward both the Senju who founded Konoha and the Uchiha clan. However, Itachi was the only one who sensed my intentions. He sought a meeting with me and proposed a condition. He offered to assist me in harming our own kin and avenging the Uchiha, but on the condition that I would not attack the village. Only the third Hokage sought an alternative solution, proposing reconciliation with the Uchiha clan, hoping for peace talks. However, due to time constraints, his proposal ultimately failed, leading to the fateful night of the massacre. It was a mission where he bore the stigma of a criminal for killing his kin and excelled in this task, with the sole exception of failing to kill you, his brother, Sasuke. Observing Sasuke's expression upon hearing these words, Madara recognized that he was nearing the realization of his own objective. Subsequently, Itachi implored the third Hokage to protect you from the persecution of Danzo and other high-ranking officials. Then, after threatening Danzo with the implication that he would disclose all village intelligence to the allied nations if you were harmed, he departed from the village. Your safety was his utmost concern, yet he could not convey his true thoughts to you. Thus, he resorted to deception, allowing you to blame him for all the wrongs and channel your hatred for the clan's demise toward him. He provided you with the goal of vengeance against him, hoping you would grow stronger and believe that the Uchiha clan was the most honorable of all, requesting that the Hokage ensure you never learn the truth. At the moment he left the village, he had already resolved to perish in a duel with you, intending to bestow his eyes upon you at that time, granting you newfound power. This, indeed, is the truth of Itachi. Deceit, lies, all of it is a web of deception. Sasuke's superficial consciousness continues to struggle in its final throes. If his intentions were truly to protect me, then why have I narrowly escaped death at his hands on numerous occasions? Why did he employ Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu against me? Had Itachi been earnest in his endeavors, you would have long since met your demise, that is certain. Your methods of defense were anticipated by him. He has been orchestrating the battle all along, depleting your chakra while ensuring your survival, compelling you into a dire situation. The reasoning should be clear to you now. It was to liberate you from Orochimaru's cursed seal and to awaken your Meijiki Sharingan through the death of your closest kin. Even until the very last moment, the drama of eye theft was all part of his meticulous plan. How do you then reconcile Itachi's account of the Nine Tails incident from 16 years ago with yours? You are deceiving yourself. Different? Let me surmise. Did he perhaps insinuate that I was responsible for that calamity? Indeed, to cast the blame upon the Uchiha clan, you conspired with Itachi to frame my family. Clearly, this is Itachi's fabrication. The rationale is simple. He feared I would reveal the truth to you, and thus preemptively placed this blame upon me, instilling in you a sense of distrust. Moreover, he marked you with Amaterasu, ensuring that you would have no opportunity to uncover the truth. He bore the indelible stain of guilt alone, departing the village to join Akatsuki, surveilling this organization that posed a threat to the stability of the village from within. He has always harbored concern for Konoha, and for you as well. After the third Hokage, who had promised to safeguard you, perished, he immediately returned to the village, discovered in the act, to warn the village's higher-ups that despite the third's death, he remained alive, and thus his threat still loomed over them. To him, your safety eclipses all else. Silence. Lies. All lies. This is all your fabrication. Yet you remain alive. That is the most compelling proof that I have not deceived you. Madara ruthlessly exposed Sasuke's final delusions, compelling him to confront the most brutal of truths. Sasuke's cries ceased abruptly, his body frozen in place as if a pause button had been pressed. In that moment, he could no longer deceive himself. Sasuke, those eyes you take such pride in, have failed to unveil any truth about Itachi or decipher his illusions. Madara, who had been leaning against the wall, now approached Sasuke step by step, kneeling before him. Their gazes locked through the mask. Itachi has slain friends, superiors, lovers, and family. He has extinguished the lives of his kin. Yet, the one he could never bring himself to kill is you, his brother. The one who has shed blood and tears, obliterating emotions, and annihilating his own clan for the sake of the village, yet could never bear to take your life. Sasuke, do you comprehend the implications of this? Madara extracted a kunai, severing the ropes that bound you, fully aware that you would no longer act recklessly. To Itachi, your life holds greater significance than the village itself. Chapter 106, Annihilation, the second eternal Manjiki, in his final moments, no, even in death, he continued to consider your welfare, to bestow upon you renewed strength. He permitted you to vanquish him, enabling you to avenge the Uchiha clan. Thus, you would return as a hero to Konoha. He was acutely aware of his terminal illness, yet he clung to life through medication, solely for his beloved little brother. He yearned for a duel with you, determined to perish before your very eyes. For the peace of the village and for his brother, Uchiha Sasuke, he chose to die branded as a criminal and a traitor, sacrificing his honor for infamy and love for hatred. Despite this, he departed with a smile, entrusting the name of Uchiha to you, Sasuke, all the while deceiving you. This is the burden carried by one shrouded in darkness, your brother, Uchiha Itachi. Madara's voice resonated within the dimly lit room, and as Itachi's tale reached its conclusion, the solitary burning candle extinguished, a crystalline tear of wax cascading down, as if even this unfeeling object wept for the tragic figure of Uchiha Itachi, whose legacy remained shrouded in ambiguity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, waves crashed against the rocky beach outside the Akatsuki's eastern stronghold, sending sprays of water into the air. The other 4 members of the snake team had arrived, having learned the entirety of the situation through Madara. Now they, along with the masked Madara, had each found their respective positions, quietly awaiting Sasuke's final decision, now aware of the truth regarding his brother. In contrast to Madara's outward calmness, who harbored a well-laid plan, Sharingan looked upon Sasuke, standing atop the foremost rock, and sighed silently. Discovering that the one you despised had always harbored love for you may be far more challenging to accept than realizing that the one you loved was merely masquerading, especially when matters have reached an irretrievable state. The typically frivolous Suigetsu bore a solemn expression, perhaps the one in the team most capable of empathizing with Sasuke at this moment, for he too had once had a brother. Karen kept her eyes closed, utilizing her sensory abilities to remain attuned to Sasuke.